Hey! Hey! Where are you all going? Don't you want to get married anymore? My daughter has already finished her makeup. Mrs. Jong quickly grabbed Alan Chen. She was quite sharp herself and knew it was pointless to grab anyone, so she chose to grab Alan Chen, who was a soft-hearted person. Alan Chen indeed looked awkward. Before she could say anything, Lingu stepped forward and pushed Mrs. Zhang's hand away coldly, saying, "Just now it was you who refused to let your daughter marry, and now you regret it." "Oh, it's not that I didn't agree to the marriage, it was just a joke. Give me back the ring." "No, give it back to my daughter." Mrs. Zhang even tried to grab the diamond ring on Yu Tingting's hand. Ling Raku couldn't stand by and pushed her to the ground, scolding her. "Just now you were bargaining on the ground, disdaining my cousin who is disabled. Tingting doesn't want anything, but she's willing to marry him. How come you regret it now that you see money? Let me tell you, it's too late." Lin Fen and others also joined in scolding her. "Yeah, people like you. I've lived for over 20 years and it's the first time I've seen someone like you. Your daughter is not worth a penny. 500,000 is already too much, and you want to sell her for 1.5 million. Are you out of your mind? Ha ha. Look at how regretful she looks now. It's so funny." With everyone attacking her, Mrs. Zhang's face turned red and white. Fortunately, at that moment, the door opened and the people from the Zhang family arrived, standing behind her. Seeing that she hadn't even put on the bridal dress, Ling Sitang was furious. Apparently this woman had no intention of marrying him. Jong Waru was indignant but proudly walked up, loudly shouting, "Who said I'm worthless? Who said I'm not valuable? Come out, speak up for me. How could any woman tolerate others speaking of them this way?" "I did." While others were afraid of her getting emotional, Ling Raku, fearless, stood directly in front of her. Being taller, she suppressed Jong Waru powerfully. "You, a woman who has dated men with high incomes and even been divorced, dared to ask for over 1 million in dowry. Where do you get the nerve?" Jong Waru became even angrier, a bit fierce, but also somewhat weak, shouting loudly, "I'm marrying a paralyzed man. Is it wrong to ask for a higher dowry? This is my filial piety." "Disgusting." Ling Raku interrupted her directly. "Asking for dowry from a paralyzed man? Did you ever think about him becoming your husband? Did you ever think about his situation? No, because you, Jong Waru, are a marriage scam artist. You just want to marry my cousin to deceive my brother and sister's money. You shameless bitch, worse than green tea." Damn. She's really fierce with her words. Her battle power is so strong, spouting like a machine gun. The men around were dumbfounded, some in awe, some giving thumbs up to Ling Raku. Ling Raku didn't care about others' opinions. She had experienced all kinds of storms. Criticized by her father-in-law and uncle, vilified by her in-laws, now the whole city knew who she was. She didn't pretend before, and she won't start now. If she wants to speak out, let her. If others want to call her a villain, a shrew, let them. As long as she felt comfortable with herself. Jong Waru was completely overwhelmed by Ling Raku's momentum, trembling with anger, reluctant to speak. "All right, leave then, go." Jong Milan saw that her cousin couldn't overcome Ling Raku, so she stepped in to help. Their enmity was well known. "The fact that you are backing out of marrying my cousin now is not because she doesn't want to marry, so the dowry won't be returned. We demand compensation for her mental and reputation losses. Give us 1 million. Damn. Hearing Jong Milan's words shatter everyone's worldview, Lingu also had to admit that Jong Milan had become even more shameless than before, and said to himself, probably even Shen Xiaopang has to kneel in front of her when it comes to being shameless. Heh. Ling Raku suddenly laughed loudly. When she saw Jong Milan losing her calm, she coldly retorted, "We have arranged for a third-party video at today's wedding. Everyone knows what happened from start to finish. Come, let's go to court and see who's at a loss." Jong Milan was good at bullying and fearing intimidation, but when faced with someone more aggressive, she cowered. "Let me tell you, not only will this 1 million not be given to you, the 500,000 dowry you received earlier must be returned to us. If not, wait to receive a lawyer's letter. Let's see who can endure it." Ling Raku retaliated with a threat. Lingu silently gave his big sister a thumbs up. After the divorce, his sister's combat power had clearly increased. Jong Waru was completely panicked. All she wanted was to swindle money and property, but she never expected things to turn out like this. Mrs. Jong was regretting it to the core. She had only listened to gossip from acquaintances, who said that since Ling Satang's relatives were so wealthy, they would have no problem giving him 1 million after he became paralyzed. Little did she know that things would turn out this way, now being threatened to return the received 500,000, with nothing to gain, and her efforts backfiring. "Let's go. Don't delay the auspicious time." Lingu gave the order at this moment, waving his hand and leading the wedding team happily back. Unexpectedly, the bride had been among them all along and they had to go all the way back to find the true bride. Although Ling Satang had been upset just now, marrying Yu Tingting now, he felt uplifted by the joyous occasion and seemed to forget all his illness. As for Ai Lan Chen, she had seen through the true colors of Jong Waru and her daughter. Now that Ling Satang had married Yu Tingting, it was a relief for her to settle this matter. Only her daughter was left. Lingu was not aware of what was on everyone's minds. At this moment, he only admired the intelligence of Qin Mingu, wondering if the iceberg woman had foreseen this ending. To find out, Lingu quietly called Qin Mingu, who was handling matters at the company. This ending turned out well. Qin Mingu was not surprised by the turn of events. Lingu couldn't help but ask, "Mingu, did you foresee all of this?" "Yes," Qin Mingu openly admitted. "After meeting Zhao Wuji, I researched many things about him and read some books he recommended. Recently, I've been studying his divination techniques." Lingu was astonished, never imagining that his wife would research his enemy. Zhao Wuji actually has many good qualities, but such a clever person met his end at the hands of an idiot like you. Perhaps it was fate. Qin Mingu refused to discuss what she had done. In fact, besides instructing Xia Shaodi to subtly work on Mrs. Zhang, she had gone to meet Ling Raku that day and detailed the plan to her. Qin Mingu had found that Yu Tingting was a kind and simple person, and if she saw how miserable Ling Satang had become, she would surely help him. This way, once the marriage was settled, she wouldn't easily reconsider and leave Ling Satang again. Qin Mingu realized that utilizing someone's personality to deduce and manipulate certain events wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. Had she evolved on her own? Or was Zhao Wuji previously overly mythologized? "Mingu, will you come to my cousin's wedding?" Lingu asked as the conversation flowed. "I was planning to go, but suddenly I have more important things to do." Qin Mingu sighed helplessly. Ling Shatang, being her stupid cousin, was getting married, and she definitely planned to attend. However, a sudden unexpected event occurred today. What happened? Lingu continued to inquire, not because he wanted to control his wife, but because he sensed something was off in Qin Mingyu's tone. Lan and I unexpectedly attended the news conference for the collaboration between the Qin and Liu families in the name of the Chiag Gang Group's research director, Qin Mingu exclaimed. "What?" Lingu was shocked. How could she do that? Who authorized her? No one did. Despite her controlled emotions, Qin Mingyu's voice was clearly filled with dissatisfaction, like a sky about to storm. "She's acting recklessly. Mingu, you must go and stop her." Lingu was very nervous. Yexiao had already informed him that the gunman involved in the shooting that night had been silenced by another killer before the police arrived at the scene. Based on all the events, it was highly likely that the whole incident was orchestrated by Liu Yejian himself to manipulate public opinion. "Well, if I can make it in time, I'll attend your cousin's wedding after dealing with her," Qin Mingu said before ending the call, feeling extremely complicated. Qin Lenny's reckless behavior made her angry, but what truly puzzled her were her emotions. She was unsure if she was manipulating Yu Tingting's feelings and wondered if Qin Lenny and Liu Yejian were manipulating her emotions as well. Were feelings always calculated? Perhaps so. The process of courtship and romance between men and women is essentially a form of emotional calculation, isn't it? Otherwise, where would all the love at first sight stories come from? Meanwhile, at the Yuncheng Kingyun Broadcasting Tower, dozens of journalists and business people had gathered. Xia Zhu was also there. She was not there on duty, but hadn't seen Lingu for quite a few days. Moreover, when she heard about the collaboration between Qin Liu and Yejian, she couldn't help but come and find out the latest gossip. Recently, there had been plenty of tabloid news about Liu Yejian and Qin Mingu in Yuncheng. Even someone like Xia Zhu, who didn't like entertainment gossip, came across that every day. Both of them were famous figures in the business world of Yuncheng, and such news naturally piqued the interest of many. causing a surge in media coverage as everyone competed to report on it. Xia Zhu hoped that the rumors of a romantic relationship between Qin Mingu and Leagan were false, induced by someone paying to stir up controversy. Although Lingu, that annoying guy, often agitated her, she knew his feelings for Qin Mingu ran deep. If Qin Mingu hurt him, he would be devastated, right? Wait. Xia Zhu shook her head. Both Lingu and Qin Mingu were annoying. Why should she sympathize with them? Huh? What was it to her? She should just enjoy the show. Oh, isn't that Susan? Xia Zhu walked out of the newsroom of the broadcasting tower and took a stroll in the front yard, but didn't find Lingu and Qin Mingu. Instead, she saw another person she disliked. Compared to Lingu and Qin Mingu, Xia Zhu genuinely despised Susan. Both hailing from prominent families in Dongcheng, Xia's and Susan's families had interacted frequently. Xia Zhu had conflicts with Susan from a young age, or rather, she truly looked down on a woman like Susan from the bottom of her heart. Vulgar, unreasonable, and immature. Therefore, upon seeing Susan, Xia Zhu had no intention of going over to greet her. Susan was currently talking with a socialite from Yuncheng, completely oblivious to Xia Zhu's presence. Qin Mingu is here. Someone suddenly exclaimed, and a terrifying scene unfolded. The journalists swarmed around Qin Mingu like bees, quickly surrounding her. Besides having 8 professional bodyguards by her side, Qin Mingu was also accompanied by Xia Shaodi and Qin Ruhan. However, even with such a formation, they couldn't hold back the aggressive media representatives. Miss Qin, are you secretly married to Mr. Lingu? How far has your relationship come? Miss Qin, is your boyfriend Liu Deshao or Lingu? Why were you all having dinner together that night? What kind of love triangle are you involved in? Miss Qin, there are rumors you have misandry. How come you're entangled with 2 men? Is your misandry a facade? And you actually like men? Do you have feelings for both men, or are there others involved? A series of unethical and baseless questions. Qin Mingu didn't want to answer any of them, even though she knew many media outlets had long forsaken ethical boundaries for the sake of profit and job security. However, she was disgusted by their behavior today. She just wanted to maintain silence and enter the newsroom, but from the crowd behind her, a familiar and brazen voice emerged. Qin Mingu, you shameless woman, I challenge you to a fight. Susan forcibly pushed through the crowd and charged towards Qin Mingu, intending to tear into her. Fortunately, Xia Shaodi quickly stood in front of Qin Mingu, and the bodyguards restrained Susan. Nevertheless, Susan stood with her hands on her hips, demanding arrogantly, you lowly minions, get out of my way. If anyone dares to stop me from dealing with this homewrecker, I won't spare them. Such a lofty attitude. Many present were highly displeased with Susan. Only the journalists eagerly snapped photos and recorded videos, hoping for a big confrontation between Susan and Qin Mingu. Qin Mingu, you green tea and white lotus flower. Think you're the only one with bodyguards? I have them too, and they're tougher than yours. Facing the revered iceberg female president of Yuncheng, Susan had no face at all, pointing at her and threatening loudly, behave yourself, I demand you promise in front of the media not to bother my beloved from now on, or I won't let you off. Qin Mingu, who had been ignoring the woman, finally smirked and coldly replied, Miss Su, if you're unwell, please see a doctor. Thank you. Such words instantly provoked Susan to the point of trembling with rage. She commanded her bodyguards, you, grab this woman in front of me. I want to slap her a few times. Let's see how audacious this homewrecker is. Yes, miss. Her entourage actually acted on her command. Qin Mingu furrowed her brows, while Qin Ruhan exclaimed in surprise, is this woman insane? Only Xia Shaodi knew best who Susan was and how powerful the Xia family's bodyguards were. To ensure Qin Mingu's safety, she quickly dialed the police. Chaos reigned at the scene. Many journalists risked harm but refused to leave the scene. Seeing that her bodyguards were about to be overwhelmed by Susan's, Qin Ruhan grew increasingly anxious. If only her brother-in-law were here, would these people dare to act so arrogantly? Hehe, you homewrecker. You may have escaped once before, but do you think you can escape forever? I will definitely teach you a lesson, you shameless homewrecker. Susan saw that Qin Mingu had left herself unoffended and immediately pounced like a madwoman, intending to humiliate her in public by tearing at her clothes and making her a spectacle. Qin Mingu is not someone to be taken lightly. With a slap, she tried to knock down Susan. However, Susan's judo skills were unexpectedly strong, and she almost managed to overpower Chen Mingu instead. Feeling underestimated, Chen Mingu realized she had been too careless. The last time Lingu had easily bullied Susan, but she was not Lingu. Luckily, just in time, a woman in police uniform pulled Susan away. Susan was surprised to see such strength in the woman. When she looked closely, she realized it was someone she knew. Zhu, what are you doing here? Even if someone had called the police, there was no reason for them to arrive so quickly. Susan, stop embarrassing us women of Dongcheng. Zhu pushed Susan, but did not push her down, giving the Su family some face. Chen Mingu was surprised that Zhu had helped her. Regardless of their past relationship, she still managed to thank her. Surprisingly, after hearing the thanks, Zhu felt her attitude towards Chen Mingu soften. The situation escalated further with Susan challenging Chen Mingu and Zhu getting involved. Just then, a commanding voice intervened, and a man, resembling a main character from a drama, emerged with a group of people. People made way for him as he approached. He was none other than the renowned and domineering CEO of Yun City, Liu Yajian. Liu Yajian's appearance shifted the dynamic even more, leading to a confrontation where Susan's true feelings were exposed. In the end, emotions ran high, revealing the power of love to turn someone into a fool. The story unfolded before them, leaving Chen Mingu speechless. After the dramatic confrontation, Liu Yajian asked Chen Mingu if she was alright, revealing a new twist in their complicated relationships. The power of public opinion played a significant role in shaping their interactions, causing Chen Mingu to navigate a delicate balance of emotions and perceptions. Mingu, I'm fine. Willow Leaf Soar had a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just gained the attention of the goddess he had been pursuing for years. This kind of demeanor was so impactful, even Liu Hedan would never be able to display it. Chen Mingu nodded, but before she could say a second word, a reporter rushed over with a microphone and excitedly asked, Miss Chen, are you here today to represent Jiagang Group Pan Liu Clan Group for collaboration? Chen Mingu had no time to answer before the next reporter's question came in. Miss Chen, I heard that your Qing and Liu families are planning to merge, forming a business team to enter the national commerce scene. Before the third reporter could ask a question, Willow Leaf Soar, disregarding his injured arm, forcefully protected the beauty and declared loudly, Everyone, please follow the order of the press conference. We will go inside and address each question one by one. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Langni clenched her fists in excitement, watching Willow Leaf Sword protect her older sister. This was the prince and princess in her eyes, but Qing Ruhan glared at her, muttering under her breath, as a younger sister, to help an outsider break apart your sister's marriage, that's not just dumb, it's despicable. HMPH, I can't be bothered to deal with you. You're not worthy. Chen Langni didn't pay any attention to Qin Ruhan, and just walked away with pride. If you can't win an argument, just run away, pretending to be a big bad wolf. TSK. Qin Ruhan didn't back down either. Since Chen Mingu was here, she prepared herself for interviews. In any case, she couldn't let Chen Langni represent Jiagang Group Pan cause chaos. If it were someone else, Chen Mingu would have already fired her, but Chen Langni was her younger sister after all. She couldn't do that, so she had to personally handle this mess. However, upon arriving at the scene, she realized that this mess was not as easy to clean up as she had imagined. Chen Langni was being used unknowingly, and Chen Mingu found herself caught in a whirlwind of public opinion, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. Zhu watched silently from behind. Even she could sense that Chen Mingu might have a hard time refusing Willow Leaf Sword today, and the probability of her choosing Lingu was increasing by the moment. Willow Ruoshui, who had been hiding in the crowd, smiled triumphantly and whispered to herself, even if my beloved King Xuan is no longer here, I will still break you and Lingu apart. Chen Mingu, you better be a good puppet. Willow Qianqi, who had been at the press conference, saw Chen Mingu walk in and immediately greeted her warmly. Mingu, welcome. We have discussed cooperation with Langni and have prepared a 3 billion RMB order as a gift. If you sign it, Jiagang Group will be yours. Wow, this gift is too generous, isn't it? The Willow family is full of sincerity. People at the scene were quick to react. Other business professionals present also knew that a 3 billion RMB order was not a small figure. Faced with such a temptation, Chen Mingu probably wouldn't be able to resist it. Qin Ruhan was nervous, silently praying that her sister would be able to withstand the temptation. On the other hand, Qin Langni was all smiles, her eyes full of anticipation. In this situation, anyone, except for a fool, would know that between Willow Leaf Sword and Lingu, who was the right man for her and the Qin family. As a businesswoman like her, she would definitely not make the wrong choice and would be thankful in the future. Nevertheless, Qin Mingu politely declined, stating, "Director Liu, we will develop the market for our own products on our own." What? This statement caused a gasp in the audience. Qin Langni's expression froze instantly. Was her older sister being foolish, refusing the money from the Willow family for free? Seeing her sister's expression, Qin Ruhan relaxed, secretly taking a picture of the scene, finding it amusing. They had lived together for so many years, and her sister still didn't understand her personality. Did her sister think she could be easily tempted and manipulated? Mingu, I hope you don't misinterpret our intentions. Willow Leaf Sword came up to Qin Mingu, speaking earnestly. We share a common goal. The Willow family truly hopes to build trust with the Qin family, to work together. If you doubt our sincerity, I can publicly promise here, in the future, the chairman will be from the Qin family, and you will be the CEO of the group. I and all members of the Willow family can assist you. If you don't need us, we will leave the company and go fishing as a group, never to interfere with management. Wow. With those words, everyone at the scene was shocked. How was this any different from giving the Willow family's business to Qin Mingu for free? Was it true? Love really is powerful. The powerful businessman from Yunchan has become a fool in love. Many people sighed in amazement. Even an idle drama wouldn't dare to script such a plot twist, yet it happened in real life. Elder sister, agree to Senior Willow. Qin Langni was moved to tears, seeing how sincere Senior Willow was. Was her elder sister so stubborn? Agree to him. Agree to him. D together. D together. Leading the chant, Qin Langni's actions turned the business press conference into a proposal scene. Willow Qianchu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In this situation, there was no way Qin Mingu could refuse. However, Qin Mingu remained expressionless, shaking her head firmly. No, this wouldn't be fair to the Willow family. I cannot accept it. Let's discuss collaboration slowly. In this situation, she could only play for time. Just as Willow Qianchi had expected, she was being held hostage by public opinion and morality, making it impossible for her to refuse. Even if she wanted to stay indifferent, she couldn't go against the entire city's opinion. She wasn't like Ling Raku, who could completely ignore what others said. She understood the importance of personal reputation and family honor for a business person. She also knew that the Willow family had set a trap for her. She wasn't as naive as Qin Langni, who believed that becoming the chairman and CEO meant the group belonged to her. Even if Willow Leaf Sword agreed, would his father and mother agree? Would the rest of the Willow family agree? Would the shareholders and other executives of the Willow family agree? They wouldn't. So in the end, what Willow Leaf Sword said was just empty words. If she agreed to cooperate, now, even sign an agreement, it would be hard to turn back in the future. This was a sweet trap. Or rather, a premeditated kidnapping. But even in the face of such a trap, Qin Mingu was a woman with her own thoughts and courage. Even if she went against the entire city, she needed to refuse. Director Willow, I understand your intentions, but before she could finish her sentence, Qin Langni finally couldn't contain herself and loudly said, Elder sister, that man, Lingu, not to mention his abilities, he goes to nightclubs behind your back, not loyal to you. Why do you keep him around? Are you being foolish? Langni, shut your mouth. Qin Mingu glared angrily at her younger sister. As they say, don't air your dirty laundry in public. Wasn't she pushing herself, Lingu, and the Qin family into controversy? What did they know about the truth? Elder sister, if you won't let me speak, then I won't. But you should listen to the voices in the room. Don't be so stubborn, okay? Qin Langni stood her ground, not speaking directly, but indirectly getting her point across. Qin Mingu's face grew colder and colder, like a large iceberg. She was so angry that she even clenched her fists. Langni, I won't allow you to make things difficult for Mingu. Please be quiet. Just as Zia Shouty and Qin Ruhan didn't know what Qin Mingu would do next, a man's angry shout suddenly rang out. Zia Zhu was also surprised. At this critical moment, was he coming to help Qin Mingu out of this situation? All eyes turned towards him, and Li Yejian suddenly clutched his arm, lips pale, in a painful expression. I respect Mingu's decision. Before he could finish speaking, The young master suddenly staggered weakly and fell to the ground. General Liu. Young master. Senior brother. Everyone surrounded Liu Yajian, spinning around in panic, creating chaos on the scene. Mingu seemed isolated, her expression extremely distressed and complicated. She didn't know if Liu Yajian's injury was real or fake, but right now, she felt like she was on a high platform. The ladder kicked away, unable to come down. Sister. Langni emotionally yelled, tears brimming in her eyes. Look, at a critical moment, senior brother stepped forward to shield you from the danger. He can even risk everything to protect the Su family heiress for you. Can Lingu do that? Can Lingu help the Qing family join the business association, or secure a 3 billion order for the Qing family? No. In every aspect, that man can't compare to senior brother Liu. Stop being so blind. Each word pierced Mingyu's heart. Ruhan was also surprised to find that when Langni was emotional, she could speak without using foreign languages. Was it all an act? Mingu forced herself to maintain composure, ignoring Langni, but she had to care for Liu Yajian in this situation, because everyone knew that Liu Yajian was injured while trying to protect her. General Liu, pull yourself together. Should we go to the hospital? Mingu, I'm fine. Liu Yajian weakly opened his eyes again, tightly grasping Mingyu's hand. With a dazed smile. Promise me. Okay. Mingu was completely stunned. She felt like a puppet bound by strings, unable to move even a bit, her actions completely controlled by others. Liu Yajian truly lived up to his reputation as a genius acknowledged in the Yun City business scene. His subtle methods made it difficult for her to respond. Zia Zhu, shaking her head repeatedly beside them, feeling a sense of injustice. It seemed like Lingu was being cornered by Liu's surname in this situation. Let go of my wife. Just as Mingu was about to break out and confront the Liu family at all costs, standing on the opposite side of the public opinion at Yun City, a loud voice suddenly resounded, like a thunderbolt, like a cold wine, causing a shiver throughout the audience. Lingu, brother-in-law, Zia Zhu, Ruhan, Zia Shaodi all exclaimed the name of this man. Mingyu's starry eyes shimmered slightly, seeing Lingu now with a touch of brilliance and thunder in her eyes. This man was angry. I said, let go of my wife. Lingu strode over to Liu Yajian, and everyone instinctively made way as he advanced. Lingu stared coldly at him, his eyes flashing like dark lightning. No man could tolerate another man holding his wife's hand in public, and he was no exception. But Liu Yajian didn't let go. On what grounds did he have to yield to Lingu? He also loved Mingu. Nearly everyone present supported him being with Mingu, and the public opinion at Yun City was in favor of them as a couple. What was he afraid of? He had nothing to fear. So, he would not let go. Once he did, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Wasn't getting shot pointless? You're asking for trouble. Lingyu's eyes widened suddenly, and he slapped Liu Yajian again, sending him flying. Young master. General Liu. Damn. This man must not be let off the hook. The scene immediately erupted into angry shouts. Today, this was the Liu family's event. Someone dared to lay hands on General Liu, and General Liu was an injured party. This was too audacious. Someone. Quickly subdue him. The one who hit someone must pay the price. Langni quickly stood by General Liu and gave orders loudly. Many people in the audience were itching to act, but facing Lingyu's imposing manner, no one dared to move a hand. Lingu simply held Mingyu's hand lightly, expressionless. The woman in his hand was his wife. They had a legal marriage certificate, and they were husband and wife. What was wrong with him attacking a man who had ill intentions toward his wife? Mingyu's palm was slightly sweaty. She was truly afraid that Lingu would resort to violence, which would only further demonize him in the media. Surround the area. Don't let this villain escape. He must be brought to justice. Zhao Wei suddenly appeared, instructing the Liu family's bodyguards to encircle the scene. She had long wanted to avenge her son, and with this man coming to their doorstep, and even laying hands on her eldest son, she had a legitimate reason to take action. You're so stupid. How could you do this? Don't you understand the consequences of your actions? Mingu finally couldn't hold back and whispered softly to Lingu. Lingu smiled calmly. For you, I'm willing to be the enemy of the world. You're beautiful and kind. You can't be the bad person, so let me become the demon and shield you from all storms. He knew that the delicate burden on Mingyu's shoulders carried the weight of the entire Qin family, the entire Chiagang group. The big picture was important. There were things she couldn't do, words she couldn't say, but he could do them. He could say them. He was Mingu's husband. Since everyone already looked down on him and demonized him, then he might as well be the big demon like his sister. Stop. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Ziazu's loud voice rang out as she stepped forward to stand between Lingu and Mingu, speaking coldly. Fighting in public. Are you all looking to be taken back to the police station? You. Langni was infuriated by Ziazu's words, retorting angrily. Did you not see Lingu hit someone just now? This is favoritism. You are not competent. Don't show off with foreign languages in front of this officer. Get lost and play elsewhere. Ziazu's fiery temper didn't give Langni any face, directly scolding her. Lingu hit someone. I will take him in for questioning, but that's not a reason for all of you to start a fight. Understand? Her words made many people on the scene angry but hesitant to act. Lingu also realized for the first time that Ziazu's identity could be quite effective at times. However, he still spoke loudly. Since there are so many media reporters present, and I'm here, let me say a few words before leaving. Upon hearing this, the surrounding reporters immediately aimed their cameras at him. They weren't after fairness and justice, they wanted heat and traffic. With only Mingu and Liu Yejian's side of the love triangle previously revealed, adding Lingu into the mix now for a statement was crucial for them to obtain exclusive news. Firstly, my name is Lingu, and Mingu is my wife. We got married 6 months ago with legal documents. Lingu's words immediately caused a commotion. Although many people knew or suspected it, this was the first time their main characters officially announced it. Ziazu, who stood in front of them, couldn't help but pout, feeling strange and a bit uncomfortable. As for what exactly this feeling was and why it happened, she couldn't understand it herself. Mingu's body also trembled slightly, never expecting that Lingu would publicly announce their relationship in this situation. In the past, she would have certainly disapproved and would never have let him off so easily. But now, she didn't feel that way at all and even allowed this man to continue speaking. The second matter, Lingu paused intentionally and looked towards Liu Yejian. Liu Yejian subconsciously felt a bit flustered, his blooded teeth lightly biting down. In the past in Yun City, he was very confident facing anyone, but ever since getting to know Lingu, he felt awkward when facing this man, feeling at a loss at every turn. The location of the shooting incident was the property of the Liu family. Secondly, the gunman was very unprofessional, firing one shot and not firing a second shot. Furthermore, we went to eat there that night, which was arranged late the previous night. Besides us actively informing the killer, who else could have informed them in advance? Lingu's 3 doubts made many people gasp. Could it be that someone hired a hitman to stage this? Ziazu immediately stared at Liu Yejian with a smirk. Lingu had helped her a lot. She could dislike him in private, but now she had to assist Lingu. Liu Yejian was not like those incompetent people in the Liu River Pond. He remained calm, showing no change in expression. Then I don't know. Please investigate thoroughly. Officer Zia. Lingu continued to put pressure on Liu Yejian. Afterwards, he said to Qin Mingu, I found out in 2 days that Taiwan military industry wants to purchase 50 billion worth of power source products, and has placed a 50 billion initial order with a company in Yun City. I've contacted this company, and they are interested in cooperating with our Chiagang group. What? 50 billion order. Many present were shocked by this figure. However, upon hearing it was Taiwan military industry, well, then no problem. No problem. Liu Qianqi and Liu Yejian exchanged a glance, unable to hide their shock and panic, even suspicion. Lingu, you did well. Qin Mingu, who had been silent all along, finally breathed a sigh of relief and praised Lingu with a smile. As a member of the Chiagang Group's business department, this is what I should do. Lingu said calmly. The harmony between the couple, in the eyes of others, wasn't it just a flamboyant display of affection, showing off their love in front of so many media reporters? Acting all lovey-dovey. It was so inappropriate. Liu Yejian suddenly felt like a clown. His originally 3 billion order was for weapons, but now it had become a joke. This can't be true. I don't believe it. Qin Luoni's stance remained unchanged. In her fixed mindset, her senior brother was a genius, both in looks and talent, embodying the male lead in an idol drama, while Lingu was just an average person, albeit capable. How could he be more powerful than her senior brother? It's not logical. Then you'll know whether it's true or not soon. Lingu didn't want to waste words with her and directly said to Qin Mingu, since our new product has such a broad market, There's no need to involve the Liu family. Shh. Mingu quickly covered his mouth with one finger, not letting him continue. Lingu could make enemies with the whole world, but she had many responsibilities and thousands of employees looking up to her. She couldn't afford to make a mistake in front of the reporters. After calling Lingu to a stop, she turned to Liu Qianqi. Director Liu, I'm sorry, if the two families want to collaborate, further communication may be needed. I cannot give an answer right now. If you still want to proceed, you can contact me for a detailed discussion. After all, other members of Chia Gang Group do not have this authorization. Soft on the surface, with a hint of firmness, it was also a warning to Qin Luoni. Although she was her little sister, she was too self-righteous. Liu Qianqi was no fool. He understood Qin Mingyu's intentions. Today, their Liu family was defeated, becoming the laughingstock of Yun City. No one had anticipated that Lingu would secure a 50 billion order for the Chia Gang Group, catching them off guard. Nonetheless, he smiled and said to Qin Mingu, Mingu, the Liu family's desire to collaborate with the Qin family will never change. Jian, I apologize to you and Mr. Ling for causing trouble. The emotions of young people are easily uncontrollable. As an elder, I can't control it either. A sly old fox is still a sly old fox. Qin Luoni didn't think it was shameful to interfere in someone else's marriage, but she knew she had to polish her son's behavior and create an image of devoted love. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, Li Yejian would not only become a laughingstock in love matters, but would also be labeled negatively. Then, I'll take my leave. Qin Mingu turned and left, regaining her former Queen of Yun City demeanor. With Lingu by her side, she was at ease. She didn't need to worry about anyone trying to harm her again. The recent incidents had made her realize that even with wealth, one must have a skilled protector by their side. Otherwise, you might still end up being humiliated. No wonder many big families and bosses were keen on the peak martial arts competition. Were they all trying to recruit skilled fighters for their families? Hey, Lingu, you're just going to leave. Lingu and Qin Mingu, along with others, walked outside, when Ziazu's voice came from behind. I'm not leaving. Do you want me to invite you for dinner? Lingu retorted. HMPH, I want to invite you back to the station for a chat. You just assaulted someone in public. Come back with me, Ziazu said assertively. Given her statement, Lingu had no choice. Well, Lingu, you go with her. I'll go to my cousin's wedding for you. Hurry back if you want to make it. Qin Mingu, despite being very busy, was still very organized and rational in her actions. Although she didn't like Ziazu, she couldn't deny that the policewoman had helped her and Lingu twice today. Without Ziazu's timely intervention, she might have really been publicly assaulted by Susan. Alright then. Lingu shrugged and walked away, as it would have been considered resisting arrest if he didn't go with her. Ziazu was bringing him back, not to question him, but to have a conversation with the man and learn some internal strength techniques from him. Yizi had reminded her several times to seize the opportunity. She would be silly not to make use of this. On the other side, the wedding procession of Ling Shatang had brought Yue Tingting to the wedding reception venue at Yun's hotel. As Yue Tingting's mother, after being brought to the venue, she was completely bewildered. Didn't she hear that her daughter was just attending a wedding? How did she suddenly become the bride? Did her daughter time travel, or did she herself? No, I absolutely disagree with this marriage. Molly suddenly burst into the dressing room and found the bride, Yue Tingting, who was still getting ready, and said firmly that Ling Shatang is old and ugly, and now he's paralyzed. You are my only daughter. How could I let you marry such a man? After divorcing her husband, she had relied on her daughter, hoping to soar with a prospective son-in-law, but the gap between Ling Shatang and her ideal son-in-law was like heaven and earth. Mom, I won't change my mind about this matter. Yue Tingting only pursed her lips and said, I can feel that Ling Shatang genuinely likes me. He may be a bit dumb, a bit ugly, and has many flaws, but I believe he will be good to me in the future, and that's enough. But you are my daughter. How can I not know you? Molly became emotional for a moment and said on the spot, you just want to become Lingu's sister-in-law, right? This. Yue Tingting's face flushed red like fire. There were other people present in the dressing room. How could her mother say such a thing out loud? Ling Raku also entered the dressing room and happened to overhear Molly's words, hurriedly wanting to help Yue Tingting out. Tingting's mom, don't worry. I treat Tingting like a little sister. When she marries into my Ling family, We will definitely take good care of her. How will you take care of her? Your cousin is paralyzed. What can you do to take care of my daughter? Molly heard her words and became more emotional. It's not that she doesn't believe Ling Raku's words, but some people are just like that. The more you say good things to them, the more stubborn they become. Molly belongs to this kind of person. Ling Raku didn't know how to respond, when suddenly, Era shouts outside the dressing room door. Director Chin. Director Chin. Hello. Chin Mingu has arrived. The staff of the Cloud Respect Hotel greeted the boss one after another, and their momentum and grandeur were truly impressive. Ling Raku didn't close the dressing room door, and Molly happened to see this scene, feeling a bit surprised. She watched as Chin Mingu entered with a group of subordinates, naturally feeling a sense of awe towards someone of higher status. This beauty clearly stands at the top of the pyramid, exuding an air of superiority towards others. Mingu, Ruhan, you're finally here? Ling Raku warmly welcomed Chin Mingu and Chin Ruhan upon seeing them. Chin Mingu nodded slightly and then looked at Molly, asking, "Who is this?" Ling Raku quickly explained to her, "She is Tingting's mother, and we specially sent someone to bring her over to attend the wedding." While Tingting was still getting ready, she quickly stood up and nervously said to Chin Mingu, "Miss Chin, my mom spoke out of turn earlier. Please don't mind her." She didn't care if Chin Mingu heard or not, but she felt guilty. After all, Lingu is Chin Mingu's husband. What if she misunderstands her intentions towards Lingu? Chin Mingu didn't continue talking to Molly, but instead asked Ling Raku, "Since my cousin decided to marry Tingting last minute, the betrothal gifts probably haven't been given yet, right?" Ling Raku answered, "Tingting's mother just arrived, and I was just getting them ready. Let me handle it." Chin Mingu gestured to Zia Shouty and said, "Prepare a card with 1.88 million. "Yes, Director Chin." Zia Shouty nodded. 1.88 million. Molly was shocked. She couldn't believe that her daughter, who worked as a kindergarten teacher, could receive over $1 million as betrothal gifts. Tingting's mom, if you think it's too little, we can negotiate the price. "I'll handle it for my cousin," Chin Mingu said to her. Ling Satang was paralyzed because he took the fall for her. No matter how much it costs, she will make sure her cousin marries the bride he wants. No. That's enough. Molly was flustered and excited, but deep down, she was still a commoner at heart. She whispered, "Apart from the betrothal gifts, what about the wedding house and car? Mom, why are you so greedy?" Tingting immediately stopped her and hurriedly apologized to Chin Mingu. "Director Chin, I'm really sorry. Please ignore what my mom said." Molly couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her daughter was too honest. Chin Mingu looked at the mother and daughter and smiled slightly. "The wedding house has been purchased, a duplex near the river with a market value of about 3 million. As for the wedding car, Ruhan, could you please take Tingting's mom to the garage and let her choose any new car as the wedding car? Since she had so many cars sitting in the garage unused, it would be convenient to let them go." "All right, sister." Chin Ruhan also thought it was time to give away some of her sister's cars, since they were just accumulating dust. Molly felt happiness come to suddenly. She was completely unprepared for this. With everything happening, was she marrying her daughter off to strike it rich? "Mom, do you want the wedding car in cash too?" Chin Mingu saw that she couldn't complete a sentence and continued asking. Hey, either way works. Either way works. Molly was too happy. Her smile froze on her face. "Mom, Tingting wanted to persuade her mother. She married Ling Satang for 3 reasons: out of sympathy, because of Lingu, and because she couldn't stand the way the Jong family behaved. But now her mother was making it seem like money was the main focus. Was her family really after money too? Didn't that make them no different from the Jong family? "Mom, just be quiet and be a beautiful bride." Molly quickly pushed her daughter back to the dressing table. "Who complains about having too much money? If you have the time, you can go pick it out." Chin Mingu still felt it was convenient to give away cars, considering it was just sitting in storage. Hey. Thank you, Director Chin." Molly smiled so much her teeth disappeared. Truly overjoyed. Ling Raku couldn't have been more satisfied. Seeing her mother like this, Tingting felt extremely embarrassed. She had been so resistant to the idea of getting married, but now she seemed happy about it. In 2 words, just money. The wedding proceeded smoothly. Since Tingting was Molly's classmate, some of her former classmates also attended the wedding. Word quickly spread among their circle of friends, and everyone knew that Yu Tingting had married a relative of the Qin family. With the betrothal gifts, wedding house, wedding car, and diamond ring adding up to nearly 10 million. Many people were envious. Jong Milan was still at her cousin's house, discussing the day's events. "Cousin, everyone is happy now. Your family has received a betrothal gift of 500,000 without marrying that useless cripple. How great!" Despite her words, Jong Waru still felt uneasy. Her goal was never a mere 500,000 betrothal gift. She was sure Ling Satang was disabled and that he would do anything to marry her for money. Little did she expect that man wouldn't do as she thought, and even worse, Yu Tingting turned around and married him. Jong Waru couldn't wrap her head around it. What did Yu Tingting see in Ling Satang? Her family didn't even have betrothal gifts. Was it just for a house? Foolish. In the midst of these thoughts, Jong Waru suddenly noticed that Jong Milan, who was scrolling through her social media, froze and seemed increasingly distressed. "Milan, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing." Jong Milan quickly tried to hide her phone, but Jong Waru grabbed her hand, snatched the phone, and saw something that shocked her. Ah! For a while, Jong Waru let out a heart-wrenching scream, saying desperately, "No, this can't be true. Absolutely not true. Waru, what's wrong?" Hearing her sister's screams, Jong Waru's parents rushed over to ask, "Mom, Dad, you ruined me. You ruined me." Jong Waru threw the phone to her mother and hysterically screamed, "No, this isn't true. This isn't true." Her parents were confused at first, but as they looked at the phone, their faces turned pale, lips trembling, mirroring Jong Waru's shock. They had just thought Yu Tingting was naive to marry for a diamond ring, but now they realized that she had instantly made nearly 10 million. They finally saw that they were the ones who were foolish. If they hadn't raised the price, aiming for an extra 1 million, all of this could have been theirs. What a mess. Taking sesame seeds and losing watermelon, and even the 500,000 they got made them uneasy, fearing they would be sued and have to return it. The wedding continued. Because Lingu had not arrived to pick her up, Mingu was still at the Cloud Emperor Hotel as a heavyweight guest at the wedding banquet. Jong Waru is here. Should we let her in? Summer Shouty suddenly received a message from the hotel's general manager and quickly reported to Mingu. Knowing why the woman had rushed over, Mingu was certain that she still wanted to cause trouble. Although she really wanted to see Jong Waru frustrated and annoyed, she didn't want her to disrupt the wedding, so she shook her head directly. Understood. Summer Shouty quickly gave orders. Outside the hotel, Jong Waru was shouting, "Let me in. I am the bride here today. I am Ling Shidan's wife." But no matter how much she shouted, the hotel security guard remained unmoved. Behind her, Jong Waru's mother and Jong Milan sighed one after another. Who would have expected things to turn out like this? It was all due to one's own actions. Jong Waru was impulsive for a moment and wanted to barge in directly, but was mercilessly pushed down by the guard, skin torn. Are you okay? Get away. Don't touch me." Jong Waru forcefully pushed away her mother and Jong Milan, pointing at them while scolding through tears. "It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you insisting on a high price and demanding 1 million, Ling Satang had no reason not to marry me. It's your greed that ruined me." Jong Milan pursed her lips, but remained silent. Jong Waru's mother also felt bitter. She thought it was the busybodies around her that had caused this. She regretted listening to their instigation, never expecting it would turn out like this. If there was a pill for regret in the world, she buy tons and swallow them all, to death's door and back. On the other side, Liu Jian's mood was definitely far better than that of the Jong family. The press conference concluded, but he didn't go home. Instead, he went straight back to the company. He had a woman waiting to see him. "Li, you're back. Miss Zhao is in your office." Yang Yingying was Liu Jian's personal female assistant and also one of his admirers. But at this moment, seeing Li like this, she felt shocked. She had never seen the domineering CEO look so disheveled and exhausted. It seemed that everything that happened at the press conference was true. Did Li really fail to win over another man's woman? Liu Jian paid no attention to Yang Yingying, instead walking straight into his office, only to find Zhao Wenjun sitting at his desk, with Su Yinghu standing behind her. His office was filled with black-clad bodyguards, all under Zhao Wenjun. The scene was extravagant, shocking. "Miss Zhao, how can you sit at Mr. Li's desk? This is..." "Man, slap her. Before Yang Yingying could finish her sentence, Su Yinghu immediately ordered, yes. A bodyguard came forward and viciously slapped Yang Yingying on the face. Yang Yingying's fair face swelled up like a steamed bun. She looked helplessly at Liu Jian, hoping he would stand up for her. Little did she know that Liu Jian didn't even look at her. He was smiling at Zhao Wenjun. Miss Zhao, what can I do for you? Stop. Su Yinghu coldly called out, her eyes proud and icy. A disloyal dog like you, who dares to approach my lady? Liu Jian's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly restored his smile. However, even Yang Yingying could see how embarrassed the CEO's smile was. She had never seen Liu Jian so humbled before. Liu Jian, you are quite bold. Zhao Wenjun finally spoke, her beautifully crafted egg-shaped face exuding a terrifying aura. Miss Zhao, I don't understand what you mean. Liu Jian continued to smile, but there were beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhao Wenjun didn't bother to engage further, saying, through the cooperation between the Jia and Li families, our annual revenue exceeds 8 billion, with profits exceeding 1 billion. If the Jia family were to withdraw and terminate the partnership, what consequences would there be for your Li family? Miss Zhao, have we not been cooperating happily all this time? Why are you saying, shut up? Before he could finish, Su Yinghu coldly interjected. Liu Jian dared not speak further. At that moment, Yang Yingying was deeply shaken. In her eyes, Zhao Wenjun was a queen. Only a queen could turn the domineering CEO into a mere mortal. This humble. Our cooperation has indeed been pleasant, but you have made me very unhappy. Zhao Wenjun continued. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Are you trying to join forces with our enemies against the Zhao family? Are you trying to get rid of us as? Your self-directed melodrama didn't even win Qin Mingyu's favor. How pathetic. As she listened to this scathing critique, Liu Jian, no matter how noble, looked incredibly grim. He couldn't say a word. Zhao Wenjun continued. If we were to immediately terminate our partnership with the Li family, we might suffer some losses, but for the Zhao family, it would be a drop in the ocean. But for your Li family, it could be a disaster. Liu Jian finally forced a bitter smile. He knew that Zhao Wenjun's words were not exaggerated. If the Zhao family really ended cooperation with the Li family might not collapse immediately, but it would definitely face severe repercussions. Moreover, the Li family relied on the Zhao family's business, and if the Zhao family used their influence to press down on the Li family would eventually be on the path to destruction. After all, the Li family was not the Qin family. They didn't have a heart of the sun, nor did they have independent and unique commercial autonomy. Miss Zhao, there's no need to do this, really. The Li family has always been a loyal partner of the Zhao family. A partner? Zhao Wenjun immediately interrupted. Did Mr. Li get the wrong idea? You're just a dog the Zhao family has kept in Cloud City. Liu Jian's face grew increasingly unpleasant. He knew it was the truth, but hearing it directly from Zhao Wenjun was still very grating. He had never heard such words from Zhao Wuji before. Kneel. Zhao Wenjun suddenly commanded, not intentionally proud in her expression, but had reached a point of extreme arrogance. This. Yang Yingying could hardly believe what she was hearing. In her eyes, Liu Jian was the high and mighty prince of Cloud City. But to her astonishment, Liu Jian actually got down on both knees. With the motion being too sudden, the wound on his left arm reopened, blood visible and alarming. This scene left Yang Yingying completely dumbfounded, as if she was witnessing the collapse of Mount Tai in front of her. No, it was the collapse of her entire world. Liu Jian had no choice. He really had no choice. This partnership with the Qin family was a big gamble. If he won, the Li family could use the Qin family to break free from the Zhao family's control and dominate Cloud City, creating a new order. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. In the Zhao family's commercial domain, he failed to seize the lifeline offered by the Qin family to escape. Now, he could only let the waves dictate his fate. He knew very well he was now a disloyal dog, so he took the initiative and said, Please, Miss Zhao, give me a chance to make amends. Zhao Wenjun stared at him, until Liu Jian felt a tingling sensation, and then the captivating sick queen suddenly smiled. Since you are so sincerely apologetic, I will give you a chance. How does that sound? If you obediently do as I say, I might even help you win back your beauty. Liu Jian was secretly shocked, not knowing what tricks this woman would play next. He was one of the few who knew that Zhao Wenjun's strategy and tactics were on par with Zhao Wuji's. 2 days later, Lingu drove to work with his wife as usual. They talked about work as they drove. It was destined that the cooperation with the Liu family would not proceed. In order to increase their reputation and influence, Chen Mingu planned to sign up for the Southern Peak competition. Today happened to be the deadline for registration. 30 years ago, Master Bai won the championship for the Qin family. Although the current competition rules are completely different from before, Master Bai, as a martial arts master in Southern Peak, is recognized by many forces and families. If Master Bai can still fight for the Qin family, then our Qin family will definitely be one of the favorites to win. We will definitely attract attention from all sides. Chen Mingu tirelessly talked to Lingu about some anecdotes of the Qin family and the martial arts peak competition. It was clear that she was determined. Grandfather was right. With the Qin family in her hands, if she, being so young, did not strive for further success, what would be the difference between her and a salted fish? Only by entering the National Chamber of Commerce and becoming a game maker in the business world could the Qin family step out of the Cloud City and expand their influence. As a city in the Southern Peak, to join the National Chamber of Commerce, the way to apply is through the Southern Chamber of Commerce. To join the Southern Chamber of Commerce, they must receive support from all sectors of Southern Peak. At least more than half of the members of the Southern Chamber of Commerce must support them for it to be possible. The influence of the Qin family in Southern Peak is limited to the surroundings of the Cloud City. Although they have some influence in the East City, the current situation is far from enough to allow the Qin family to join the Chamber of Commerce unless both the president and vice president of the Southern Peak Chamber of Commerce, the Su family and the Xia family, support them. Lingu, come to my office later to continue our discussion. When they arrived at the Chang'an group, the couple had not finished discussing their official matters. Chen Mingu said directly, "All right." Lingu nodded with a slight smile. At home, he and Chen Mingu were equals, but at work, Chen Mingu was his superior. If the CEO summoned the Deputy Minister of Commerce, then he definitely had to go. The couple continued their discussion in the CEO's office. After discussing about joining the Chamber of Commerce, Lingu also had to report to his superior about the matters of anti-military industry. While the couple were talking, Xia Shaodi knocked on the door and walked in, interrupting their conversation. Chen Mingu looked at the time and realized it was already 10 a.m. She had asked Lin Fan to report to her at this time. "Let him in." "All right, Mr. Chen." After Xia Shaodi left, Lin Fan immediately entered the office. Seeing Lingu there, he was slightly stunned. "Report on the recent work directly." Although Chen Mingyu's tone was strong, it lacked the usual coldness. After all, Lin Fan was not only appointed by her as a supervisor, but also a close friend of her husband. "Yes, Mr. Chen." Lin Fan promptly began his report looking proper. Besides Chen Longning from the R&D department providing data for the Willow Leaf Sword, there was also an issue with a manager from the finance department. Lin Fan confirmed that there were no moles in other departments, at least none that he had discovered. Chen Mingu, being an efficient decision-maker, was accustomed to handling other matters while listening to subordinates' reports. After Lin Fan finished his report, she did not respond immediately. Lin Fan did not dare to disturb her and could only exchange eye contact with Lingu for a while. Just when Lin Fan worried that Chen Mingu did not actually listen to his report and he would have to repeat it later, Chen Mingu directly called out, "Shaodi." Xia Shaodi walked in from outside and asked, "Mr. Ching, what are your orders?" "Find an excuse and dismiss the finance department manager." "All right." Xia Shaodi made an okay gesture. Since the Lan family father and son were removed from the board of directors, and the mysterious second major shareholder was absent for a long time, everything Chen Mingu said in the Chang'an group was final. Even if Xia Shaodi said that the finance manager stepped into the company first with their left foe and did not fit the company's philosophy, it would not be a problem to dismiss him completely. Hearing their conversation, Lin Fan felt a slight shiver. He realized he had so much power now. Just by making a simple report, he could get rid of a key department manager. He felt a sense of being valued. He now felt a surge of excitement in supporting Chen Mingu. "By the way, Mr. Chen, Miss Sen has been waiting outside for a while." Chen Mingu looked at the time and realized it was already 10 a.m. She had asked Lin Fan to report at this time. "Let her in." "All right, Mr. Chen." After Xia Shaodi left, Qin Ruhan walked in cheerfully. "Hello, Miss Sen." Lin Feng greeted her. "Hey." "Hello to you too." Qin Ruhan casually greeted him. She had been waiting outside and overheard a bit of their conversation. She felt that her sister valued Lin Fen quite a bit, which surprised her. Even after she entered, Qin Mingyu did not ask Lin Fen to leave but instead said, "Ruhan, the business department has successfully negotiated a 50 billion project with Taiwan military industry. The initial order has also been received. You will be in charge of this project from now on." How? Really? Qin Ruhan was ecstatic. Her sister was entrusting her with a crucial task. "Yes, this project is very critical. You must do your best and report to me every day." Understood. Qin Mingyu's expression was serious. She knew that Qin Ruhan's work experience was still limited, and handling such a large project might be challenging for her. However, because the project was so significant, she could only appoint her most trusted person to be in charge. "All right, sister, I will definitely do my best," Qin Ruhan promised confidently. Surprisingly, although Zido had a height of only 1.6 meters, she was quite developed in that area. Lin Fen stood beside her as she tapped her chest. He saw her trembling, which made his heart beat faster. Honestly, in Lin Fan's eyes, the most beautiful person in the Chang'an group was Qin Mingyu. However, this Miss San, in the eyes of an ordinary man like Lin Fan, was like a fairy tale princess, more down to earth. Just then, Qin Mingyu continued, "By the way, as you handle this project, you will need to build a team. Take Lin Fan with you." "Ha. This." Lin Fan was shocked. He was thinking about Qin Ruhan, but he never expected that he would be working with her the next moment. Qin Mingyu glanced at him and said, indifferently, "Your secret identity is a supervisor at the Chang'an group, but you also need a visible identity. Having Ruhan take you along won't make others suspicious." After all, she had just fired a manager, and it was natural for people to speculate. Lin Fan's identity needed a clear definition. Also, Lin Fan had previously guarded her with Ling Yitong, so she trusted this employee. "Yes." Lin Fan quickly agreed. Excited, he respectfully said to Qin Ruhan, "I look forward to working with you, Miss San. Hey, feel at ease. I will take good care of you." Qin Ruhan was an open-minded woman and patted Lin Fan's shoulder intimately. Lin Fan's heart beat faster, and he tried hard to restrain himself, warning himself not to blush or show his feelings, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. "Lin Fan, you go out first." "Yes, General Qin." After Lin Fan nodded, he left. The third miss was too enthusiastic and lively. He was afraid he couldn't handle this beautiful young lady if he walked slowly. "Brother-in-law, what kind of person is Lin Fan?" After Lin Fan left, Qin Ruhan curiously asked, as he was his brother-in-law's close friend. Lingu pondered for a moment and immediately said, "Lin Fan is a bit introverted, but he is absolutely honest. It's pleasant to be friends with him. Very trustworthy. He is the type who would go to great lengths for his friends." Hearing his brother-in-law's evaluation of Lin Fan, Qin Ruhan also had a good impression of him. She felt she needed to cultivate this subordinate well. After all, as a manager, who wouldn't cultivate some trusted aides? Moreover, in the future, if she were to compete with Qin Langyi in the company, she really needed more help. Unexpectedly, as she was still thinking, Qin Mingyu's office door was knocked. Moments later, ignoring Zia Shoudi's attempts to stop her, Qin Langyi burst in, looking fierce. "Langyi, do you have something to discuss?" Qin Mingyu looked at her sister with a cold and displeased expression. She hated it when people barged into her office. "Elder sister, I'm sorry, but Shoudi was blocking me, so I had to come in." Qin Langyi still spoke respectfully to Qin Mingyu, but then she pointed at Qin Ruhan and said loudly, "Elder sister, why did you entrust a 50 billion project to this woman? Does she have the capability?" "She doesn't." "Qin Langyi, you don't look down on people." Qin Ruhan was instantly furious, refusing to back down. "I don't have the ability. Do you have it then? You, the traitor, have no right to criticize me." Qin Langyi also got emotional, pushing Qin Ruhan. She felt that her elder sister and Lingu should be together, while Qin Ruhan was obstructing her sister from making the right decision. Seeing this, Lingu hurried over to stop them, but unexpectedly, Lin Fan, who had just left, heard the commotion and rushed back, opening his arms to protect Qin Ruhan. He spoke loudly, "Fourth miss, this is a civilized society. Please don't resort to violence. Who do you think you are? Why should you interfere in Qin family matters?" "Shut up, Langyi." Chin Mingu finally couldn't bear it anymore and rebuked, "I am the decision-maker of Chiagang Group. I've assigned this project to Ruhan. If she fails, you can criticize her, even me. But right now, I won't allow you to speak like this. Focus on your own responsibilities, and don't meddle further." If Chin Langni weren't her sister, Chin Mingu would have dismissed her immediately. But to avoid family turmoil, she wanted to give her sister one more chance. "Elder sister, when will you come to your senses?" Chin Langni was still emotional and continued to argue. "Lin Fan, escort her out." Chin Mingu didn't want to hear another word from Chin Langni and ordered Lin Fan. "Yes, General Chin." Lin Fan stared at Chin Langni and said, "Fourth miss. Please, elder sister. Nini, calm down." Chin Mingu, seeing her unrepentant attitude, finally got angry. With rare loudness and sternness, her icy gaze was like cold steel, making Chin Langni shiver, as if her whole body was frozen. "Listen, if you dare to meddle in Chiagang Group's affairs again or barge into the superior's office without permission, I will fire you. I mean it." Chin Mingu's aura was intense. Chin Langni subconsciously gulped, finally lowering her head in apology. "Elder sister, I understand. I'm sorry." Chin Ruhan looked at her defeated figure and made a face behind her back. Although she was angry, Chin Langni had no choice and left in a huff. Chin Mingu sighed faintly, thinking that her little sister was really troublesome. But with her parents absent, as the one in charge of the Chin family, she, as the eldest daughter, had to find a way to discipline her, which was truly a headache. Meanwhile, God Little Chubby received the Taiwan military industry contract and returned to the Mingu building company, successfully securing $1 million commission and being promoted with a raise. Male colleagues were envious, female colleagues were flattering. Bosses appreciated him, subordinates flattered him. It was truly a time of great satisfaction for him. After giving 300,000 to the old alcoholic for alcohol, the old alcoholic was immediately startled and called him. "Tiro, tell me, how many illegal things did you do to make this money? Your teacher likes to drink, but he never drinks illicit alcohol." "Hey, teacher, I've told you many times, I made this money with my skills. I'm so timid, would I dare to commit a crime?" "That's true, but you only have a junior high education." "What's wrong with a junior high education? Li Jiashen, Zhao Benshen, and Edison, do they all have high education? Even if you add their 3 net worths together, it's in the billions. Don't look down on me, but they are all above you. Is that related to height? How much taller is Ma Yun than me? Guo Jingming is even shorter than me. Does that mean they can make big money? In short, this money is all legal, earned through my skills, so rest assured." God Hero promptly hung up the phone and headed to Chiagang Group. Today, he was to discuss cooperation with Chiagang Group in his capacity as the head of the Mingu building project. After arriving at the Chiagang Group branch and confirming his identity, an assistant led him to the third Mrs. office. "What's that?" God Little Chubby saw the cute assistant and couldn't help but strike up a conversation. "This is lunch takeaway for the third miss. I'm taking it to her. Can I take it in for you?" God Little Chubby offered to be helpful. "You are a guest. How can I ask that of you?" "It's okay. Heroes from Hero Village love to help others." After saying that, God Little Chubby accepted the takeaway from the assistant. The assistant could only thank him before leaving. At that moment, Chin Ruhan was making a call to Lin Fan to thank him for protecting her from Chin Langni earlier in the day. She was planning to invite this new subordinate to have lunch together. Lin Fan not only helped to weed out the traitors for his sister, but also received praises from her brother-in-law as a loyal man. She felt quite fond of him and decided to focus on cultivating him in the future. However, just as she answered the call, someone knocked on her office door. "Coming," Chin Ruhan casually shouted, focusing on her computer screen to deal with work tasks and preparing to talk on the phone with her Bluetooth earpiece on. "Third miss. Lunch delivery." "Okay. Just put it on the desk." Chin Ruhan didn't realize it was a representative from the Mingu building company who had come in. She thought it was a company subordinate, so she didn't give the visitor much attention and was busy with other matters. God Little Chubby was disappointed by the third Mrs. indifferent attitude and was about to speak when he heard Chin Ruhan suddenly say, "Hey, have you had lunch?" "Ow, not yet." God Little Chubby thought the question was directed towards him and quickly replied, "Then let's have lunch together." Chin Ruhan continued, without looking at him, "Ah, why feel awkward? God, little Chubby was shocked by the sudden interest from the third Miss and thought to himself that her charm was too strong, feeling a mix of joy and melancholy. He couldn't believe it, even if Laura and Lily, regular female employees, were interested in him. Now even the Grand Chin family's third Miss was eyeing him. Oh, if being handsome is a fault, he seemed incurable. Since Miss Sen is so enthusiastic, I can't be impolite. God, Fatty isn't the kind of person who likes to be polite. When Miss Sen invited him to dinner, he didn't hesitate and opened a box, happily digging in. Chin Ruhan sensed some movement and looked up, only to be startled. What's going on? Where did this chubby guy come from? How can he be so impolite and just eat by himself? Miss Sen, what's wrong? Lin Fen asked over the phone. Oh, nothing. If you're busy, it's okay if you don't eat then. Chin Ruhan hung up the phone, staring angrily at this chubby guy. Just as she was about to confront him, she suddenly realized he looked familiar. Wasn't he her brother-in-law's junior apprentice? How did he end up in her office? Looking at his ID badge, she discovered he was actually the person in charge of Bright Moon Building. Forget it. For the sake of her brother-in-law and the project, she decided not to confront him. Miss Sen, aren't you eating? God, Fatty was surprised to see Chin Ruhan staring at him affectionately. Just a moment ago, he thought he was mistaken, but now it seemed impossible, right? Could Miss Sen really be interested in him? I'm not eating anymore. You eat more. See you later. Chin Ruhan smiled slightly, stood up, and left the office. She would have to find something else to eat, she thought, and decided to leave the takeout for this chubby guy. So gentle and considerate. God, Fatty watched Miss Son's backhand was moved to tears. Surely, she knew he had a big appetite and that's why she let him eat everything. Such a beautiful, cute, and considerate girl. She's hard to come by. Over an hour later, Chin Ruhan returned to her office after eating a full meal, only to find God Fatty using a power bank to charge his phone while playing games. Chin Ruhan was speechless how this guy managed to become the person in charge of Bright Moon Building. She wanted to discuss work with him, but wasn't sure how to bring it up. Coincidentally, she noticed her own phone was low on battery and went over to him saying, "My phone is out of battery. Lend me your power bank." God Fatty, engrossed in his game, was startled to hear Chin Ruhan talking and didn't quite catch what she said at first. He quickly handed her the power bank, feeling nervous and shy. After all, this was the first time he had called a girl treasure, and his face turned red. Continuing the conversation, Chin Ruhan said, "Mr. Fatty, Mr. God, can you show me your contract agreement?" "Sure." God Fatty quickly took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to her. "Thank you." Chin Ruhan casually received it, but accidentally touched God Fatty's hand with her fingertip, sending a tingling sensation through him. The touch was so light and comfortable that God Fatty closed his eyes and savored the moment, feeling ecstatic. Little did he know, Chin Ruhan was deeply focused on the project and her commitment to make it a success. Seeing her engrossed in the document, God Fatty helped himself to some snacks in the office. After a while, Chin Ruhan suddenly said, "Fatty, Mr. God. Haha, if you want to address me more familiarly, go ahead. After all, we have a good relationship." God Fatty deliberately echoed Chin Ruhan's words, feeling smitten by her charm. Chin Ruhan noticed his expression was off and wondered if their relationship was really that close. But considering he was her brother-in-law's apprentice and a business partner, she decided it didn't matter. "Come here, I want to discuss some details in the agreement and suggest some changes." Chin Ruhan gestured for him to come closer. "Ah, Miss Sen is so fragrant. Her scent is way more pleasant than Laura's and even Manager Ju's." God Fatty thought to himself. As they discussed the agreement, Chin Ruhan gestured to adjust parts of it. Out of commercial etiquette, she also observed God Fatty, only to notice some food crumbs at the corner of his mouth. Finding it messy, she lightly pointed at her own mouth to hint at him. Not understanding her hint at first, God Fatty got confused when she repeated the gesture. Then, seeing her becoming impatient, he assumed she was signaling him to kiss her. Acting on impulse and wanting to be helpful, he lightly pecked Chin Ruhan's cheek, feeling bashful afterward. This was his first time kissing a girl, and the sudden turn of events left him overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Chin Ruhan was dumbfounded, not sure how to react. She ended up slapping him in frustration and anger, driving him out of her office. God Fatty, now bewildered and with a reddened cheek, wondered why Qing Ruhan was angry after seemingly indicating she wanted him to kiss her. He couldn't comprehend the situation. After thinking things through, he concluded that Miss Sen must like him, considering the dinner invite, the endearing treasure nickname, and the hints to kiss her. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Thank goodness, I remember Journey to the West. She slapped herself 3 times. Could she be asking me to come back next Wednesday? Is that a special holiday? Shen Xiaopeng was puzzled and walked out of the Chiagang Group subsidiary in a daze. Unexpectedly, he bumped into someone at the entrance. Sorry. Shen Xiaopeng instinctively apologized, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. Fan, yo. Isn't this Shen Xiaopeng? What are you doing here? 2 men from Hero's Village unexpectedly met here. Haha. It's a long story. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Shen Xiaopeng patted his chest, grabbed Lin Fan, and walked away. Hey, have you changed your ways? How did you become so generous? In the past, if I wanted to treat you to a meal, it was like asking for your life. Lin Fan also found it strange. Although he and Shen Xiaopeng had a good relationship and even teamed up to deal with Luna during the Lunar New Year, it was the first time Shen Xiaopeng had invited him to a meal. Haha, times have changed. Don't you know I've made it big now? I'm the project manager at Mingu. From now on, in Cloud City, I've got your back, Shen Xiaopeng boastfully declared. Oh, come on, Lin Fan retorted. I'm now senior white-collar worker at Chiagang Group. My income is not inferior to yours. I must treat you to this meal. I'll treat you. I'll treat you. Come on. Are you trying to start a fight? If you insist on paying the bill, I'm not happy about it. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of you? Anyway, I'll treat. I'm your brother Fan. Despite their fierce words, their relationship was solid, and although they talked about fighting, they would never actually come to blows. In the end, they ate together, drank a lot of alcohol, and even discussed renting a place to live together. They were the most fitting neighbors in the village, and outside, they would be the best roommates. Hey, Xiaopeng. Now, brother can be good friends with you, but brother should be able to get into a relationship soon. Don't accuse brother of betraying you when that happens. The 2 of them walked out of the restaurant with their arms around each other, still boasting. Haha. Maybe you won't be faster than me. Betraying a friend. Let me handle that. Shen Xiaopeng also wouldn't back down. Men from Hero's Village could lose in anything except finding a partner and getting married. Cut it out. With your height and looks, how can you be easily remembered by girls? Let me tell you, there's a lovely and beautiful girl who seems to like me a lot now. She's treating me very well. She seems interested in me, Lin Fan said, picturing Qing Ruhan in his mind. Today Miss Qin was not only smiling at him, but also invited him to dinner. It was obvious she was interested in him. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaopeng burst out laughing as well. Coincidentally, there's also a beautiful and lovely girl who has fallen for me. She's a rich lady, and we've even kissed. I'm faster than you. Stop boasting. Lin Fan didn't even believe his punctuations. You say beautiful and lovely. Just like me. You even use the same adjectives without changing them, right? What boasting? It's true. Shen Xiaopeng became excited. Just because your girl is lovely and beautiful, mine can't be. I'm telling you, I'll win her over next week. All right, I'll be waiting. Let's see who can win over the lovely and beautiful girl first. Bring it on. Are you scared of me? The loser has to go back to the village and announce that they lost in finding a wife. Fine. Who's afraid of who? The 2 slightly intoxicated buddies made a bet like this and firmly believed they would win. On the other side, Qing Ruhan was unaware that 2 men were thinking too much because of her. As she returned home, after working overtime, she found almost all of her family members in the council room, discussing something important. Dad, do you have to travel the world? Can't I accompany you? Is it necessary to go? Dad, where haven't you been to? I just don't understand it. Qin Hongshu and her sisters had been pestering Qin Chonggong. Qin Mingu sat quietly on the side, listening without interrupting. I don't have to go, but I want to. Qin Chonggong said with a smile. I'm getting old, and I want to see more of this world. Jai also wants to accompany me and see more. I promised her that. Hearing Qin Chonggong say this, the daughters naturally didn't look happy. Mei Jiali stood behind Qin Chonggong, looking very submissive. Sensing everyone's gaze, she lowered her head even further, standing in the corner as if afraid to breathe loudly. Lingu was the first one to meet Mingu and have the most contact with her. He knew that this girl was not as timid and meek as she appeared now. This performance could only be due to two possibilities. Either after entering the Qin family, her personality had changed due to humble origins and low self-esteem, or she was acting. Lingu leaned towards the latter. He always felt that Mingu was not as innocent as she seemed, fearing she had some hidden agenda. "Grandpa, shall I accompany you?" Lingu tentatively offered to go with him. If Grandpa agreed, he would also go to protect Qin Changong, as traveling the world was quite risky. "Ha ha. No. I have Beilao to protect me, and Jai to take care of me. That's enough. You, kid, stay back and take good care of Mingu and my future great-grandson." Qin Changong laughed heartily. The other women didn't know what he meant by the second half of his sentence. Where did his great-grandson come from? Did the old man have dementia? Qin Mingu blushed slightly but quickly regained composure, saying, "Grandpa, stop talking nonsense. If Beilao leaves with you, what about the Southern Zon Peak tournament? We just signed up for it. I told you, isn't there Lingu?" Qin Changong continued to smile. "The burden of Qin's commercial affairs, I entrust to you. The responsibility to protect the Qin family must also be handed over to him." Hearing this, Lingu felt pressured but had to promise the two old people. Qin Mingu was becoming increasingly satisfied with this fool's performance. Compared to his straightforward nature like a blank sheet of paper before, half a year after marriage, he had really changed. Unusually, Qin Zaimai and Qin Qinji did not intervene this time. Though they still had some aversion to Lingu, they did not say anything. Qin Hongshu even encouraged, "Lingu, don't disappoint Grandpa. This time, at the Southern Zon Peak tournament, fight for more prestige and honor for our Qin family, so that the Qin family can smoothly join the Southern Zon Commercial Association and reach greater heights." "Aunt-san, I'll do my best." Lingu could only respond with a smile, feeling a bit bitter. He was worried about representing both families in the competition. What if there were any accidents? But at this point, he had no choice but to go through with it. After all, helping the Qin family join the association was also the first step in his grand plan to eliminate Tang Ning. After chatting in the council chamber, the husband and wife returned to their room to continue having some private conversations. This gradually became a habit for the couple. They never imagined that their lives would evolve to this point. They had only planned to go through life together, but in the end, they became each other's indispensable and closest companions. Many times, Qin Mingu would have this thought, or recall a classic phrase, "Everything can be played with, but emotions are something no one can afford to play with. Playing with emotions will eventually lead to self-destruction." Her eyes' sculpture had been ignited by Lingu's fiery passion. "Lingu, I originally wanted to arrange for you and Captain Zheng Fixian to follow Mr. Bai into battle, but now that Mr. Bai is not participating, my plans have been disrupted. I'm afraid you will face immense pressure, so if it's not possible, let's just give out." Qin Mingu opened her heart. She knew Lingu was highly skilled in martial arts, but having someone lead the team would reduce the pressure on him. Now, having him lead the charge at the forefront, Qin Mingu feared he would forcefully bear the brunt and get injured. She wanted to join the Chamber of Commerce to gain more power and initiative, but not joining was also fine. They could continue guarding the Cloud City territory. "Give up? Do you want to disappoint grandfather? Do you want to disappoint the rest of the family?" Lingu retorted. Qin Mingu sighed slightly. As a smart woman, how could she not know that both the upper and lower ranks of the Qin family wanted to join the Chamber of Commerce? After all, the burden was not on them, so they naturally wanted the Qin family to continue to grow stronger and bigger. "Mingu, listen to me." Lingu gently supported her fragrant shoulder, flashing a healing smile. "Since you have acknowledged me as your husband, then I should help you uphold the Qin family, shouldn't I?" Qin Mingu trembled slightly at this fool's words, once again piercing her heart. "I will do my best." Lingu did not want to say much more, as one sentence expressed his determination. He indeed did not want to be involved in both sides, but being Qin Mingyu's husband and seeking revenge for his fallen Warwolf brothers, he had to face difficulties head-on. Warwolf, never retreat in the face of adversity. "Well, whatever happens next, I will fight alongside you." Qin Mingu nodded, leaning her pretty face gently on the man's shoulder. Lingu was slightly taken aback, feeling a pleasant and even excited sensation in his heart. At some point, he felt that Chen Mingu was becoming more and more like his wife. Previously, he thought she was too domineering, not down to earth, and far from resembling an ordinary wife who would be dependent on her husband. But now, Lingu gradually felt that Chen Mingu could not only be a regular wife but also provide him with things that an ordinary wife couldn't. How lucky he was to have married such a perfect wife. By the way, Lingu, there are 2 more things I want to discuss with you, Chen Mingu said. She didn't like being overly dependent on others and soon moved away from Lingu's shoulder, returning to her normal demeanor. Since we have decided to participate in the Martial Dao Peak tournament, let's go to the Eastern City next Monday. I will have Shouty arrange an office space there as a branch, and I also want to establish a new production line in the Eastern City to cooperate with Taiwan military industry. Lingu nodded, about to remind Chen Mingu of something. Unexpectedly, Chen Mingu immediately voiced what he wanted to say. Although we have repelled a holy fire organization for a while, and you have taken down Zhao Wuji, there are still many forces interested in the Sun Heart. We need the Sun Heart for our new energy products, so our production factory in the Eastern City can't be public. It's just there to deceive the outside world. Lingu could only give a thumbs up, momentarily speechless. Little did he think that Chen Mingu would then ask, where should the real production base be established? Do you have any suggestions? Lingu furrowed his brow. If they had to build a new production base, it would take a lot of time. But for a readily available and secret production base, he couldn't immediately think of one. However, he felt that maybe someone could help, such as Yizian Due. If that didn't work, maybe it could be South Palace Wu. Mingu, let's focus on developing in the Eastern City first. I will quickly come up with suggestions or implement a plan for the secret production base for you. Lingu said. Chen Mingu nonchalantly agreed with him. She had subconsciously asked this man, never expecting a definite outcome. But seeing his confident demeanor now, it seemed like he was very sure. How much was this man hiding? She must find out the depths of this man. Mingu, what's the second thing? Lingu suddenly asked. Chen Mingu was surprised for a moment, then immediately said, since we are going to the Eastern City next week, for the upcoming weekend, I want to go back to the Yunshan community. In truth, she just wanted to experience a peaceful world with only the 2 of them. After returning to the Qin family's life, she felt exhausted every day. She preferred the days when they lived comfortably together. Besides, Lingu had protected her so many times recently, and as his wife, she also wanted to reward her brave husband. Sure, Lingu did not know what Chen Mingu was thinking, but he was tired of the life of aristocratic struggles and also wanted a world for just the 2 of them. On the other hand, Molly stayed in Yun City after her daughter's wedding. Since Ling Shiden's injuries had not stabilized yet, Yu Tingting had to take care of him. Therefore, Molly was assigned the task of taking care of the children on Saturdays. To be honest, Molly initially couldn't regard Little Wei as her own grandson, as there was no blood relation and it was merely for the money that she agreed to take care of him. But after spending 2 or 3 days together, she realized that Little Wei was a very sensible child, not as mischievous as other kids, and very polite, so she began to have some affection for him. Today, she even suggested taking Little Wei out to play. Little Wei was naturally happy, but he did not expect that as they were preparing to get into the car by the roadside, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Little Wei. Running excitedly towards them was a woman dressed luxuriously, lacking the demeanor of a lady. Behind her was an ugly man. Mom. Little Wei saw Ziyang Qiu and surprisingly did not show the typical excitement a child would have upon seeing their mother. Instead, his eyes showed a hint of panic. Little Wei, you finally came out. Mom has been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Qiu approached and hugged Little Wei, burying her son's head in her chest, exuding a loving look. Little Wei was not used to this. He had never experienced such intimacy with his mother before. It's you. Molly also knew Ziyang Qiu. She knew she was Ling Shiding's ex-wife, and they had even had a meal together once, but that meal ended on a sour note. Where are you taking my son? Yang Qiu asked, questioning. We're taking him out to play today. He's not with you now, Molly retorted sternly. Despite her distant relationship with Little Wei, she felt a sense of responsibility. If Little Wei were taken away by these 2 individuals, how would she explain to Ling Shitang when she went back? Is this okay? Mo Shu casually pulled out a stack of banknotes and waved them in front of Molly. Isn't this not very good? Molly's eyes lit up, but she shook her head. What's not good about it? We are Little Way's biological parents. Is it a problem if we take our son to play? We'll have him back home by 5 o'clock. Okay, Z. Keon said harshly. Molly was a tough woman who wouldn't easily give in. Thinking that Z Keon was Little Way's mom, she couldn't possibly harm her son, right? Then, you must keep your word. Once she had the money in hand, Molly symbolically warned the two. Mo Chu and Z Keon quickly took Little Way into the car, even though he wasn't very willing, all the way saying he wanted his dad and Aunt Ting Ting. Molly took the money and felt hesitant about stopping them, but after Z Keon took Little Way away, she realized the stack of money was fake. Damn, how dare those ugly freaks try to fool me? Don't think I won't call the police. Molly, furious, grabbed the phone and threatened to charge them with child trafficking if they didn't return Little Way promptly. On the other end, in the Yunshan neighborhood, Chin Mingu had planned to go grocery shopping alone early in the morning, startling Lingu, who almost fell off the sofa. Mingu, let me do this kind of thing. Lingu persuaded her. He still remembered the last time when they went to the market together, causing chaos. But Chin Mingu gave him a cold warning. Today, I'll cook, so you better stay put. Why? Lingu asked in surprise, filled with doubt. Consider it as a return for saving me twice before. I hate owing favors. Chin Mingu replied solemnly. Do married couples have to keep track like that? Lingu chuckled. Isn't it natural for a husband to save his wife? Chin Mingu glared at him again, not saying a word but secretly thinking that one-sided emotions wouldn't last forever. She never liked the idea of taking advantage of a man's sacrifices in a relationship. Emotions had to be reciprocated to last. Lingu, seeing her silent, quickly raised his hands in surrender, smiling. All right, I'm happy, but I hope this is a favor and not revenge. Chin Mingu glared at him for the third time before snorting and turning to leave. What an idiot he is. He's starting to make jokes and flirt with me. Lingu quietly followed her out of the house and saw that his wife had already asked Ziwang to pick her up and to professional bodyguards. He thought buying groceries shouldn't pose any danger, so he waited at home, hoping his wife's loving meal wouldn't be burnt. Soon, a luxury Bentley parked in front of the market, instantly drawing a crowd's attention. Miss, do you want us to follow you? Ziwang opened the car door for Chin Mingu and asked. Then help me carry the groceries, Chin Mingu said casually. Yes, miss. Ziwang quickly laid the two bodyguards to follow Chin Mingu. Everywhere they went, people made way for them. Even the fierce, bargain-savvy women gave way to Chin Mingu's intimidating aura. As Chin Mingu walked past them, some of the women proudly pushed their chests out, muttering, "This girl is just lucky to be young." Humph. When I was young, I wasn't any less attractive than her. I had a fuller figure. Although Chin Mingu didn't have a voluptuous figure, her body was in good shape, exuding an ethereal air, mesmerizing men along the way. Men who were usually unfazed by women's bodies felt a strong curiosity upon seeing Chin Mingu. They wondered what she wore underneath, and her slightest movements made them tense up. She's here. She's here. My goddess has finally come. A male vegetable vendor who had seen Chin Mingu before couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, demanding a photo with his goddess. This sparked a group of people who enthusiastically wanted pictures with Chin Mingu. Meanwhile, countless men envied the lucky guy who could have a woman like her cook for him. They wished they could challenge him. It wasn't until Chin Mingu's two bodyguards gently brandished their guns that people stopped and quieted down. Everyone, our miss is just here to buy groceries. Please don't cause a commotion. Thank you for your cooperation, Ziwang said quickly with a smile. Chin Mingu hadn't expected that her simple grocery shopping trip would disrupt the market. Thankfully, after the shooting incident, Yizi had provided her with two armed bodyguards to handle such situations. To avoid disturbing public order, Chin Mingu had no choice but to swiftly make her purchases and leave the market. It seemed she was not suited to be an ordinary wife. Otherwise, buying groceries would drive her crazy. As she left the market and got into the car to head home, she heard a familiar cry on the road. No, I don't want to go with you. I want to go home. You're not my parents. Let me go. Chin Mingu's eyes widened slightly with a tremor. Looking out the window, she called out to Ziwang, "Stop the car." The Bentley screeched to a halt by the roadside, and Chin Mingu got out of the car. Ziwang and the two bodyguards followed, nervous. On the roadside, Zikiam was harshly scolding Little Wei. What do you mean we are not your parents? Let me tell you, we are your biological parents. Ling Shatang is just a cuckold. Today, we are taking you for a paternity test. Ling Shatang, that useless man, still wants to marry a pretty wife and live a good life. I spit on him. Wait and watch the show. No. I don't want to go. Little Wei struggled vigorously. There were bystanders around, but no one dared to interfere as it seemed like a family matter. Let him go. Qin Mingyu reprimanded coldly, walking up quickly. Her imposing presence intimidated Ziqian, and Little Wei took the opportunity to break free from her, rushing over to cling to Qin Mingyu. Sister Mingyu, take me home, please. Sniffle. Don't be afraid, I'll take you home. Qin Mingyu patted the kid's head and proceeded to take him back. Ziqian, seeing Qin Mingyu's bodyguards, didn't dare to act rashly but kicked Moshu angrily, scolding, "What kind of a man are you? Standing there just leering as someone steals your son. Aren't you man enough to do anything?" Moshu indeed stared at Qin Mingyu, even drooling a bit, unable to believe that such a beautiful woman was married to Lingu. How happy must that man be at night? Is he satisfied with just 7 times a day? Is the inventory enough? Hey, I'm not dead yet, but I don't want to be. Moshu grinned. That woman is Lingu's wife. I can't compete with Lingu, so it's better not to provoke her. Let's go. Let's get a room and help me satisfy my desires, shall we? Get lost with your poison. Go away, see. Qian kicked him fiercely again and walked away in anger. She was about to explode with frustration. After divorcing Ling Shatang, she had been feeling so oppressed, and now, when she finally met Moshu, she thought she could turn things around. She wanted to suppress that old man and make him regret deeply, but little did she know that every time they met, Ling Shatang still had the upper hand over her. From meals to buying houses, he always had the advantage. Now seeing Ling Shatang divorce her and marry Yu Tingting, moving to Yunhai Bay and reaching the pinnacle of life, she was furious. She just wanted to prove that Ziwei was not his biological son and make him regret it. But little did she know that today's plan was ruined by the unexpected appearance of Qin Mingyu, leaving her extremely disappointed in Moshu. Moshu shrugged when he saw her leave, then turned around to find a bathhouse. It was too expensive to have this woman help disinfect, so he might as well spend a little money to help some other fallen women and have some fun. Qin Mingyu was surprised by how smoothly things were going. Knowing Moshu's background as a former henchman of Zhao Wuji, even if Zhao Wuji was truly dead, he shouldn't be so cowardly, right? Was there something fishy going on? Why were she and Ziwei arguing on a roadside just when she was coming back from grocery shopping? Qian's expression just now didn't look like acting at all. Qin Mingyu knew Qian well and knew she wasn't that good at acting. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, a terrible thought struck Qin Mingyu, but at that moment, her bodyguard urgently interrupted. Mace, get out of the car quickly. We may be in big trouble. The signals in the car are being blocked. What? Qin Mingyu quickly took out her phone, and, indeed there was no signal. How could this happen? Mingyu, whatever you do, don't open the car door. Otherwise, we will all die. There are no signals in the car, and it's dangerous, the bodyguard warned anxiously. Now, as Ziwei lifted his head to look at Qin Mingyu, his eyes were bloodshot, and he showed a creepy smile. Ziwei. Qin Mingyu immediately noticed that something was off with the child's eyes and smile. What was happening? Was he under some kind of spell? At this moment, a voice of a strange woman was heard from inside the car. Hehe, Miss Qin, it seems you have professional bodyguards with you. Too bad to meet us, the couple. You're out of luck. Who are you? Qin Mingyu asked instinctively. When did her car get bugged? Let me introduce myself. I am Crow, the 4th-ranked killer of the Blood Spider. Hehe, Blood Spider? Upon hearing this name, Qin Mingyu immediately thought of the Zhao San Lias. Could it be that Zhao Wuji was still alive? Miss Qin, does hearing the 4th rank not make you take me seriously? Let me introduce you to another person. Another voice of a stranger, Milestone, came through the equipment. Miss Qin, let me introduce myself. I am Milestone. I am quite clumsy, but I am good at planting bombs. Just a reminder, I have installed 5 bombs on your car. If the door opens, they will explode. Hearing this, Little Wang and the others started to sweat. Crow's voice continued. Hehe, being Milestone's wife, I can confirm he is indeed clumsy, but he is the 5th-ranked killer of the Blood Spider. When we work together, we are the 2nd-ranked killer couple. There have been countless high-ranking officials and political figures who have died at our hands. A killer couple. You two are the famous international killers, the killer couple. A gun-carrying bodyguard couldn't help but exclaim. He was sent by DRIZZLE to protect Qin Mingu and was once an outstanding international detective. The couple killer's reputation preceded them. Qin Mingu was at a loss. She knew the bombs and signal blocker in the car were brought in by Ziwei, but what could she do now? It was too late. Her only hope now was to shout for help. But if she did, it would likely lead to them setting off bombs in the crowded area, causing more deaths. Miss Qin, listen to me. Start the car now and follow our instructions, okay? Crow's voice came through again. Don't defy us, or we are capable of anything. Do you really want this cute child to die with you? Hehe. Qin Mingu couldn't help but look at Ziwei again, regretting her carelessness. She had forgotten that Lingu had warned her that Ziwei was bewitched. How could she have put him in the car just because she saw him crying? Miss Qin, we are not patient people. If you don't obey our orders in 5 seconds, we will create another public bombing incident. Crow's threat chilled them once again. Doom. Before she could respond, a large explosion occurred somewhere in the market, causing chaos among the people. If such a large explosion occurred inside the car, they would all be killed. Qin Mingu had no choice. In this situation, she ordered Little Wan, drive. To survive was the only way to figure out a way to escape. As long as they survived, they would eventually find a way out. Qin Mingu now understood that her top priority was to stay alive. Little Wan could only grit his teeth and follow the instructions, driving the car towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, Lingu was still at home, just finishing a video session with DRIZZLE and DUA. He had promised Qin Mingu to quickly identify the secret production base, and DRIZZLE and DUA were advising him. DUA even told him about an underground boss in Dongcheng who had just established a small underground city. Extremely secretive. If they could take control of it, not only would they have a secret production base, but also a new base for their Wolfgang. Lingu thought DU's idea was a bit radical. Although that underworld boss wasn't a good person, seizing territory wasn't child's play. Although DRIZZLE agreed with the plan, Lingu hadn't made up his mind, and was planning to discuss it further when Qin Mingu returned. Thinking of Qin Mingu, he checked the time, and realized it was almost noon. Why hasn't his wife returned from grocery shopping yet? The reward was starting to feel more like revenge, and his stomach was growling. Lingu decided to call his wife. When he heard that she was out of the service area, a sense of extreme unease surged in his heart. He regretted not going with his wife to buy groceries that day, even though Qin Mingu didn't allow him to go. Lingu hurriedly ran downstairs to drive to the agricultural market near the residential area to find his wife. However, as soon as he drove out of the area, two luxury cars intercepted him. Lingu's face darkened even more. He felt that these events were not accidental and there was an inevitable connection between them. Sure enough, Lingu got out of one of the luxury cars and approached his car window, knocking on it impolitely. Lingu rolled down the window to see what this woman had to say. Mr. Ling, my lady wants to see you. I'm sorry, I'm busy. Lingu wanted to act aloof and immediately rolled up the window. However, Lingu immediately said, then you will regret it. You will never find your wife again. Lingu's heart sank. Damn it, it seems like his wife was really kidnapped by Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wuji left, and now there's Zhao Wenjun, who seems even more formidable. Are there no ends to the troubles caused by people with the surname Zhao? Zhao Wuji never laid a hand on Qin Mingu before. Now Zhao Wenjun comes in with a trump card. Okay, lead the way. Lingu had no choice but to follow her for his wife's sake. While following her, Lingu quickly called DRIZZLE. What? Sister-in-law has been kidnapped. DRIZZLE, upon hearing that Qin Mingu was missing, was as anxious as Lingu. He also liked Qin Mingu. Unfortunately, he couldn't show his nervousness and worrying as directly as Lingu. He had to express them through Lingu. Bro, don't worry. I'll mobilize all the brothers and use all resources. We will definitely find sister-in-law as soon as possible. Okay, I'm counting on you. After thanking DRIZZLE, Lingu followed Lingu to an outskirts villa. Mr. Ling, please cooperate. Before entering the villa, Lingu asked him to take out all his weapons and electronic devices. Lingu sneered, knowing that if he didn't cooperate, he wouldn't see the person in charge. He casually threw his phone out and passed their security check. Lingu then led Lingu into a room. Inside, Zhao Wenjun was seated at the head, with an exquisite desk in front of her, and a beautiful woman from Yanjing was busying herself with some tasks. True to her style, there were a group of heavily armed bodyguards around. Lingu was surprised to see Mo Shu and Liu Yejian there as well. Liu Yejian, who usually took the spotlight in any situation, was standing behind Zhao Wenjun like a dog, showing none of his previous fierceness. "Mr. Ling, it's nice to see you again." Zhao Wenjun looked up, smiling charmingly. Lingu, however, didn't give her any face and candidly said, "Miss Zhao, to be honest, I have no desire to see you at all." "Watch your words," Su Yingku warned immediately. "When did anyone dare to talk to her lady like this?" Mo Shu chuckled on the side. If not for their opposing positions, he felt he could be friends with Lingu. He appreciated what Lingu did, said, as well as some of the details. "Su Yingku, stay out of it." Zhao Wenjun coldly reprimanded Su Yingku. Su Yingku backed off, looking displeased. "Where have you taken Mingu?" Lingu was not here to engage in idle chatter with Zhao Wenjun, much less to admire her beauty. He went straight to the point, with a hint of a murderous intent in his eyes. Zhao Wenjun smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by Lingu's hostility. "Miss Qin has been very tired recently. I think she deserves a few days of rest. Also, the Sun Heart project is of significant importance for her well-being. Mr. Ling, it's best if you hand over the Sun Heart to me." Lingu chuckled. "It's the first time I've heard of a kidnapping suspect being so gentle in asking for ransom, and also looking so good. If I weren't married, I might actually consider listening to you." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ling." Zhao Wenjun's smile grew more enchanting. "But from what you're saying, it seems you don't intend to hand over the Sun Heart." "I'm sorry. The Sun Heart is not in my hands. I can and won't give it to you," Lingu stated firmly. "In that case, Mr. Ling, you don't want Miss Qin to return to your side." Zhao Wenjun's words struck a nerve. Lingu suddenly leapt up, his black hair flying. Like a sudden wind, he was right in front of Zhao Wenjun. He wanted to take down Zhao Wenjun and get his wife back. However, before he could make a move, Mo Shu stood in front of Zhao Wenjun. Lingu tried to move around Mo Shu, but before he could act, dozens of guns were pointed at him. "Want to fight? I'd like to see how capable you are, and how many bullets your body can withstand." Su Yingku smirked, feeling delighted. Lingu's eyes remained calm. Facing a dozen guns, or even hundreds of them, it was nothing new to the Wolf King of the northern region. "Stop. Don't act recklessly." Before Lingu could make a further move, Zhao Wenjun called everyone to a halt. She even stood up and walked towards Lingu herself, leaving the table. Lingu was stunned. What kind of scheme was this woman trying to pull off? "Mr. Ling, killing me won't help. My life is inconsequential. Even if you spare me, I might not live more than 2 years," Zhao Wenjun said calmly, with a hint of dignity and awe-inspiring aura. Lingu finally let go of her, exclaiming, You dare." Su Yingku screamed in shock. How could anyone dare treat her lady like this? If her lady's countless admirers knew, they could easily beat him to a pulp. The tension in the room suddenly escalated, as the sound of guns being cocked filled the air. I'll just say this to you." Zhao Wenjun's face turned red. Looking up, her tone soft yet commanding, "I'm here to fulfill my brother's dying wish. If I die here or fail to obtain the Sun Heart, Qin Mingu will die. Do you understand?" Lingu and she stared at each other for a while before he coldly pushed her away, laughing sardonically. "As I said, I can't give it to you." This woman wasn't afraid of death, and he had no way to deal with her at the moment. "Then you'll regret it." Zhao Wenjun turned around and declared coldly, "Tomorrow, Qin Mingu will divorce you, and in 2 days, she will marry Liu Yejian." Lingu was taken aback. If someone else had said such things, he would have considered it a joke. But when Zhao Wenjun said it, he couldn't dismiss it as a joke. He had seen that this woman had a fierceness that most people didn't possess. However, Lingu purposely smiled and said, "Miss Zhao, do you really think that's possible?" Zhao Wenjun didn't respond. She just signaled to Su Yingku with her eyes. Su Yingku understood and clapped lightly, leading a woman into the room. Mingu. Lingu was excited and quickly approached, but upon getting a clear look at the person, he stopped abruptly, his eyes gradually turning surprised. "No, you're not Mingu. Who are you?" Lingu angrily questioned. The woman in front of him bore a striking resemblance to his wife in appearance and figure, but she lacked his wife's cold and elegant demeanor. She was not Qin Mingu. Lingu could only marvel at how advanced plastic surgery had become these days. It almost felt like a cloning. The woman remained silent. Zhao Wenjun said coldly, "Mr. Ling, Do you believe it now? If you don't hand over the Sun Heart, she is Qin Mingu, and she will marry Liu Yejian. Lingu couldn't help but smile wryly. He turned to Zhao Wenjun. Miss Zhao, don't you find this situation absurd? Fake can't become real. Your actions seem meaningless, regardless of whether it's a novel or a TV drama. Scenes with false identities happen very often. The story of a raccoon cat replacing the prince, the true and false Sun Wukong, are all widely known. But now it's the era of technology. What exactly is the meaning behind Zhao Wenjun doing this? Lingu was truly at a loss for words. Is there really no meaning behind it? Zhao Wenjun's smile was beautiful, but it gave Lingu a somewhat chilling feeling. To false Qin Mingu marrying Liu's sword, while the true Qin Mingu die. What more do you have, Lingu? If you can't obtain the person, and lose your status, abandoned by the real Qin Mingu, what difference is there? Lingu trembled slightly. Mo Shu chuckled. Miss Zhao is much more ruthless than that kid Zhao Wuji. This is true ruthlessness. Zhao Miss, do you think you will succeed? Do you think others are all blind and cannot see through this fake counterfeit? Lingu continued to smile. If I tell you that for Qin Mingyu's family, whoever exposes the truth, the real Qin Mingu will die, wouldn't it be? Zhao Wenjun was very confident. Her eyes and her brother's were exactly the same. Both were extremely confident and self-righteous individuals. The closest people to Qin Mingu, including you, will all believe she's real. Who else can doubt that she's fake? With the identity of Qin Mingu, she can help me do many things, including obtaining the heart of the sun, right? Zhao Wenjun took on a queen-like attitude, saying proudly, historical anecdotes tell us that as long as the power is enough, turning a deer into a horse is simply a breeze. Lingu trembled slightly. There's a classic saying that goes like this: when a woman gets ruthless, men are no match. He finally realized it now. Zhao Wenjun's methods were more cunning than Zhao Wuji's, something their male way of thinking couldn't predict or do. Mr. Ling, think about it yourself now. Zhao Wenjun had no intention of continuing to pressure Lingu, nor did she plan to consult with him further. Anyway, she had already spoken, and when the heart of the sun was in her hands, what she said would come true on time. Lingu could choose not to cooperate, or even kill her, but the cost would be Qin Mingu accompanying her to the afterlife. This woman wasn't even afraid of death, making her much harder to deal with than her brother. Lingu, please wait. Just as Lingu was about to leave, Liu's sword suddenly walked over. As in the two previous encounters, he extended his hand to Lingu, smiling smugly. Thank you for taking care of Mingu before. Let me take care of her for the rest of her life. Lingu's eyes filled with killing intent. How could this man still dare to provoke him? The former Wolf King might not dare to kill Zhao Wenjun, but does that mean he won't harm you? However, when Lingu saw the look in Liu's sword's eyes, he suddenly felt something was amiss and restrained himself from acting. Thanks, predecessor. Liu's sword still took the initiative to shake his hand. Don't touch me. Lingu forcefully pushed his hand away and once again sent him to the ground with a slap. Ha ha. I've never seen such a man asking for a beating before. Mo Shu made a cold remark on the side. Knowing Lingu's mood wasn't good, he still went to provoke him. Isn't that stupid? Lingu snorted coldly and left in anger. After leaving the villa, Lingu finally took out the note that Liu's sword had secretly stuffed into his hand during their handshake. Seeing its contents, he furrowed his brows tightly, wondering what exactly the person surnamed Liu intended to do. Meanwhile, as dusk approached, a Bentley parked by the shore. Heh. Thank you all for your hard work. Now please get off the car. The voice of a crow came through the communicator, once again. According to usual practice, when getting off the car, Shawan would normally be the first to get off and open the door for Qin Mingu. But today's situation was different. He did not get off, instead allowing Qin Mingu to disembark first. The bomb was in the car, and after Qin Mingu got off, she should theoretically be safe from direct threats and could run away from the car completely. Shawan was waiting for her to run before quickly driving the car towards the sea. He was willing to sacrifice himself to protect Qin Mingu. However, Qin Mingu had not run away. President Qin, run quickly. Shawan finally couldn't hold back, shouting to start the engine to drive towards the sea. Shawan, don't be impulsive. Luckily, Qin Mingyu's voice came in time, otherwise, his life would have been in danger. The reason Qin Mingu didn't run and stop Shawan in time was because she had already seen on the shore a strange couple coming towards her with a group of men in black. Not to mention these people had guns. Even if they were unarmed, Qin Mingu didn't think she could escape from them. Qin Mingu took advantage of them not having reached her yet, tearing a small piece of her clothes and deliberately stepping on it in the sand, pretending not to notice and burying it under the soil. Miss Ching really knows the situation. If you all had wanted to escape just now, you would have all ended up in the sea, understand? A woman, dressed in black leather with a black cape over her, looking like a crow, led the way. As for the man beside her, he was sturdy and muscular, resembling a giant rock. It goes without saying, they were the deadly couple Blood Spider. Face cold as ice, Qin Mingu did not speak for a while, desperately thinking of how to escape. However, in the face of absolute force, she didn't want to sacrifice her bodyguard needlessly and could only wait without doing anything. Soon, a ship arrived on the sea. Miss Qin, please come aboard. The crow pulled Qin Mingu to board, with a sinister smile that made people uncomfortable. As for her husband, who was originally expressionless, he also suddenly became agitated. Miss, once you're on the ship, there will be no chance to escape. Let us clear a way for you. Xiao Wang stood behind Qin Mingu, softly suggesting. Glancing around, Qin Mingu felt that it was unlikely to succeed, unsure of what to do. But as Xiao Wang had said, once they were on the ship, there would be no way to escape. What to do? It was at this moment that the two bodyguards suddenly aimed at the couple, shouting, Miss, run. Bang bang. After the two shots, the atmosphere escalated suddenly. Qin Mingu was not indecisive, and since her bodyguards had opened fire first, she also immediately ran in a direction without anyone. But before she could take only 2 steps, she heard 2 loud booms. Qin Mingu was also knocked down by a huge explosion, feeling a fiery pain in her back. Xiao Wang, everyone. Ignoring her own condition, Qin Mingu turned to look, seeing the 2 bodyguards that had been shot to pieces, a gruesome sight. Xiao Wang was also lying on the ground, covered in blood, his life uncertain. Miss Qin, I advise you to be honest. Miyoshi grinned. There are miniature bombs on all of you. They might be as small as mosquitoes, flies, or even lively fleas. I can send you all to the afterlife with just the press of a button. As he spoke, he played with a strange remote detonator in his hand. Stricken by the impact of the explosion, in a mix of sadness, anger, and anxiety, Qin Mingu, unable to withstand it any longer, collapsed from exhaustion, her eyes darkening before falling to the ground. Sensing some movement around her, Qin Mingu struggled to open her eyes a little. The world was swaying. No, she was on a ship. Qin Mingu intentionally kept her eyes closed, but sneakily surveyed her surroundings. It was a room on a ship, dimly lit, deserted except for the big man who seemed honest just a moment ago, Mao Shai. What was he doing? When Qin Mingu realized his intentions, she suddenly opened her eyes as the man was undressing with his back to her. Could it be that he wanted? Once she understood his intentions, Qin Mingu could no longer contain her emotions. However, she was still the IC female president, not immediately screaming like an ordinary woman. Instead, she remained calm with her eyes half closed, pretending to still be unconscious. Her clothes were intact, proving that no one had touched her. Hehe. While my wife is asleep, I want to taste something fresh. Mao Shai, unable to contain his excitement, tossed his clothes aside, along with that strange detonator. Turning around, he looked at the beautiful woman lying in front of him, unable to resist the temptation, saliva dripping. With such a beauty in front of him, still unconscious, which man could resist sneaking a touch? He reached out to undress Qin Mingu, but before he could touch her, the supposedly unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes, the cold gaze seemingly exuding an invisible aura, startling him. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mingu grabbed objects nearby and violently threw them at him. Although Mao Shai was a skilled assassin specializing in explosives, his agility was good, and despite being startled by Qin Mingu, he managed to dodge her attacks. However, when he regained his composure, Qin Mingu had already grabbed the detonator he had placed nearby, threatening coldly, "Take 1 step towards me, and I'll press these buttons." Her icy gaze carried an unmistakable fierceness that could not be ignored. "You crazy woman, are you trying to commit suicide?" Mao Shai, angered and embarrassed, threatened viciously. "Go ahead and press them. I don't believe you dare." Not everyone has the courage to commit suicide. Trained as an assassin, Mao Shai was adept at psychological warfare, almost always having the upper hand against ordinary people. However, Qin Mingyu's cold smile made him halt all his movements. He could tell that this woman dared to press the buttons. Not only that, Qin Mingu affirmed, From your appearance just now, you must be afraid of your wife, right? If she finds out what you are doing here secretly, will she forgive you? Mao Shi's mouth twisted in frustration. Qin Mingu continued coldly. I am a married woman. I would rather die to protect my loyalty. If I detonate this bomb, how will you explain to your boss and to your wife, you witch? Mao Shi was completely caught by Qin Mingyu's grip, momentarily at a loss. Fine. Fine, I'll leave. As long as you don't expose this, everything is negotiable. Mao Shi pretended to yield. Just as he took 2 steps back, he suddenly lunged towards Qin Mingu again. Qin Mingu instinctively protected the detonator in her hand, but Mao Shi covered her mouth. Grinning, he said, "You guessed wrong. Do you think I'm really afraid of you dying? We are assassins. I'm just afraid you'll disturb my wife. If you detonate the bomb, and you die, I'll say you stole my detonator. Press it if you dare. Go on." Mao Shi once again challenged Qin Mingyu's resolve. He had never encountered a woman willing to commit suicide for loyalty, let alone a married woman. At that moment, he was about to snatch the detonator from Qin Mingyu's hand. However, Qin Mingyu's jade finger actually pressed down on the detonator. Shocked, Mao Shi quickly pushed her away and jumped back. "Miss Qin, please don't be reckless." In a critical moment, a melodious voice was heard. The next moment, the door was kicked open, and a black figure rushed towards Mao Shi. Was it Lingu? This unrealistic thought prevented Qin Mingu from pressing the detonator. After all, the person was coming to save her. But when she clearly saw the figure, she was disappointed. It was Mo Shu. Damn it, what I hate most is scum like you who force themselves upon women without any skill. After knocking down Mao Shi, Mo Shu stepped on his tools and spat at him. Yes, he had been with many women, but those were consensual encounters. When he captured the saint that night, he wanted to build a relationship slowly with her. If he wanted to force himself, with all that time that night, he would have had his way with her several times. Miss Qin, life is precious. Your husband is waiting for you to come back. If you die, how heartbroken will he be? And what about your family and the Chia gang group? What will happen to them? Zhao Wenjun stood at the door, persuading Qin Mingu not to act rashly. She appeared sincere. Qin Mingu looked at her for a while before coldly smiling. Miss Zhao, you're just afraid that if I die, you can't get the heart of the sun, and can't bear the anger of Lingu and the Qin family, right? Think what you will. Zhao Wenjun didn't explain or argue, calmly stating, when you're dead, you've lost everything, haven't you? Think about my brother, so smart in life, superior to everyone, but lost everything after death, right? Miss Qin, you are a disaster to the country. Even I'm a bit envious. How pitiful your downfall. Don't you have grand ambitions in your heart? Haven't you even borne a child for the Qin family and Lingu yet? How heartbroken will they be if you die? Every word of hers hit Qin Mingyu's weak spots. While Qin Mingu was willing to die for loyalty, she didn't want to die, and certainly didn't want to die desperately. Let's talk. We don't necessarily have to be enemies. Zhao Wenjun extended an invitation, showing her sincerity and leverage. Your driver, isn't he called Ziwang? He's not dead yet. Hearing that Ziwang was still alive, another soft spot of Qin Mingyu's was touched. Ziwang had been with her for so many years, loyal and dedicated. If there was a chance, she truly wished for his survival. Come, the two of us women can have a heart-to-heart talk. Zhao Wenjun turned and walked away, exuding confidence, her eyes calm and unwavering like a dignified queen, confident that no one would defy her will. After thinking for a moment, Qin Mingu followed Zhao Wenjun, holding the detonator. Mo Shu harshly kicked Mao Shi again before spitting at him and said, "Scum! Wait for me to tell your wife. Shameful scum." And with that, she left. They had kidnapped Qin Mingu for a grand plan, and Mao Shi's chaos was making them look like bandits, tarnishing the status of Miss Zhao. Soon, Qin Mingu and Zhao Wenjun were alone in a room. There were no bodyguards around, only Mo Chu and Su Yinghu guarding outside the door. Qin Mingu was surprised. What was this woman Zhao Wenjun planning? Wasn't she afraid of being harmed by her alone? With her sickly body, could she still be a peerless master, able to handle herself? Miss Qin, I actually admire and envy you very much, Zhao Wenjun said, facing away from Qin Mingu. Admire me? Envy me? Qin Mingu was slightly taken aback, laughing gently. If someone else had said that to me, I wouldn't doubt it. But for Miss Zhao, one of the four beauties of Yanjing, to say such words, isn't it too insincere? Regardless of wealth, beauty, family background, even youth. Where do you fall short compared to me? Isn't it these qualities that make one woman admire and envy another? Turning to face Qin Mingu with a smile, Zhao Wenjun showed no hostility, and anyone watching would never have guessed that these two were kidnapper and victim. They might have thought they were just two high-value friends. Sister Mingu, having a healthy body and a husband who loves you is enough to make countless women jealous, right? Zhao Wenjun's sudden display of sincerity left Qin Mingu momentarily at a loss. A dominant queen calling you sister in a friendly manner, wouldn't that make your pores open up? Qin Mingu stared into her eyes, feeling that she wasn't speaking falsely. If my brother didn't insist on obtaining the heart of the sun, he wouldn't have become your enemy, and we wouldn't have become enemies. Everything is my fault. Zhao Wenjun sighed lightly, continuing slowly. It's all because I have a strange illness since childhood, with fluctuations of heat and cold in my body. I experience days every month where I feel like my whole body is freezing while being burnt by fire, as if I were a living dead person. The Valley Ghost doctor said it was due to radiation my body was exposed to, and in order to cure it, I must find something specific. Listening to this, Qin Mingu had already gathered a lot of information. Zhao Wenjun continued, Sister Mingu, being so intelligent, you should know that the thing I need is the Qin family's heart of the sun. Unless obtain the heart of the sun or find someone whose body has undergone similar radiation to balance with mine, my body won't have a chance to recover. That's why my brother has always wanted to marry Lin Qingshuan, so we could find the Valley Ghost doctor again and have him help balance us both. Unfortunately, Lin Qingshuan died for Lingu, which forced my brother to find other ways to obtain the heart of the sun, leading him to do many wrong things and harm many people. Despite her sincere words and repentant appearance, Zhao Wenjun didn't receive any sympathy from Qin Mingu. Don't try to deceive me. Don't think I don't know that the Zhao family set their sights on our Qin family's heart of the sun 20 years ago, and taking back the heart of the sun was your father's order, using it as a condition for Zhao Wuji to inherit the Zhao family. Qin Mingyu's words left Zhao Wenjun slightly surprised. She didn't expect this woman from Cloud City to have such information, even though it wasn't difficult to obtain. I didn't lie to Miss Qin. Happening to obtain the heart of the sun was also a condition for inheriting the Zhao family. This doesn't conflict with what I've told you. Zhao Wenjun remained calm, and sensing Qin Mingu still harboring animosity towards her, she didn't try to get closer. She straightforwardly stated, I brought Miss Qin here only for the heart of the sun. Now, Miss Qin, you have two choices. Qin Mingu listened in silence. Either you lend me the heart of the sun for 10 years, and I'll give you 20 billion as rent. We might even become good friends because of this. Or you die here, Zhao Wenjun said with a sigh after presenting the second choice. If it wasn't a genuine sigh, Qin Mingu felt her acting skills were truly exceptional, as she seemed so regretful about her own life. So you want the heart of the sun just to survive? Qin Mingu asked, taking the initiative. You never thought about seeking revenge for your brother, who Lingu and I killed, and one of the four beauties of Yanjing actively wanting to be friends with me. I doubt I have such luck. She already suspected that Zhao Wuji that night was a stand-in. Combining it with Zhao Wenjun's actions, she felt increasingly convinced her speculations were right. Yet, she couldn't understand why Zhao Wuji faked his death, sending his sister to steal the heart of the sun. It didn't make sense. You are right to suspect me, Zhao Wenjun stated calmly. But everything I've told you is the truth. Take your time to consider, Miss Qin. I won't let anyone disturb you further. When you've made up your mind, just let someone inform me. However, I must remind you, the longer you delay your decision, the greater the price you will pay. Though she didn't explicitly state what that cost was, her tone, despite being calm, had already put enough pressure on Qin Mingu. The unknown can evoke a sense of fear in people. Locked in such a place, isolated from the outside world, every moment for Qin Mingu was a psychological ordeal. That evening, two explosive pieces of news began hitting Cloud City and the Qin family. The 5S hurried back to the Qin family to verify the truth of the news. Good. Great. Elder sister has finally decided to divorce Lingu and marry my senior, Qin Lani proudly declared in front of everyone, not hiding her attitude. However, Qin Zaimai and Qin Qinji, who usually couldn't stand Lingu, didn't echo her sentiments. With richer life experiences, they found these sudden and dubious events rather fishy, suspecting they weren't as simple as they seemed. Qin Lani, are you stupid or foolish? Qin Ruhan received these two shocking news, already anxious, Now listening to Chin Lanny talk this way was bound to make her scold her. Sister and brother-in-law have always had a stable relationship. How could they suddenly divorce? And you think she would marry Liu Jian? This is definitely fake news. Someone must have ill intentions towards sister and the Chin family. You are so naive to believe it. You are the naive one. Chin Lanny retorted immediately, highly agitated. The divorce proceedings between sister and brother-in-law have already been processed at the Civil Affairs Bureau. How can that be fake? Everyone was slightly surprised at this revelation. Had Mingu really divorced Lingu and gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Or was someone deliberately obstructing things? After all, for someone with power and wealth, achieving something like this was not difficult. At that moment, Lingu returned from outside. Though the news given to him by Yizi was not good, returning to the Chin family, he was met with another kind of news. With just a moment's thought, he knew it was the work of Zhao Wenjin orchestrating these events. When certain women get ruthless, they're capable of doing disgusting things. They don't even think about the consequences. Brother-in-law, you're back just in time. They said you and sister went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and finalized the divorce. Chin Ruhan hurriedly pushed Chin Lanny aside, approaching Lingu to ask. No. Lingu replied simply. Why would they say that you and sister have already filed for divorce? Chin Ruhan pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. Because Chin Mingu and Lingu had returned to the Yunshan residence yesterday and hadn't reported her kidnapping, the Chin family was unaware. Lingu couldn't answer at that moment, as Zhao Wenjin had threatened that if things were exposed, Chin Mingu would die. He couldn't risk his wife's life in a gamble with that woman. A great man must be able to be flexible, and sometimes, tolerance leads to a great plan. The only way now was to find Chin Mingu before the situation escalated further, and these ridiculous rumors and incidents would naturally be resolved on their own. Brother-in-law, why aren't you speaking? You're making me so anxious. Chin Ruhan urged while stomping her feet. The women of the Chin family around them were also looking at Lingu. With Lingu's behavior, could it be that he really divorced Mingu? With Chin Chang'an having just left Cloud City to travel the world, the Chin family was now facing such a big issue with no clear leader, making everyone easily chaotic. Lingu. Where is Mingu? Chin Honshu seized on the crucial question. Her question made everyone feel puzzled as well. Lingu returned to the Chin family, but Mingu was not there. Just as Lingu was hesitating how to respond, the Chin family's steward walked in and reported to Lin Fei. Madam, Director Liu has come to visit. What? Upon hearing that Liu Qianqi was visiting the Chin family at this time, the women of the Chin family were all shocked. It seemed that these two events were not mere coincidences. Quickly, bring him in. Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Chin Honshu instructed the steward. Even though Chin Chang'an and Chin Mingu were both not at home, it wasn't up to Lin Fei to make decisions for the Chin family. Lin Fei had been silent ever since General Lin left Cloud City, becoming unknown and uninvolved with the affairs at the Chin family. Yes, not long after the steward left, a series of footsteps could be heard at the entrance. The next moment, Liu Qianqi and his son appeared in the living room, accompanied by many servants carrying a large dowry. Director Liu, what is this about? Chin Honshu was the first to ask. The members of the Chin family were all increasingly surprised. Even Lin Fei, who also found these events suspicious, couldn't fathom why Chin Mingu would agree to marry into the Liu family so quickly, especially if she was truly divorcing Lingu. Ha ha. Mingu has accepted Jian's proposal. I've come to present the dowry on behalf of my son. Please accept it. Liu Qianqi laughed triumphantly. He didn't care about the details behind the situation. As long as the Liu family now had an alliance with the Chin family, it would only bring benefits and no harm to them. Looking at the dowry, estimated to be around 30 million, not including the bridal gifts, it was clear that the Liu family had spared no expense. Director Liu, my father is currently not at home. Isn't this matter too rushed? Chin Honshu couldn't help but voice her concerns. Auntie, why are you worried? Chin Langni interjected. Elder sister has already accepted the proposal. With the dowry presented, the whole city is supporting our marriage. It's a wonderful thing, so the sooner the better. Chin Ruhan wanted to argue, but her third Dan and fourth aunt were in support, while her eldest aunt and second aunt remained silent. Even Lin Fei kept quiet, with no power to change the situation, and only looked to her brother-in-law. Lingu, however, ignored the commotion and walked straight into Chin Mingyu's room. He knew that his real enemy was not the Liu family but Zhao Wenjun. He could kill easily, but right now, his priority was to save someone. His return to the Qin family was to find the original clothing of Qin Mingu, which was not present at the Yunqian community. Yizi had trained a highly capable tracking dog named Doni, who was sensitive to scents. Fortunately, Qin Mingu had a unique scent, and by sniffing her scent, they could likely track her whereabouts. After a sleepless night of investigation and tracking, on the following day, Lingu and Yizi followed Doni to a coastal area inland. "Boss, the scent disappears here," Yizi said, impatiently, but had to restrain himself from showing too much eagerness in front of Lingu, for fear of revealing his feelings for Mingu. Lingu sighed, looking at the vast sea, his mind involuntarily recalling the dream words Mingu once said. Don't drown me. I'm afraid of water. Don't hug me. Don't touch me. Don't." It was the second night, after they returned from Country Y initially. Lingu thought Mingu was in danger and rushed to her room when he heard her voice, only to realize she had a nightmare about their experiences in Country Y. It was after that night that the strong-willed Mingu began to learn swimming. On the night she killed Zhao Wuji, she even risked her life by jumping into the river to find him. Yizi, I think Mingu might have been tied up and placed on the sea. Lingu suddenly spoke. Yizi was taken aback, knowing that Lingu typically had a good grasp of situations before speaking. He asked directly, "How so?" "I've encountered Zhao Wenjun twice. That woman is extremely cunning and has surely studied us. Knowing that Mingu is intelligent but fears water, kidnapping her and placing her on the sea would be the best option to trap her, preventing her from cleverly escaping." Yizi agreed with Lingu's analysis. Just as Lingu finished speaking, Doni started barking wildly. They hurried over and found Doni had dug up some sand, revealing a piece of cloth. Lingu quickly picked it up, clenched his fist, and said, "This is a fragment of Mingu's clothing. It's a clue she left for us. Mingu must be somewhere on this sea." Yizi carefully examined the scene. It was evident that a fight had occurred here, and someone must have cleaned up afterward. Mingu's fabric seemed to be buried in the center of 3 rocks, which resembled an arrow pointing towards the sea. "Yizi, prepare a small boat for me immediately. I must search for Mingu. Also, follow my instructions." Lingu was getting excited. Although it said that good men don't fight with women, whoever dared to kidnap his wife would not be let off easily. If he could defeat Zhao Wuji, he could also defeat this one of the 4 beauties of Yanjing, the female director of a top 500 enterprise. After giving Yizi a series of instructions, Yizi, though looking a bit surprised, nodded and proceeded to arrange things as Lingu had commanded. Zhao Wenjun was indeed a woman of boldness, willing to do what men dare not, or what others find absurd. The next day, the alliance between the Liu and Qin families proceeded as scheduled in a grand ceremony in Cloud City. The venue was set up like a palace, with fragrant flowers, a red carpet extending hundreds of meters, laid all the way to the entrance of the Grand Cathedral. The parking lot in front of the cathedral was filled with luxury cars, as almost all of Cloud City's prominent figures were in attendance. After all, the Qin and Liu families were the leaders in Cloud City, and their alliance demanded respect. Furthermore, it was rumored that Zhao Wenjun, one of the 4 beauties of Yanjing, would also be present, attracting numerous men eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty. The female members of the Qin family were all present at the ceremony. Qin Langni, seeing the grand scene, felt especially proud, saying, "Ass, look at this. Today's grandeur and sacredness are outstanding. With the alliance between the Qin and Liu families, we will firmly establish ourselves as leaders in Cloud City, and our influence in the southern region will expand. Joining the business council and becoming game creators is only a matter of time." Qin Ruhan couldn't help but mutter, making it sound like we rely on the Liu family. Qin Langyi ignored her. She didn't care for Qin Ruhan's attitude and knew nothing would change. Qin Ruhan couldn't change anything indeed. She was only eager to see her sister, who hadn't been seen for 2 days and was now about to marry into the Liu family. This absurd and exaggerated storyline felt like something out of a TV drama. What hidden stories were intertwined within this situation? And where on earth was her foolish brother-in-law amidst all of this? After entering the auditorium, Qin Ruhan pulled Qin Hanshu and Lin Fei along to quickly find the bride of the day. She must get to the bottom of everything. Most of the Qin family members were happy to see the union of the Qin and Liu families, except for Qin Hanshu and Lin Fei, who were considered neutral, or, in other words, Lin Fei actually wanted the Qin and Liu families to unite, but also wanted to understand the truth. Sister. The three of them burst into a backstage room and finally found Qin Mingu, who was with Leagan. And to their surprise, Zhao Wenjin was also there. I'm sorry, you can't come in. Immediately a staff member tried to stop the three of them. Neither Leagan nor Qin Mingu made any moves, but Zhao Wenjin lightly opened her mouth. Let them in. She didn't want things to get too suspicious, nor did she want the truth to be exposed. She was playing a game with Lingu, but the others didn't know the reality. If Qin Mingu didn't see even her own family, wouldn't it seem too strange? Sister, what's going on here? Qin Ruhan wanted to rush to Qin Mingu, but was blocked by the black-clad bodyguards and could only question her sister from a few meters away. Why are you getting a divorce from your brother-in-law? Why marry someone surnamed Liu? Because Liu Dishout is better than Ling Yubo. Qin Mingu simply said. With just that sentence, Qin Hanshu and Lin Fei standing behind felt that this woman didn't seem like their Mingu at all. Her appearance and voice were almost identical, but her demeanor and temperament were completely different from her usual self. The simplest detail was that Qin Mingu had a problem that she was disdainful of answering others, and she wouldn't answer outright. If she were that kind of woman, how could she be called the Ice Queen CEO? Sister, how is someone surnamed Liu better than your brother-in-law? Are you under a spell? Qin Ruhan, as someone directly involved, still hadn't seen through it like the two elders behind her, and was still having an excited conversation with her sister. Hehe, Qin Ruhan, is it that Ling Yubo cast a spell on you? Qin Langyi also walked in from behind, and her treatment was slightly better than Qin Ruhan's as no one stopped her actions. Are you blind or deaf? Can't you see that the whole city is supporting my elder sister and my senior brother together? Now my elder sister marrying my senior brother is the wisest choice. Qin Langyi was very proud, thinking that certainly it was her constant persuasion that finally woke up her elder sister. She just didn't expect her sister to wake up so quickly and decisively. She truly lived up to being her idol. Her actions were swift and decisive. You go to hell. Qin Ruhan couldn't resist Qin Langyi and directly wanted to confront her. Zhao Wenjin immediately gave Qin Mingu a meaningful look. Qin Mingu understood, and immediately shouted, "Stop. Get out. Don't make a scene here." Following her words, black-clad bodyguards quickly came to escort the Qin family members out, including Qin Langyi. When the door closed, Qin Mingu sought praise from Zhao Wenjin. Director Zhao, was my performance still perfect? Hehe. Little did she note that before her laugh even finished, a slap came down towards her face. Since Liu Yajian had decided to play the role of a dog, he had to be an outstanding one. After slapping Qin Mingu, he coldly scolded, "Today, you are Qin Mingu. Don't act out, much less speak out of turn. If there's a leak, no one can bear the consequences." Yes, I know. Qin Mingu immediately covered her face, lowered her head, and shivered. Be more aloof, your performance was terrible. If you blow your cover, not only will you get nothing, but you will die. Zhao Wenjin walked past them, saying coldly, terrifying Qin Mingu so much that she nodded repeatedly. No matter how much Zhao Wenjin explained to her what it meant to be cold, it seemed that the woman hadn't grasped the essence yet. With such acting skills, even if she managed to deceive the entire audience today, how would she deceive the Qin family members moving forward? To enter the Qin family and take the heart of the sun. However, as the mastermind orchestrating the entire plan, Zhao Wenjin, a high-intelligence woman, was quite confident about the subsequent improvements. On the other side, Ling Yubo by the seaside received a call from Qin Ruhan. Ling Yubo, you good-for-nothing brother-in-law. What are you doing? The sky is about to rain. Your wife is about to remarry, and you stand idle by. Ling Yubo couldn't explain to her but simply said, Mingu has not changed her mind, and I am not indifferent. Just wait. Wait. What else should I wait for? Wait for you to come and crash the wedding. Click. Ling Yubo hung up the phone directly, knowing that Zhao Wenjin on the other end was doing everything she could to disgust him. He had to act quickly, or else after the wedding, that woman would definitely allow the impostor to enter the Qin family with Liu Yajian, brazenly searching for the heart of the sun. Hey. It seems that none of the Zhaos are normal people. I never expected Zhao Wenjin to be so beautiful, and her ability to disgust people surpasses both her brothers. Beside Ling Yubo, Xia Zhu smirked. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Ling Yubo jumped off the yacht, effortlessly landing soundlessly. Hey, wait for me. Xia Zhu also jumped down, though her landing was more clumsy, and her footsteps were noticeably heavier than Ling Yubo's. She was sent by Yizi to assist Ling Yubo in rescuing the hostage, and just with one jump, she felt the obvious gap between herself and Ling Yubo, unable to help but ask him, "How can you land so lightly? Is that what true lightness skill is? I don't have time to teach you. Help me save the person first." Ling Yubo didn't even glance at her, immediately speeding up the yacht. He had to save Qin Mingu urgently, otherwise, there could be unforeseen circumstances. Their secret efforts to rescue the hostage could only be carried out by two people to avoid an early discovery. Soon, the wedding ceremony in the auditorium began. As the two families with the deepest backgrounds in the city, the Qin and Liu families, naturally had extensive connections. High officials, wealthy businessmen, celebrities from all walks of life, shining stars gathered in one place. The design of the stage in this auditorium was peculiar, resembling a spiral ribbon where the bride and groom had to walk up slowly from below. Qin Mingu and Liajian appeared on both sides of the stage, causing an explosion in the room. "I never expected this to happen. Didn't we hear that Qin Mingu was averse to men before? Later we heard she had a hidden marriage with a certain man, and now she's suddenly marrying Liajian. Truly bizarre and childish. Heh. In wealthy families, what love is there? Marriage is merely a commercial and political affair. Women like Qin Mingu can't escape the arrangements of destiny. The wealthier the family, the more absurd the romantic drama. What are you all saying? The golden boy must be matched with the jade girl. The princess can only marry a prince. Qin Mingu marrying Liajian. Wasn't this arrangement already made by the heavens? Oh no. We're heartbroken now." The conversations buzzed under the stage, with varying opinions. The minds of the Qin family members were also full of thoughts as they quietly watched the scene unfold. But regardless of what these people said, whether in support or opposition, they couldn't prevent the continuation of this marriage. It was because Liu Yejian wanted to marry, and Qin Mingu was willing to marry. After nearly half an hour of the stage ceremony and receiving enough blessings, the couple of the day finally ascended the stage and stood before the pastor. Zhao Wenjun had been sitting in the VIP area, silently watching the scene, her expression indifferent, waiting for news from Ling Yubo. Why hasn't that man surrendered yet? And what is he thinking? Just then, Xingku walked quickly behind her and whispered softly in her ear, "Miss, we found Ling Yubo's whereabouts. He set sail half an hour ago." Upon hearing Su Yingchu's report, Zhao Wenyu's snow-white delicate forehead creased slightly with a hint of annoyance. She didn't expect that Ling Yu would dare to take action. Was he not afraid of killing the real Qin Mingu? Didn't he love her very much? Or was he absolutely certain? Interesting. "Miss, do you want to get rid of Qin Mingu?" Su Yinghu asked as she followed Su. "This is not the style of our Zhao family, nor is it the style of my brother." Zhao Wenjun looked up at the ceremonial platform, expressionless, and said, "Killing Qin Mingu is the last step but not the best ending, nor is it our ultimate goal. Order to capture Ling Yu as well and force the couple to hand over the Sunstone. If we can't capture them, kill them directly." The two words "kill" did not match the demeanor of a beauty. Su Yinghu nodded and immediately made arrangements. Zhao Wenjun also felt that at this point, half of the meaning of the wedding had been lost. She was completely unprepared for Ling Yu to find Qin Mingyu's whereabouts so quickly and make such radical and risky moves. This seemed inconsistent with the rumors of the Werewolf King from years ago. If he could submit to save his brother's life back then, why couldn't he submit to save his wife's life this time? Was it that his wife was not as important as his brother, or had the Werewolf King changed? Or perhaps, their speculations about their brother were incorrect, and he was not the Werewolf King of the past. Meanwhile, Ling Yu had already discovered a ship in the distance at sea. He immediately gritted his teeth and ordered, "Ziazu, inform Captain Yi immediately that we have located the target and will board the ship. Let them take action too." Ziazu secretly huffed. This man was so despicable, acting as if he outranked Captain Yi, daring to instruct her and Captain Yi on how to work. Despite her anger, she still followed Ling Yu's orders. Doom. Whoosh! With the sudden increase in engine power, the small yacht shot towards the large ship anchored at sea, like a misfired arrow. Ziazu quickly grabbed the handrail tightly, mumbling under her breath, "Are you crazy? Can't you navigate a boat?" Even if it were a slow-reacting policewoman, they would have been thrown overboard by his reckless boating skills. Ling Yu paid no mind to Ziazu, focused on boarding the ship quickly and efficiently, wondering if they could even make it on board. They currently had the advantage of being small in size in the sea, making it harder to be spotted, but if they were to be noticed when close, boarding the ship forcibly would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Hence, a surprise attack was necessary. The yacht instantly reached the side of the ship, and Lingu leapt overboard towards the gangway. Zhu clenched her teeth. Her colleagues used to envy her, but now she genuinely admired Lingu's agility. When would she become as skilled as him? Ignoring Zhu, Lingu focused on swiftly boarding the ship, but at the next moment, a strange large fly hovered above his head. Years of life and death on the battlefield had honed Lingu's sense of danger beyond the ordinary. How could there be flies in that place? Moreover, there was more than one. More and more flies were flying towards him. It must be a ruse. With no other choice, Lingu promptly jumped into the sea. Just as the water splashed up, an explosion occurred above. What the hell? Zhu panicked and quickly steered the yacht away from the ship. She had no idea what kind of enemy they were facing, let alone how the explosion just happened. On the ship, Miao Shai stood on the edge, looking down and seeing that Lingu had disappeared into the vast sea. He grinned in satisfaction. Is this guy only capable of this much? Was the snake spirit really subdued by him? It seems he was overestimated. He's not even worth a 100 million bounty. At the same time, he glanced at Zhu circling on the sea, secretly amazed at her appealing figure. Those heavy assets, he appreciated them so much. They were much larger than his wife's. He wondered how enjoyable it would be to possess them. Before he could dwell on this thought, he received a fierce kick to his thigh from behind. Idiot, are you staring at women again? Acting all innocent in front of me. But the moment I turn away, you're up to no good, right? Wife? No, it's not true. I'm not that kind of person. Miao Shai quickly denied 3 times, shaking his head to make it seem believable. Previously, that woman Qin Mingu tried to seduce me to escape. I have a beautiful wife. Why would I need other women? His explanation finally made his wife coldly snort. Unbeknownst to them, Lingu underwater hadn't died but could even hear their conversation. He was now 100% sure that Qin Mingu was on that ship. Though the recent explosion had not killed him, he was slightly injured. Knowing the enemy was guarding the ship, he couldn't rashly peek out. What to do? Lingu quickly thought of a plan of action. Hey, Lingu, are you dead? Come out quickly. Zhu, on the sea surface, steered the yacht around the ship, loudly calling his name. Lingu? Qin Mingu inside the ship faintly heard this name, attentive as she listened closely, confirming it wasn't a hallucination. She hurried to the window in her room and precisely saw Zhu circling around in the yacht. Officer Zia. I'm here. Officer Zia. Qin Mingu called out loudly, but Zhu, focused on Lingu underwater, didn't hear her, causing her to become a bit frantic. Back at the wedding venue, the marriage ceremony had begun. Qin Hanshu, in a rare move, exchanged a glance with Lin Fei. With Qin Qiangong absent and Qin Ruhan Tuyun, the large group of women from the Qin family speculated that the woman on the stage was highly likely not the real Qin Mingu. They didn't object to Qin Liu's marriage but were not inclined to be deceived. Regardless of whether the Qin Ming was genuine or not, with the entire Qin family present, to outsiders, this was the union of Qin Liu and Qin Liao. Mr. Liu Yejian, are you willing to marry Miss Qin Mingu? Will you love her, care for her, respect her, and remain loyal to her until the end of your life, through poverty, sickness, and death? I am willing. Liu Yejian smiled in response. Just as they awaited applause from the audience, a woman suddenly shouted furiously, "Oppose! I oppose them being together. Jian, you're mine. I won't allow you to marry another woman." The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect someone to disrupt the union of Qin Liu. Qin Ruhan, Qin Hanshu, and Lin Fei felt different from the others, adding a buffer to the situation. Looking over, they saw Susan rushing towards the stage, losing all grace of a wealthy lady, resembling a fanatical stalker instead. Jian, why did you suddenly marry this woman? You can marry me if you want to form a union. Although I'm not from the main line of the Su family, I can help you achieve your business plans. Jian, Susan shouted, attempting to ascend the stage. But even with her position, the security on-site prevented her from stopping the inevitable. Susan, I married Mingu out of love. Nothing else. Thank you. Liu Yejian responded across the space to Susan, causing a commotion and thunderous applause throughout the venue. So romantic. Qin Lan and I and the other women couldn't help but sigh and cheer. The priest continued the wedding ceremony. Miss Qin Mingu, are you willing to marry Mr. Liu Yajian as your husband? Are you willing to love him, take care of him, respect him, and remain loyal to him through poverty, sickness, life, and death until the end of your life? I am willing. Qin Mingu answered sweetly, without hesitation. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Qin family was astonished. Is this really their Mingu? Great. Fantastic. Qin Luani was so excited that tears fell, as she stood up clapping vigorously, trying to encourage applause from the entire room. However, at that moment, a strong voice interrupted. I object. Once again, the whole room gasped in surprise. How could there be so many objections to the marriage of the century in Yuncheng? Unscientific. Brother-in-law. It was Qin Luani's turn to get angry. Qin Ruhan stood up in excitement and quickly looked towards the back of the church. The man seemed like a messenger emerging from darkness towards light, with a majestic presence, a scar on his face as if from life and death struggle. Resembling a fierce beast from the jungle, he was followed by 6 or 7 burly men, enhancing his formidable presence. The entire room was paying homage to him. The jade-faced beast, Yi Shaolai, had arrived to object to the wedding. What's going on? Why him? Why not the brother-in-law? Qin Ruhan's excited expression gradually faded, replaced by a face of confusion. Could it be that the brother-in-law had given up, and this jade-faced beast also liked her sister? Seizing the opportunity, Yinghu, seeing Captain Yi stepping forward, Zhao Wenjin, who had been expressionless all along, finally showed signs of agitation. Miss, what are your orders? Zhao Wenjin asked softly. How's the situation over there? Yinghu responded in a hushed voice. The man fell into the sea. The woman is still there. Should we eliminate them? Zhao Wenjin nodded, hesitated for a moment, but still did not give the kill order, even though she predicted that the situation was grim. Unlike her brother, she truly didn't want to kill, unless absolutely necessary. At the same time Yi Shaolai made his appearance, on the other side, Lingu had already sneaked to the other side of the ship and suddenly emerged from the sea. Seizing the moment before he was noticed, he swiftly climbed aboard and landed noiselessly, with only the sounds of water droplets from his clothes hitting the deck alerting the top-notch international assassins. Before they could turn around, the man was standing ominously behind them, ready to pounce. Click, dang. Lingu kicked 2 of the black-clothed men into the sea, snapped another one's neck, took his gun, and shot down 2 more. In a blink, he had taken down 5 people. Remarkably terrifying. Buzzing sounds suddenly approached from behind. Lingu quickly turned around. Spotting the swarm of electronic flies, he flicked a drop of water, hitting one of the flies, then swiftly rolled deftly, lifting a piece of the deck. Booms. Successive explosions of machine flies charged towards him, detonating on the ship. The deck lit up as smoke billowed, blinding the vision on the ship. Lingu. Lingu. 2 different voices sounded from different directions. Qin Mingu, locked in a room, a delicate-minded woman, couldn't see what was happening outside, intensifying her panic. On the other hand, Ziazu, a straightforward woman, saw the explosions and felt that Lingu's chances were slim. Nonetheless, she took the opportunity to board the ship, only to find herself facing the barrels of 2 guns. Oh no! Ziazu didn't expect so many armed individuals aboard the ship while she was still climbing, unsure of how to react. Just in time, a deck flew horizontally, knocking the 2 black-clothed men into the sea. Lingu. Ziazu hurriedly looked and found the man alive, with traces of explosion wounds all over his body, but his eyes were fiery and fierce, incredibly handsome. Was he immortal? Hurry and get on board. I'll handle the riffraff. Lingu shouted at Ziazu before turning to face the 2 formidable enemies. The couple of assassins had a reputation for taking down many renowned generals, indicating they were not to be underestimated. Hehe. Truly formidable. Looks like you're the former Warwolf King of the North. Impressive that even explosions can't kill you. This is getting more and more interesting. The crow spoke to Lingu while putting on a strange eyeglass on his left eye. Beep beep. The device displayed series of changing data. The crow chuckled triumphantly. So, what's your plan now that I have all your data at my fingertips? How will you deal with us? Lingu remained expressionless, observing the pair. He had some knowledge of Maoxi's abilities and was cautious of her array of miniature bombs, but he had only heard about the crow's capabilities and was unfamiliar. Hence he refrained from recklessness. If you won't attack, we won't be polite. The crow gestured to Maoshi to attack. With a clap of her hands, something strange occurred. The two small bombs seemed to have a life of their own, flying towards Lingu. Lingu was momentarily perplexed by how Miyoshi manipulated the bombs, but he believed it was high-tech, not some ancient art or shady techniques. Pop, pop. Lingu was on the ship, and the miniature bombs had limited power. Thus he narrowly dodged. However, as soon as he regained his balance, he sensed a chilling presence behind him. Swish! Lingu immediately squatted, as a laser sword chopped off some of his hair neatly. So this was it. Lingu had realized that the crow was a cold weapon assassin, despite her high-tech laser sword. The laser sword could extend at will, sweeping towards him. Unable to resist the sword's range changes, Lingu was somewhat embarrassed, frantically dodging and rolling on the deck. Unexpectedly, Miyoshi had already anticipated his every move and set up bombs behind him. Before Lingu could react, he found himself within the blast radius, too late to escape. The seamless cooperation of the couple was exceptional. Hehe. You're finished. Die. Miyoshi shouted, pressing the detonation button. The couple looked immensely excited. Killing the former Werewolf King was undoubtedly going to make them famous. With high commission in hand and the possibility of becoming one in the Blood Spider Assassin organization. Click. After the detonation button was pressed, nothing happened. Maoshi's smile gradually froze. Zia Zhu, who was tidying up a sigh, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, she thought that Lingu was doomed. Now seeing that there was no explosion and Lingu was fine, besides feeling relieved, she kept explaining to herself. She wasn't worried about him, just worried that if he died, the hostage rescue mission would fail, and she would be in danger. Why? Why did this happen? The crow also shook its head in surprise and called out. Why did her tactics fail, which she analyzed with high technology? Why is this happening? Don't you guys know? Lingu's expression showed no pride. This was the terrifying aspect that made people fear the Werewolf King. Arrogance leads to defeat. The battle was not over, and this man would never be proud at any time. The mini-bombs you studied are indeed very flexible, but they have a fatal weakness, which is when they infiltrate water. They become duds. So just now those fly bombs didn't keep following me into the sea. Lingu explained this way, but the two still couldn't accept it. It was true that their bombs malfunctioned when infiltrated with water, but these bombs had strong waterproof functions. It was not easy for ordinary people to inject water into their bombs. Moreover, the reason the bombs didn't follow into the sea just now actually had three reasons. Firstly, even with good waterproofing, they didn't want to infiltrate the water because soaking in the sea could lead to failure. Secondly, once in the sea, they lost sight and couldn't track the enemy. Thirdly, they just thought Lingu was dead, so they didn't think it necessary to chase further. I have tried it just now. When I use internal energy to inject water into the bomb, it malfunctions. Lingu said expressionlessly. You openly analyzed my actions and battle habits with high technology. Did you really think I was a fool with no precautions? I deliberately fought in a normal way to make you think your analysis was correct. I can never defeat humans. Lingu finished speaking and directly leapt to attack the crow. He had known early on that the backbone of this couple was actually this woman. Once he dealt with her, Miyoshi was not to be feared. His normal actions just now were to analyze the crow's combat style and tactics. Relying too much on high-tech analysis was not what true martial artists did. Because true strength required combat instincts, relying on high-tech analysis feedback would always be a beat slower. Lingu made 3 attacks, but the crow still anticipated and evaded in advance. Hey, your moves are powerful, but I can predict your actions. What can you do to Mio? Before the crow could respond to Lingu, she was caught off guard as he changed his move direction and grabbed her throat, despite her resistance. This move is the result of 20 years of hard work. Do you really think predicting my moves can stop me? The crow tried to respond to Lingu but couldn't. While Miyoshi wanted to save his wife, Lingu tightened his grip. The 4th-rank killer of the Blood Spider Assassin organization, a once mighty killer, died on the spot, without a final glance. A strong fear had instantly spread throughout Mioshi's body, causing him to momentarily lose his fighting spirit. This man in front of him had truly terrifying combat talent. Not only did he possess dominating inner power, he could swiftly analyze the battlefield, identify the enemy's abilities and weaknesses after a brief exchange, truly embodying the fabled man born for battle. Fighting against such a war god was simply seeking death. So before Lingu could even make a move against him, Miyoshi turned and fled, completely devoid of fighting spirit. After Ziazu witnessed the scene in its entirety, she couldn't help but admire Lingu wholeheartedly. No exaggeration, even if a whole police force came, they might not be able to accomplish today's mission. Yet Lingu single-handedly dismantled renowned international killer duo, leaving Ziazu dumbfounded, unsure of what else she could do. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, Izzy stepped up to the ceremonial platform with a serious expression and loudly stated, "I object to their marriage." He repeated his objection. The audience below suddenly exchanged bewildered looks. The much-awaited grand wedding in Yun City was gradually turning into a farce. Truly unexpected. "Captain Yi, why are you objecting to this wedding? Do I have some enmity with you? Do you like my bride?" Luigi joked. Everyone was curious. Izzy indeed had feelings for Qin Mingyu, but as he glanced at the woman in front of him, he felt nothing. Love was such a mysterious thing. With nearly identical appearances, one could instantly captivate him, while the other left him indifferent. "I don't like your bride, but today I must stop this deceptive wedding." Yi Xiao's words stirred unrest in the audience. A deceptive wedding? What did that mean? "Captain Yi, you're going a bit too far with your words." Liu Shenju quickly spoke, leading his wife out, addressing Yi. "The Li family has always abided by the law, been charitable, and I have always considered you a good friend. When you came to celebrate today, we were originally overjoyed and welcomed you warmly. But your words will undoubtedly harm the reputation of the Qin and Li families. We have no grievances, so why do you do this? Why do you raise discordant voices amid everyone's blessings?" His speech was very intelligent. First, he portrayed the Li family in a positive light, aligning everyone with the same perspective, then placed Yi in opposition. This way, Yi would no longer represent righteousness, but rather opposition. The opposition often symbolizes falsehood and evil, diminishing the credibility of what he would say next. The Li family needed this marriage, so Liu Shenki had to think hard to maintain it. "Yes, Captain Yi, words must be chosen carefully. Although you're a prominent figure in Yun City, if you make a mistake, the consequences won't be easy for you to bear. Uninvited guests, please leave now." Someone immediately added pressure to Yi as Liu Shenki wanted him to leave with his group immediately. Yi also admired the experienced businessman like Liu Shenki. Their words had a lot of appeal. Unfortunately, Yi was not one to be easily pressured and hurriedly said, "If the woman before me is truly Qin Mingyu, regardless of who she wants to marry, I will bless her. But, unfortunately, she is an imposter. From start to finish, today has been a scam." "What?" As Yi Xiao's words landed, the scene erupted in shock. In an instant, the thousands at the venue were in an uproar. Members of the Qin family were also in a panic, and a group of women looked at a loss. Xiao Wenjun, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She knew well about the relationship between Yi and Lingu. For this Yun City captain to come to the wedding and expose Qin Mingyu as a fake, wasn't he afraid that the real Qin Mingyu would meet a tragic end? What was really happening on the other side, where the actual Qin Mingyu was present? "Yi, you are too audacious in deceiving people." After a moment of uncertainty on Liu Qianchu's face, it suddenly turned bright red. He, who usually carried himself with great dignity, pointed at Yi and scolded, "You are a figure representing justice. Why are you deceiving people like this today? This is the first wedding of the third generation of my Liu family. The only wedding. I have stated that we have no grudges. Why did you bring people to cause trouble on our Qin Liu family's 100-year unity feast? Yes, you do hold a high position of authority, possess strong martial skills, and have a large number of subordinates. My Liu family is small and cannot contend with you, but I believe there is justice in this world. Today, with thousands of people watching, you deliberately came with your lackeys to disrupt the unity of our Qin Liu family. If this matter spreads, even with your power and influence, you will still be infamous and will pay a huge price in the future." With impassioned eloquence, he portrayed himself as rising up against injustice. These words were indeed very provocative and received support from many people present, almost making the usually serious Yi burst into laughter. While it's true that his Liu family held tremendous power in Yun City, he portrayed the Liu family as victims, describing Yi as all-encompassing and wicked. Quite a devious tactic, truly a cunning merchant. However, Yizi was no pushover either. Over the years, he had encountered all kinds of cases and personalities. Liu Qianqi might be sharp-tongued, but was Yizi really someone to be afraid of? Master Liu, stop pretending. By pretending so, are you not trying to hide your ignorance? To push off responsibility for everything? What ignorance or lack of knowledge? Captain Yi, I truly don't know what you're talking about. Please. Liu Qianqi wanted to continue his long speech to further incite emotions in the crowd. But Yizi, a man of few words, was tired of bickering with a literary figure like him. He simply turned to Zhao Wenjin and said loudly, Miss Zhao Wenjin, please release the kidnapped true Miss Qin from the Qin family. The noisy scene of thousands of people fell silent at once at these words. The women from the Qin family stood up in surprise. Many people couldn't believe it. After a while, the scene erupted in discussions. How is this possible? Kidnapping among women. The beautiful woman from Yanjing and Aryun City have no grudges. Why would she do this? Could there be a misunderstanding? If the real Miss Qin is kidnapped, then who is the woman getting married to Liu Deshao on stage now? The cacophony of questioning voices, the icy glares of the Qin family women, and the armed special police, none of it made Zhao Wenjin flinch even slightly. She just sneered, Captain Yi, right? Since this is our first meeting, my Zhao family and the Liu family are business partners, and we have some friendly ties. Today, I was just here to attend Liu Deshao's wedding, and Miss Jin Mingu is also standing on the ceremonial platform, so please forgive me for not understanding what you're talking about. Yizi also admired this young woman's composure. Despite her young age, she was as steady as a rock. Nevertheless, he continued, on Saturday morning, the real Miss Jin Mingu was kidnapped at the market. Miss Qin's husband, Lingu, met Miss Zhao himself and she confessed to kidnapping Miss Jin. Now, please confess and hand over Miss Jin. What? This time, even Qin Hanshu and the other Qin family women could no longer stay silent. They were not fools. How could they not see the flaws in Yi Zhao's story? As the captain of the criminal police, how could he bring so many people here and talk nonsense? Even Qin Luani was starting to lose composure. Zhao Wenjin, did you kidnap Mingu? Who is standing on stage? I've said she looks nothing like Mingu in her everyday style. So, it was all planned by you. This good show's director. Release my sister. Qin Hanshu and Qin Ruhan led the charge, with the Qin family women all turning against Zhao Wenjin. Qin Luani's face changed suddenly, but she still couldn't believe that the woman on stage was not her elder sister. How could that be? They looked exactly alike. In this situation, despite the chaos, Zhao Wenjin remained as composed as ever, her expression unchanged. Liu Yehen's usually sharp eyes were unusually silent, not uttering a single word from beginning to end, a stark contrast to his usually dominant demeanor. The group of women from the Qin family took to the stage to carefully identify and question Qin Mingu, but she could answer most questions convincingly. It was only her demeanor and aura that seemed slightly different from usual. I can't tell. Lin Fei quickly voiced her uncertainty. This must be fake. My sister doesn't have this kind of worldly aura, not even a bit. Qin Ruhan shouted loudly. You be quiet. This is my sister, Qin Ruhan. You are brainwashed by Lingu, not wanting to see your sister marry my senior. You're talking nonsense here. You foolish woman. Qin Luani also shouted in agitation. With each woman from the Qin family holding steadfast to their own beliefs, the onlookers were left bewildered. Was the Qin Mingu on stage real or fake? Captain Yi, if you have no evidence, please refrain from baseless accusations here. Apologize to my Miss Jin solemnly and then leave. Otherwise, we will not forgive you. We will ruin your reputation, strip you of your official position, and you will no longer be able to mix in these circles. Su Yinghu also stepped up to pressure Yizi on behalf of her miss. Yizi sighed inwardly, wondering why there was no news coming from Ziazu. Had the real Qin Mingu been rescued or not? If the operation had failed, he truly had no concrete evidence to present now. On the ship, after Xiaxu organized a group of hooligans and bodyguards, she did not follow Lingu to track Mao Shai but hurried to report to Captain Yi about the situation. She found that the signal was blocked on this ship, and the kidnappers inside should be communicating through special communication devices. In order to report to the captain, she had to leave this ship, but considering the hostages had not been rescued yet, Xiaxu decided to find Qin Mingu first. Lingu. Inside the room, Qin Mingu was anxiously knocking on the door, but the electronically locked door gave her no way out. With no movement outside, she wondered how Lingu was doing now. The next moment, urgent footsteps were heard outside an approaching person. Lingu, is that you? Chen Mingu urgently knocked on the door, hoping it would open soon. Unexpectedly, her wish came true as the door was opened from the outside. Lingu, surprised, Chen Mingu was about to show her jaw but froze the next moment. The burly Mao Shai burst in, knocking her to the ground and quickly locking the door. Why is it you? Where is Lingu? How is he? The usually composed iceberg female CEO was unusually anxious. Firstly, she held a grudge against Mao Shai, as he once tried to assault her. Secondly, she knew Lingu had boarded the ship, and now that he hadn't arrived yet, and this demon had instead, she was worried about her husband's safety. Hehe, your husband killed my wife. How should I seek revenge? After locking the door, Mao Shai turned with narrow eyes towards Chen Mingu. He had long desired someone unattainable. While his wife was alive, he dared not act recklessly. Now that his wife was killed by her husband, he couldn't remain indifferent. Do you dare to touch me? Although nervous, Chen Mingu remained ice-cold and dominant. TSK, the more you act superior and untouchable, the more I want to conquer you. Mao Shai lunged at Chen Mingu. Though not particularly agile amongst experts, he found no difficulty overwhelming her. Chen Mingu dodged but was pushed down heavily. Ouch! She felt as if her body was falling apart, unable to move for a moment. Mingu, where are you? Outside the room, Lingu was still frantically searching for his wife's whereabouts. The ship had many rooms, some securely locked, making it challenging to find Chen Mingu. Lingu, Chen Mingu heard Lingu's voice and quickly responded, but before she could finish, Mao Shai covered her mouth tightly. Hehe, calling him won't help. This electronic door wouldn't even budge with my bomb. No one can save you. Mao Shai gloated, unaware of the frantic knocking outside. Mingu, are you inside? Please answer me. Mingu. Lingu's sharp hearing led him to believe the voice he heard moments ago came from this room. Upon hearing his voice, Mao Shai, who had conceded the door wouldn't open, subconsciously panic-stricken, dared not make a sound. The terrifying strength Lingu displayed left him truly frightened. Fearing the worst, unexpectedly, as he was distracted, Chen Mingu swiftly drew a dagger she carried and stabbed it into his back. Ah! Mao Shai cried out in pain, jumping up. You vile man! How dare you attack me? I'll make you pay. I'll kill you. Enraged, Mao Shai grabbed Chen Mingu, tossing her onto a bench. Sout! Chen Mingu's forehead hit the bench, the pain making her see stars and feel blood running down her face. Mingu, outside! Lingu heard the commotion and forcefully kicked the door. Mao Shai trembled. He had never encountered such a situation in his career as an assassin. Initially trembling in fear, knowing that once Lingu broke in, he would surely meet his end, but he was also excited. With an extraordinarily beautiful woman before him and her husband outside, the fear only heightened his excitement. Even if I die under the peony flowers, I'd die in a blaze of glory. Mao Shai, consumed by madness, threw caution to the wind. Assassins do not fear consequences. He took off his pants, laughing triumphantly. Lingu, you killed my wife, so now I get to taste your wife. It must be exhilarating. Ha ha. Bastard. Anger. Lingu exerted his strength against the door lock, using the seventh palm strike of the Northern Dragon. Break. The lock broke with a bang. The iron door creaked open. How is this possible? Trembling in fear, Mao Shai realized too late the caliber of his opponent. He never imagined he had provoked someone of such high skill level. It dawned on him why, despite their combined efforts, they couldn't match him. Lingu, his face dark and silent, approached Mao Shai step by step. Mao Shai was petrified, mind blank. Only when he realized he could use Chen Mingu as a hostage did he try to threaten Lingu. But it was too late. Before he could reach Chen Mingu, Lingu had already crossed the distance in a flash, grabbing his neck and effortlessly lifting his 200-pound body. Please, spare me. Seeing Lingu's eyes, Mao Shai's pants were already soaked, but he still pleaded for mercy with all his strength. Spare you? After how you treated my wife, why would I spare you? Lingu hurled a fist into his chest. Mao Shai spat out blood as his body caved in. Another punch. And another. Lingu. Enough, Lingu. Upon hearing Chen Mingu's voice behind him, Lingu gradually regained his senses. Tossing the lifeless Mao Shai aside, he turned and rushed to embrace Chen Mingu, who had just stood up. I'm sorry, Mingu. I almost lost you. Lingu was filled with regret and anguish, realizing his wife had narrowly escaped a terrible fate. Silly, it's not your fault. Trembling, Mingu was now in tears, showing her vulnerable side. This time, it was her carelessness that brought about the danger of bringing little Wei on board. How could she blame Lingu? Touched by his protective anger, her heart swelled with emotion. The next moment, she took the initiative to kiss her valiant husband. Lingu responded wholeheartedly, lost in the kiss, until a sound was suddenly heard from behind. Cough, cough, cough. Just as the incident has just ended, are you two starting this again? Isn't it inappropriate? Xia Zhu had just walked over and unexpectedly found the couple kissing passionately, unable to help but interrupt them. Now that the danger has not yet passed, how could they, as a married couple, be so indulgent in themselves? Is this really okay? Lingu and his wife finally stopped. Lingu's expression was a bit aggrieved as he quickly and seriously checked Mingu's injuries. What do you mean by again? Mingu stared at Xia Zhu and asked. HMPH, you still want to pretend you don't know? After Lingu dealt with Zhao Wuji last time, what did you two do in the river? I saw it clearly. What? You saw it? Mingu immediately glared at Xia Zhu. Then after a moment of panic, she resumed her composure and coldly said, Officer Xia, isn't this a bit unethical? Xia Zhu was actually lying. She didn't see anything that night, but it didn't prevent her from speculating on what Lingu and his wife did in the water. At this moment, her eyes flickered a bit as she said, What do you mean unethical? If you two dare to do that, am I not unethical by watching? If I were to step in to stop you or join you, that would be unethical. Hey buddy, join us. How would you join us in that kind of thing? Lingu quickly shivered and said to Mingu, Don't believe her nonsense, let's leave here and go back. Many people are waiting for you outside. Mingu also nodded, not believing Xia Zhu's words at all. Meanwhile, at the wedding scene, everyone stared at Yizi, waiting for him to produce evidence to prove that today's bride was a fake. If he couldn't, Zhao Wenjun and numerous others present would definitely not let him off the hook, even if he was the captain of the police station. Su Yinghu was still proud. Miss Zhao Wenjun had always been very meticulous in her actions and would never easily be caught with evidence. She was in control. How could a mere martial artist like Yizi compete with her? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Miss Zhao, return Mingu back to me. What? This voice made the scene feel like a pot had been shattered. Su Yinghu was instantly stunned. The Qin family members were also incredulous. Liu Qianqi and his wife were full of fear and at a loss. Hearing this voice, even Zhao Wenjun, who was initially calm, was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. She stared at Liu Yejian in disbelief. She had thought she had tamed this dog, especially when he knelt down. She thought she had completely wiped out his arrogance. But who would have thought this man would betray her at a critical moment? Despite the tumult in her heart, her demeanor remained calm. Zhao Wenjun was not an easily defeated woman. She had climbed step by step in the Zhao family, a devil's den. She was the queen who had established her own foothold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deserved the title of one of the four great beauties based solely on her beauty. The whole place still couldn't believe Liu Yejian's actions. Liu Qianqi and Zhao Wei couldn't have imagined that their son would betray Zhao Wenjun at this moment. The couple's hearts were trembling at the irrevocable decision. Liu Yejian, have you lost your mind? Isn't Mingu standing right in front of you? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yinghu immediately rebuked Liu Yejian coldly. No, she's not Mingu. Liu Zi said twice that she was not Mingu, and people still didn't believe him. But now that Liu Yejian said it again, they had no choice but to believe him. Today's events were too strange, too peculiar. Even novelists wouldn't dare write them this way. And yet, it was all happening before their eyes. Mr. Liu, your son is insane. Get him out of here. Zhao Wenjun commanded Liu Qianqi. She knew Liu Yejian was rebellious, but given Liu Qianqi's age, he surely wouldn't dare to defy her, or else their Liu family's commercial building would collapse, and their family would be in ruins. I have evidence. Liu Yejian didn't wait for his father's response. He immediately took out a mini recorder from his mouth and said, in public, this recording contains the conversation between Zhao Wenjun and Lingu. Every word she spoke can prove that this Mingu is a puppet, and I am also her puppet. Doom. His calm words were like the thunder of spring, shocking everyone present. All eyes turned to Zhao Wenjun. Miss Su Yinghu also heard the revelations from the earpiece and hesitated for a moment before addressing Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun gently waved her hand, indicating that Su Yingku didn't need to speak. In fact, when Yizi exposed the truth at the scene and yelled it out loud, she knew she had failed. Her estimations of the two people were off, even wrong. One was Liu Yejian. She had never expected him to betray her. The other was Lingu. He had managed to find Qin Mingu, and even rescue her. Miss Zhao, please return the real Mingu, Liu Yejian said again. Cough. Zhao Wenjun suddenly coughed, and the next moment, everyone saw a large piece of blood on the back of her hand. She had coughed out a lot of blood. The beauty's face turned pale instantly, almost colorless, evoking sympathy from many. Despite this, Zhao Wenjun didn't play the damsel in distress, nor did she seek sympathy. She just held up her hands to Yizi. She surrendered. Since the moment she never ordered the killing of Qin Mingu, she knew she might lose. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration for this woman. He had a strange sense of awe toward her. Her fragile body was like a flickering flame, seemingly about to extinguish at any moment yet possessed the ability to burn everything to the ground. Snap! Yizi himself handcuffed Zhao Wenjun and waved his hand, saying, "Take her away." As Zhao Wenjun, the counterfeit Mingu, and others were taken away, the wedding became the biggest spectacle of Yuncheng for the year. Humph, I already said she was a fake. Only a blind woman like you would foolishly jump around like a clown. Qin Ruhan, at this moment, shouted out the word she had been holding in her heart at Qin Langni. Qin Langni, surprisingly, didn't retort. She wasn't so angry she was speechless, but suddenly burst into tears. She wasn't pretending to be tongue-tied out of anger but cried in a hoarse voice. She genuinely admired her senior brother and truly hoped to see him marry her elder sister. Why? Why did this dream shatter before it could be realized? Why did her elder sister have to choose Lingu? What was the reason for this? At this moment, besides weeping, her mind was blank. On the other side, Lingu and Qin Mingu safely returned to shore, where Yizi was already waiting for them. Mr. Ling. Miss Qin, Zhao Wenjun has been arrested. You can sue her any time. The evidence is solid, and she will face over 10 years or even life imprisonment. Even if the Zhao family is big and influential, and they use money, public relations, and connections to deal with it for her, she will still be subject to legal sanctions. Yizi directly informed the two of the situation and also revealed some details about the wedding of Qin and Liu. They thought Qin Mingu would be very angry when she heard it, maybe even roar for a lawyer to burn Zhao Wenjun at the stake. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingu remained exceptionally calm, showing almost no emotion. She knew very well that if Zhao Wenjun wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have time to wait for Lingu's rescue. Is this the iceberg beauty? Yizi whispered to himself. This woman's temperament was truly exceptional, not something that could be achieved through cosmetic surgery. Captain Yi, before filing charges, I would like to see Zhao Wenjun first. Is that possible? Qin Mingu's request surprised both Yizi and Lingu. They were unsure of what she was thinking and what she wanted to say to Zhao Wenjun. Of course. Yizi nodded, arranging for Qin Mingu to meet Zhao Wenjun at the police station, separated by a glass window. Why have you come to see me? You are the victors. There is no need to pity a failure like me. Zhao Wenjun looked unwell, but the authority of a superior still lingered. How do you know I would pity you? Instead of coming to show off your victory and revel in my misfortune, Qin Mingu asked. I can tell, Zhao Wenjun said. I should not make the same mistake again. Who did you mistake? Qin Mingu, being a smart woman, asked in turn. The willow leaf sword, Zhao Wenjun candidly admitted. Kind-hearted people are easy to see through, while evil people are usually more easily mistaken. I never expected the willow leaf sword to willingly take such a huge risk and stab me in the back. Yexiao told me. Qin Mingu nodded slowly. Indeed, mistaking the willow leaf sword was the direct cause of your failure. But you never had a chance from the beginning. Why? Zhao Wenjun asked curiously. Because you were not as ruthless as your brother, so you were destined to fail. Qin Mingu's words made Zhao Wenjun ponder. Qin Mingu continued. In fact, if you had killed me from the beginning, perhaps things would be much better now. And you even saved me once. Zhao Wenjun just smiled then replied. I don't know if killing you would have been easier, but I never once considered murder from start to finish. That is the difference between me and my brother. As for killing in order to achieve goals, I cannot control it. Perhaps you are right. A woman of kindness, like me, is not fit for grand schemes and was destined to fail. You are a kind woman, Qin Mingu suddenly said. Even if you intentionally masquerade as a wicked woman, I can see it in your eyes. If you didn't have a heavy burden on your shoulders and weren't driven by love for your dearest, you would never do such things. This statement pierced Zhao Wenjun's heart like a ray of light, causing her to tremble slightly. After a while, she smiled and said, Miss Qin, do you have Stockholm Syndrome? How can you develop favorable feelings towards a criminal like me? Qin Mingu gave a bitter smile. Perhaps, since you saved me, and then I couldn't bring myself to dislike you. Coincidentally, I, Qin Mingu, dislike being indebted to others. This time, I won't prosecute you. Consider it me repaying the favor. As for other matters, I believe with your position as the chairman of the Yecheng Group, the influence of the Zhao family, and your public relations ability, you should be able to easily resolve any issues, right? Zhao Wenjun was once again taken aback, smiling provocatively. Miss Qin, you don't seem to fit the description of the rumored Ice Queen CEO. Aren't you afraid that by letting me go this time, I might come back stronger? Miss Zhao, feel free to come at me next time. I won't spare you then, Qin Mingu said coldly, already standing up to leave. Miss Qin, wait. Zhao Wenjun called out. Miss Zhao, is there something else? Qin Mingu turned back, looking at Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun smiled slightly, with a much more relaxed and sincere expression than before. I promise you, I will give up the heart of the sun, but you must be wary of others, especially those within your own Qin family. Qin Mingu shivered immediately, her beautiful eyes turning cold. Miss Zhao, are you referring to Lin Fei? Miss Qin is indeed clever, Zhao Wenjun admitted frankly. I, Zhao Wenjun, dislike being indebted as well. As a way of repaying you for letting me go, let me share a secret with you. Lin Fei is actually a double agent, and she is incapable of reproduction. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue for Qin Mingu. After trembling for a moment, she stared at Zhao Wenjun, trying to determine whether the woman was telling the truth. If Lin Fei couldn't reproduce, who was she a daughter of? And who is Qin Yushuan's daughter then? The room fell silent. After a while, Zhao Wenjun spoke up. Miss Qin, may I meet your husband? After thinking for a moment, Qin Mingu nodded slightly. Thank you. Zhao Wenjun expressed her gratitude, her demeanor at that moment vastly different from before. Qin Mingu couldn't figure out which side of Zhao Wenjun was the real one. Soon after, Lingu entered the room. Congratulations. Another successful hero-saving beauty mission for you. Has your relationship with your wife warmed up again? Zhao Wenjun asked with a smile. Lingu also chuckled. So what you're saying is, I should thank you and Zhao Wuji. Thanks to all the trouble you caused, it helped improve my relationship with Mingu. I didn't say that. Zhao Wenjun smiled. My thick skin isn't that tough yet. Go ahead. What do you want to talk to me about? Lingu cut to the chase. Qin Mingu may have goodwill towards Zhao Wenjun and be willing to be friends with her, but that didn't mean he had the same feelings. She was Zhao Wuji's sister, his enemy. Even if she wanted him to cure her illness, he would not help. If my brother and I give up the heart of the sun and no longer oppose you, can you spare my brother in the future? Zhao Wenjun candidly asked. Lingu was taken aback. So, Zhao Wuji isn't really dead? No. Zhao Wenjun answered directly, not planning to beat around the bush. But he is now as good as dead. I've imprisoned him, denying him the heart of the sun. He can't become the heir of the Zhao family, and he won't be able to save his beloved sister. He will be in deep despair, losing power in the Zhao family and living a far worse life than an ordinary person. He is destined to live in sorrow and destitution the rest of his days. Though Zhao Wenjun tried to maintain a neutral expression, sadness couldn't be concealed in her eyes. This kind of sorrow couldn't be faked. Lingu could see that her relationship with Zhao Wuji was very close. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to him specifically to spare Zhao Wuji and now couldn't hold back her tears at his failure. I'm sorry, I can't promise you that. Despite this, Lingu once again coldly rejected Zhao Wenjun, even saying through gritted teeth, if he appears before me, I will definitely kill him. Zhao Wenjun smiled and responded, thank you. Lingu furrowed his brow. Do I get thanked for this too? Zhao Wenjun nodded. So, as long as I prevent him from appearing before you, it should be fine, right? Lingu smirked, not responding. Don't leave just yet. Zhao Wenjun stopped him. It's only fair to reciprocate for what you just said. So let me tell you something. Oh. What is it? Lingu was a bit curious because he knew Zhao Wenjun was not an ordinary person. You have always been protecting the heart of the sun for the Qin family, but do you know its true origins? This question piqued Lingu's interest. The high priest once told me that it belonged to the Holy Fire Organization. Do you have a more explosive revelation? Lingu asked back. Zhao Wenjun neither confirmed nor denied, slyly responding, the stone indeed was once in the possession of the Holy Fire Organization. However, it doesn't belong to them but to the Bagua Gate, a martial arts lineage passed down for 1,000 years. Ling Yu's eyes twitched slightly, but he wasn't completely surprised by the answer. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, so, what are you trying to tell me? Zhao Wenjun looked at Ling Yu's current appearance and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Hehe, Mr. Ling, you indeed have two different sides. Sometimes you are smart enough to defeat my brother, but sometimes you really look like a natural fool. Ling Yu remained silent. She wasn't his wife, so there was no need for him to respond to such private evaluations. Let me tell you this, even though you managed to defeat me and my brother, successfully protecting the Sunstone, the Holy Fire Organization has other more powerful forces or individuals who will certainly set their sights on the Sun Heart. Zhao Wenjun's gaze suddenly turned serious. Next, you and Miss Jin will definitely encounter a terrifying level, the 3 God 7 Saints. As her voice fell, the atmosphere seemed to suddenly freeze. The 3 God 7 Saints represent the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom's power pyramid. Even the top families of the Dragon Kingdom must pay their respects to them. The Jia family was no exception. Although they were powerful, they did not want to clash with enemies of this level. Mr. Ling, why do you seem unimpressed? Have you not heard of the names of the 3 gods and 7 saints before? Zhao Wenjun asked with a smile. No. Ling Yu wasn't good at lying. When he had to lie, he would do so with a straight face. Of course, he had heard of the 3 gods and 7 saints. His master was one of the 3 gods. As for the 7 saints, he had heard of their names, but hadn't directly interacted with them. Zhao Wenjun didn't expose him either. She and her brother had known that this man was the Warwolf King of the Northern Realm, even without direct evidence. Since the topic had been broached, Zhao Wenjun had no intention of stopping halfway and continued. Next, you will surely come face to face with 3 terrifying siblings. I advise you to be prepared. Who? Ling Yu asked proactively. The great Saint King of the Holy Fire Organization, Tianhu. The warlord of the Qianwu group, Qianwu. The killer queen of the Blood Spider, Qianwu. Zhao Wenjun said, in one breath. Ling Yu's expression didn't change much. After all, except for the Qianwu group, the others were old foes. By the way, Wei's poison cannot be cured temporarily, but his life is not in danger. If you want to help him get rid of the heart-eating poison, perhaps you need to go to the Miaozhan to seek the cure. I will arrange for someone to go, but it may not be successful. Zhao Wenjun continued. Ling Yu, regardless of whether Zhao Wenjun was sincere or not, nodded and left the room. Outside, he drove with Qin Mingu back to the Qin family manor. After such a big incident had just occurred, everyone in the Qin family was waiting for them at home. However, upon returning to the entrance of the manor, they found Liu's sword standing by the luxury car, waiting for their return. Mingu, you're back. Liu's sword greeted them with a smile. Didn't you go to the police station? Ling Yu asked first. I did, but I was coerced by Zhao Wenjun. As a witness with evidence of the crime, I accused Zhao Wenjun voluntarily. After recording my statement, I can be released on bail. Liu's sword said frankly. What's going on? Qin Mingu was not very clear about the details what had happened in the past 2 days, but seeing Ling Yu talking with Liu's sword, she felt that there was a story between the 2 men. Ling Yu then took out the note that Liu's sword had slipped to him discreetly when shaking hands earlier and handed it to Qin Mingu. The timing is right. I will see to it that Zhao Wenjun is sent away for you. Reading this sentence on the note, Qin Mingu didn't know how to feel. A man like Liu's sword, even though he was trying to impress her and the Qin family, she couldn't bring herself to like him. He was like an untamed jackal. After a while, Qin Mingu finally spoke. Did you come to find me? Yes, I'm very worried about your situation. Are you hurt? Liu's sword expressed concern in his words, but dared not be overly enthusiastic, always keeping a distance from Qin Mingu to show that he had no ulterior motives towards her. I'm fine. Let's speak inside. Qin Mingu let Liu's sword in, as he seemed to have shown his loyalty to her and the Qin family, and now that the Qin family was planning to join the business alliance, they needed more support. Dancing with wolves might be something every entrepreneur has to face. Thank you. Liu's sword maintained a very humble attitude, a stark contrast to his former confident and proud self. The 3 of them entered the main hall of the Qin family, where all the members of the Qin family had gathered and were waiting for Qin Mingyu's return. "Sister, are you okay? You scared us." Sniff asterisk. Qin Ruhan rushed over first, followed quickly by the other women. After briefly addressing her family, Qin Mingu instructed the servants to prepare the evening meal, saying that they would discuss matters later. She had just returned from the sea and hadn't even had time to change her clothes, so she needed to freshen up first, and also have a private conversation with Lingu. Liu's sword has definitely come to surrender. He has offended the Zhao family, and if he doesn't align with our Qing family, he won't have a future in the business world. How do you think we should handle him and the Liu family? Qin Mingu asked after entering the room. She didn't hesitate to remove her tattered outerwear, revealing a white undershirt that highlighted her slim yet well-toned upper body, radiating a charming glow under the light. Lingu tensed up instantly and quickly turned his face away to be able to answer her question calmly. To be honest, the brothers from the Liu family have all used every means to pursue you, and I dislike them. But business matters cannot be dealt with impulsively. Everything must be based on interests. Liu's sword coming to surrender now might present an opportunity for the Qin family to gain benefits from their side. Upon hearing his words, Qin Mingu suddenly turned around with a faint smile. Seeing her smile, Lingu felt even more uncomfortable. Did she not realize how powerful her smile in just an undershirt could be? "You are becoming more and more business savvy, and we are getting more and more in sync," Qin Mingu praised. Because of his wife's words, Lingu unexpectedly felt a sense of pride, much like when he was first recognized by the old leader in the Northern Realm. After both of them had freshened up, they returned to the main hall for the evening banquet. Qin Chang'an was absent, so Qin Mingu sat in the main seat, with Lingu beside her. Liu's sword sat in a guest seat, and Qin Langyi had been with him all the while. Qin Mingu purposely didn't bring up business matters until Liu's sword couldn't contain himself and initiated the conversation. "Mingu, I visited today not only to inquire about your safety and Lingu's, but also to discuss something with you." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Qin Mingu. Though Qin Mingu appeared aloof, she paid great attention to table manners and waited until she had set down what she was holding before solely speaking. "Please, go ahead, Liu." Liu's sword nodded and, unusual for him, showed an extremely humble attitude as he politely said, "Although I know I'm not worthy of you, Mingu, and the Liu family cannot form an alliance with the Qin family, the Liu family still very sincere in wanting to cooperate with the Qin family. If you don't mind, you can acquire the shares we hold, and then the two families can work together sincerely to grow and strengthen together." As soon as his words fell, everyone in the Qin family couldn't help but inhale sharply. Even Qin Mingu had not expected Liu's sword to actively offer for her to acquire the Liu family's shares. In this way, wouldn't the Liu family willingly become a vassal of the Qin family? "Liu Xiao, you are flattering me too much. The shares held by Liu family's Liu group are worth at least 8 billion. I don't have that much capital to acquire your shares," Qin Mingu replied, seeing an opportunity. She was well aware of the situation of the Liu family. If they didn't find a backer now, they would have to dump their stocks. Otherwise, when Zhao Wenjin started his actions, they would undoubtedly perish. "Mingu, I mentioned during the previous press conference that I'm willing to transfer all my shares to you. Even if you are not my bride, I will still fulfill my promise." Liu Yejian continued to lower the bar. "I can give you my shares. My father's shares can also be discounted to you, so at most, you would need 4 billion to acquire all our shares and become the new chairman of the Liu group." The Qin family members were increasingly surprised. However, they all knew why the Liu family was doing this. Since Liu Yejian chose to betray Zhao Wenjin, they must be prepared to face the Zhao family's wrath. "Elder sister, are you heartless, or is your blood cold?" Qin Luowen, seeing that Qin Mingu had not yet agreed, slammed her cutlery on the table in anger, stood up and said, indignantly, "I really don't understand. My senior brother is so outstanding, devoted to you, willing to go through fire and water for you, yet you were able to hurt him time and time again. I cannot bear to watch this any longer. Elder sister, I am so disappointed in you." Qin Ruhan rolled her eyes immediately, sighed, and thought to herself how both she and her sister were so clever. But why did they have such a foolish younger sister? How did she manage to get intimate with such a brain? Qin Mingu chose to ignore her younger sister's remarks. Before Qin Ruhan and Qin Luohuan could argue as usual, Lingu said. Mingu, with such conditions, perhaps we can consider acquiring their shares. He believed that acquiring the Liu family's shares would enhance the Qin family's status and influence, which would be beneficial for joining the National Chamber of Commerce and becoming one of the top 20 formal commercial members. Even though he knew that Liu Yajian was using the Qin family as a bridge, a wild dog that couldn't be tamed, since this wild dog had chosen the right moment to show its worth, even if it was challenging, and the Qin family currently needed to cooperate with the Liu family. They might as well put a leash on this dog, let it guard the Qin family's door, and if it showed any signs of discrepancy, just get rid of it. Initially hesitant, Qin Ningyu, upon hearing Lingu's words, nodded immediately. All right then. With such sincerity from young Master Liu, I will send someone to discuss the acquisition matters with you tomorrow. This statement, once uttered, made Qin Luohuan so angry she kicked a chair, holding back her tears as she stormed out. She couldn't understand why her senior brother's sincere efforts and pleadings were in vain. Yet with just a few words from Lingu, her elder sister complied. Could her elder sister be under some spell by Lingu? Why was she so indulgent towards him? Unfortunately, despite her suspicions, she had no evidence and no power, so she was helpless. Ah, Luohuan, what's gotten into you? This child, her temper is truly something, sighed a few aunts. Qin Mingu, on the other hand, paid no attention to Qin Luohuan and glanced over at Lin Fei. Lin Fei sat peacefully, seemingly unperturbed by the surroundings and events like she had no involvement. Qin Mingu couldn't help but recall Zhao Wenjin's words. She had initially thought Lin Fei had seen the light, but now it seemed like she was dormant for another round. After dining, Lingu noticed that Qin Mingu did not return to her room but went to Lin Fei's. It was rare for his wife to actively seek out Lin Fei for a chat in her room, especially since they moved into the Qin family estate. What did his wife want to talk to Lin Fei about? In Lin Fei's room, seeing Qin Mingu walk in to have a private conversation, Lin Fei appeared visibly excited. Mingu, please sit. Let me make you some tea. I have the new Suhang Minki and Longjing. It's delicious. Ling Fei busied herself by making tea, seemingly enjoying the activity. Qin Mingu sat on a chair, silently observing this young woman. After talking to Zhao Wenjin earlier, Qin Mingu paid special attention to Lin Fei, as she didn't seem like a woman who had given birth. While some attributed it to high-class maintenance, there still was often some difference between women who had given birth and those who hadn't. Mingu, here, have some tea. Lin Fei handed a teacup to Qin Mingu, only to notice her daughter staring at her intently. She couldn't help but smile and touch her face. Is there something on my face? No. Qin Mingu responded calmly, then asked directly, Lin Fei, since I call you mother, you must also consider me as your daughter, right? Well, Lin Fei's smile turned puzzled and bitter. Of course, you are my cherished daughter. Though the words were a bit cheesy, they were sincere, and Qin Mingu didn't flinch. All right then, I want you to tell me the truth about some things, Qin Mingu continued. Am I really a premature baby born after 8 months? It has been rumored that I am not your daughter, so am I truly your biological child? After speaking, Qin Mingu observed Lin Fei's stiffening body, then softened her tone. Please, be honest with me. If the truth can earn my forgiveness, I will still consider you my biological mother. Lin Fei feigned confusion and smiled. Mingu, I don't know what you're talking about. You are indeed my Aunt Ruxian's daughter. If that's the case, then let's go for a paternity test tomorrow. Qin Mingu wasn't easily fooled. After hearing Zhao Wenjin's words and seeing Lin Fei's reaction, she had a clear answer in her mind. Do we really need to do that? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Lin Fei's lips started to dry up, and her smile became more forced. Qin Mingu sighed and said directly, Zhao Wenjin has already informed me that you were planted in the Qin family by the Zhao family and have no reproductive ability. Doom. Lin Fei felt thunderstruck, her face turning pale. With her cards laid out, she now stood exposed like standing naked before Qin Mingu. Tell me the truth. How did you Xuan and I end up in the Qin family? Qin Mingu's eyes were cold and aggressive, a predatory look as she reiterated, if the truth can earn my forgiveness, I will still consider you a mother and let you stay in the Qin family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As the head of the Qin family, she couldn't allow a mysterious figure to remain in the Qin family, a ticking time bomb. Outside, Lingu had come to see Qin Mingu, but due to his strong inner energy and heightened hearing, he overheard the conversation inside through the door, causing him to stop in his tracks. He had always been curious about why the Saintess of the Sacred Fire Organization and the second young miss of the Qin family are the same person. Lin Fei looked at Qin Mingyu's sharp and icy gaze, trembling more and more violently, completely unlike a professional spy. After a while, she finally sighed and said, "You are indeed the daughter of Shan, and I do truly love your father, which is why I've always treated you as my own daughter. Just think about it. Among the daughters of the Qin family, have I not always shown the most affection for you?" Qin Mingu thought for a moment and nodded quietly. This much seemed true, even though Qin Yushuan was the daughter closest to Lin Fei. Lin Fei's attitude towards her was never as good as towards Qin Mingu. "So, I am the daughter of my dad and his ex-girlfriend?" Qin Mingu didn't need Lin Fei to confirm, she had already guessed the truth. When dad was forced to break up with his ex-girlfriend and marry Lin Fei gave birth in just 8 months, indicating a switcheroo had taken place. Lin Fei knew that Qin Mingu was perceptive and couldn't hide it anymore, so she could only nod with tears in her eyes. "Yes, this was agreed upon by Shang and myself. He could give me the identity of the Qin family's young lady, but the condition was that I must help conceal his ex-girlfriend's child in her belly." Qin Mingu immediately asked, "Why did dad do this?" Lin Fei sighed again, feeling Qin Mingyu's gaze. She knew she couldn't hide it from her, so she revealed a whole truth. "Because your biological mother is a woman with a special status. If it was known that she was pregnant, it would surely bring disaster upon herself. Shang wanted to protect both himself and the child, so he used my deep love for him." Qin Mingu stared into her eyes, with Lin Fei's words flowing without pause, genuine and sincere, not like she was lying. "So she was the pitiful one after all. What exactly is my mother's status then?" Qin Mingu couldn't help but lightly grab Lin Fei's hand, looking nervous for the first time. She had never investigated her father's ex-girlfriend's identity before, and Grandpa had never mentioned it, so the rest of the family didn't know. Lin Fei also gently held her hand, like a real mother and daughter, and with tears in her eyes said, "Mingu, I also don't know, truly. I only know she has some connection with the Sacred Fire Organization." The Sacred Fire Organization? Qin Mingu trembled slightly, feeling like she had fallen into a nightmare. Could her own life be related to the Sacred Fire Organization? Was her sister Qin Yushuan truly the saint of the Sacred Fire Organization? "Lin Fei, you have to tell me quickly. How did Yushuan enter our Qin family?" Qin Mingu pressed on, the iceberg woman showing rare emotional turmoil. "Yushuan was arranged to me by a mysterious woman. Let me give birth to her in the same manner as you, and then arrange for her to be born into the Qin family. She even said this infant girl is the saint of the Sacred Fire Organization, asked me to raise her well and not reveal her identity, or else both the Qin and Lin families would be annihilated. So I've been guarding this secret. It's been so hard." Tears finally fell from Lin Fei's cheeks. She never dared to speak of this before, but with the Lin family gone and Qin family now under Qin Mingyu's leadership, if Qin Mingu demanded the truth, how could she not tell her? "Mingu, everything I've told you is true. Can you forgive me? Can you still think of me as your mother?" Lin Fei immediately clutched Qin Mingyu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with pleading and fear. She had lost the Lin family, couldn't afford to lose the Qin family as well. For over 20 years, she had treated Qin Mingu as her own daughter, and if Qin Mingu abandoned her, she feared she couldn't handle the emotional blow. Qin Mingu remained silent for a long time, then gently patted Lin Fei's hand and said with a detached expression, "Please rest first, I need some time." "Mingu," Lin Fei called out, but Qin Mingu had already left the room. Walking down the corridor, she saw Lingu standing there waiting for her. Qin Mingu glanced at him and softly asked, "Did you hear everything?" "Yes," Lingu nodded. Qin Mingu said no more, returned to her room in silence, her mind heavy with thoughts. On the other side, Zhao Wenjin left the police station at 2 o'clock in the morning. Tonight, the moon was as bright as a hook. Miss Su Yinghu and Mo Shu had been waiting outside the door and, seeing her come out, Su Yinghu finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. It was truly unexpected that the noble Miss Zhao, the chairman of the Prosperity Corporation, almost ended up in jail in Yuncheng. If this matter were fully exposed, it would certainly cause a major earthquake. "Get in the car, I want to see my brother." Zhao Wenjin ordered directly. Mo Shu and Su Yingku were slightly startled, but quickly agreed. Shortly after, Zhao Wenjin arrived at a secluded building. Inside the dim room, there was a scholarly man, wearing glasses and reading a book in the middle of the night. The room's door was a grey iron door, resembling a special prison cell. Hearing movement outside the door, the scholar did not look out but calmly said, "Wenjin, you finally come to see me." That night, he was supposed to bring Mo Chu and a few skilled men to capture the Seine and Lingu, and take the heart of the sun. But in a dreamlike turn of events, his beloved sister ended up knocking him unconscious with her own hands. Although Zhao Wenjin was in poor health, her body irradiated by strange stones possessed a power beyond ordinary people. In any case, he was never a match for his sister. "Brother, I'm sorry." After Mo Shu opened the iron door and Zhao Wenjin entered, she expressed her remorse with a sad face. Zhao Wuji finally set down the book in his hand, stood up, walked to his sister, gently caressed her cheek, wiped away her tears, and smiled faintly. His smile was pure, deceiving anyone about how cruel he could be. At this moment, he was an extremely indulgent elder brother. "Silly girl. Brother will never blame you for anything. If that night you hadn't knocked brother out, brother might have never seen you again." After their mother left the Zhao family, the two siblings relied on each other in the devilishly chaotic Zhao family. He became strong to protect his sister. He lived for his sister, so no matter what happened, there was no need for his sister to apologize. "Sister, perhaps you may never return to Yanjing again. When you were unconscious, the Zhao family assumed you were dead, and Zhao Wuxian became the heir. I wanted to make a final attempt for you, to retrieve the heart of the sun, but I failed." So, Zhao Wenjin sadly said that the Zhao family was a huge and complex clan, with various internal factions, and past unsuccessful young masters were treated worse than dogs. Zhao Wuji and Zhao Wuxian had been at odds since childhood, and now that Zhao Wuxian had become the heir, Zhao Wuji returning to Yanjing as a failure meant days worse than death. So, it was better to continue with this death. It doesn't matter. Even upon hearing such disheartening news, Zhao Wuji's smile remained confident. He pushed his glasses up and said, "As long as my sister and my brain are still here, I, Zhao Wuji, still possess the whole world." He believed that even if he were dead, he could still rise again like a phoenix, overturning adversity. It was just a matter of how long he had to lay low. When the drama in the Cloud City was unfolding, Xia Shaodi was not idle. She had already helped the Chiagang Group's East City branch to secure a location. The next day, Qin Mingu and Lingu went to the East City. Qin Ruhan, as the person in charge of the Taiwan military-industrial project, naturally had to go to the East City as well. However, she did not depart with her sister and brother-in-law, but had to remain in the Cloud City to finalize the contract for the Mingu Building Company. Thinking about this contract made Qin Ruhan angry. The representative of the Mingu Building Company was simply insufferable. Last time when she had his food, he called her treasure, and even went overboard by kissing her on the face. So she had to communicate and work with this lunatic, which was quite irritating. However, there was good news this morning. Qin Luong had resigned. The Chiagang Group was currently in the process of acquiring the Liu family group. Although the process was not yet complete, it was already a foregone conclusion. In order to escape the Zhao family, the Liu family had done a lot of things and eventually had to be acquired by the Qin family. It could only be said that a wrong step in the business world led to a series of mistakes, and there were some things that could not be undone. Some people became rich overnight, while others disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was not unusual in the business world, but being able to retire with a large sum of money, the Liu family was not completely ruined, and it could be considered a bit of retribution for backstabbing Zhao Wenjin. Qin Luong felt sorry for her senior Liuzu greatly and felt that her eldest sister was willful, so she no longer wanted to work hard for the Chiagang Group. The main reason was that she did not want to become Qin Ruhan's subordinate and be suppressed by her in the future. Regarding her decision, Qin Ruhan could only feel a few waves of emotion in her chest and loudly exclaimed a word, "Excellent. Anyway, no need to send her off." At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the Chiagang Group's Cloud City branch, a chubby man in a suit and leather shoes got off the car and came to the door, counting on his fingers and muttering to himself, "Hehe, the beautiful fairy slapped me 3 times last time. Is it a hint that she wants me to come find her in 3 days? What an annoying little imp she is. Luckily, I'm smart and understood your hint. So, here I am today." The chubby man rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had attempted to ask Jin Ruhan out last night, never expecting to be successful. She had asked him to come to her company early in the morning to continue their unfinished discussion from last time. Having succeeded in making an appointment, the chubby man was feeling triumphant. He and Lin Fan now shared an apartment, pooling their resources and even betting on who would bring a woman back to the village first. It seemed like he was leading the race as a hero. Last time, Jin Ruhan had asked him to kiss her voluntarily, so what hint would she give this time? Thinking about this last night had almost kept the chubby man awake. No, he was already sleepless. He even took the time to write a love letter, determined to win Miss Jin-sen today. Knock knock. Soon, the chubby man knocked on Jin Ruhan's office door. Coming. Jin Ruhan was still busy with work. The chubby man didn't say a word but grinned and approached her desk, secretly marveling at how much more charming Miss Sen looked when she was working hard. If he could marry her and bring her to the hero village, his old master, the drunkard, would surely be delighted and dance with Joe. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe his Joe with tears. Anyway, he would be the most inspiring figure in the village once he got himself a wife that would make half of the village's men envious. Jin Ruhan didn't hear any movement for a while and suddenly looked up, only to be startled. What was this chubby man, smiling at her like that? Hemph, the eyes of a wolf in sheep's clothing. But she didn't want to delay the project's progress by not sealing the deal today with this chubby man, so she greeted him with a courteous smile. Mr. Shen, you're here. Please have a seat. Seeing her so welcoming, the chubby man knew she wasn't really angry when she slapped him last time. He smirked, turned his body and said, "Of course I'm here. You've told me to come 3 days ago." Hehe. Jin Ruhan smiled sweetly, but deep down, a demon was roaring. Oh heavens, please send a monk to deal with this monster. Got it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jin Ruhan's mind. Lin Fan was also from the hero village, right? She could just send him to negotiate with this chubby man and save herself from getting goosebumps every time she saw him. Mr. Shen, please have a seat for now. I need to step out for a moment. Jin Ruhan stood up, closed her notebook computer, and left it on her desk. Watching her leave, the chubby man sighed, thinking she must have felt embarrassed seeing him again. Or perhaps, she wanted to freshen up and show her most beautiful side to herself. Well, he thought Jin Ruhan was already beautiful. If she wanted to put on makeup, so be it. He took the opportunity to leave the love letter he had written the previous night on her desk. Wait, what if she didn't notice it on the desk? He decided to put it between the pages of her notebook computer so she would definitely see it when she came back. Oh, how embarrassing. After leaving the love letter, the chubby man felt embarrassed at the thought that Jin Ruhan would read it while he was there. Was he the one who would be embarrassed after all? He decided to leave for a while and come back after she had read the letter. Thinking this way, he also left the room. By then, Jin Ruhan had reached the main office, where Lin Fan was working diligently. Hey, Lin Fan, Miss Sen, is something wrong? Lin Fan was a bit surprised when he saw Jin Ruhan in a hurry. He wasn't the type to overthink like the chubby man, but Jin Ruhan was being overly affectionate, and she urgently wanted to get away from him, to directly grabbing his arm. This scene stunned their colleagues who had known that Lin Fan was entrusted with important responsibilities by Miss Sen, but they had never expected their relationship to be so intimate. Feeling the gaze of those around him, Lin Fan blushed a bit, his heart racing, wondering if Miss Sen had a soft spot for him. Jin Ruhan, unaware of these thoughts, breathlessly said, "Lin Fan, you have to help me." Miss Sen, what do you want me to do? Just tell me." Lin Fan tensed up a bit. As the project manager, with so many subordinates watching them, it wouldn't be good for Miss Sen to openly send him to negotiate cooperation. If her sister heard about it, she would definitely get a good scolding. So she whispered into Lin Fan's ear, "You need to go to my office and handle an important matter for me." "What matter?" Lin Fan instinctively asked. "Oh, don't ask too many questions. When you get to my office, you'll know. If you're still unsure, just open my computer. I have stored all the important things there," Jin Ruhan said before leaving. The head of the Mingu building company was in her office, and she had saved all the relevant documents on the computer. Lin Fan was confused, but he dared not disobey his superior. When he reached the office, the chubby man was nowhere to be found. This left Lin Fan even more confused about what Miss Sen wanted him to handle. Oh well, He cautiously approached her desk, opened her notebook computer, and a pink note fell out, tapping his feet. What the heck? Lin Fen quickly picked it up and looked at it, instantly stupefied. A love letter to my dear one. He couldn't believe it. Was this really a love letter from Miss San to him? Revisiting the hasty actions of Qin Ruhan, her warm gestures, and the very suggestive words. This letter must be for him. Otherwise, why would she ask him to open her computer to read it? Unbelievably, what Miss San said was an important matter turned out to be this. Lin Fen felt flattered. Previously worried that Miss San was just being nice to him, but that it was all in his mind. Now it seemed genuine. She had written a love letter, indicating that she had a secret crush on him. Quickly, he checked what Miss San had written in the letter. Darling, I'm a relatively shy and introverted person, so I can only express my feelings through writing letters. I sense that you might have some feelings for me. Actually, I also have a little bit of liking for you. If you truly like me, please contact me through this WeChat ID, which is exclusively set up for you. If you don't reach out to me, let it fade away with our love. After Lin Fen finished reading the contents of the letter, he felt as if he blossomed like a flower instantly. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Miss Sen actually wrote a love letter to herself. Does she really like him? Happiness came so suddenly. Could it be that he was going to become the male protagonist in a novel? Marrying a beauty, becoming a CEO, and reaching the peak of life. Originally, Lin Fen didn't believe in these things, but the experiences of Lingu around him told him that such things do exist. Lingu had already married a beauty and reached the peak of life, right? Now, luck has finally come to him too. Lin Fen thought that Miss Sen called him in for this matter on purpose, so he excitedly ran out after receiving the love letter. Miss Sen was perfect in every way, except her handwriting was a bit ugly. But it's understandable, in this age of advanced technology, who, as a rich young lady, would practice calligraphy. It's not a big deal, not a big deal at all. Not long after Lin Fen left, Shen Xiaopang cautiously peeked in, wanting to see if Miss Sen had read his letter or not. But there was no one inside. Strange, she's taking so long. Hasn't she come back yet? Shen Xiaopang quickly walked in, and upon seeing that Miss Son's laptop had been opened, and his love letter was gone, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Did Miss Sen read his love letter? And did she take the letter away? What should he do? Did she accept it and is now hiding? It's normal for girls to be a little shy. Shen Xiaopang quickly took out his phone, anxiously opened his secondary WeChat account, and indeed there was a friend request. Yet, Shen Xiaopang jumped for joy. He was finally no longer single. Shen Xiaopang, from the Shen family, had finally risen. Love of mortals. Shen Xiaopang saw the other person's WeChat name and couldn't help but smile. Miss San, a wealthy young lady, only yearns for the love of mortals. Of course, considering that marriages of wealthy young ladies are often for political reasons, it's understandable for her to long for that. Shen Xiaopang looked at his own name and was relieved that it wasn't bad either. Called Immortal Companion. After accepting the friend request, on the other end, Lin Fen saw that Miss Son's name was too obvious. It turned out she wanted to be his immortal companion. Well, from now on, his secondary account was specially set up for Miss Sen. He wanted to discreetly date Miss Sen and the immortal companions. Hehe. Shen Xiaopang lost. He's no longer single. After muttering to himself, Lin Fen quickly sent a message to his dear Miss Sen. Only envious of Mandarin ducks, not immortals. In the future, I will accompany you well for the rest of our lives. No matter the obstacles ahead, I will shelter you from the wind and rain. Astonishing. In the office, Shen Xiaopang received this message and felt both cheesy and relieved. He never expected that Qin San's literary style was so elegant. Fortunately, although he didn't study much, he grew up composing poetry with an old drunkard, so he could handle literary styles too. Since Miss Sen liked literary things, he would join in. Who's afraid of whom? The world may not be kind to you, and God may not treat you specially, but I will. Ding dong. Lin Fen, feeling extremely tense, received this reply and instantly relaxed, his expression blooming again like a flower. Miss Sen truly liked him. No wonder she had been so caring towards him recently. Too touching. Where you are, the weather is clear, and all things are lovely. I've seen spring winds for 10 miles, experienced the end of summer solstice, witnessed the ripples of autumn, and loved the warmth of winter sun, but nothing compares to one thing. I want to see you. This way, the two of them exchanged words for a long time, both feeling like they were on cloud nine. The feeling of love is wonderful. Both in different places, they simultaneously sighed in amazement. As the mealtime approached, Qin Ruhan returned to the office to check if Lin Fen and Xia Pang had finalized the details of the contract. However, to her surprise, when she entered, Xia Pang was sitting in her office, laughing joyfully as if he were a spring breeze. Can we sign the contract now? Qin Ruhan couldn't help but interrupt his joviality, but upon seeing her, Xia Pang became even more gleeful, squirming and saying, "Of course. Whatever conditions Miss San proposes, I'll agree." Qin Ruhan. Something seemed off about the way Xia Pang was looking at her. Never mind, she thought. Let's just get the contract done and follow up with the expansion plans for the East City with her sister tomorrow. Soon, the contract was successfully signed. Xia Pang really did agree to everything Qin Ruhan said. "Darling, from now on, we will join forces and create miracles together. No matter the storm, we'll endure together." Xia Pang left with the contract, throwing a flying kiss to Qin Ruhan. She was stunned. Could this Xia Pang have a mental issue? Just because they were working on a project together, he wanted to harass her too. "Forget it, I'll have Lin Fen deal with him from now on. I don't want to see him again," Qin Ruhan said while brushing off the goosebumps on her arm. On the other side, Shen Xiaopang coincidentally met Lin Fen again as he left the Chiagang branch. Both of them saw each other, put down their phones, and looked at each other smugly. "Ha ha. Lin Fen, let me tell you some good news, though for you, it might be bad news. Get ready psychologically." Shen Xiaopang opened the conversation. "Funny, I also have news for you, with a nature similar to what you just said. You better get ready." Lin Fen didn't back down. "Then I'll go first. This guy has successfully gotten himself a girlfriend. I'm now a man with a girlfriend. Ha ha." Shen Xiaopang laughed triumphantly. "Well, what a coincidence. I also have a girlfriend now. Once I show her to you, you'll definitely envy her." Lin Fen retorted confidently. Shen Xiaopang was immediately annoyed. "I don't believe it. Your girlfriend can't compare to mine." Lin Fen crossed his arms. "That's usually my line. All right, next time let's both bring our girlfriends out and see whose is more impressive." Shen Xiaopang got increasingly angry, determined to make Lin Fen admit defeat completely. His girlfriend was Miss Jin San, Lin Fan's direct superior. What could Lin Fen possibly have that would match up to her? Apart from his senior brother's wife, he wasn't convinced by anyone else. "That suits me just fine." Lin Fen exuded an air of confidence. His little girlfriend was Miss Jin San, and she was beyond the reach of someone like Shen Xiaopang, except for senior Lingu's wife, who could compare to him. Humph, we'll see about that. The two brothers from Hero Village gave each other a cold snort, then turned and walked away. On the other hand, the Lingu couple had already arrived in Dongcheng. Xia Shouty had indeed handled things well. The East City branch of the Chang'an Group was already set up and ready for official operation. Apart from transferring some employees from Yuncheng and starting to recruit in Dongcheng, the only two major tasks standing before Qin Mingu and Lingu were to join the Chamber of Commerce and complete the 50 billion order from Taiwan military industry. In a way, the two were complementary, but currently, joining the Chamber of Commerce had almost become a prerequisite for the Chang'an Group to complete the 50 billion order, because without joining the Chamber, the Chang'an Group might find it difficult to operate in Dongcheng. President Qin. This office building was rented using the Xia family's reputation. Dongcheng is a very big city, as well as a fiercely contested territory for the major families and powers of Nanzhou. The rules and struggles here are much more complex and numerous compared to Yuncheng. "We need to be prepared for tough battles ahead," Xia Shouty reported to Qin Mingu in the president's office. "Xia Shouty, I understand. Thank you." Qin Mingu expressed her gratitude sincerely. Without Xia Shouty by her side, she and the Qin family might not have achieved their current success. Xia Shouty jokingly remarked, "President Qin, you suddenly being so polite to me makes me a little scared. You're not thinking of firing me, are you?" She followed Qin Mingu not only due to family reasons, but also admiring Qin Mingu's personal charm to a great extent. In her mind, President Qin was a cold and ruthless yet wise and courageous woman. How come this iceberg of a woman showed signs of thawing after marriage? Qin Mingu smiled casually, signaling Xia Shouty to attend to other matters, and then turned to Lingu, asking, "So, how do you plan to arrange things next?" Lingu replied, I am not good at dealing with commercial matters and chambers of commerce. I want to first study the Nanzhou Peak competition. Qin Mingu chuckled. As expected, you are still the same as before, always ready to pick a fight. Hearing this, Lingu recalled past events and laughed. I remember in the first month of marriage, you made me fight several times outside for a month. If I wasn't good at fighting back then, I probably wouldn't have married you. Qin Mingu gave him a glare and said, So, you think fighting is honorable? I didn't say that. Lingu innocently raised his hands and continued, but fighting for my wife, I don't find it embarrassing. Qin Mingu felt a sweetness in her heart. She gave him another hard glare and began busy with work, saying, If you want to study the Nanzhou Peak competition, go ahead. I don't need to explain the rules to you. You're better at this fighting stuff than me. As a woman, Qin Mingu was not particularly interested in the Nanzhou Peak competition, but recognized its importance in establishing the Qin family's reputation in Dongcheng and expanding their presence, as well as joining the Chamber of Commerce. Then, I will go. Lingu didn't waste time and left the office building, quickly getting into a car. By evening, wearing a half-wolf mask, he appeared at a large building with South Palace Wu for a boxing match. Dongcheng's area was about 2.5 times larger than Yuncheng and divided into several major zones. The East Mountain, where Lingu and Qin Yushuang previously visited, was in the southwest district of Dongcheng. Currently, Lingu was located in the central southern area of Dongcheng. This area had many mysterious and massive buildings, with several boxing rings like the one that evening. These places were privately controlled with strong backgrounds, making it difficult even for Dongcheng's police to enter and search extensively. Master, you arrived just in time. Are you clear on the rules of the peak competition? South Palace Wu explained the rules to Lingu as they walked. It was a large martial arts competition jointly organized by the major forces of the Long Kingdom, akin to a World Cup of martial arts. It lasted for 35 days. The initial 32 days were considered the preliminary rounds, with only the last 3 days being the thrilling finals. Each day in the first 32 days determined two winners, totaling 60 for people progressing to the final round. These 60 for participants could be representatives of a certain family or force, or independent experts known as wanderers. Families or forces could register a maximum of 3 participants for the competition. If they didn't have enough entrants, and if capable, they could recruit the winners from the preliminary rounds. Ultimately, in the finals, a family or force without any representative would be subject to ridicule and disdain, damaging their reputation severely. Conversely, the more participants from a force in the final round, the stronger and more respected their martial prowess was, garnering admiration from others. If a representative from a force won the competition, they would be hailed as the martial champion, gaining widespread fame and respect in Nanzhou and even the Long Kingdom. Lingu, new to this circle, initially might not have understood the influence martial prowess had on a family or force. However, upon arriving at the boxing arena and witnessing the fervor of the martial arts enthusiasts and prominent figures present, he began to sense the respect and awe bestowed upon experts in this field. Just like his legendary status in the war realm due to his unparalleled martial skills and numerous achievements, being revered by others like an idol. Hey, isn't this South Palace's big young master? This isn't your place today. What are you doing here? As South Palace Wu led Lingu and others into the VIP area of the boxing arena, a voice filled with vigilance and enmity resounded. Lingu recognized the speaker. It was Su Guangliang, whom he had met in Yuncheng previously. However, as Lingu wore a mask, Su Guangliang didn't recognize him and focused his attention on South Palace Wu. South Palace Wu had just told Lingu that to prevent collisions from the daily emergence of two winners for 32 days, major families and powers tactfully avoid each other, ensuring no premature conflicts arose. This tacit rule had been set by the most prestigious Su family in Nanzhou, designating the first day in Dong City as the Su family's territory, where other forces experts were expected to yield. On the second day, it would be the territory of the East City Su family, followed by the Yanjing South Palace family on the third day. Seeing South Palace Wu bringing people over on the first day, Su Guangliang couldn't help but be wary. Ha, it's Su Guangliang indeed. South Palace Wu didn't even care to call him young Master Su, responding with a loud laugh. What? Afraid I'm here to stir things up? Isn't the Su family known as the #1 family in Nanzhou? You shouldn't be so cowardly. What do you mean? Su Guangliang squinted, revealing a cold glint. Lingu noticed the 3 experts standing behind him. Among them, one man, dressed stylishly in a robe and backless vest, emitted a heavy killing intent and an intimidating aura. Experts indeed. It seemed that Su family in Deep City had an astounding background to be called the #1 family in Nanzhou. Lingu wanted to advise South Palace not to provoke others needlessly, but this disciple was too extroverted and relied on Lingu as his master, so he didn't think of holding back. South Palace continued to taunt Su Guangliang. By the rules, 2 winners are determined each day for 32 days. Each major force is free to register for the competition. Even if my South Palace family sends experts today, how can it be considered stepping on the Su family's territory? If you lose, it's only because your skills weren't adequate. So you mean to say, you have to step on the territory of my Su family's Deep City today? Su Guangliang gritted his teeth and threatened coldly. Lingu wanted to persuade, but the experts behind Nongongwu were already red-faced and shouting, "Whether we step on it depends on our young master's mood. If your Su family is afraid, then just roll up your tails and give up today's championship." Exactly. Does Nongong's young master need you to set the rules? Nongongwu was also very pleased, hands in his pockets, head held high. Su Guangliang clashed with him in Cloud City before, and was so arrogant, and just happened that his young master Nongong liked to deal with those self-righteous show-offs. Damn it, in that case, I'll send you all to the hospital right now. Su Guangliang couldn't bear it anymore and cursed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in purple behind him suddenly made a move, aiming his palms at Nongongwu. "Young master, be careful." The 2 experts behind Nongongwu quickly intervened and clashed palms with the man in purple to save Nongongwu. "Don't." Lingu quickly spoke up, but it was already too late. At the moment the man in purple made his move, he realized it was a feint attack. Even if the man in purple was arrogant, he dared not harm the heir of the Nongong family. He just wanted to provoke Nongong's experts to come to his aid. The man in purple's inner energy was different from ordinary people, and if he clashed directly with him, he would surely suffer. Indeed, after a couple of loud bangs, the 2 experts on Nongongwu's side felt their arms numb, taking a few steps back before standing unsteadily, in a sorry state. How terrifying his inner energy is! Both of them exclaimed simultaneously. Nongongwu also took in a sharp breath, realizing that the Su family of Deep City was not to be underestimated, with experts of such unfathomable strength. In fact, before the Southern Peak tournament began, the major families and forces had conducted investigations on the strength of the participating factions. Nongongwu even had a detailed report on the strength, so he thought he had a good understanding of the Su family. Who would have thought they still underestimated the Su family? It seems their experts have been hiding their true strength all this time, just to make a splash at the Southern Peak tournament, catching opponents off guard. How cunning! Brother Sen, make Nongong's young master kneel down and apologize to me. Su Guangliang was in a dominant position, taunting with a high level of coldness. Let him know that those who do not follow the rules are nothing but garbage. Nongongwu disliked Su Guangliang, and Su Guangliang was determined to crush Nongongwu. The last account in Cloud City wasn't even settled yet. Today, seeing that Nongongwu didn't bring out his family's great devotion, Su Guangliang saw the opportunity to teach Nongongwu a lesson and let the young Nongong not be so arrogant in the future. At least not in front of him, the young master of the Su family. The man in purple gave a wicked smile and reached out to grab Nongongwu's neck, intending to humiliate him and make him kneel in front of Su's young master. But before his hand could reach Nongongwu, a powerful fist struck his wrist. The man in purple was shocked and immediately retaliated with a palm strike. In their exchange, he finally saw the sharp eyes beneath the wolf mask of his opponent, like those of a hungry wolf on a dark night. This person is no ordinary opponent. Bang! The clash of the 2 experts with strong energy caused Nongongwu and Su Guangliang to stand unsteadily, quickly staggering back. If it weren't for their bodyguards supporting them, both of them might have fallen over. Surprisingly, the result of their forced exchange was that the man in purple took 4 to 5 steps back before regaining his footing, feeling his entire arm numb. On the other hand, the man with the wolf mask only took a slight step back. Other experts of the Su family looked at each other in shock, their faces filled with surprise. They knew how powerful the man in purple was, but to think that aside from the great devotion, There was someone in the Non-Gong family even stronger than him. Non-Gongwu had a smug smile on his face, thinking that Brother Sen's provocation to compare inner energy with the Volf King of the Northern Territory was simply courting death. Hehe. The next moment, the man in purple hit his trembling right arm and smirked triumphantly at Lingu. Kid, have you heard of the 5 poison palms? You are already poisoned like them. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might spare your lives. Maybe. The 2 Non-Gong family experts who just clashed with the man in purple looked at their palms and found them pitch black, painful and itchy. Non-Gongwu, who was initially smug, turned slightly pale again. Could it be that even his master was affected? On the other hand, Su Guanglian, with a slightly pale face, smiled triumphantly once more. Always one step ahead of the demon. The superior skills of his Su family were indeed unbeatable. However, Lingu suddenly felt a surge in his arm, releasing an invisible energy that gently brushed away the dust on the ground. Brother Sen's triumphant expression instantly vanished, replaced by a look of fear. This masked man's inner energy was even stronger than he had imagined. Who exactly is he? Ha ha ha. Non-Gongwu was about to continue boasting, but was abruptly silenced by Lingu covering his mouth. Let's go. Stop the nonsense. Lingu, being modest by nature, didn't come here tonight to start trouble or fight with someone because of his impulsive disciple. As Non-Gongwu was forcibly dragged away by the man with the Volf mask, Su Guanglian's crew refrained from making any more noise. Especially Brother Sen, who had just been arrogant, had lost his former demeanor. I really didn't expect that the Non-Gong family would have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Truly deserving to be one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Interesting. Very interesting. Brother Sen licked his lips, coldly remarking. Next time he met this man with the Volf mask in the ring, he would spare no effort and use any means necessary to defeat him. To avenge today's offense. Master, why didn't you let me show off? Leaving the VIP area and entering a corridor, Non-Gongwu still complained by Lingu's sigh. Lingu couldn't do anything about his extroverted disciple, wondering how to deal with him, but suddenly froze in place. Non-Gongwu thought he was immobilized by someone when he saw Lingu not moving. Following his gaze, he saw 2 beautiful women with a few bodyguards walking towards them. The leading woman was wearing a tight purple dress, both sexy and elegant, making it hard for men to look away. Ha ha, isn't that mistress? Non-Gongwu spotted Qin Mingu and waved from a distance. Hi, mistress. What a coincidence. Are you also here to watch the boxing match? Qin Mingu had actually seen Non-Gongwu and the man with the Volf mask, planning to ignore them and leave. But seeing Non-Gongwu calling out to her like this, she couldn't pretend not to have seen them. Behind her, Xia Shouty also stared at Non-Gongwu and the people behind him, feeling that the man with the Volf mask was looking at Qin Mingu with an improper gaze. Did he know mistress? How could his eyes carry a hint of petting? Young Master Non-Gong, please watch your words. Qin Mingu, knowing she was not as high in status as Non-Gongwu, remained aloof, warning directly. I am a married woman, and if you continue to call out to me like this, I might have to send you a legal letter. Ha ha, sorry. My apologies. Non-Gongwu patted his head and laughed apologetically. Witnessing this scene, his followers behind him were a bit surprised. It was the first time they had seen the flamboyant Nangong young master apologize to a woman. Would the Nangong young master be afraid of a legal letter? The legal team of his Nangong family all had double-digit numbers. So, what was the reason after all? Qin Mingu, cold as ice, inadvertently glanced at the Volf-faced man up close due to a natural psychological reaction. The Volf-faced man intentionally changed his voice and smiled, saying, Miss Qin, we meet again. How are you? Qin Mingu lightly bit her lip, feeling unexpectedly nervous for a moment. Xia Shouty was also stunned, never having seen this side of General Qin before. What was the story between her and the Volf-faced man in front of her? I'm fine. Thank you. Qin Mingu spoke politely, but with a coldness that kept others at bay. Seeing this man, she couldn't help but think of the things that happened in Country Y. The images she had worked so hard to forget suddenly resurfaced. This man had kissed her, pressed her chest, and even said he liked her. What would that fool Lingu think if he found out? Would he fight with this Volf-faced man? Could Lingu match up to him? Miss Qin ... Goodbye. The Volf-faced man wanted to say more, but Qin Mingu didn't want to listen anymore. She hurriedly excused herself, but just a few steps away, She turned back suddenly and said, Mr. Wolf, you once saved Mingu. Mingu will find a chance to repay that kindness. Mingu never likes owing favors to others. With that, still as cold as ice, she turned and left. It wasn't until Chin Mingu and her group left that Nangon Wu laughed and teased, "Ha ha, master, it's really interesting to see you flirt with girls. I, as a young master, have girlfriends in the 3 digits, but none are as exciting as you and Master Nyang." Lingu glared angrily at him. "You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because of your mess that things have turned out this way today?" Nangon Wu shrugged innocently, a look of pure guilt on his face. He had even helped Master Nyang before. He was a positive character, so how did he become the target of Master and Master Nyang's criticism? Lingu couldn't be bothered with him, quickly went to change clothes, took off his mask, and went into the venue to look for Chin Mingu. Mingu. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Chin Mingu. Turning around, she saw her husband, Lingu. Chin Mingu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, but when Lingu smiled and ran over to her side, her heart inexplicably tensed again. "Mingu, why are you here too?" "Hehe. General Chin is worried that you'll come out to fight and cause trouble again, so I came to keep an eye on you." Zia Shouty immediately teased the couple. Lingu laughed, "We are still far from the Chin family's venue. I won't be fighting tonight. Instead, I came to gather some information." "Have you gathered enough?" Chin Mingu suddenly asked. Lingu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He wondered why his wife seemed so preoccupied. "Let's go, shall I drive you?" Chin Mingu said, and started walking. Lingu quickly followed. Once outside, Chin Mingu led Zia Shouty, and the bodyguards returned first and had Lingu drive her to a residential area, the Yunshan poetry community in Dongcheng. Upon entering, Lingu was surprised and said with a smile, "Mingu, how come this community so similar to our community in Yunshan?" Chin Mingu cast him a gentle gaze and said, "It's built by the same real estate developer, you idiot." "Ha ha, I am an idiot." Lingu scratched his head and laughed. In fact, it was intentional, as his wife had been quiet the whole way back, so he used this approach to start a conversation. "This is a new property I had Shouty buy for me. In the days when we develop in Dongcheng, we'll live here," Chin Mingu said, as she and Lingu walked towards the elevator. Finally, they arrived at Building B, Unit 1701. "Not many in Dongcheng know me. Let's keep a low profile and continue to live a quiet life," Chin Mingu said. After a period of unrest for both her and the Chin family, she was feeling a bit tired and hoped that coming to Dongcheng would bring some relaxation time. "Okay." Lingu nodded. Both of them knew that the tasks ahead for the Chin family would be more significant, and the burden on their shoulders would only get heavier. They knew that peaceful days would not be easy to come by, but they hoped that when it was just the two of them, they could enjoy the tranquility of a normal couple's life. Upon returning home, Chin Mingu went to bathe first. Lingu carefully examined the house and found that the structure was similar to their home in Yunshan. Looking at the environment, he was reminded of the first time they lived together with Chin Mingu. Back then, he had returned from shopping, opened the bathroom door, and unexpectedly saw his wife's artistic body. That sight had completely cured him of his long-time impotence. 200 days had passed in the blink of an eye. He had never dreamed that his relationship with this ice-cold beauty would develop to this extent, even sharing intimate moments. Lost in thought, he got a bit hazy until a sweet aroma wafted in front of him. "What are you doing?" I was reminiscing about the past." After honestly responding to Chin Mingu's question, Lingu realized that his wife was dressed in a tight white tank top with hot pants, no bra underneath the top, highlighting her perfect figure and long legs, looking particularly enticing. Lingu couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Chin Mingu, lost in thought, didn't notice his gaze as she used a towel to dry her still damp black hair. Chin Mingu's beauty was not just physical. Her black hair was glossy and silky, with a beauty and allure that were extraordinary. Many might not be able to tell the difference between the former imposter Chin Mingu, but Lingu could immediately see it. After all, appearances could be altered, but certain details were hard to replicate, such as Chin Mingu's hair. All these details combined to form a person's temperament. Temperament couldn't be imitated. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Chin Mingu eventually noticed Lingu's gaze. No. You're just too beautiful, so I took another look. By the way, are you hungry? Should I make something for you to eat?" Lingu quickly lowered his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed to be caught staring by his wife. No need, Qin Mingu said, and unexpectedly walked over, instructing, hold me. This. Lingu was taken aback, feeling that his wife was acting unusually tonight, but he quickly and gently embraced her. Lingu, from now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to easily leave me. Understand? Although it was an ambiguous statement, Qin Mingu sounded very assertive. Lingu's face showed a curve of happiness tinged with a bit of bitterness. Okay, but why is that? Qin Mingu recalled the doll-faced man and sighed slightly on his shoulder, but didn't give him a reason. She was afraid he would find out that his wife had been kissed, touched, and held by another man. Perhaps all men found it hard to accept, especially within a marriage. But after a while, Qin Mingu decided to ask, Lingu, I have two questions for you. You must answer me honestly. If you lie, I won't talk to you for a month. This. Lingu was even more bitter, never expecting this side of his wife. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly asked, what are the questions? If. Qin Mingu said two words, exhaled lightly, and then asked in one breath, if another man kissed me, especially if it was within the marriage, what would you do? Lingu suddenly shook as if he were a wooden man for a moment. After a while, he gently supported Qin Mingu's fragrant shoulder and asked with hidden resentment, who dared to be presumptuous to you? I will never let him get away with it. Seeing his reaction, Qin Mingu didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Nevertheless, she tried to control her emotions, maintaining a poker face as she added, when I was in country, why, I was in danger. A man saved me by pressing on my chest and performing CPR on me. I'm sorry, I didn't want to tell you, but I can't help it. It feels like a thorn in my heart. Lingu. This. He was a bit speechless. Didn't he know this story already? And she brought it up now. Qin Mingu only needed to control her emotions, but he had to control his expressions to conceal everything, not to let his clever wife notice any flaws that might reveal his true identity. He felt trapped. If not for reaching a cooperation agreement with Taiwan military industry and receiving a call from the old leader insisting on staying incognito, he would have wanted to come clean with his wife now. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Warwolves may even sacrifice their lives for missions in the northern borders. Thinking about avenging his fallen comrades, thinking about the old leader's instructions, he absolutely must not reveal his identity and suppress all kinds of emotions in his heart. Don't you care? Aren't you angry? Qin Mingu, dissatisfied with his indifferent reaction, coldly questioned. Of course, I care. I am somewhat angry. Lingu's emotions flared up quickly but also subsided immediately, waving his hand. Since he saved you, what can I say? After all, I used to be a doctor, and saving people is sacred. So, don't take it too much to heart. He knew Qin Mingu was fastidious, not just physically, but also spiritually. She used to have misogynophobia, feeling resentment if touched or kissed by a stranger. Now, he had to provide her with psychological counseling so she wouldn't hold a grudge forever. That's all well and good, but you are a man, and you're speaking up for him. Do you know, after he kissed me, he even said he liked me. Qin Mingu, slightly agitated, deliberately tested her husband, who claimed to be broad-minded. In most novels and TV dramas, wouldn't the male lead have to kill or seek revenge fiercely in such a situation? If the author didn't write that, the protagonist would be ridiculed by readers and harshly criticized. But Lingu surprisingly had this attitude. Qin Mingu couldn't help but think that a man like Lingu probably couldn't be a hero in novel, right? I'm not speaking up for him. Lingu quickly explained. It was indeed excessive for him to confess to you. But what can I do? Find him and beat him up. Isn't that returning evil for good? In fact, he was also cursing himself in his heart. Why had he casually mentioned this story back in country? Why? He was only causing trouble for himself. I don't care about you. Qin Mingu suddenly coquettishly said. Anyway, he will participate in the martial arts summit. If you face him, I hope you beat him up, instead of letting him beat you up in front of me. Ow. Lingu cried out in his heart. He dreaded this kind of dilemma the most. Now, there was an added layer of conflict, with his wife closely monitoring his dual identities. What if there was a conflict between the Qin and Nangong families? How would he handle it then? Alright, I promise. If I encounter him at the martial arts competition, I will definitely beat him up, no matter what. Okay. Lingu pledged firmly to his wife. Qin Mingu felt a bit relieved and said, I'll be waiting. Don't disappoint me." With that, she returned to the room to rest. Lingu let out a long sigh, feeling that things seemed to be getting more complicated. It was all because of that brat, Nangonwu. Why did he have to call out Xinian tonight when there was nothing happening? If his identity were truly exposed, he wouldn't let him off. On the other hand, Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fen both fell in love at the same time, constantly exchanging messages with their goddesses on their phones. This morning, the two roommates who shared a place fought on who would use the toilet first, both holding their phones. "Well, Fatty, about the toilet, I can let you go first, but when it comes to getting off the singles list, I definitely won't let you. I'm sure I'll be first," Lin Fen generously stated because he was a bit older than the chubby guy, and it was only fair to give in to this semi-big kid. "Humph, I touched the door to the toilet first, and I'll definitely get off the singles list first too." The chubby guy wasn't giving in an inch. Arguing like this isn't useful. How about we both ask her out and let our girlfriends determine when we became official? Then everything will be clear, right? Lin Fen proposed. "That's just right. Then I'll ask her out today. Prepare to concede," the chubby guy haughtily declared, then slammed the door to the toilet. Lin Fen rolled his eyes and returned to the room. Even though he confidently said this, he felt a bit anxious deep down. What if Miss Sen refused to come out for a date? Well, he should chat with her quickly. After all, she stayed up all night messaging him, so she shouldn't refuse a date, right? Unbeknownst to him, the chubby guy in the toilet was thinking the same thing. Love's magic kept him energized. After chatting all night, he was still fully charged today. "Darling, the first ray of morning sunlight is shining on my face. In my future life, you are my son. Good morning." Ding dong. In the room, a message notification sounded, and Lin Fen, just as energized as the chubby guy, was wide awake after a sleepless night. When he read the message, Miss San was still poetic and literary. Just as Lin Fen was thinking about how to reply and maybe ask Qing Ruhan out, so he could outdo the chubby guy, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming call displayed, it turned out to be Miss Chin San. Lin Fen was a bit flustered, but he replied too slowly, and Miss San was anxious enough to call him. Women in love are so passionate. "Hello, Miss San." Lin Fen and the chubby guy were still a bit different. He didn't have such thick skin, and Miss Chin Ruhan was still his superior, so he couldn't call her darling. He'd save that for when they were deeply in love. "Hello, Lin Fen, can you accompany me to East City today?" On the other end of the line, Qing Ruhan gave a direct order. As the project leader, she needed to work at the East City branch. Lin Fen was slightly taken aback. "Just the two of us." Oh my, he had been thinking about how to ask Miss Sen out on a date, and here she was, initiating the outing herself. Was the chubby guy going to lose this time? "How many people do you want?" Qin Ruhan asked back. "Haha. 2 is perfect. I also have something I want to discuss with Miss Sen alone." Lin Fen scratched his head and smiled. This was the best opportunity to build a relationship with Qin Ruhan. He must make the chubby guy bow down to him. "Okay, that's settled then. Let's leave the company 9 o'clock sharp." After saying so, Qin Ruhan hung up the phone straightforwardly. Her way of speaking on the phone seems a bit different from her text messages. Lin Fen found it strange. After pondering for a moment, he finally understood. Many people express themselves differently in speech and writing, and many have a Shakespeare in their hearts, but look like John Fei. That was normal. Lin Fen preferred lively behavior and dinner artistic female companions. Hey, when the chubby guy comes out of the toilet, he'll know who's better. Once upon a time, the chubby god in the restroom suddenly received a phone call. It was Lingu calling. "What? Senior brother, you want me to go to Dongchen? Why? Reluctant? Of course I'm reluctant. I just found a girlfriend in Yuncheng, and now you want to mercilessly separate us." Sob. "What? You found a girlfriend?" Lingu was also surprised to hear the chubby god's words. He never expected that his junior brother would find a girlfriend before him. Remembering his 18 failed blind dates, he felt quite frustrated. Hey, look at your reaction, senior brother. Why are you so surprised? Am I not handsome and humorous enough to find a girlfriend? The chubby god was displeased with Lingu's reaction, as if implying he didn't deserve a girlfriend. "I'm indeed a bit surprised," Lingu confessed. But now that you are the project leader of Mingu building, you must prioritize work. This project will take place in Dongchen. I'll explain the details when you arrive. Senior brother will talk to you about the situation. Hey, senior brother, your words hurt. Ignoring most of Lingu's words, the chubby god focused on refuting the first half. What's so surprising about me finding a girlfriend? I'll tell you. We're going to be in-laws soon. What? Lingu was taken aback, almost having an out-of-body experience this time. So, you mean your girlfriend is Mingu's sister, Qin Yuxuan, Qin Ruhan, Qin Langni? But no matter who it is, Lingu felt it was difficult to accept. Mainly, the chubby god didn't seem compatible with anyone. Hehe, it's indeed Miss Qin-san. No way. Lingu elongated his tone in shock, but he wasn't stupid, and he knew Qin Ruhan's standards in selecting a partner. With her standards, it was impossible for her to be interested in his junior brother. Chubby god, have you misunderstood something? Or are you overthinking? Hey, senior brother, if you keep saying that, I'll get really angry. Believe it or not, I'll bring her out for you to see. Even better, Lingu said directly. Then come to Dongcheng with her. If you two really hit it off, senior brother will be happy, and drunkard master will be pleased too. I'm just worried about you making a mistake. Senior brother can bet you a pack of spicy snacks. You're surely overthinking. HMPH, you'll see. After angrily hanging up the phone, the chubby god immediately prepared to send a message to his beloved, asking her to meet in Dongcheng. To his surprise, as soon as he opened his phone, he found a message from Mystery Chin. You are my guiding moonlight. Let's meet in Dongcheng, weather the storm together, and create glory. Seeing this message, the chubby god's face lit up as if the sun had just appeared. Oh my. Mystery Chin is so literary and inspiring. She understood senior brother's intention for me to go to Dongcheng, and voluntarily wants to accompany me. This time, I wonder what senior brother and Lin Fen have to say. Exiting the restroom excitedly, the chubby god met Lin Fen waiting outside. Chubby god, let me tell you, my girlfriend is going to Dongcheng for a date today. We'll take photos and videos for you to see how loving we are, and how beautiful my girlfriend is. You'll definitely be jealous, Lin Fen boasted proudly. Haha, how coincidental. The chubby god responded, my fair and wealthy girlfriend also invited me to play in Dongcheng. So, how about a double date? Let's see who will be envious seeing each other's girlfriends. Oh, chubby god, you're quite confident. Alright, let's wait and see. Prepare to admit defeat. The two faced off, full of confidence. In the morning, Lin Fen and the chubby god set off for Dongcheng separately. The difference was that Lin Fen went with Qin Ruhan while the chubby god could only bring his assistants, Laura and Lily, on a business trip. By nighttime, the chubby god arrived in Dongcheng, rented a house, and settled in. He then informed Lingu and arranged to meet at a nearby bar. The chubby god chose this location since senior brother had plenty of money, so he wanted a vibrant venue with many beautiful women. Arriving early at the summer bar, the chubby god found it just as wild and sexy as the online review said, filled with stunning women all around. He had barely chosen a booth and sat down when he overheard three sexy ladies in tank tops and shorts at the next booth discussing something. Did you see that? That man is drunk. Whoever loses the bet tonight will have to go over and take care of the mess. Okay, alright. Let's guess. Hearing this conversation, the chubby god was stunned. The three ladies at the table next to him were particularly charming. Although they surely couldn't compare to his girlfriend Mystery Chin, they were definitely attractive to ordinary men. Are these bar ladies really playing like this? He thought. What if he got drunk to see if there were women who wanted to play with him? To his surprise, two of the ladies were making a bet and the third lady with long legs and a pleated skirt stood up, walked over, and picked up the thoroughly drunk man to take him away. The skirt-wearing woman was actually waiting for this opportunity. As soon as the man's assistant left to answer the phone, she couldn't carry the drunk man away, and he returned. Oh my, can this really happen? Witnessing the entire scene, the chubby god saw the drunk man being dragged into a private room by three women. His worldview shattered. No, it was more like obliterated. Bows need to protect themselves well when out here. The chubby god sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Lingu approached him, amused, and asked, what are you mumbling to yourself about? Huh, oh, senior brother, you're here. I saw a man getting drunk and being forcibly taken into a room by 3 female hoodlums too, you know. So, turns out this is how things are done in Dongcheng. Bows need to learn to protect themselves, and out here. The chubby god clutched his shoulders with both hands, looking like he was afraid of the lady wolves. Lingu rolled his eyes at him, and didn't bother engaging with this topic, getting straight to the point. Just then, another familiar chubby man rushed in and, unable to find anyone at a specific VIP booth, started sweating profusely. Sensing something wasn't right, Lingu asked the chubby god, "You mentioned a man getting drunk, was he at that table?" Nodding, the chubby god said, "Yes." With that, Lingu quickly stood up and briskly walked towards the booth pointed out by the chubby god. Perplexed, the chubby god was confused. When did senior brother become so meddlesome? Rescuing a damsel in distress was one thing, but rescuing a drunk man was unheard of. Although Lingu wasn't one to meddle, he sensed who the drunk man was and couldn't bear to see him taken advantage of by other women. In the private room, 3 sexy women were a bit crazy. Ching Ching, is it really okay for us to do this? Yeah. In the past we used to wait for men to come to us, but now we're taking the initiative like this. It feels kind of cheap. If you're scared, then get out and let me handle it alone. The one called Ching Ching had longer legs and was more ruthless than the other 2 companions. This is the only male heir of the Xia family in Dongcheng, as well as the heir of the family. You probably don't know how powerful the Xia family is, do you? Who in Dongcheng doesn't know how powerful the Xia family is? Their assets are worth billions. The 2 women in shorts responded immediately. However, Ching Ching proudly said, the family with billions in assets is not considered a top family in the southern region. The Qin family in Yunchuan is more prestigious than the Xia family, but the status of the Xia family in the southern region is definitely one of the best. It is not something that families like the Qin family can compare with. Do you know why? The 2 women shook their heads. Ching Ching continued, actually, I don't know the details very well. I just know that the Xia family has a very unusual background. I heard that even the 4 major families in Yanjing have to respect them to some extent. Otherwise, with the Xia family's limited commercial influence, how could they possibly become the vice president of the Southern Business Association? After speaking for a while, it turned out that she didn't know much either. But outside the door, Lingu happened to hear what Ching Ching said, knowing that the man inside was really Xia Tia, and that the Xia family was quite extraordinary. Combined with the fact that none of the 3 young people in the Xia family are willing to inherit the family business, Lingu became more and more curious about this strange family. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Before his entourage finds him, I need to quickly establish a relationship with Master Xia Che. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to marry into a wealthy family. Ching Ching was also a tough character. She actually didn't even take off her clothes, she just took off her underwear from under her skirt and threw it aside. Then, she wanted to take off Xia Qian's pants and help this heavily drunk man with something. Dang. Just as she bent over to take action, Lingu kicked open the door of the private room. The 2 short shorts women were not as bold, and for a moment, they were all at a loss. Who are you? Ching Ching stood up quickly. Damn it, she had just been facing the door with her back. Did this man barging in suddenly see everything? Lingu didn't care about her expression or what she was thinking. He walked over, helped Xia Jia up with one hand, and said coldly to the 3 women, "This is my friend. I advise you not to act recklessly, otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences." After that, he helped Xia Jia and left. The 2 women in shorts were still confused, their faces turning red and white. Ching Ching was a little embarrassed and angry and went straight to grab Lingu. "Master Xia took a fancy to me, you can't take him away. Get lost." Lingu casually pushed her away. Just now he had heard everything outside, so who did this woman think she was fooling? Ching Ching. The 2 women in shorts quickly supported the woman in the short skirt with long legs. Ching Ching, teeth clenched, wanted to continue causing trouble, but at this time, Xia Qian's follower, Afu, came, and she didn't dare to continue making a scene. "Young master." Afu came over to help Xia Jia up and then noticed that it was Lingu who had saved him. Surprised, he asked, "The snow goddess's younger brother, what are you doing here?" Shen Zipeng on the side was also stunned. It turns out that this man picked up by 3 beautiful women was actually his senior brother's friend. Since everyone knew his senior brother, when would it be his turn to be picked up by 3 beautiful women? Lingu sighed and said to Afu, It's a long story. Help me open a room. I'll help your young master sober up first. All right. Afu agreed readily. After the young master returned from Yunchun to Dongcheng, he spent his days drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He didn't know how much he longed for someone to comfort him. Now that the snow goddess's brother was here, he was the best candidate. Afu directly drove the 3 women out, taking charge of the private room. The 3 women didn't dare to make a peep and left directly. Before leaving, Qing gave Lingu a resentful look. This man who came out of nowhere had ruined her chance and destroyed her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. It was unforgivable. Inside the room, Lingu used the 9-yang finger technique to massage Ziya, causing him to vomit. And then he said to Afu and Shen Zipang, "You guys go out first, I'll talk to Ziya alone." Shen Zipang turned and left. Afu looked at the young master who was about to wake up, clasped his hands together, and sincerely said to Lingu, "Brother of the snow goddess, please help the young master. If he continues like this, he will collapse both physically and mentally." He was almost about to kneel and kowtow to Lingu. Afu had been serving the young master at the Ziya family since he was a child, thinking that the young master was a playboy who couldn't develop feelings for women. He never expected him to fall so deeply in love once he did. Unable to win over the snow goddess, the young master drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day, even shouting the snow goddess's name in his sleep, which broke the hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Ziya. But there was nothing they could do. After nodding his head, Afu also left. "Zhu, can I give up everything for you? I don't care about what others think. Why don't you give me a chance?" Cough. "Zhu, come, let's take a picture here to commemorate our beautiful life together." Hearing Ziya Qian's drunken ramblings, Lingu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He had never thought that artists were a bit more obsessive than ordinary people, but Ziya Qia had reached an extreme level. Was it because his older sister had such a strong personal charm, or was Ziya Qian's personality just too quirky? If it were another wealthy young master, he probably would have found another woman to pursue, right? "Ziya Qia, wake up. Drink some hot water." Lingu patted Ziya Qian's face, placed a cup of hot water in front of him. After a while, Ziya Qia opened his eyes slightly and murmured, "Who are you?" It wasn't until he regained some sense that he tried to sit up abruptly, but his body couldn't support him, and he fell back onto the couch with a thud. It sounded painful. Unfortunately, Ziya Qia seemed to have no sense of pain, as he excitedly shouted, "You're Zhu's brother. Is Zhu here too? Where's Zhu?" "Zhu." Lingu helped him up gently, sat him back in the chair, and said, "Don't shout, my sister didn't come to Dongcheng, it's just me." Ziya Qian's eyes immediately went from sparkling to dim, as if all his energy had been drained by a devil, and he slumped in his seat. "If you want to meet my sister, maybe I can arrange that for you." "Really?" Ziya Qia suddenly became energized again, grabbing Lingu's shoulders tightly. Lingu nodded, "But what will you do after meeting her?" "My older sister is a woman with her own ideas. It won't be easy for you to change her mind." Ziya Qia fell silent again. What would happen after he met her? Thinking back to what Ling Raku had said to him during their last date, Ziya Qian's heart felt like it was bleeding again. The most painful wound in the world was unrequited love, a pain as if the heart had been cut open and can never heal. Seeing that Ziya Qia remained silent for a moment, Lingu couldn't help but remind him, "Have you heard of a drama called 101 Proposals?" Ziya Qia trembled slightly at this, looking at Lingu without blinking, wondering what he was thinking. "From my perspective, let me say this to you," Lingu continued, "when I saw you today, I felt that you genuinely like my sister, so perhaps I can entrust my sister to you. But seeing you in this state makes me very worried. If you really end up with my sister and one day you get drunk and mess around with other women, I'm afraid." Lingu didn't finish his sentence. Knowing his sister's temperament, if her husband cheated on her after marriage, it would easily become like the case of Uya. His sister could be very frightening when angry. But hearing him say this, Ziya Qia immediately felt wide awake and sat up straight, saying, "If I can be with Ruozu, I definitely won't be like this today." Lingu nodded, "I'll tentatively trust you. My sister has experienced a failed marriage and is fearful of marriage, especially in a wealthy family atmosphere. But if you can have more opportunities to interact with her, try to eliminate her inner fears. Maybe there will be a turning point." After listening, Ziya Qia quickly drank a cup of hot water to sober up. Then, he poured a bottle of cold beer over his head, trying everything to wake up quickly. Lingu made no attempt to stop him and let him struggle on his own. After the ordeal, Ziya finally spoke excitedly to Lingu, future brother-in-law. So you mean, you will help me create opportunities to pursue your sister? If I had 101 chances to propose to the fire goddess, I believe I can win her over. Lingu looked at him with his current intense and earnest expression and gave a casual smile. Let me do my best. After that, he stood up, stretched lazily. Well, I'm not good at matchmaking, but since that's my only sister, if I don't help you, who will? Ziya suddenly seemed rejuvenated, as if his soul had returned to his body. As soon as Lingu left, he immediately shouted excitedly, Afu, Afu, young master, what can I do for you? Afu rushed in, seeing the young master completely transformed as if reborn, couldn't help but marvel. Is Lingu really the legendary miraculous doctor from the novels? Even the best miraculous doctors in fiction couldn't bring a nearly dead drunk person back to life instantly. Quick, take me to the hair salon. I need a complete makeover. Ziya ignored whatever Afu might be thinking, stood up, and walked out. How could this be the same man who was as drunk as a corpse just a moment ago? Shortly after, Ziya was sitting in a high-end salon, ready to cut off his long hair. He knew Ling Raku didn't like men with long hair. Starting tomorrow, he was determined to become a cheerful and sunny beau. Outside the salon, Afu was waiting anxiously. Shortly after, a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance. Afu hurried over, bent down near the car window. It slightly opened, revealing the face of a beautiful woman, Ziya-chan's mother, Suemi. Recently, her son had been drinking outside frequently, causing her, as a mother, great distress. She couldn't control him, but almost every night, she checked on what he was doing. Afu had already informed her that the young master had come to the salon from the bar, conveniently on her way, so she came to see the situation. Where's Ziya? Madam. Master Ziya is inside getting a haircut. Getting a haircut? Suemi paused, then asked, what kind of haircut does he want? Afu began to sweat and hesitantly reported, he cut his hair short. What? Suemi, normally elegant and proud, suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, she opened the car door and stepped out. Her personal bodyguard, a formidable and burly man, immediately followed suit. Afu, trembling, stood aside, unable to voice a sound. As far as he could recall, Madame had never opened the car door herself, indicating her current, anxious state. Suemi, in high heels, entered the salon. Oh, Madame Ziya, good evening. Madame Ziya, the Ziya family, as a prestigious family in Dongcheng, Suemi, the lady of the house, was very well known and influential in Dongcheng. Entering the upscale salon, both the owner and some customers recognized her. However, Suemi paid no attention to anyone. Walking directly to the VIP room, peeking through the glass to see her son, who had already cut his hair short, she seemed as if struck by lightning, her hands trembling. She knew her son's style better than anyone. Once, when he was a child, she had his hair cut short, and he cried for 3 full days, calling her a bad person and not speaking to her for a month. Since then, for 20 years, her son had never cut his hair short again. Especially after becoming a photographer, he often flaunted his beautiful long hair. But tonight, he voluntarily cut his hair. What kind of determination drove him to do that? What kind of force could cause such a sudden and drastic change? Who did Ziya meet tonight? Suemi was a clever woman, observing her son's change. If not driven by a sudden stimulus, he wouldn't have changed so quickly and intensely. He just met Miss Zhu. No, Mr. Lingu. Miss Ling Raku's brother. Afu hastily reported, trembling. Ling Raku. So, it's for that commoner woman again. Suemi clenched her fist gently. Back in Yun City, she had intentionally set up situations to separate her son from Ling Raku because it was impossible for the Ziya family, a renowned lineage, to accept a commoner woman. Unexpectedly, because of being rejected by that woman, her son had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and now, due to that woman, he was revived overnight. She didn't understand what kind of charm that commoner woman held. Why did her son show no interest in the numerous wealthy young ladies she introduced, but was infatuated with that woman? Did that woman have a special allure, or was she especially good at serving men? Suemi eventually didn't go inside to see Ziya, upturned and left, her gaze chillingly frightening. Returning to the mansion, her husband, Ziya Zhonghao, noticed her unusual demeanor and walked over, asking, "Meyer, what's wrong?" Suemi immediately blamed him. "You, as a father, are really something. Our son is 30 and still not married. You don't seem concerned at all. There's no pressure on him. You don't even care about him. Now, he's swayed by that commoner woman from Yun City. What should we do?" Zia Zhang sighed helplessly. The Zia family was a unique lineage. Initially, he resisted inheriting the family business and intended to hand it over to his brother Zia Zhangji, but his brother was reluctant to take the helm, so he was compelled to take over. Based on his own experiences, he had chosen to adopt a hands-off approach, unlike other wealthy family heads who carefully groomed their successors. He knew all too well the pain of being pressured by elders to do something he didn't like. However, now that things had developed to this point, he didn't know how to handle the situation. "You need to speak up," Suemi urged again. The noble lineage of the Zia family absolutely did not allow their son to marry a commoner woman. For generations, this was absolutely impossible. Unfortunately, his son now likes a commoner woman and is infatuated with her. How can Zia Zhang handle this? How should he respond to his wife now? Frowning for a long time, he sighed. "Mainly because that commoner woman is not actively pursuing us now. What can we do? Last time, didn't you try to break them up? Let's do it again until Zia Chiag gives up." Suemi heard his words and could only grit her teeth because Zia Zhang hit the nail on the head. If it were Ling Raku shamelessly throwing herself at Zia Chiag, they could boldly break them up. But now, it's their son chasing after her while she ignores him. What can they do? They can only continue to prevent their son from pursuing her. Since our son has no interest in the business, why not call Zia Zhu back? Suemi suddenly changed the topic. Zia Zhu is still young. Maybe she can turn things around. Otherwise, relying on Zia Tia to inherit the family business is probably impossible. Hearing her words, Zia Zhang sighed again. He agreed with his wife's point. Planning for their son to inherit the family business was ridiculous. Last time, they invested in Cloud City, but Zia Chia was just there to flirt. Now that his flirting failed, he ignored the Cloud City project and came back to act lazy. So frustrating. But convincing Zia Zhu to come back and inherit the family business isn't that difficult. It's not easy at all. Their daughter has a stubborn character like a bull. Initially, he tried to bet with her, saying if she couldn't make it in the Cloud City police station, she must return to inherit the family business. Unexpectedly, his daughter solved cases continuously, received awards from the police station, and even got recommended for promotion. In this situation, how could he pull her back to inherit the billion-dollar family business? If it doesn't work, let's have second brother's daughter Zidai come back to inherit the Zia family business. Zia Zhang said helplessly. However, Suemi glared at him, saying nothing. Her expression said it all. How dare this man? He and Zia Zhangji have deep brotherly affection, but Suemi doesn't. She is a woman of the Su family in Dongchen, and also the only one in the Zia family who desires power and wealth. How could the family's business be handed over to others, even if they are relatives? Seeing his wife like this, Zia Zhang could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, I will call Zhu now and ask her to come back to Dongcheng. That's more like it. Su Mei's expression finally softened a bit. She was ready to personally welcome her daughter and mend their relationship. Since she was in a good mood, they even had a long overdue intimate moment tonight. If they still have a chance, they should have another child quickly in case no one wants to inherit the family business, giving them more options. On the other side, when Lingu returned home, Qin Mingyu was sitting in front of the dressing mirror applying a night mask. Did you go to the boxing gym again to gather information? Qin Mingyu asked coldly. She didn't want Lingu to be too involved in fights and violence, even though it might be legitimate for the Qin family. No. I went to meet Zia Tia tonight. Lingu quickly responded, hiding the fact that he was looking for the mysterious fat god. He couldn't let his wife know that he was actually the boss of Mingu Elu and a covert shareholder of Chang'an Group, or else his cover would be blown. Zia Tia, what did you meet him for? Qin Mingyu turned to look at him. Lingu explained what happened tonight to his wife. Qin Mingyu listened with a hint of sadness. She never expected a man, especially a well-known one, to end up in such a situation for a woman. It seems he really likes your sister. Yes. That's why I agreed to help him arrange another meeting with my sister. Lingu said seriously. Mingyu, you'll help me, right? Playfully pretending to be angry, Qin Mingyu gave him a cold look and said, if I don't help you, Who will? I'll call your sister. Lingu quickly massaged his wife's shoulders as a gesture of gratitude. Mingu was quick-witted. Before calling Ling Raku, she had already thought of how to approach the conversation. Mingu, why are you calling me so late? Did Xiaoyu mistreat you? I'll go over right away to teach him a lesson for you, Ling Raku said, and Lingu felt chills hearing her words. It seems there should be less conflict with the wife in the future. Otherwise, the gun aimed at the husband turned out to be controlled by the sister towards the husband. If you is not behaving, I will let you come to teach him from me. I have something important to discuss. Mingu's voice softened, and she continued, I want you to come to Dongcheng. Your kin's stylized and snow store should be stable now. Can we open a branch? So, Mingu, you want me to come to Dongcheng to work with you guys? Ling Raku sounded interested. She and Mingu had a close bond, and if Ling Raku was not busy, she would chat with her every day. We have expanded to Dongcheng, and your stylized and snow store should be ready for a new branch, right? Mingu replied, Oh, I also had this in mind. If you say so, I will advance my plans. Speaking of funding, I can invest in you. If you bullies me, you can help me discipline him. If that man doesn't listen, we will form a women's double team. Lingu was sweating all over, unsure if the Ice Queen was joking with her sister, but he knew Ling Raku would take it seriously. Indeed, Ling Raku didn't care if Lingu had the ability to bully Mingu. She agreed on the spot. Deal. Consider the invested money as a loan to me. I'll help you deal with little you, which will be the interest. If he misbehaves, we'll form the women's team. With the agreement reached between the two women, Lingu felt unpleasant and decided to say, you to continue talking. I'll go take a shower first, hoping to get his sister out quickly and let her handle his brother-in-law, as he has never won any match against Ling Raku since childhood with a record of 17 losses and 0 wins. 2 days, Suemi dressed up beautifully to welcome her daughter who had been wandering outside for many years, waiting at home. Unexpectedly, at noon, the servant came to report to her, Madam, the young lady has arrived in Dongcheng, but she said she won't be returning home until tonight. What? Suemi frowned immediately. Why did that girl go to Dongcheng instead of coming home? Is there anyone more important than family, parents at home? The servant dared not speak with his head lowered. They didn't know either. Prepare the car, I want to go find her myself. Suemi stood up slightly angrily, wanting to see who her daughter was going to meet first. If I saw Madam like this, and subconsciously felt a little scared. The young master had been enchanted by a commoner woman, breaking the family rules and angering Madam. Now the young lady was being stubborn too. Didn't this anger Madam even more? On the other side, Lingu had no official business during the day, so Mingu asked him to stay in the Yunshan community and tidy up the new home, buying necessary household items and supplies. When he returned from outside, he had just entered the community, and someone excitedly called out to him from behind. Lingu. Lingu turned around and saw a tall woman striding towards him with long legs. Lingu looked up and saw the beauty wearing a knee-length leather skirt, showing off a pair of long and healthy legs, wondering who it could be. When he saw the face, it turned out to be Xia Zhu, causing him to be startled. In his memory, he had never seen Xia Zhu wear a skirt. His impression of her was a bit tomboyish, but he never expected her figure to be so good. Paired with a pair of 3 centimeters high-heeled knee boots, visually taller than a 1.8 meter tall man. Why are you here? Lingu waited for her to come closer, furrowing his brow slightly. Surprised or not? Unexpected, right? Xia Zhu placed her hands behind her back, proudly mentioning, I cracked consecutive cases in Yunshan, accumulated merits, and applied directly to transfer to Dongcheng. Now I'm even a second-level inspector. Oh, congratulations. Lingu casually responded and prepared to go upstairs with his bags. Let me help you. Xia Zhu was very enthusiastic. She didn't know that at this moment, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the community. Inside the car, Suemi stared through the window at the scene inside. She almost thought she was hallucinating. Was the woman entangled with Lingu really her daughter Xia Zhu? After all, even she, the mother, had never seen this side of her daughter before. No need. Lingu refused Xia Zhu unemotionally. He didn't need a woman's help for such small things. Let me do it. Xia Zhu still wanted to get close to him. She came to find Lingu today because she had reached a bottleneck in her internal strength cultivation and needed Lingu's help no matter what. I said no. Lingu directly snatched the item from her hand, which was an intimate product he bought for his wife, embarrassed to be seen by others. He was much stronger than Zhu, causing her to stagger and even kneel on one knee on the ground. This makes no sense. Suemei was so angry she wanted to get out of the car. Who was this man daring to make her daughter kneel before him? But she held back, simply because Zhu wasn't angry and even knelt willingly in front of Lingu, sarcastically saying, "Fine, I've knelt for you already. Accept me as your apprentice. As long as you can teach me the method of using inner strength, I'll do anything." She was a martial arts fanatic. She was willing to endure any hardship as long as it helped improve her strength, even if it meant kneeling down. Lingu couldn't do anything to her. Seeing her full of sincerity and also with Yishao's request, he straightforwardly said, "Come up, I'll teach you for only an hour. If you can't grasp it, it's because your aptitude is dull. And don't bother me again in the future." He was being honest, not aloof. Zhu had been training for years. Her physical condition had long met the standards for mastering inner strength. If she could grasp the key, an hour would be enough. It would be useless to spend many years if she had a dull aptitude. For example, to simplify, if a process required grinding a piece of iron into an embroidery needle, it would take only an hour, but with wood, no matter how long you grind it would only become a toothpick. Okay. Zhu, as if injected with chicken blood, excitedly followed Lingu upstairs. Suemei watched this scene with her eyes wide open, her teeth clenched in frustration. Her daughter returned to Dongcheng, didn't come home immediately, didn't even bother to call her mother, and instead came here to bother this man. If this man were a wealthy elite from another family, it would be one thing, but he was Ling Raku's brother. What did their Xia family owe the Ling family? Why were her two children so infatuated with the Ling siblings? If the roles were reversed between the two families, it would be understandable, but her family was a prestigious and noble family while the Ling family was just a grassroots family in Yuncheng. It was infuriating. Zhu was oblivious to her mother being downstairs. After entering Lingu's house, she immediately took off her coat, only wearing a black tight sports bra. Those twin peaks were simply lethal to men. It was because she had been too busy recently to even have time for breast reduction surgery. Just as Lingu was about to ask her what she was doing, before he could speak, this woman forcefully pulled off her skirt too. Lingu instantly lost his composure, quickly turned around, and asked coldly, "Miss Xia, what did you come up here for?" Zhu was stunned. The fact was, she was wearing black yoga pants inside her skirt. She usually wore this when training. She wasn't stupid. She came to Lingu today to practice martial arts, not for anything else. How could she not know what to wear? But seeing Lingu like this, she found it amusing and said smugly, "How about that? Is my figure better than your wife's? Are you afraid to look at me because you can't resist committing a crime? You're ridiculous." Lingu scolded seriously, hoping this woman would tone it down. Unexpectedly, Zhu not only didn't contain herself, but also continued boastfully, "Right. I am ridiculous. Aren't you a doctor? I heard you specialize in treating women. Why not take a look at me?" Lingu was not a man who liked being flirted with by women. If Qin Mingu were to come home at this time, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Therefore, he decided to turn around and prepare to throw this woman, who had come into his house and immediately undressed, out. But after turning around, he realized that she was wearing a yoga practice outfit, feeling a little embarrassed. "Hehe, you thought too much, didn't you?" Lacking basic common sense and pretending to be serious, Zhu mocked Lingu again. She and Lingu had been at odds from the beginning, and this feeling couldn't change in a blink of an eye. Regardless, she enjoyed bickering with this man. She couldn't beat him in martial arts, so she'd take the upper hand in verbal battles. Lingu looked at the watch and told her, "You wasted 5 minutes. I have 55 minutes left to guide you." Huh. Zhu was completely taken by Lingu, unable to bounce back immediately. After gnashing her teeth, she quickly said, "Then teach me quickly. Is this your way of begging for help?" Lingu is the same, just partial to Zhu. The first impression between people is difficult to change in the future, especially, and Zhu showed disrespect by tearing apart the clothes that Qin Mingu gave him the first time they met, making it hard for him to treat her well. "Master, please teach me quickly. There's no time left." Zhu, with a bad temper, was finally softened by Lingu and began to beg. In her quest for a breakthrough, the female martial arts fanatic was willing to go all out. Lingu was a generous person, seeing her attitude improve, and since he had agreed to teach her, he decided to go ahead. To use inner strength, you must understand chat, exactly, sinking chat, guiding it to the lower abdomen. Aren't these terms familiar to you? I've heard of it, but is it really true? Zhu knew it was true, but still asked because she couldn't comprehend these profound practices. Of course, it's true. Let me show you. What Jizi couldn't provide Zhu, Lingu could. Now that Zhu was dressed like this, it was convenient for him to demonstrate by directly poking the two chat points in her lower abdomen. Although it was fleeting, Zhu actually felt two streams of heat surging in her lower abdomen. 2. Incredible. Is this the cha inside my body? Exactly. Lingu saw her expression and knew she had felt it. He continued to instruct her, if you can use this breath, it's cha. It's what the martial arts world calls inner strength. Ordinary people can't do it, either because their bodies lack cha or because their bodies haven't gone through special training. But your physical condition should be completely suitable. Really? Let me try. Zhu was extremely excited and immediately began to try, but still couldn't find the right method. No, I still have to teach you the method. Lingu had no choice but to explain Nan gesture on his own body's acupoints. However, no matter how much they discussed, Zhu was still unable to break through, so in a moment of urgency, she directly grabbed his hand and poked her own body. She needed to grasp the inner strength method. How could she truly understand it if he poked his own body? Lingu was initially worried she would have reservations about physical contact between opposite genders, but as Zhu grabbed his hand to demonstrate on her body, he no longer hesitated. After all, he used to be a gynecologist. What kind of women's bodies hadn't he seen or touched? Although Zhu had a great figure, and the acupoints were mostly on the trunk of the body, her ample chest was quite a hindrance. Lingu sometimes struggled to find the acupoints, especially when there was clothing in the way. Why don't I take off this little clothing? Zhu was on the verge of understanding, just a little bit away from the sensation she needed, making her feel impatient. Lingu was going to refuse, but this martial arts fanatic directly took off her top. As a result, a pair of terrifying things popped out. They were much larger than Qin Mingyu's. But Lingu, being honest, swore they were not as attractive as Qin Mingyu's. He found her body similar to his previous female patients and didn't feel anything special. Lingu shook his head, realizing that such a figure was indeed unsuitable for martial arts training. Why not consider becoming a model instead? But she insisted on training, and they had come this far, so Lingu had no choice but to continue teaching her. An hour later, Suemei was waiting impatiently at the entrance of the community. She had considered leaving several times, but couldn't swallow her pride. She tried calling her daughter, but her phone was on silent mode, and she was too busy to answer. What is Snow doing with that man up there? Suemei couldn't help but let her mind wander. Couldn't her daughter see that the man was married? Was she really going to be a third party, taking advantage of someone's absence to fool around with their spouse? No. My daughter is not that kind of person. Suemei believed in the principle of like mother, like daughter. While her daughter was rebellious and self-centered, she was definitely not lacking in moral values. But the next moment, Zhu came downstairs covered in sweat and wore a satisfied expression on her face. That demeanor was akin to the satisfaction one feels after intense exercise. What was going on? Even Sumei's bodyguard was taken aback, wondering what had excited the young lady so much. Madam, should I stop, miss? Her personal bodyguard asked as Zhu, too caught up in her excitement, didn't notice their car at the moment. Sumei's face darkened, but she still shook her head. She didn't want outsiders to know about the family's ugly affairs, a disgrace to the Xia family's reputation. She decided to educate her daughter properly once they got back home. Damn it, I will never forgive that Ling family. Just wait. Suemei gritted her teeth. What sins had the Xia family committed? Xia Tia being ditched by Ling Raku was bad enough, but now Zhu's behavior was outrageous, willingly offering herself to Lingu. Such news would tarnish the Xia family's reputation for generations to come. On the other hand, as part of the collaboration between the Taiwan military industry and Tiagang Group, San Xiaopeng, as the project manager, had to keep an eye on the progress of the Tiagang Group. Last night, he had been summoned by Lingu to discuss matters and had no time to message Shin Mystery. So, early in the morning, he was eager to call his dear to make up for yesterday's lack of romantic feelings. Similarly, Qing Ruhan, Having arrived in Dongcheng yesterday, as the project manager from Taiwan, had to quickly finalize the details of the new factory. Lin Fen had already done some research and found a similar factory in the south district of Dongcheng up for sale. They were going to negotiate the acquisition today. At this moment, Lin Fen went ahead to the factory to communicate with the other party. Well, Qing Ruhan just got out of the car and received a call from Song Xiaopeng. Seeing the incoming call displayed, she wasn't keen on answering it, but being the project manager, she had to reluctantly pick up. Mr. Son, is there something you need? Oh. Mr. Son, why so formal? Song Xiaopeng hesitated for a moment before realizing that Qin Miss 3 probably had someone else around her and was reluctant to show affection. Nothing much. Just wanted to see my dear. Where are you? Song Xiaopeng smiled. Qin Ruhan rolled her eyes and inquired. Mr. Song, I'm currently finalizing the launch of the energy factory at the East Start factory in Dongcheng. Once finished, she quickly hung up the phone. Too scared that saying more would give her goosebumps, Song Xiaopeng was left dumbfounded. How could Qin Ruhan be so different on the phone compared to messages? Was she showing her dual personality? To test the theory, he immediately texted Love of Mortals. Dear, could you send me a photo? I want to see where you are. Song Xiaopeng began to doubt if he had added the wrong person, as Miss 3's attitude on the phone should not have been so indifferent. Unexpectedly, he received a reply from Love of Mortals with a location showing she was actually at the East Start factory. Well, that can't be wrong. Song Xiaopeng finally relaxed, realizing that Miss 3 indeed had a public and private persona. Wait. Song Xiaopeng suddenly noticed some details in the photo. While the selfie didn't capture her face, it showed her wrist. It seemed to Harry. Never mind. Never mind. Luckily, God Chubby is someone who understands how to lower their expectations. He immediately muttered to himself, Miss 3, such a perfect young lady, it's acceptable for her to have slightly longer hand hair. Nobody's perfect this way. It's more down to earth. Little did he know that Lin Fen over there also thought that godly couple referred to Miss 3. He also thought that she, being directionally challenged, couldn't find him after entering the factory. Quickly, he sent another text message. Darling, where are you? Ding dong. God Chubby saw this message and felt even more comfortable, knowing that Miss 3 still cared about him. So, he quickly sent a photo and replied with a message. I'm heading towards East Chen now. Seeing this message, Lin Fen couldn't help but frown. Of course, he knew that Miss 3 was just outside the East Che gate. He just wanted to know her exact location. Was she not inside yet? Wait a minute. Lin Fen suddenly discovered a problem upon taking a closer look at the photo. Damn. Why does Miss 3's arm looks a bit thick? No. It's not just a bit, it's quite damn muscular. Even more muscular than his own. After thinking about it, Lin Fen suddenly realized. No wonder Miss 3 always liked wearing long sleeves. Turns out she was trying to hide the flaw of her thick arms. A woman, no body is perfect. Having slightly thicker arms is fine. It proves she's not pampered. Good. Lin Fen didn't mind at all. After all, he also grew up in a rural area. He certainly wouldn't look down on women with thick arms. Lin Fen, what are you talking about? While Lin Fen was exchanging ambiguous messages with the godly couple, Qin Ruhan had already arrived in front of Lin Fen. Haha, nothing much. Actually, Miss 3 doesn't have to wear long sleeves all the time. Being more confident would make her even more beautiful. Lin Fen stared at Qin Ruhan's shoulders, but no matter how he looked, it didn't seem like she'd have muscular arms. Could it be a visual distortion in the photo? Or did Miss 3 use a wide-angle lens just now? Qin Ruhan sent something off in his gaze, but Lin Fen never seemed as blunt as Chubby, so she didn't pay much attention, and straightforwardly said, come with me to the general manager's office. Okay. Lin Fen quickly led Qin Ruhan. They quickly reached the general manager's office. And unexpectedly, besides East He's general manager Huang Guangxin, there were other people inside. Sitting on the sofa was a man with a crew cut, looking to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a high-end suit, crossing his legs arrogantly, with an extremely haughty expression. Behind him stood two black-clad bodyguards. Seeing Qin Ruhan and Lin Fen enter, the man's gaze swept up and down Qin Ruhan impolitely. She didn't know him, and naturally didn't want to acknowledge him. Instead, she directly greeted Huang Guangxin, saying, General Huang, I'm Qin Ruhan from Chiagang Group, here to discuss business with you. She had an earlier appointment with East Che, so this was the designated time. Huang Guangxin's secretary led them in, unaware of the arrival of other guests in General Huang's office. "Oh, Miss Qin, you're here. I have an unexpected important visitor. Could you please step out and wait for a bit?" Huang Guangxin's tone was cold and showed no remorse. Lin Fen immediately felt dissatisfied, speaking loudly. "General Huang, we had an appointment scheduled to discuss the acquisition of East Che first. Aren't you supposed to entertain us before attending to an impromptu guest?" Qin Ruhan, being fiery in nature, thought General Huang's behavior was a bit overboard. Yet, she was still the project leader, with her older sister's strict instructions not to allow any slip-ups in the project. So, she restrained her temper. "This is still my factory. I'll entertain whoever I want. Want to wait? Then wait. If not, get lost." Huang Guangxin directly cursed. Qin Ruhan and Lin Fen were shocked, feeling anger bubbling inside, as well as confusion. During their prior communication with General Huang, he didn't have this kind of attitude. He was having trouble managing this factory and was eager to sell it off. He had been very polite in inviting them to negotiate. How come his attitude changed drastically upon meeting? The truth remained unknown to them. The shareholder behind this factory was the Xia family of Dongcheng. The Xia family already had other collaborations with the Qin family in Yuncheng. Hence, General Huang naturally showed goodwill to representatives of the Qin family's enterprises. Yet, in these past 2 days, Su Mei discovered that her son had fallen for Ling Raku, while her daughter willingly offered herself to Lingu. Upon discovering this, she was furious and declared to terminate all cooperation with the Qin family. Therefore, General Huang received word just an hour ago. How could he show a good face to the Qin family's representative now? "Well, Lin Fan, let's wait outside for now." Qin Ruhan recalled her sister's instructions. Chiagang Group urgently needed to set up a factory in Dongcheng. Acquiring East Che was the best choice. She couldn't let her momentary anger jeopardize the bigger picture. Doing business truly tempers one's temperament. The once sharp-tongued, spirited Pepper back in school had gradually learned to adapt. However, they never expected that in the brief moment they turned around, the man with the crew cut sitting on the sofa suddenly smirked and said, "Qin miss, right? I don't think you need to wait anymore. The East Che factory has been acquired by our Tang family." "What?" Qin Ruhan was immediately shocked, turning back to stare at the man with the crew cut. "The Tang family? Which city's Tang family was this?" If they couldn't secure the acquisition of this factory, it might affect the progress of Chiagang Group's project with Taiwan military industry. "General Huan, isn't this behavior very rude?" Lin Fen quickly spoke up for Miss 3. "We had scheduled to discuss the acquisition of East Che first, and now you're selling it to someone else last minute. Is this how you do business?" "Humph, who do you think you are to speak to me like this?" Huang Guangxin immediately coldly rebuked Lin Fan, looking down on this worker-like man. "He is the project assistant of Chiagang Group. General Huang, it's best if you speak politely." Qin Ruhan couldn't restrain herself anymore. She verbally supported Lin Fan. Lin Fan was now her assistant, and as the one in charge, she had to protect her team. She never knew Lin Fan was so affectionate, realizing that Miss 3 truly cared for him. Therefore, he must protect and serve her to the end. "Humph, Chiagang Group. You think this is Yuncheng? In the presence of this young master, how does your Qin family compare?" Huang Guangxin even looked down upon Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan was shocked at this statement. She knew this factory was one of the Xia family's industries. Earlier, they had even paid the earnest deposit for the acquisition, so coming to acquire the factory today was a natural progression. But now facing such a cold reception and hearing these disdainful words, was the influence of the Qin family in Dongcheng waning? "I will tell you, this delightful young man is Tang Yu's, the young master of the Dongcheng Tang family. The Tang family of Dongcheng is one of the 20 formal members of the Chamber of Commerce, with a much higher status compared to your Qin family." Huang Guangxin said with confidence, "The Divination Chamber of Commerce has rules that member transactions have legal priority. What right does your Qin family have to complain?" This barrage of words hit Qin Ruhan, who had little experience in commercial negotiations, leaving her dumbfounded on the spot. "Miss Sen, let's go." Lin Fen also had a temper. Instead of staying in a place like this and continue being embarrassed, it was better to leave decisively. In the past, Qin Ruhan would definitely scold Huang Guangxin and splash water on his face before leaving in a proud and arrogant manner. However, as much as the novel could be written in this way and as much as the drama could be portrayed in this manner, she couldn't do the same. She was no longer the willful little princess of the Qin family, and she had passed the age of causing trouble and rebellion. Her sister had entrusted her with an important task, and now, implementing the factory and production line was the first step. She couldn't afford to make mistakes at the first step, which could affect the progress of the entire project. Huang, our Qin family, is sincerely interested in acquiring Dongqi. Perhaps in terms of price, we can increase it by another 3 points. Seeing that Qin Ruhan not only didn't leave angrily, but also wanted to give Huang Guangxin some concessions, Lin Fan's anger naturally burned even more fiercely. However, he could sense the pressure on Miss San's shoulders, so he could only grit his teeth in silence to avoid ruining Miss San's big project. Miss Qin-san, don't you understand? This isn't about money, it's about status. Don't embarrass yourself here. Though Huang Guangxin's attitude wasn't as bad, his words were cutting. This was the first time Qin Ruhan realized that without joining the Chamber of Commerce, the impact on the Qin family's business was significant. Outside of the Yun city, without the support of the Chamber of Commerce as a strong backing, it was difficult to move forward. No wonder despite the decades of development by the Qin family, they still held on to only a small piece of land in Yun city. The Dragon country was vast, but the Qin family was actually quite small. Just as she was about to give up and leave, she heard a triumphant laughter behind her. Hey, Miss Qin-san, does your Qin family urgently need to establish a factory and production line in Dongcheng? I might be able to help you with that. Qin Ruhan seemed to see a glimmer of hope, her big eyes shining brightly as she quickly turned around. Tang Yu stared at her youthful face and voluptuous figure, smiling maliciously. As long as you listen to me tonight, kneel when I say kneel, crawl when I say crawl, and make me happy, I'll hand over this factory to you tomorrow. How about that? What? Lin Fan's anger erupted like a volcano. How dare this bastard speak to his Miss Sen in such a manner? It was unforgivable. Before Lin Fan could rush over and fight with the last-named Tang guy, Qin Ruhan hurriedly walked towards Tang Yu's. The curve of Tang Yu's mouth turned even more arrogant. He thought the majestic Qin Sen would also kneel to his threats, becoming a good dog at his feet. However, at the next moment splash, Qin Ruhan directly grabbed the hot water on the table and splashed it on his face. Ah! Tang Yu shrieked from the heat, jumping up in surprise. Humph! Dare to speak to me, Qin Ruhan, like that? You've picked the wrong person. We people from Yun City are not easy to deal with. Qin Ruhan smashed a cup in anger, turned around, and was about to leave, her fiery temperament fully revealed once again. Damn it! Catch her! I'll torture her to death. Tang Yu's raged in humiliation. Two black-clad bodyguards immediately sprang into action. Lin Fan quickly opened his arms to fight for Miss San, but he was not Lingu, capable of defeating enemies with just a few punches and kicks. Instead, he was quickly overpowered and taken down by the two guards. Ha! Trash! Tang Yu's looked down on Qin Ruhan even more. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, each one of them carried powerful bodyguards, yet Qin family was taking such weaklings. Who could they protect? However, Lin Fan, weak as he was, fearless of death, fell to the ground but then rushed back, clinging desperately to the legs of the two guards, and shouted, Miss San, you go first, don't mind me. Qin Ruhan, seeing this scene, was momentarily flustered. Indeed, this was not Yun City, and there was no family Aura here. She had caused trouble, and no one could protect her. But she was also someone who valued loyalty. Lin Fan fought bloodily to protect her escape. How could she abandon him and leave? Wanna leave? What business is that of yours? Tang Yu's blocked Qin Ruhan's path. Before Qin Ruhan could react, the tall man slapped her hard, causing her to fall to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The female secretary looked panicked, knowing that Miss Qin-san was a member of the Qin family in Yun City. If something happened here, the Qin family would surely raise hell. However, Huang Guangxin still ordered, let's go out, this is none of our business. Let alone the fact that he had received instructions from his wife to terminate the cooperation with the Qin family. The comparison of the economic status between the Qin family and the Tang family was clear. One was a formal member of the top 20 of the Chamber of Commerce and a close relative of the Tan family in Yanjing. The other was just a family in Yun City, not even a member of the Chamber of Commerce. How could they compete with the Tang family? Damn bitch, you don't want face, do you? I'll tie you up like a dog, teach you a lesson. After saying that, Tang Yu specially had his men bring a dog chain collar and tried to put it around Qin Ruhan's neck. Qin Ruhan tried to struggle but was stepped on her back, unable to flip over. Beast, stop it. Lin Fen wanted to protect Qin Ruhan and tried to rush over but was pinned down by the two guards, helpless. At that moment, outside the factory, Shen Xiaopeng had already jumped down from his second-hand mountain bike, rushed to the security post to lock his identity, and then eagerly ran inside to see his beloved. But as he ran towards the office of the general manager, he saw a group of people outside, and was somewhat astonished. What was going on here? Next moment, he heard a familiar scream from inside the office. Don't let go of me, you bastard. Shen Xiaopeng's mood, which was good till then, suddenly turned in rage. Wasn't that the cry of his beloved Miss San? Someone was bullying his heroic woman. Looking for trouble, huh? Shen Xiaopeng rushed in without a care, pushing away the people outside, as his martial skills were too superior for them to stop him. Dear. Shen Xiaopeng kicked the office door open. Upon seeing the scene inside, his anger couldn't be contained anymore. He saw a man with an airplane hair on him stepping on his woman, using a collar to hold her neck. Shen Xiaopeng didn't know how to kill him utterly to relieve his hatred. Lin Fen saw Shen Xiaopeng coming and, regardless of how he got there, quickly shouted, "Quick! Save Miss San!" Tang Yu's was quite unhappy his plans being interrupted. He turned to glare at Shen Xiaopeng, asking viciously, "Who the hell are you?" "I'm your biological father." Shen Xiaopeng roared, using his body directly as a weapon, rolling over to knock Tang Yu's down. Tang Yu's was terrified. Who was this chubby kid? What kind of attack was this again? His two guards hurried to stop Lin Fen and wanted to protect their young master. However, facing such a strange martial artist, the guards didn't know how to deal with Shen Xiaopeng, who rolled up his hands and feet and approached them like a ball. In a critical moment, the two guards couldn't think much and each lifted a leg intending to kick Shen Xiaopeng like a football. However, their legs hit Shen Xiaopeng's body as if they were hitting a rock, and with a cracking sound, their leg bones broke. Ah! Two bodyguards screamed in succession, clutching their legs and jumping around in pain. They were careless, no dodging. Tang Yu's was also frightened and quickly let go of Qin Ruhan, hurriedly avoiding to the other side. "Darling, are you okay?" The chubby guy hurriedly helped Qin Ruhan up. Qin Ruhan's injuries were not serious, but the humiliation she suffered mentally would definitely haunt her for the rest of her life. In all the years in Cloud City, who dared to treat her this way? Because of her extreme anger, she didn't even hear clearly how the chubby guy addressed her, and she didn't respond at all for a moment. "Ah, Tang Xiao, are you okay?" Huan Wangxin, who was guarding outside, heard the commotion inside and quickly brought people in to protect the convoy. Just now when Qin Ruhan was being abused, he was indifferent, but now seeing someone come to protect Qin Ruhan, intending to harm Tang Yu's, he immediately shouted, "All right. How dare you act willfully on my turf? Quickly protect Tang Xiao." The Tang family in Dongcheng not only were members of the Chamber of Commerce, but also relatives of the Tang family in Yanjing, with significant power and profound background. They absolutely could not let him be bullied in Dongqi factory. Qin Ruhan was so angry. Sometimes she pointed at Tang Yu's, sometimes at Huan Guangxin, trembling with anger, still unable to speak a word. She had never been treated like this in Cloud City before, and even if there was, she was always favored. Just 2 days after arriving in Dongcheng, she was subjected to such profound humiliation and treatment, something she had never dreamed of before. Leaving Cloud City, there was no halo on the Qin family, falling from nobility to commoner, an angel descending to become mortal, while the members of the Chamber of Commerce were the true nobles of the Dragon Nation, favored relatives of the imperial family. Don't be afraid. Anyone who dares to move, this hero will beat them so bad their own mothers won't recognize them. The heroic figure stood by Qin Ruhan, angrily shouting at the group of people opposite. Although Lin Fen had no martial arts skills, he also stood in front of Qin Ruhan, his eyes determined to fight to the death. Both of them were determined to protect their girlfriends at all costs. At the same time, they both felt a sense of brotherhood towards each other. Although they often bickered, when it came to protecting their girlfriends, they were willing to risk it all. Hey, is the chubby guy your Qin family's expert? Not bad at all. Tang Yu's taunted from behind Huan Guangxin and the others. You're lucky today, I didn't bring any Tang family experts, just a useless trash. But next time we meet, I'll make sure to show you something. Put a dog collar on you and make you crawl on the ground. Hehe. People who knew Tang Yu's knew that this dandy young man was always competitive in Dongcheng. Today, during the peak of the Southern Zhou tournament, if he lost face here today, he wouldn't walk away quietly. But these words thoroughly angered the heroic figure. Damn it, you dare to speak so arrogantly? I won't spare a beast like you. The heroic figure roared in anger and rushed forward, ignoring whoever was in his way. Today, he was willing to fight anyone to protect his girlfriend, even if it meant fighting Buddha himself. He had to give Tang Yu a beating. Seeing the situation was turning against him, Tang Yu took advantage of Huan Guangxin's help to push the hero away and tried to retreat. Damn it, trying to escape. Not so easy. Little did he expect Lin Fan, the usually honest one next door, to throw himself at Tang Yu when he tried to escape, knocking him down and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Dare to bully my third miss? I'll screw you up. I'll beat you so bad even your own mother won't recognize you. Go die, go die. Lin Fan unleashed a frenzy of attacks, treating Tang Yu as if he were a punching bag, even viciously stepping on his crotch. He wouldn't let anyone off who dared to bully his woman, even if it was Tang Yu's. Ouch. Tang Yu cried out in pain, his face turning purple and blue. Qin Ruhan watched these two heroes, men of the village, fight at all costs to defend her, finally feeling relieved. Look at Tang Yu's arrogance. Were the members of the Chamber of Commerce really that imposing? Thinking they were superior. But now, weren't they beaten like a pig's head? Call the police. Quick, call the police. Huan Guangxin was terrified. Not that he didn't want to protect the young master of the Tang family, but he simply couldn't handle it. In the evening, Lingu drove to the branch company to pick up his wife. It seemed that Mingu had just received a phone call, and once she got into the car she said to Lingu, "Let's first go to the station in the south district of Dongcheng." Lingu was slightly surprised, sensing a bad premonition. "Why are we going there?" Ruhan, Lin Fan, and your junior brother, the three of them got into a fight with the young master of the Tang family and were taken in. When Mingu said this, Lingu immediately thought that it must have been the heroic figure who did it. Otherwise, with Ruhan and Lin Fan's combat power, they wouldn't have the ability to fight back. They were probably just beaten out. Soon, the couple arrived at the station. Because it was not in Cloud City, they had to go through the procedures here. By late night, the couple had completed the bail process for Qin Ruhan and the others, but they had sat in the waiting area for a long time without seeing the three of them being released. Mingu looked at the time again, feeling restless, wondering if the Tang family had done something behind the scenes. Otherwise, there was no reason for them not to be released yet. Lingu stood up and said, "Mingu, don't worry. I'll go in and check the situation." Mingu nodded. She was worried that her sister might suffer unnecessary hardships inside, given her deep social experience and knowledge of things. Lingu reached the door, but was stopped by two men. "Sorry, you can't go in. We've already completed the process. Why do you make us wait? What's the situation inside?" Lingu had already figured out that if these two men were being unreasonable, he wouldn't be reasonable either. He might need to reason with his fists. "You'll wait as long as we say. Where do you have so much to say? If you can't wait, then leave." The two men sneered. Offending the Tang family in Dongcheng and thinking they wouldn't suffer. What a joke. Lingu was prepared to force his way in. Wherever the Wolf King of the North wanted to go, no one could stand in his way. "Lingu, don't act rashly." At the critical moment, Zia Zu's voice came from behind. The two men who were just now blocking Lingu's way immediately saluted respectfully and loudly exclaimed, "Miss Zia, Assistant Zia." The two men looked quite surprised. Wasn't Assistant Zia supposed to report in tomorrow? Why did she come tonight? Mingu couldn't help but look at Zia Zu in a new light. This woman had been promoted again. So young, rising to this position, was indeed not simple. Zia Zu didn't let her pride show too much. What she most wanted was to show off in front of Lingu and his wife. Wasn't this what she wanted? Zia Zu looked down on Lingu before, but her feelings toward him had changed from animosity to favoritism, especially since Lingu had helped her in breaking through her internal strength. She felt grateful, and she would definitely help him. She had originally intended to go home tonight, but Lingu told her that his younger sister-in-law and friends had suddenly been brought here, so she changed her route and rushed over. Once inside, she discovered that Qin Ruhan and the other two were still being held in the interrogation room, never being informed of their release. What's going on here? Xia Zhu immediately questioned one of the responsible persons outside the room. The person in charge here was named Wang Tong. Upon seeing Xia Zhu, he hurried over in surprise and excitement. "Second miss, what brings you here?" "Call me Assistant Xia." Xia Zhu was very dissatisfied with how he addressed her and immediately put on a cold and proud expression, even though this man was her distant relative from her Xia family. "Report to Master Xia." "No. Report to Madam Xia. This is Madam's intention." Wang Tong whispered. "Mom?" Xia Zhu looked surprised. Why would she do this? In Xia Zhu's impression, there should be no grudges or conflicts between the Xia family and the Qin family. Even because her brother went to Yuncheng to pursue Ling Raku, there were some minor collaborations between the Xia family and the Qin family. Now, why would Mom want to cause trouble for the Qin family? What's the situation here? "Master Xia, I don't know about this," Wang Tong said, but then speculated in a low voice, could it be related to the Tang family in Dongcheng? Xia Zhu could accept this speculation. Although the Qin family was the wealthiest family in Yuncheng, they were no match for the Tang family in Dongcheng, who had the backing of the Yanjing Tang family. "All right, release them." Xia Zhu didn't feel like continuing the conversation and immediately ordered. "Well." Wang Tong nodded. Soon, Qin Ruhan and the other two came out. The expressions of the two who had just mocked Lingu suddenly changed drastically. They couldn't understand why Master Xia would help the Qin family. Clearly, it was her mother who wanted to make things difficult for the Qin family. And even Tang Dashao had been humiliated. Master Xia's actions were clearly disrespectful towards the Tang family and might lead to trouble. "Sister." When Qin Ruhan saw Qin Mingu, he immediately rushed over in a pleading manner, his big eyes seeming to be on the verge of tears. Although Qin Mingu wanted to ask them why they had clashed with the Tang young master, she knew this wasn't the place for it and simply said, "Don't cry. We'll talk later." Lingu didn't rush to engage with Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan, instead following them out. When they reached the door, he turned back and said to Xia Zhu, who had just come out, "Thank you." Xia Zhu had thought he had forgotten about her again and was holding back her anger. When she heard his thank you, her anger dissipated instantly, and she turned her head coldly, saying, "HMPH, who cares about your thanks? It's just business as usual." Lingu smiled casually and followed his wife and the others to leave. Xia Zhu slowly lowered her proud head, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Was this the first time Lingu had thanked her? Strange. Why am I happy just because of that annoying guy's words? It's really weird. Xia Zhu muttered to herself before leaving the scene. Calculating the time, she hadn't been home for several months. The last time she was home was during the Lunar New Year, and she had hurried back to Yuncheng right after the first day of the New Year. Zhu. As soon as Xia Zhu stepped into the villa, she heard an excited voice. "Brother." Xia Zhu saw the man in front of her and was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her brother had actually cut the long hair he had kept for 20 years. She still remembered when they were young. Their mom had cut his hair once, and he cried for a long time. What was going on? To make things more unexpected, Xia Chia had also styled his hair, asking smugly, "How is it? Has your brother become a stylish young man in seconds?" "Brother, did you take the wrong medicine?" Xia Zhu stretched out her hand in astonishment, pulling the man's face skin in disbelief, trying to see if he was an imposter. When they had met in Yuncheng a while ago, he was drunk like a mess every day, looking like he had lost his soul, and she heard that he was the same after returning to Dongcheng. How did he suddenly turn into a spirited young man today? Unscientific. Was he being impersonated like Qin Mingu before? "Ah, why are you doing this to me? It hurts." Xia Chia quickly pushed her hand away and explained, "Brother needs to continue pursuing my fire goddess. She said she doesn't like men with long hair, so I cut it." Xia Zhu couldn't help but marvel. Love has such great power. Indeed. Snow, will you support your brother? After his discussion with Lingu, Xia Chia was full of fighting spirit. Since his future brother-in-law had agreed to help him pursue Ling Raku, he had to go all in. Of course. Xia Zhu even high-fived Xia Chia. In the past, She disliked Lingu and naturally didn't support her brother pursuing his sister. But things had changed now. Lingu not only saved her but also helped her solve cases and break through her inner energy, causing her fondness for him to soar. If her brother could marry Lingu's sister, wouldn't she become Lingu's sister-in-law? Just the thought made her happy. Alright, with Snow's support, your brother will definitely work hard. Xia was more determined. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Sumei's cold face. Mom? Are you also here to welcome my sister back home? Xia subconsciously felt a bit scared looking at his mother's face, but still bravely initiated the conversation. HMPH. Sumei snorted coldly and turned to walk into the house. Xia sighed, knowing that his mom probably didn't like him pursuing Ling Raku, so she deliberately gave him a hard time. Brother, don't mind mom's attitude. Be bold in your pursuit. Xia encouraged Xia. Life is short. Don't give up your happiness because of others' opinions. These words struck a chord with Xia, injecting him with a clear courage. Little did they know Sumei, who had entered the building, could still hear Xiaozu's words and was flushed with anger. Listening to this, her daughter seemed shameless, pursuing a married man like Lingu. Such a sin. How could their Xia family raise such clueless children? It was truly embarrassing. She always knew Xiaozu was hot-tempered and found it difficult to scold her for fear of her wrath, but her rebellious daughter had not returned home for a year. Parenting was really hard, wasn't it? To her surprise, she wasn't planning to confront Xiaozu, but before long, Xiaozu arrived at the door of her room and knocked. Sumei thought it was Jong Waru who had returned, but when she opened the door, she found Xiaozu standing outside. Finally remembered your mom? Sumei stuck out her chin, expecting some tender interaction with her daughter to calm her anger. But to her surprise, Xiaozu immediately coldly inquired, Mom, why did you target the Qin family? Sumei was instantly furious and exclaimed, You. What are you saying? Do you pretend not to know what I'm talking about? Xiaozu had a hot temper and seeing her mother pretending, her emotions flared up. Didn't you make Wang Tong deliberately trouble the Qin family? Fine. So, just because of the Qin family's son-in-law, you didn't even return home. Sumei directly opened up. What Qin family son-in-law? Xiaozu looked puzzled. Still pretending. Xiaozu felt Sumei was pretending, and Sumei felt Xiaozu was pretending. Sumei opened her phone gallery, clicked on a video, and tossed it to her. Xiaozu's face changed instantly as she watched. Mom, did you secretly monitor me? Monitoring? How dare you say that? Sumei rebuked. You said you would come back today. Mom was happy and excited, but you didn't come back. Instead, you went to give a trouble to the Qin family son-in-law as soon as you returned to Dongcheng. And you even went to the police station for the Qin family. Isn't that shameful? How could my Xia family have a daughter like you, who has no shame? You don't talk nonsense. Xiaozu's chest heaved with irregular breathing. How could her own mother say this about her daughter? When did she go to cause trouble for Lingu? I hope I'm wrong too, but I saw it with my own eyes. Sumei was also emotionally stirred. Her face flushed, and she reprimanded her daughter forcefully. Before, when you went to see Zhao Wuxian, I didn't say anything to you. After all, Zhao is a prominent figure in the Zhao family. If you had a good relationship with him, it would have been beneficial to our Xia family. But now, look at how you've become depraved. When did your father and I ever teach you like this? You're becoming more and more unreasonable. Shut up. Shut up. Xiaozu couldn't bear to listen any longer, turned around angrily, and was about to leave the house. How could she have a mother like this? She was actually slandering her own daughter like this. She never had any intimate relations with Zhao Wuxian, let alone with Lingu. She is still a virgin, and her mother's blatant double standards were making her sick. Jong Waru had just returned from a meeting at the company and was excited to talk to his daughter when he heard her come back, but he didn't expect to see Xiaozu about to storm out of the house in anger. What's going on? Zhu, didn't you just come back home? And now you want to go out again? No matter how Jong Waru asked, Xiaozu refused to speak, insisted on leaving the house in anger. Stop right there. Jong Waru finally shouted, trying to halt his defiant daughter. Xiaozu stopped in her tracks, but she still didn't want to stay at home. She loudly told her father with her back turned, Dad, I hope you can persuade Mom. Children grow up, and they should make their own decisions in life. Ask her not to interfere too much, and definitely not to do unethical things like stirring up trouble. With that, despite Jia Zhonghao calling out to her, she left the house. Oh, Jia Zhonghao was both angry and helpless. He blamed himself for being too busy managing the Jia family business since he was young and didn't have time to discipline the children, letting them develop their own personalities. Now that the kids were older and becoming more disobedient one by one, he was reaping what he had sown. He had no choice but to return to his room and ask his wife what had happened. Suemi recounted what she had seen again, unable to control her emotions. "Ahout, do you think I'm wrong for being a mother like this? Am I not doing this for their own good? For the good of the Jia family?" Jia Zhonghao also thought that Jia Zhu's last words about unethical behavior were directed at her and Lingu, so he was in the same position as his wife. How could the daughter of the Jia family stoop so low as to be a third party? So he gently patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay, teaching our children should be done gradually. We didn't do a good job in the past, so we need to put more effort into it now." Suemi still couldn't calm down and gritted her teeth. "Our children have become like this now, all because of the siblings of the Ling family. Their support is from the Qin family, right? Fine. I will make sure the Qin family can't take a step in the eastern city. Only then will I find peace." Jia Zhonghao was also helpless. Although he didn't agree with his wife's actions, he couldn't stop her either. Besides, the Qin family had now offended the Tang family. Since the Jia family had taken a stand tonight, they had to stand their ground to the end. On the other hand, Lingu and Qin Mingu needed to figure out what had happened. It wasn't convenient to bring everyone home, so the two couples decided to split up. Lingu took Lin Fan and Chubby to a barbecue stall near the Yunshan community, while Qin Mingu took Qin Ruhan home. "Sister, have we caused a big mess?" Qin Ruhan detailed what had happened to Qin Mingu. Seeing her sister's cold expression, she couldn't help but feel scared. After all, she knew about the Tang family in the eastern city, which was an official member of the Longwo Chamber of Commerce, and the distant relative family of the chairman of the Yanjing Tang family, Tang Ning. "Never mind, this isn't your fault." Qin Mingu sighed lightly and comforted her sister, saying, "You must be tired. Go and rest first. There are other empty rooms in this house." "Okay." Qin Ruhan nodded and stood up, feeling very guilty. Her sister had entrusted her with an important task, but now she had not only failed to acquire the factory, but also offended the Tang family in the eastern city. It was truly a case of going from bad to worse. On the other hand, Lingu and the others arrived at a barbecue stall. Chubby, the foodie, immediately went to place an order, while Lingu asked Lin Fan separately, "What's the matter? Even you got into a fight?" He knew Lin Fan's character. He wasn't the type to be aggressive like Shen Xiaopang, who also had a sense of the law. So, if even he was involved in a fight, then the other party must have done something unforgivable. "That Tang guy put a dog collar on my girlfriend and stepped on her. How can I tolerate such humiliation? I restrained myself from killing him with a sword. Isn't that rational?" Lin Fan was still agitated. "Your girlfriend?" Lingu was quick to catch the point. Looking surprised, "You don't mean Ruhan, right? It's none other than the third miss." An angry Lin Fan suddenly showed a hint of a smirk, patting Lingu's chest. "Maybe we'll soon be brothers-in-law." "Oh, brothers-in-law again? How did this line sound so familiar, right?" Xiaopang had mentioned it to him as well. However, there seemed to be some credibility to what Lin Fan said, in contrast to Xiaopang's self-absorbed and exaggerated style. But the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt, wondering if there was some misunderstanding in between. "Ruhan agreed to be your girlfriend?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I get into a fight for her today?" Shen Xiaopang was suddenly excited. "I went to Donqi factory to see my girlfriend. Who knew when I got there, I saw the Tang guy bullying her. I was so angry that I punched him so hard that even his mother wouldn't recognize him." "So how did Ruhan agree to your confession?" Lingu cut to the chase, ignoring his heroic deeds. "To tell you the truth, it's embarrassing. I took the initiative to write her a love letter, and right after that, she couldn't help falling in love with me." Shen Xiaopang scratched his head shyly. After all, it was his first love, and the word love made him feel tentative. "Love letter." Smart Lingu instantly figured out the truth and asked immediately, "Is the WeChat name you used to communicate with her called Immortal Couple?" "Senior brother. How did you know?" Shen Xiaopang looked at Lingu in surprise. He had only known before that senior brother was a martial arts genius, but he didn't expect him to be clairvoyant as well. He even guessed his online nickname. Could it be that he learned some supernatural abilities? Lingu wanted to laugh but couldn't, because he felt that this was truly a tragic story. He had already guessed that Shen Xiaopeng must have sent a love letter to Qin Ruhan, but it ended up in Lin Fan's hands. They misunderstood that Qin Ruhan accepted Shen Xiaopeng's feelings, while also misunderstanding that she wrote back to him willingly. It's so foolish. He couldn't imagine how they would react once they found out the truth. Lingu felt it better to clarify these misunderstandings as soon as possible to prevent them from being hurt further. Senior brother, what's with that expression? Shen Xiaopeng felt uncomfortable seeing Lingu like that and had a vague sense of ominous foreboding. At this time, Lin Fan also returned, bringing along a box of beer and getting ready to start. Well, I have some unfortunate news to announce, so brace yourselves. Lingu waited for Lin Fan to sit down, sigh, and said, "Tell me, what's with the suspense? Come on," Shen Xiaopeng urged eagerly. Lin Fan poured them each a glass of beer, took a sip himself, then asked, "Yeah, what's the bad news?" "Never mind, I can't bring myself to say it. You both said you found girlfriends, right? Send them a message and see what happens." Lingu waved it off, then took a gulp of beer. Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan found him strange. But when they mentioned their girlfriends, they remembered the bet and got excited again. "Ha ha. Lin Fan, face the facts. My girlfriend must be prettier than yours. She's also in the East City. You should admit defeat now, and I can let you off." "Nonsense. You stole my lines. My girlfriend is also in the East City, and you've met her already." "Oh, I met her. When was that?" "Stop." Lingu hurriedly interrupted them. "You should both message her now and see if you can arrange to meet." Shen Xiaopeng clicked his tongue dismissively, ready to settle it tonight. Since Qin Ruhan was in the Yunshan residential area, he could ask her to come down for supper, then shower her with affection in front of his friends. Wouldn't senior brother and Lin Fan be impressed? They both sent messages simultaneously, but unexpectedly, both phones chimed at the same time. Shen Xiaopeng suddenly had a bad feeling. Why would his dear one arrange to meet at a BBQ stall? Wasn't he in the same place already? Lin Fan's expression changed drastically as he recalled something and hastily sent a reaction. Chime. It turned out Shen Xiaopeng's phone received a message abruptly. In the next moment, he hurriedly stood up, rolled up Shen Xiaopeng's sleeves, and saw his stout arm. Lin Fan was thunderstruck. Oh my goodness, why was she so foolish? How could Third Miss, such a cute and elegant lady, have such a muscular arm? He really lost his mind before. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shen Xiaopeng quickly pushed him away, annoyed that he, a man with a girlfriend, was trying to get close. "Ooh." Lin Fan was too disgusted to reply as he spat out the beer he had just drunk. Realizing he had been exchanging ambiguous messages with Shen Xiaopeng for 2 or 3 days, his stomach churned wildly. Oh my god, he didn't even want to exist. He had been calling a man dear for days. Lingu understood Lin Fan's feeling and could only shake his head helplessly. The psychological trauma of his best friends was immeasurable. Even the most brilliant mathematician wouldn't be able to quantify it. Shen Xiaopeng also saw Lin Fan's hairy arm, and even he, despite his dullness, understood something. He quickly picked up Lin Fan's phone and saw something shocking. "Oh, nitrogen monoxide!" Shen Xiaopeng screamed hoarsely, startling the other customers at the stall. In the next moment, he vomited on the spot. He was such an idiot. How could Third Miss, a beauty like her, have hairy arms? Lingu sighed, all alone in the midst of their chaos, sipping his beer, thinking this was truly a human tragedy. After a while, Shen Xiaopeng raised his head, pointed at Lin Fan, and scolded loudly. "You pervert. Why pretend to be Third Miss and exchange ambiguous messages with me?" Lin Fan wouldn't back down either. "The pervert is you. You pretended to be Third Miss. All right, stop." Seeing they still didn't fully understand the situation, Lingu clarified. Shen Xiaopeng wrote a love letter, and Lin Fan got hold of it. "I don't know how you both managed to misunderstand each other for 3 days. The two finally thought back. Lin Fan pointed at Shen Xiaopeng in shock. "So you wrote a love letter to Third Miss and left it in her computer folder?" "Yes." Shen Xiaopeng also pointed at him excitedly. "So you took my letter and thought Third Miss liked you? Why are you so self-absorbed?" The two started arguing again, even wrestling on the floor. Lingu signaled the stall owner not to intervene, Knowing their personalities, they might quarrel viciously with words, but wouldn't really fight physically. It was better to let them vent out their frustrations on the ground. At that moment, Mingu also called. Lingu quickly told her about the situation there. Mingu couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing, "What kind of men are there in Hero Village? Each one more foolish than the other." Lingu sighed in resignation, realizing he had unknowingly stepped into a mess because of these two guys. "Alright, can you help enlighten them tonight? I need to rest." "Okay." Lingu nodded. He had to go to the boxing ring later and didn't know how to explain it to his wife. He hung up, and Linfen and Shen Xiaopeng also finished their call, sitting back down. Their clothes were torn, and they stared at each other fiercely, seemingly wanting to tear each other apart. HMPH. Linfen, snatching the love letter I wrote to Third Miss is useless. She likes me, especially since I rescued her today. You have no chance, Ba. Linfen retorted. I beat up Tang Yuja for Third Miss, while you only beat up his lackeys. Oh, it wasn't me. You were beaten up like a dead dog. You want credit for my achievements? The fact is, I beat up Tang Yuja, and you were just a sidekick. The two continued bickering incessantly. Lingu shook his head, couldn't bear any longer, stood up, ready to settle the bill and leave. Coincidentally, at that moment, Nangong urgently called. "Master, where are you? Something big is happening tonight. Please rush over to help." "What's going on?" Lingu frowned as he heard the urgency in his voice. He thought Nangong's family was well off, so the preliminary matches tonight should have gone smoothly. He didn't think such a situation would arise. "No time to explain. Hurry. You must be here in 10 minutes, otherwise, my Nangong family is finished." Nangong was shouted anxiously. "All right." Lingu had promised him earlier in exchange for the favor of buying the iron mine. He had to do his best to help now. In a hidden and massive boxing arena, the crowd was buzzing with excitement, and the audience was on fire. In the VIP area, Nangongwu looked extremely nervous, with sweat drops the size of soybeans on his forehead. The skilled fighters of the Nangong family around him either looked dejected or were clenching their fists tightly in anxiety. Wow, another win. So amazing. Who is that young man anyway? So handsome and cool. I love him. At the end of a match in the boxing ring, almost all of the tens of thousands of spectators raised their hands in cheers. In stark contrast, the expressions of Nangongwu and his companions were extremely gloomy and anxious. Haha, the noble Nangong family might become a joke tonight. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from behind. It was Su Guangliang. Damn it, from the Su family of Shenzhen. Are you deliberately trying to make enemies with our Nangong family? Behind Nangongwu, a man in black martial attire angrily retorted. He had wounds on his body, with blood even flowing out. He had just represented the Nangong family on the stage and was beaten, until he was bleeding before being thrown down. The fighter who defeated him was now standing behind Su Guangliang. Ha ha, why does that phrase sound so familiar? Su Guangliang deliberately cleaned his ears, flicking earwax towards the man in black, provoking him by saying, "Don't you forget what young Master Nangong said 2 days ago." Nangongwu kept staring at Su Guangliang, silent. 2 days ago, he did indeed provoke Su Guangliang, even saying that if someone was afraid of others showing up uninvited, then they shouldn't participate at all. Little did he know that night, he did not send the Nangong family's skilled fighters to the Su family of Shenzhen, but tonight, Su Guangliang intentionally sent skilled fighters to challenge them. Nangongwu had sent two representatives of the Nangong family to the stage that night, with 4 other skilled fighters not officially representing the Nangong family, but were still under his command as a precaution. However, now, except for the Grand Elder of the Nangong family, Han Lao, and another skilled fighter, the other 4 had all been defeated successively. Nangongwu had initially planned to dominate the top for that night and secure the 2 spots in the finals with no problems, but now, it seemed unlikely to secure those 2 spots, and there was even a possibility of total defeat, becoming a big joke in the eyes of major families and forces. Young Master Nangong, give it your all. Ha ha ha, Su Guangliang patted Nangongwu's shoulder and walked away triumphantly. A muscular man behind him even made a provocative throat-slitting gesture towards Nangongwu and his companions, before laughing and leaving. That man was one of the contestants who had entered the top for that night, nicknamed Dashi, sent by Su Guangliang. Unexpectedly, he was formidable and had defeated two of Non-Gongwu's skilled fighters. Even the third fighter from the Non-Gong family, who was about to face him, had no assurance of winning. What to do? At that moment, a bodyguard behind Non-Gongwu excitedly shouted, "Young master, that distinguished person has arrived." Non-Gongwu hurriedly looked up and saw a man in a wolf mask striding towards him. "Master, you finally arrived." Non-Gongwu rushed over and almost hugged Lingu. "What's going on?" Lingu quickly asked. When he approached Non-Gongwu's group, seeing their dejected expressions, he knew the situation was dire. Non-Gongwu was about to explain when suddenly another round of cheers erupted at the scene. It turned out that the elder of the Non-Gong family, Han Lao, was going to take the stage. "Master, I'll watch and update you," Non-Gongwu said nervously. "All right." Lingu nodded, also shifting his gaze to the stage. He had seen Han Lao before. Even though he hadn't personally witnessed his strength, he could tell he was a top-notch fighter, even stronger than Master Guo Mao. Lingu had also witnessed the battles on the first day of the Southern Peak tournament and believed that with Han Lao's capabilities, securing a spot in the preliminary rounds was a piece of cake. However, he shuddered when he saw who Han Lao's opponent was. "How is it him?" Lingu sighed inwardly, finding it hard to believe what he saw. It was Yuanchu. Instead of serving by the ancestors' side, he had come to participate in the martial arts peak tournament. What was the situation here? Master? Non-Gongwu was explaining the situation to Lingu but noticed that he was not really listening. He suddenly patted him on the shoulder, and Lingu snapped out of it. "Master, although this young man is powerful, I believe Han Lao can defeat him. When it's your turn to fight for our Non-Gong family, make sure to beat that arrogant guy named Dashi. See how he behaves." Non-Gongwu gritted his teeth. He had been holding back his anger, but now that his master had arrived, he planned to secure 2 winning spots for the Non-Gong family and settle the score with Su Guangliang later. Since that night's event belonged to the Non-Gong family, according to tacit rules, the Non-Gong family had the right to replace a fighter once, but that person had to be a skilled fighter register under the Non-Gong family's jurisdiction. No. It might not be that easy. Lingu suddenly spoke up, responding to Non-Gongwu's words. The skilled fighters behind Non-Gongwu were surprised, thinking that Lingu lacked confidence in defeating Dashi for sure. Non-Gongwu laughed. "Master, you jest. Dashi may be strong, but how could he be your match?" "I'm not referring to that." Lingu continued to gaze at the two on the stage, his expression serious as he said, "I mean, Han Lao might not be able to defeat Yuanchu." "What?" Non-Gongwu and the others were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open as if they could fit a duck egg into each one. They felt Lingu was making a big joke. Han Lao was a grandmother-level expert and one of the top fighters of the Non-Gong family, specifically sent by the family head to protect Non-Gongwu and uphold the family's honor in the tournament. How could he possibly lose to an inexperienced youngster? Although they had witnessed Yuanchuo's strength minutes before and acknowledged it was impressive, they couldn't fathom Han Lao losing. After all, Han Lao's prowess was acknowledged by the 4 major families in Yanjing. However, Lingu looked grave, not having time to explain further to them because the bout on the stage was about to start. Han Lao raised his hands arrogantly, waiting for Yuanchu to attack. Yuanchu remained expressionless, hands still on his back, seemingly not even considering Han Lao as a threat. "Come on. Fight already. Fight. Let's get this started. Why are both of them standing there like statues?" The audience below the stage began to grow impatient. Access to the arena required passes, and ordinary people had to pay a high price, ranging from tens of thousands to several 100,000, just to witness the event. Therefore, those present were mostly affluent individuals who lacked the patience to watch two people silently facing off after paying a hefty sum for entry. "Kid, if you don't make the first move, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you lose, don't complain." Han Lao finally couldn't hold back after hearing the murmurs from the crowd. Due to his seniority, he had never taken the initiative in combat for the past 20 years, maintaining the dignity befitting an elder. But with Yuanchu also refusing to make a move, their standoff was going nowhere. Hence, he decided to set the terms straight at the beginning. "Elder, please." Yuanchu continued to stand with his hands on his back, his gaze calm, not showing pride but giving off an air of extreme confidence. "Humph, don't blame me for being rude." Han Lao was a bit angry. He felt that the young man in front of him was very disrespectful. He couldn't articulate why, but he just felt that the young man's lack of respect was like a public humiliation to him. The dignified Han Lao finally broke his own rule of 20 years tonight and took the initiative to make a move. Since that was the case, Han Lao didn't hold back in his attack. He aimed for a decisive blow to protect his reputation and make this arrogant young man regret. His fist was strong and fierce, and his speed was impressive. The audience below felt like they saw a fierce tiger unleashed. Oh my! Truly deserving of Han Lao. A single strike is lethal. Too powerful. 50 years of skill. Who can resist? Yes. Nobody can withstand his punch. The people beside Nanggongwu were excited and astonished. Nanggongwu himself was quite assured. Even though Lingu had just said those words, he did not think Han Lao would lose. Even Lingu marveled at the strength of the Nanggong family's worship was even stronger than he had imagined. Even if his opponent were the grandmother Gu Wamao of the Fallen Blossom Palm sect, he would probably still lose. But Lingu was very strong. In Lingu's memory, Yuan Shu's talent was completely on par with his own. The fact that their ancestor had taken him as a disciple was the best proof. Although the two had not fought for over a decade, Lingu felt that Yuan Shu's cultivation might not be inferior to his own. Indeed, no matter how fierce the fist, if it didn't connect, it was useless. Like a fierce tiger that failed to catch its prey, Han Lao flew past Yuanzhu and showed a hint of shock on his face. Although his punch had a follow-up attack, this young man completely saw through it. Yuanzhu chose the optimal evasion route, rendering his follow-up move completely useless. Phew. Yuanzhu initiated an attack but stopped halfway. Han Lao was startled and quickly dodged to a corner of the stage, only to find out that Yuanzhu didn't counterattack. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and ask, "Are you deliberately teasing me?" "No." Yuanzhu calmly replied, "I forgot that I don't have a sword in my hand. The distance just now meant I couldn't hit you, so I retracted." "What kind of talk is this?" The audience below was bewildered. "Of course, you don't have a sword in your hand. Who doesn't know that weapons are prohibited in this peak martial arts competition?" The experts behind Nanggongwu even thought Yuanzhu was foolish and mocked him, saying, "Need a sword for a peak ring match? Where did this dimwit come from? So does he not fight without a weapon?" Lingu's expression gradually became serious because he was increasingly shocked on the inside. He knew Yuanzhu was a formidable sword cultivator. If he had a sword in his hand just now, Han Lao would be a corpse by now. It seemed that Yuanzhu had been diligently practicing all along. As a member of Hero Village, Lingu was delighted by Yuan Shu's strength, but he was currently on Nanggongwu's side, and Yuan Shu's formidable strength would pose a threat to the Nanggong family. Humph, not having a sword is not a reason for your defeat. I won't show mercy. Knowing the opponent was a sword cultivator, Han Lao suddenly regained some confidence. At the very least, he should stand undefeated tonight. "Elder, please." Yuanzhu still had grace and extended his hand towards Han Lao. This kind of demeanor even captivated the few women in the boxing ring. They never imagined that there would be such a graceful and handsome man on the platform. All of a sudden, the cheering in the audience became chaotic, and the Nanggong family had no home court advantage tonight. Han Lao's attack was still fierce because he was furious, like a fire that could burn everything. Unfortunately, Yuanzhu was like a clear wine. No matter how fierce the fire, it couldn't destroy him. Smack. After about 20 moves, Yuanzhu finally kicked Han Lao hard in the lower abdomen, sending him flying off the stage. Han Lao, Nanggongwu and the members of the Nanggong family were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief and astonishment. How is this possible? Han Lao actually lost. Panic enveloped everyone from the Nanggong family on the scene. Lingu hurriedly ran out to check Han Lao's injuries underneath the stage. He found that Han Lao's lower abdomen was slightly ruptured, and if not treated promptly, decades of cultivation would be greatly diminished. This is a martial arts exchange, no deep grudge. How could you be so ruthless? Lingu couldn't help but blame Yuanzhu. Yuanzhu locked his eyes onto him and remained expressionless, saying, "Let it go." He didn't take Lingu's words seriously at all. After all, he was already one of the winners tonight and had achieved his goal for this trip. Watching him walk away with a cold back, Lingu felt uneasy. In his memory, Yuanzhu was a posed and responsible man, but he never thought he would be so ruthless to an elder without any enmity. It wasn't the style of a martial artist from Hero Village. "Quick, take Han Lao for treatment." Lingu quickly pressed a few acupuncture points on Han Lao and instructed Nangongwu and the others, who had hurried down to the stage. Nangongwu immediately had his men take action. Ha ha! Nangongwu, your Nangong family is truly living off past glories, right? Tonight, not even a single winner. Truly embarrassing. At this moment, at the VIP stand on the other side, Su Guanglian mocked Nangongwu loudly. Damn it! Nangongwu's eyes were bloodshot, and he tightly clenched his fists. With his flamboyant character, how could he tolerate Su Guanglian's mockery? Unfortunately, at the moment, he had no way to deal with the Su family's son. Many members of other families and forces had arrived at the scene tonight. The dignified Nangong family's current appearance was beyond their expectation. They couldn't believe that even Han Lao had lost. Ha ha, the representative of the Nangong family, come up and face me. It doesn't matter who comes. Daishi had already stepped onto the stage, ready to vie for the final winning spot tonight. At this moment, he pointed at Nangongwu and taunted him. Nangongwu was about to explode. How could a mere martial artist dare to show such disrespect to the Nangong family? Leave it to me. Lingu managed to keep his composure and lightly tapped Nangongwu's shoulder, reminding him, you are still the Nangong family's eldest son, one of the first successors of the Yanjings for great aristocratic families. Pay attention to your demeanor and appearance, especially in public. Compared to Zhao Wuji, Nangongwu still had a long way to go in terms of demeanor. As his master, besides guiding him in martial arts, he also needed to remind him about his mentality and demeanor. All right, master, tonight the fate of the Nangong family will be in your hands. Having received Ling Yu's reminder, Nangongwu ignored Daishi, as at his level, it would be giving the other party face to pay attention to someone like him. Ling Yu nodded and walked up the steps to the stage step by step. Ha ha, who is this guy? Can't even jump onto a 2-meter high stage. Has to walk step by step. Looks really mediocre. The Nangong family's reputation doesn't match the reality. Clearly once the richest family in Longguo, how come they can't even recruit a decent warrior now? They deserve to be bullied when weakened. Even the Su family dares to ride on their heads. The discussions around were ongoing. Nangongwu clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his emotions, looking at Ling Yu with hope and expectation in his eyes. Yuan Xiu, who had left the stage area, suddenly turned back to look at this fierce-looking man. He felt familiar with this figure and gaze. Everyone, the Nangong family has exercised their power to change players. The player appearing on stage at this moment represents the Nangong family and is Mr. A. Mingu. At this moment, the host was loud with the microphone commentary. Ling Yu felt shocked. It dawned on him that Nangongwu deliberately did not inform him of the registered name, and it turned out to be this one. Haha, what the heck? A.I. Mingu? Isn't that name too cliched? Many people at the scene also teased Ling Yu's name, especially Su Guanglian, who was laughing so hard he almost rolled in place. How can a man have a feminine name? Originally intending to look back, Yuan Su turned directly around, and his eyes on Ling Yu clearly held a hint of hatred, muttering quietly, "It's indeed him. Ha ha. I heard you had a match with Brother Sen that night, and it was a tie." Since Big Stone was Su Guanglian's man, naturally, he knew about this. "I'm in a rush, don't have time to talk to you," Ling Yu responded simply. From the opponent's words, stance, and actions, he had already roughly judged the opponent's strength. Big Stone belonged to an external martial artist, with a strength level, at best slightly higher than the Black Bear by Zhao Wuji's side. With his skill in dialogue, Ling Yu could have taken care of him several times already. So serious? Well, it makes sense. You are the only heir of the Nangong family. It's normal for you to be nervous. Ha ha. Just as Big Stone burst into laughter, the host had already announced the start of the match. Swish. Ling Yu immediately leapt up, directly patting the opponent with a palm. Although it wasn't the northern boundary-breaking dragon palm, the force was still not something an average martial artist could withstand. So fast, Big Stone sighed, in distress, his expression shocked, quickly raising his hand to defend. Unfortunately, Ling Yu had already anticipated his move, suddenly changing his technique, kicking him squarely on the waist, sending him flying out. Sout! Big Stone fell heavily outside the arena, bleeding from the head, and the nosy voices at the scene suddenly stopped. What's going on? Some matches haven't even started, but this one has ended already. This is a one-strike kill. After a long time, the spectators at the scene finally reacted. Slowly, Everyone looked at each other. This is too fast. It's faster than doing that thing at night. They all felt unsatisfied. Is this the highlight of today's match? They all wanted to request a refund. This, Su Guanglian and others were dumbfounded. Big Stone's strength was evident to all. Yet someone could take him out with one strike. And, although Lingu wasn't as treacherous as Yuan Su, breaking someone's danchan, kicking Big Stone until he was bleeding from his head, in the eyes of the layman, he appeared even more ruthless. Ha ha, AI Mingu, you are amazing. Even though Lingu reminded Nangang to maintain a rich and powerful image, the change in nature is difficult. At this moment, Nangang immediately looked towards Su Guangliang with a smug smile. Next time when you send someone in, don't send trash to embarrass yourself. What? You are already the strongest in your Su family. That's really pathetic, disappointing. Humph, your Nangang family is just lucky. Not all dead yet. Wait for the finals to make a fool of yourself. Su Guangliang snorted coldly and left with his people. Nangang and his group continued to revel in their victory. Only after Su Guangliang left did Nangang sigh deeply. I never thought that today's martial arts world was teeming with strong contenders. Even Venerable Han Lao lost. If not for the master's support, the Nangang family would have lost all its face tonight. The following award presentation made Yuan Su and AI Mingu the center of attention. Both of them took the stage, receiving their respective prize money. Yuan Su kept staring at AI Mingu, slightly smiling, yet not saying a word. Lingu knew that Yuan Su was talented in both literary and martial arts. Fearing that he would see through his identity, he had refrained from communicating or even making eye contact with him. Even though he was curious himself about why Yuan Su left the ancestor side to participate in this competition in the southern continent, it wasn't the same Yuan Su he knew. Yuan Su, you are amazing. Can I have your autograph? Are you planning to win the title of martial champion this time? Are you not representing any force at the moment? Which force do you admire? Yuan Su, you are so handsome. After the award presentation, Yuan Su walked off the stage and immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone present. His ancient and elegant looks coupled with a hint of aloofness were extremely appealing, especially because he was currently a freelance martial artist, making everyone even more curious about his background. However, Yuan Su remained silent, not responding to anyone, quietly leaving the scene. So cool. A few women clasped their hands together, liking this kind of cool guy. He wasn't trying to be cool. It was just part of his natural demeanor. Only after Yuan Su left the scene did Lingu sigh slightly, feeling that the peak competition in the southern continent was becoming increasingly complicated. In stark contrast to the noisy and bustling boxing arena, the streets of the south district of the eastern city were exceptionally serene late at night. Yuan Su preferred tranquility. He bought some snacks and walked alone on the quiet street for who knows how long until the sky gradually began to brighten. The early summer morning arrived a bit faster. On the streets near the village, the flowers and grass still had a thin layer of dew. Yuan Su found it comforting because during his time in Hero Village, he had a habit of collecting dew in the early morning. Nanao, this dew is sweet. I collected it from the flower petals. Would you like to try? Memories from the past rushed back. He had silently admired that woman for many years, never confessing his feelings, but he never had the opportunity to do so. She always liked other men, never having feelings for him. Thinking of this made him bitterly smile, wondering what he was living for. Yuan Su casually gathered the dew, but was the dew in the city suitable for quenching thirst? Meow. At this moment, a stray cat suddenly leapt in front of him, looking at the food and dew in his hands. Are you hungry? Here, have some. Yuan Su handed the food and dew to the stray cat with a gentle look, completely different from his demeanor in the boxing arena. Grandpa, why don't you go back? I'll take the rice cakes to sell on the street. No. You are a little girl. I can't rest assured. Hey, it's a different society now. Besides, I look safe. What are you worried about? You are old. Can't stress yourself like this. At one end of the street, a conversation between an elderly man and a young girl in plain clothes caught Yuan Su's attention. No. Making money is Grandpa's job. You have to go to school. Get into college, okay. This sentence from Grandpa made the girl a bit emotional, feeling a bit choked up. Given their current economic situation, even if she excelled in the college entrance examination, it would be difficult for her to go to college, right? Oh. While the grandfather was getting emotionally invested, He made a big effort to push the cart and ended up hurting his foot, sitting down in pain on the ground. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? I told you not to mess around." The girl got anxious. Another trip to the hospital would cost how much? Their family didn't have money. "Take it." At that moment, a tall, slender man with long hair and a handsome appearance suddenly appeared in front of her, handing her a bank card. The girl looked up, a bit dazed. "The password is yesterday's date. Your family needs this money." Yuan Su handed the bank card to the girl and walked away. This won't do. "Hey, mister." "Hey." The girl tried to catch up with Yuan Su, but the handsome man walked away quickly, and she couldn't keep up. "What's going on? Is this a prank? On what basis did he give us money?" The old man was surprised, still concerned if this was a trap. The girl bit her lip, guided her grandfather to sit in a corner and then ran to the nearby bank's ATM to check. Entering the password and seeing the balance, the girl was completely shocked. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. This is a bank card with 5 million. Oh my god. Why? She didn't even know the handsome man who gave her family so much money. If she were pretty and had a good figure, she could understand. But she knew she had a good sense of self-awareness. Even based on looks alone, she wasn't up to par with the handsome man just now. So why did he give her family so much money? Report to Su Xiao. I found the trace of that man. This is captured from the street surveillance video. Early the next morning, a subordinate handed over the street surveillance footage taken close to dawn for Su Guanglian to see. With the non-prefecture peak tournament in full swing, Su family, who performed well in the competition, earned a lot of prestige. They had gathered various major forces in the East City. Who wouldn't respect the Su family? Su Guanglian was already swelling with pride. It was because of this that he dared to interfere with the non-Gong family. Now, he was a bit obsessed and still wanted to continue recruiting for the Su family to further strengthen their hold and ultimately become a true dominant force in non-prefecture. If his subordinates were a group of strong soldiers who could take lives as easily as picking things from a bag, who wouldn't fawn over the young master of the Su family, afraid of offending him even slightly? By then, the Su family would be just like a fish in water in the business and official circles. This man actually took a liking to such an ordinary girl. After watching the video, Su Guanglian also smilingly exclaimed, "It seems that men are all demons when it comes to desires. Quick, bring along a few stunning beauties. Let's go find him." "Yes, young master." The subordinates quickly gathered 7 beautiful women. These women had different styles, but without a doubt, they were all goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people, even individually serving as the spiritual sustenance for the young master Su. Yuan Su stay in an ordinary rental house in the East City. Although the house was simple, it was spotless, with everything neatly arranged. Even women wouldn't dare claim to tidy things up so beautifully. What surprised Su Guanglian was that when he arrived at Yuan Shu's rental house, there were already other prominent figures from different factions waiting outside. In addition, Tang Yuzai, the young master of the Tang family, arrived with his entourage almost at the same time. For a moment, this ordinary rental house was filled with luxury cars, which greatly shocked the ordinary people around. They had dealings with Yuanzhu before. In their eyes, Yuanzhu was a polite, clean-loving, approachable ordinary person, the only flaw being that he didn't speak much. They enjoy interacting with him, assuming he was just another ordinary working person trying to make a living in the East City. They didn't expect so many influential figures to come looking for him today. Ha ha. Why are we all waiting here? Are we all here to pay a visit to the master? Tang Yuzai had a brash temperament, even more impatient than Su Guanglian. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to stir things up. Of course, his eyes didn't focus on Su Guanglian first but landed on a well-dressed woman instead. Oh, isn't this the granddaughter of Chairman Su, Sukian Mo? Facing Tang Yuzai's advances, Sukian Mo didn't want to engage, clearly showing their poor relationship. Seeing this, Su Guanglian silently gnashed his teeth in anger. The Su family was a massive family system in the southern dragon country, which was initially one family decades ago. But as the Su family grew stronger and with numerous descendants, various branches started to emerge. The East City Su family and the Deep City Su family were the strongest among all the branches. The East City Su family was rapidly developing in wealth, even surpassing the deep city Su family and heading towards becoming the wealthiest family in non-prefecture. When Su Guanglian was in Cloud City, he mentioned that his father was the chairman of the non-prefecture Chamber of Commerce. However, it was just a pretense before Miss Xianer, as the actual chairman was still his grandpa, and there was no formal handover to his father yet. Although he was the legitimate grandson of Su Lao, his grandpa's favorite was actually the granddaughter of his second son, and she was none other than the current Su Qianmo. It's for this reason that Su Guanglian always saw Su Qianmo as a thorn in his side. He was afraid that his grandpa's affection for this cousin would lead to her father inheriting the position of chairman of the non-prefecture Chamber of Commerce, or even directly passing it on to her. While in the eyes of others, his father represented the Deep City Su family, and Su Qianmo's father represented the East City Su family, in Su Lao's eyes, both were his own sons, with no distinction. Ha ha. Ignoring me. Fine then, I'll go inside and find the expert from last night. Tang Yuzai wasn't embarrassed, he just tried to enter directly. The matter of Yuan Zhu defeating Old Han last night had already spread among these major forces, and now, who wouldn't want to acquire this remarkable and unaffiliated expert? Stop. Seeing this, Su Qianmo hurriedly shouted, blocking his way. Yuan Zhu is still resting. Please refrain from disturbing him. Ha ha. Will I listen to you or not? Tang Yuzai didn't like the idea of paying multiple visits like Liu Bei did. Even if he was acting out the 3 visits today, he was more like John Fei. If Yuan Zhu was sleeping inside, he dared to set his house on fire. However, as soon as he rudely pushed the door open, a gust of powerful wind hit him. Tang Yuzai, being an ordinary person, couldn't withstand this forceful wind. With a loud cry, he was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Young master! His subordinates quickly rushed to help him up. Not only the onlookers, but even Su Qianmo, Su Guanglian, and others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was this the legendary internal force unleashed outwardly? What realm of cultivation had the man inside reached? No wonder even Old Han was not his match. Please do not dirty my floor. Enter only if invited. At this moment, Yuan Zhu walked out from inside. His whole body was clean. His face looked refreshed, giving no hint that he had just woken up. Su Qianmo, who hadn't watched the boxing match last night, couldn't help but be amazed when she saw Yuan Zhu for the first time today, a man with an extraordinary aura and a classic heroic appearance. How dare you lay a hand on me? Teach him a lesson. Tang Yuzai, being a pampered young master, couldn't let himself be bullied by a lone expert. He immediately ordered his men. Su Guanglian sneered and took the initiative to step back with his men, making space for them, feeling that this Mr. Tang's surname was simply ignorant. Su Qianmo also looked expectant. She came early seeking a talented individual after hearing about Yuan Zhu's glorious performance last night. Perhaps now she would witness something extraordinary. Yuan Zhu made almost no move. With one hand behind his back and the other not even stirring, he deftly dodged the attacks, easily using his feet to trip the skilled individuals brought by Tang Yuzai to the ground. So impressive. Su Qianmo couldn't hold back anymore. Her big sparkling eyes walking over to Yuan Zhu, respectfully said, Mr. Yuan, I'm the representative of the East City Su family, Su Qianmo. I sincerely invite you to join the East City Su family. No matter what condition you have, I will do my best to fulfill it. Yuan Zhu glanced at her but remained silent. His expression was inscrutable, leaving everyone unsure of what he was thinking. Su Guanglian, not wanting to miss an opportunity, saw Yuan Zhu's lack of response and quickly stepped forward, smiling. Mr. Yuan, I am Shan Guanglian of the Deep City Su family. I admired your skills last night and, moreover, we fought side by side against the Non-Gong family. Why not join my Deep City Su family and together conquer the glory of the Peak tournament? Yuan Zhu simply nodded without saying a word, showing no interest in fighting against the Non-Gong family together, but his gaze inadvertently fell on the 7 beautiful women behind Su Guanglian. Su Guanglian saw this and was overjoyed, immediately calling 7 beautiful women over. Master Yuan, as long as you join the Su family in Shenzhen, these 7 beauties will be yours. The common people around watching this scene were envious. 7 women, each with their own style, some hot and sexy, some pure as water, some young girls and some middle-aged women, all taken home. Wouldn't that be fulfilling and heavenly? However, before the 7 women could approach, Yuan Shi exclaimed coldly, Get lost, don't touch me. TSK TSK. That look, that aura. It was as if these were not beauties, but raging beasts. The 7 beautiful women trembled with fear, not knowing whether to advance or retreat, only able to look towards Su Guangliang. Su Guangliang felt a bit embarrassed, but still smiled and said, "Mr. Yuan, if these 7 are not to your liking, my Su family has even better ones. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yuan Shi simply ignored him, looking towards Tang Yuja and said, "What about you?" Tang Yuja was taken aback. He was indeed like Su Guangliang and Su Qianmo, trying to recruit Yuan Shi. But the Tang family's style was different from the Su family. He didn't know that Yuan Shi was so aloof and powerful before coming. He thought he could just hire Yuan Shi as an employee by offering some money. Now realizing the terrifying nature of Yuan Shi, he hurriedly confessed, trembling, I also came to invite Mr. Yuan to serve the Tang family, and also to ask for your help in dealing with the Qin family." Seeing him speaking in a trembling manner, Su Guangliang and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Wanting help to deal with just the Qin family. The Tang family at least has the backing of the Yanjing power. Why are they so weak? Mr. Yuan, the Tang family isn't a good entity, and their power is not comparable to the Su family. You should just ignore those with the surname Tang. Tang Yuja clenched his fists, very angry, but not daring to erupt because indeed the experts of the Tang family were not as good as those of the Su family, and that day even the god Little Fatty was no match. At this moment, he once again felt the importance of recruiting experts for the family. Sometimes, money isn't everything, and strength might be more useful. Now, Tang Yuja felt that his attempt to recruit Yuan Shi was definitely a failure. Not only had he offended him, but the conditions were not as good as the Su families. Yuan Shi would surely ignore him. Who would have thought that Yuan Shi actually pointed at him and said, "Okay, then it's your Tang family, huh?" Not to mention others being dumbfounded, even Tang Yuja himself couldn't believe it. Did his personal charisma have such an effect? Why? Su Guangliang asked puzzled. "Mr. Yuan, what the Tang family can offer you, my Su family can too. It will be even better than theirs, and my Su family is also the chairman of the Southern Continental Chamber of Commerce." No matter how he explained it, Yuan Shi just ignored him, facing everyone. He bowed and returned to his own room, closing the door behind him. Ha ha, young Master Su, this is the difference in personal charisma. You can't always use money and beauties. Tang Yuja was even more emotional. Originally, the Tang family did not have high expectations for the Southern Continental Peak Tournament, aiming just to participate and not lose face. Although they were backed by the Yanjing Tang family, their actual strength was not as good as the 2 Su families, nor some of the forces in the Southern Continental, and perhaps not even comparable to the Xia family. Now, inexplicably obtaining a super expert like Yuan Shi, perhaps they could turn the tide in the future. Although Su Guangliang was angry, he had no choice but to leave in anger. Su Qianmo also sighed silently, feeling that the temperament of this Yuan Shi was truly unpredictable. What was he really after with the Tang family? And obviously he didn't even care about Tang Yuja. So why did he agree to join the Tang family after Tang Yuja spoke? Was he trying to use the Tang family's name to deal with the Qin family? But if that was the case, wouldn't it be easier for him to join the Su family? It's hard to understand, really hard to understand. That afternoon, Lingu arrived at Qin Mingyu's office to pick up his wife as usual after work. "I have to work overtime tonight, so you don't need to worry about me. Go arrange for Ruozu and Xia to have a date," sighed Qin Mingyu. "What are you busy with overtime?" As the affection between the couple grew deeper, Lingu now cared about some details of Qin Mingyu's work. "Tomorrow is the South Continental Chamber of Commerce new member admission review process. It's very important. I must prepare well to ensure everything goes smoothly." Qin Mingyu smiled in response to Lingu, but there was a hint of worrying in her eyes. Lingu noticed Tan couldn't help asking, "Mingyu, what are you worried about?" Qin Mingyu nodded, sighed slightly. "I was originally confident about joining the chamber. After all, the Qin family has commercial strength, and the Xia family is where Xiaoyu is from. We even had previous cooperations, but now, the Xia family suddenly terminated all our cooperation, and even clearly refused to let us acquire the Donqi factory. Not only that, our people also beat Tang Yuja. The Tang family in the East City is one of the 20 formal members of the chamber. Maybe they will secretly create obstacles for us. In this way, we have no backing in the chamber, but instead have enemies, It's not optimistic about whether we can pass the preliminary examination. In front of her husband, she had nothing to hide now. Lingu nodded after listening, only able to reassure her. Do what you can. Leave the rest to fate. Don't stress too much. In fact, he was also curious about how the Xia family suddenly turned against the Qin family. And he felt more pressure than Qin Mingu. If the Qin family couldn't join the chamber, at most they would return to Yunchan to hold on to a small piece of land. But his SSS level mission would likely be difficult to complete, unable to eradicate the national demon, and even unable to avenge his deceased brothers. After the couple chatted, Lingu left the company. Before picking up his elder sister, he quickly called his emotional counselor. When Jong Waru received Lingu's call, she was still as warm as before, and immediately said with a smile, "You want to set up a relationship between your elder sister and Xia. The simplest method is to arrange a hero to save the beauty." Hero saves the beauty. Lingu was slightly stunned. Isn't this method a bit outdated? Hey, being outdated doesn't matter. The most important thing is that it works. Jong Waru seemed proud. You don't understand this, right? The hero saving the beauty plot has been enduring for thousands of years. It's definitely the simplest, effective, and practical. Anyway, let me arrange it for you. It will definitely work. But you're in Yunchan. How can you arrange it for me? Lingu was a bit puzzled. Was there a cross-city performance service company now? I have many capable friends in the East City. I'll have her help me arrange it. Just trust me. Let me know the location then. Jong Waru was confident. All right. Lingu trusted this emotional counselor very much. After hanging up the phone, he drove to the intercity high-speed rail station and picked up Ling Raku. Xiaoyu, where are you taking me? And what about Mingu? Even if the one driving was her closest younger brother, Ling Raku suddenly had a vague premonition of uncertainty. Did her little brother secretly sell himself today? Sometimes, a woman's intuition can be scarily accurate. Upon hearing Ling Raku's words, Lingu immediately replied, "Sis, Mingu's not available tonight, and coincidentally I have to go to the boxing ring at night too, so I can't have dinner with you. That's why we specially found someone else to accompany you." Who? Ling Raku suddenly looked wary. Oh no, her own brother was actually trying to sell her out. Lingu just smiled, then didn't say anything, and after a while, he said, "Anyway, you'll know in a bit." Ling Raku widened her eyes and exclaimed, "No, this isn't the car to the kindergarten. Stop the car. I want to get off. Protests are useless." Lingu smirked, determined to sell his sister today. He could see that Xia had genuine feelings for his sister, and he seemed sincere and pure, unlike someone like Uya. Maybe his sister should give him a chance. After Ling Raku's protests were in vain, she gradually quieted down. Clever as she was, she already knew where her little brother was taking her, and even Qin Mingu was helping him deceive her into coming to Dongcheng. She didn't trust her mom's kind eyes, but she did trust her brothers and Mingu's. After all, weren't Lingu and Qin Mingu happily married? Who dared doubt their intentions? Sis, he's burning his heart out for you. Even if you don't like him, explain it to him clearly. Don't make it difficult for him. He's waiting for you in private roommate. Go chat with him. Lingu pushed Ling Raku into a Western restaurant and turned to leave. This was as much help as he could offer Xia. As he left, he noticed the restaurant's manager gesturing okay to him, making him pause. It seemed this manager knew Jong Waru. Jong Waru was not to be underestimated. Ling Raku stood in the restaurant lobby for a while, sometimes feeling her brother was right, but then feeling she had made herself clear last time, and it was unnecessary to belabor the point. After much hesitation, as she turned to leave, a clean and slender hand suddenly grasped her wrist from behind. "Raku, you really came?" Ling Raku turned around to see Xia with his tousled short hair, intense gaze, and excited expression, which gave her heart a sudden jolt. "You? Why did you cut your hair?" Ling Raku asked straightforwardly. "Because you said you don't like men with long hair," Xia replied with a smile, bright and innocent like a sunny boy. Ling Raku sighed faintly, but gently pulled her hand away. "Raku, I've prepared dinner. Let's dine together." Xia extended a warm invitation. The hopeful look in his eyes made Ling Raku reluctant to refuse, especially after what Lingu had just said. This man had torn his heart for her. How could she continue to hurt him repeatedly? "All right, but I have a condition. You name it, I can fulfill any request of yours." Xia Tia pledged earnestly. This meal will be Dutch treat. Ow. This. Xia Tia hesitated but eventually nodded. As long as he could see her, he was willing to do anything. He didn't know why he was so fond of her, but growing up accustomed to life being handed to him on a silver platter, now that he couldn't have something, he found himself trying his best to pursue it. As the two sat face to face in the private room, Xia Tia poured a glass of law fight for Ling Raku and said, "Come on, Raku, let's have a drink." Ling Raku nodded, smiled, clinked glasses with him. Xia Tia was ecstatic, thinking his future brother-in-law was indeed reliable. Had he already won the approval of the fiery goddess? Her attitude seemed a bit different from before. At least, she was giving him a chance. Xia Tia quickly initiated conversation, discussing their interests, star signs, careers. But when the topic of family background arose, Ling Raku interjected, "Xia Tia, I know you're a good man, and I'm willing to be friends with you. However, our backgrounds are too different, and I don't have those feelings for you. We're destined not to be lovers, let alone spouses." She finished, mustering a slightly awkward smile. She had rejected other men before, but none as solemnly as she was doing now. Perhaps she knew that, after rejecting the others, it would turn to other women, but Xia Tia wouldn't. His admiration for her felt heavy to her, so she couldn't accept any kindness from him, afraid she wouldn't be able to reciprocate in the future. Friends? Sure. From now on, we're good friends. Xia Tia didn't despair even after being handed a good friend card, and his smile became even more radiant. To be friends meant he could legitimately invite her to dinner, at least not like the past half-month, where he could only pine away. He decided to be a qualified lapdog, to make the goddess happy, to see her smile. Ling Raku smiled faintly as well. Their smile seemed a bit forced. "I'm done eating. Let me pay for this meal. Just let me know the cost, and I'll wire it back to you," Ling Raku said earnestly. She didn't want Xia Tia to foot the bill. "All right. Let's exchange contact information." Xia Tia was also happy to have established a means of communication. Ling Raku nodded. After settling the bill, they left the restaurant. As they walked through the mall's parking lot, with few people around, Xia Tia kept trying to start conversations, until suddenly a man leapt out in front of them, shouting, "This is a robbery." Both of them were startled. What was happening? Ling Raku was puzzled. There were surveillance cameras and security guards in the parking lot. Who would dare to rob in such a place? Even if they got the money, could they make a getaway? Was Dong Cheng really like this? In the next moment, Xia Tia positioned himself protectively in front of Ling Raku. Seeing this scene, Lingu, hiding in a corner, felt gratified. Although Xia Tia had no physical strength, he did have a sense of masculine dignity. But who would have thought that the next moment, Xia Tia would smile at the robber and say, "Brother, if you want money, I can give it to you. Just rob my money. Don't rob my lady." Lingu immediately frowned. This wasn't what he had imagined. To make this hero-saving beauty act authentic, he hadn't informed Xia Tia in advance, fearing his sister might notice something off. But Xia Tia appeared somewhat cowardly. The robber was also taken aback. His mission was to let Xia Tia play the hero to win the beauty's favor, but with such cooperation, he found it difficult to proceed. "Heh, I was about to go for the beauty. You want to fight me? You want to hit me?" The robber held a small knife and advanced step by step. His eyes and words were challenging Xia Tia, compelling him to retaliate. But Xia Tia hesitated, with sweat beading on his forehead, as he stepped back while protecting Ling Raku. Being just a wealthy young man with no fighting skills, how could he possibly engage in combat with an armed criminal? If he fought back and got injured or, worse, hurt Ling Raku, what could he do? In the next moment, Xia Tia voluntarily took out his cell phone and bank card, handing them over to the robber, earnestly pleading, "Brother, the money here can afford you several months with an escort. Please spare her." Lingu was also exasperated, covering his forehead directly. What's going on with Xia Tia today? Last time at the banquet in Yen City, he wasn't this timid, was he? Did he misjudge the situation? Seeing Summer like this, even the bandit sighed in dismay. Could it be that he was too fierce, with too strong a presence, and scared him off? Fine. I'll try to help you lower the difficulty level of the game. Actually, this is my first time robbing someone. I don't have much experience. The bandit pretended to tremble and said, "I'm really nervous now. At this point, you should dare to subdue me in one fell swoop, right?" But to the surprise of the bandit, Jia still lowered his head and said, "Don't be nervous. As long as you don't rob me of my dignity, I can give you anything you want." Damn. The bandit was also shocked. After practicing for more than 10 years, it was the first time encountering such a cowardly person. It's difficult for him to complete his mission KPI. Ling Raku furrowed her eyebrows, realizing that one can know the strength of a horse on a long journey and the true nature of a person over time. She had known that Jia was not good at fighting, but she never thought he was this weak. Rich young masters are indeed ghosts in human form. Okay. Bring it over. The bandit reached for Jia's bank card, but unexpectedly the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Clang! Suddenly, everyone's attention was on that knife. Jia finally raised his head and locked eyes with the bandit. Feeling triumphant, the bandit thought to himself, "I dropped even the knife, you should dare to attack now." However, Jia still handed over the money and bank card, indicating that he could leave. The bandit couldn't help but curse inwardly, seeing a coward, but not one like you. Do you even have a backbone in your pants? Ling Raku couldn't stand it anymore, took a step with her long legs, and kicked the bandit to the ground. Robbery, right? Sexual assault, right? In this day and age, there are still people like you with no future professions. Go die, go die. Ling Raku fought back fiercely. With a strong fighting spirit, the bandit was tearing up inside. He came with a script of being a hero and saving the beauty. Why is the man now a coward and the woman so strong in combat? After a few more kicks, he felt like he was about to meet his maker. The bandit's survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly got up and escaped while Ling Raku's skill cooldown was in effect. Jia was still standing by, smiling foolishly, finally seeing the fierce side of the fiery goddess. It was exhilarating. Until Ling Raku turned back, Jia hurriedly put away his smile and walked over. "Raku, are you okay? What could possibly be wrong with me? Are you still afraid I'll kick you? Really? How did I come across a man like you?" Ling Raku couldn't help but roll her eyes, her tone slightly agitated. Jia felt awkward, scratching his head. "As long as you're fine." Ling Raku was thoroughly disappointed in him, directly pursing her lips. "I had other matters to attend to. You don't need to walk me. Goodbye." "Hey, Raku." Jia wanted to catch up, but just like last time, he couldn't. Instead, after Ling Raku disappeared, Lingu suddenly appeared in front of him. "Jia, what's going on? Why didn't you help my sister just now?" Lingu's words made Jia suddenly understand. "So the bandit just now was hired by you." "I knew it. How could his robbery skills be so lame? Are you in any position to criticize others?" Lingu was furious with Jia. "If he's so lame, why didn't you take care of him just now? Hero saving beauty." "Huh. I was scared." Jia openly admitted his fear. Lingu couldn't help but roll his eyes, ready to scold him and say he wasn't worthy of his sister. But unexpectedly, Jia continued, "I'm a weak fighter. I was afraid that during the fight, he might harm Raku, especially in such a narrow space just now." This caught Lingu off guard. "Then when the knife fell, why didn't you act?" Jia sighed. "Didn't I already explain? I'm a weak fighter. I have no strength. Even if his knife fell, I couldn't overpower him. Since giving him money can make him leave and ensure Raku's safety, why wouldn't I do that?" Lingu was rendered speechless by his explanation. Jia continued, "I've thought about it. If Raku accepts me, I can leave the Jia family, even marry into your Ling family. It wouldn't matter if she doesn't have to enter the luxurious life of the Jia family. Then she wouldn't have any fears anymore, right?" This. Lingu was even more speechless. He had only seen the phrase "would rather love a beauty than love the mountains and rivers" in books before, but now he encountered someone like that in real life. Moreover, that beauty turned out to be his own sister. He had never realized how charming his sister could be. "Haha, of course, that's my wishful thinking. Raku hasn't accepted me yet. For her to be willing to be friends with me today is already good enough. I'll take it step by step, seize the opportunity." Jia didn't care if the idiom was used correctly. He just went on using two in a row. "All right. Thanks for arranging everything tonight. Future brother-in-law, I'm going." Jia gave Lingu a pat on the chest and then ran back to his car. After he left, Lingu sighed and said loudly to a corner, "He's gone. You can come out now, right?" After a while, Ling Raku walked out of the darkness, her eyes shining, the tip of her nose slightly red, as if she had been crying. Just now, she knew that the robbery was intentionally arranged by someone, otherwise, why would the bandit be so foolish to operate in an underground parking lot? So she pretended to leave but actually hid. As expected, she witnessed the scene just now, heard every word Ziachia said, and her inner defenses unexpectedly broke down. It turned out Ziaqian's cowardice was all to ensure her absolute safety. In that man's eyes, she was worth more than any amount of money, completely opposite to materialistic people. After hearing about him giving up $1 billion family and leaving without a penny to ensure she doesn't enter a life of luxury, she felt like crying and laughing, her eyes inexplicably red. Older sister, I'm really leaving now. Should I drive you to the hotel? Lingu didn't need to persuade her anymore. She must accept this kind of Ziachia. There was no need for him to say anything. If she didn't accept him, the more he tried, the more repulsed she would be. Okay. Ling Raku nodded, following Lingu into the car. The hotel was close by, and the siblings didn't speak on the way. Lingu was satisfied with this atmosphere. If his sister really hated Ziachia, she would have sorted it out in the car. The fact that she didn't say anything meant that her experience tonight wasn't too bad, or she was lost in thought. After dropping off his sister at the best hotel in the South District of Dongcheng, Lingu was supposed to go to the boxing arena to collect some information. As he walked out of the hotel's entrance, he happened to see a grandfather and granddaughter ahead of him. The grandfather exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly not an ordinary person. The woman was in her 20s, not as stunningly beautiful as Qin Mingu or Zhao Wenjin, but she had a dignified air, showing she was a noble lady. As they walked and talked about the South Peak tournament, it seemed that they were also a force in the South Peak tournament. By the way, Grandpa, speaking of the Southern Peak competition, the Qin family from Cloud City is also joining this time. The granddaughter was clearly very enthusiastic about the competition, and she spoke fluently. The Qin family was the champion of the Southern Peak competition 30 years ago. I wonder how their strength will be after 30 years of silence. It's really exciting. Lingu originally had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation, but when he heard them discussing the Qin family, he perked up his ears. Yes, I have always been paying attention to the Qin family as well. They are a prestigious family in the southern region. I don't understand why they hadn't applied to join the guild before, only submitting their application this year, the old man said slowly. Hearing this, Lingu couldn't help but be curious about the old man's identity. Could he be a figure from the Southern Guild? Unfortunately, as the grandfather and granddaughter left the hotel, they got into a black luxury car. Lingu didn't have the habit of eavesdropping and was getting ready to head to the boxing arena when he noticed someone seemingly following the grandfather and granddaughter from a corner outside of the hotel. Lingu didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, but as he was heading towards the arena, he happened to follow the grandfather and granddaughter from a distance. As they passed through a suburban road, the night was unusually quiet. The granddaughter, a resident of the East City, felt something eerie, but before she could suggest to her grandfather to turn back, it was too late. The road ahead had been blocked by two large stones. Behind them, two trucks blocked the way they came from after passing through an intersection. Grandpa, this isn't good. It seems like we've fallen into a trap, the granddaughter expressed with a hint of panic. The old man appeared grave, but he was a seasoned individual who had weathered many storms, so he didn't panic. Old master, don't worry. I will protect you and the miss, said the driver, a robust man who jumped out of the car as soon as he spoke, preparing to swiftly move the stones blocking their path. These large stones might be immovable for an ordinary person, but for a skilled individual like him, it wasn't too difficult. The granddaughter also had great trust in this personal bodyguard, a retired top warrior from the battlefield and once the king of a mercenary army. However, as soon as he touched the boulders, hidden weapons suddenly flew at him from all directions. Since it was nighttime, and these hidden weapons were fast, they were challenging to detect. The confident bodyguard who had promised to protect the grandfather and granddaughter let out a cry of agony. In less than 3 seconds, his head was severed from his body, blood spattering all around. The shocking scene caused the granddaughter's complexion to pale. Shallow Mo, don't be afraid. I'm here, grandfather. The old man quickly reassured the granddaughter. The granddaughter, a well-known figure in the East City, quickly composed herself, understanding that fear wouldn't save her at this moment. Keeping calm was the only way her and her grandfather had a chance of survival. Master Su, we respect that you are a distinguished figure. Surrender yourself meekly, and we might grant you a dignified death. With the night breeze blowing and shadows dancing, 3 figures suddenly surrounded the car. 2 men in black and a woman in a red dress, their faces obscured, were hired killers. The old man sighed in resignation and opened the car door, stepping out with his granddaughter. They were unaware that Lingu, who had observed this unusual scene from behind the trucks, had already gotten off the car and discreetly hidden in the darkness. Who sent you to kill me? The old man curiously asked. Is it the Western Guild Master, or other high-level members of the guild? Is my presence obstructing their vision or blocking their financial path? Lingu unintentionally overheard the old man's words and speculated about his identity. It seemed like he was a high-ranking figure in the Dragon Country Guild. Were his power and interests the reason for being targeted for assassination? Ha ha ha. The 3 killers almost simultaneously burst into laughter. The bald one sneered. You were asking killers for mercy. If we had any humanity, we wouldn't be fit to be killers. Upon hearing this, the old man promptly pushed his granddaughter to the side with force and shouted, Shallow Mo, run. Grandfather will shield you. Grandfather, the granddaughter exclaimed in shock. She almost stumbled due to the sudden turn of events, but luckily bumped into a soft and warm wall in front. Looking up, she saw a man towering like a pole wearing a black wolf mask. Was he the 4th assassin? Startled, but soon composed, she didn't sense any murderous intent from the man. Instead, he emitted a comfortingly warm presence. Since she was sure he wasn't an assassin, the granddaughter didn't care about who he was and pleaded, Please, can you save my grandfather? The man in the wolf mask neither agreed nor refused but stood silently, observing the scene before him. Hey, I didn't expect that in such a short time, an unexpected guest would show up. If you don't want to die, stay out of this. The bald man licked the dagger in his hand, coldly threatening the wolf-faced man. In truth, regardless of whether this wolf-faced man interfered or not, they had no intention of letting him go. They were just trying to scare him off before taking him down one by one. You're blocking my way. Move the truck and stones out of the way, the wolf-faced man said calmly. He was not intimidated, taking on an indifferent attitude. However, his words made the 2 male assassins pause for a moment, as if they heard a great joke and couldn't help but sneer. Lao Liu, make your move. Don't waste any more time. Okay. The bald man and the strange-haired man attacked Su Lao from both sides. Assassins were supposed to finish off their target in the shortest time possible, but tonight they seemed to be talking too much. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, as they believed it wouldn't affect their mission. The woman in red chuckled, saying, Since you're dealing with the men, I'll deal with the women. With that, she swayed her hips and slowly approached Sukianmo. Sukianmo instinctively hid behind the wolf-faced man, softly biting her lip and saying, Please, save me. She didn't know the identity of the wolf-faced man, nor did she know if he had the ability to save her, but now he was her only lifeline. The next moment, a strange scene that left Sukianmo incredulous unfolded. The wolf-faced man, in a familiar tone, coldly commanded the woman in red, I don't have time to deal with you. Go and move the stones and the truck. The woman in red pouted, saying, What's with the attitude? I'm a woman too. Why are you protecting someone surnamed Su and ordering me to do such heavy work? Ignoring her coquettish behavior, the wolf-faced man glared at her and ordered, Are you going to go or not? Fine. Fine. I'll go. Okay? The woman in red was clearly aggrieved but went to clear the roadblock. What are you doing, John-hu? The bald man, seeing this, angrily shouted. But the woman in red apparently didn't listen to him. Despite him being the leader, she continued to follow the wolf-faced man's orders, because she knew deep down that her two leaders meeting this big shot tonight meant there was no turning back. So why should she listen to them? Lingu also didn't understand why this woman had returned to the blood spider, but now was not the time to deal with her. Damn it, I'll kill you along with this woman later. The bald man was very angry, speeding up his attack on Su Lao. Su Lao was already at a disadvantage against the two assassins, sustaining several more coups. Qianmo, don't worry about me. Run away. Su Lao shouted once again. Su Qianmo was on the brink of tears, feeling helpless and unable to do anything but watch. She didn't understand why the woman in red had actually left, thinking that this female assassin was intentionally mocking and humiliating them. Seeing the bald-faced man indifferent to her plea for help and not making a move to save her grandfather, she thought he was truly intimidated by the two assassins and dared not act rashly. Frustrated and angry at this moment, she sarcastically taunted the bald-faced man. "Are you heartless? You coward who watches others die." The bald-faced man remained indifferent. Firstly, he didn't know the identity of Su Lao and his granddaughter. Not knowing them, he didn't know if they were good or bad people. Secondly, he had no fondness for the Su family. Su Guanglian, Su Shan, Su Yingku, anyone surnamed Su he knew were enemies. Thirdly, he also recognized the woman in red. Although unsure why she had returned to the blood spider, he didn't want to interfere with her mission without reason. Suddenly, Su Lao was kicked and thrown to the ground, sustaining more injuries. Despite his considerable martial prowess, the injuries were severe, and he seemed to have lost his fighting ability. "Qianmo, run away." Su Lao fell on the ground, not begging for his life but still worrying about his granddaughter, shouting, "They must be sent by the West Sea Guild Master or the President of the Chamber of Commerce to kill me. Remember to avenge me in the future." Hearing these words, the bald-faced man's eyes narrowed. So Su Lao was opposing Tang Ning. Su Qianmo's eyes welled with tears, realizing she couldn't save her grandfather and could only save herself in resentment. Just as she turned around, the bald-faced man, who had been standing still, suddenly took a swift step forward. "Wait. So fast?" Su Qianmo suddenly stopped in surprise and anticipation. In a split second, the bald-faced man had tightly grabbed the bald man's wrist. The dagger in the bald man's hand was only about a centimeter away from Su Lao's throat, but try as he might with all his might, he couldn't budge. "Good fellow. Your inner strength is profound." The bald man sighed internally, continuing to threaten the bald-faced man sternly. "How dare you go against the blood spider? Haven't we already gone against each other?" With a swish, the bald-faced man flung the bald man, who stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. "If you don't want to die, then leave." The bald-faced man, out of consideration for the woman in red, didn't want to kill today, as after all, these three weren't here to kill him. At that moment, Su Qianmo stared at the towering figure of the bald-faced man, her expression frozen in shock. Thinking about how she had just called this man a coward, her face flushed with embarrassment. In his current state, tall and imposing, he exuded an overwhelming dominance. "Damn it! Let's attack together and kill this arrogant one." The bald man roared in anger, looking to ambush Lingu with the other assassin. The woman in red, on the other hand, sighed and didn't join the attack, finding these two like idiots. Did they still not know how powerful their opponent was? What was the difference between fighting him and seeking death? "Watch out, hero." Su Lao knew the power of these two assassins was formidable, and with their combined strength, he was worried that the bald-faced man wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, to his astonishment, the bald-faced man handled it effortlessly, deflecting their attacks and knocking them both down. Su Lao was taken aback. He had now discovered the extent of the bald-faced man's strength. If he hadn't held back, these two blood spider assassins would likely have already met their end. "Leave." The bald-faced man still didn't intend to start a killing spree, not wanting to cause trouble in the East City by taking a life, and also out of consideration for the woman in red. However, he was taken by surprise when the less injured assassin, the other assassin, moved closer to Su Lao. He intended to use a metal wire to sever Su Qianmo's neck, taking a hostage first. If he didn't like what he saw, he would kill her. "Qianmo, be careful." Su Lao realized his intentions too late, unable to protect his granddaughter. Su Qianmo felt the shadow of death looming, her scalp tingling, her mind momentarily confused. Swoosh! Just in the nick of time, several silver needles glimmered in the night sky, cutting the wire meant for murder. How is this possible? The less injured assassin couldn't believe it. His military-grade wire, impossible to cut with an ordinary dagger, had been severed by simple silver needles. What kind of overpowering internal energy was propelling these attacks? If you're given a chance to leave, then don't leave. The bald-faced man hated seeing the weak being bullied in battle, his anger rising suddenly as he leapt and struck out at the assassin. The elite blood spider, a top 6 fighter, was no match for this sudden strike, falling to the ground in a matter of seconds. The strong evening breeze blew through Su Qianmo's long, black hair, revealing a face that wasn't exactly stunning, but undeniably clean and pretty. Her sparkling eyes were gazing somewhat mesmerized at the vol-faced man who had saved her in front of her. So handsome, so cool. How could there be such a powerful man in this world? If he were a man from the Su family, how wonderful would that be? The vol-faced man glanced at Sukyeonmo. Just one glance. Before Sukyeonmo could even make eye contact with him, he turned away indifferently and instructed the woman in red, "You take care of the bodies." With that, he returned alone to the car behind. The woman in red pouted as if in annoyance, not speaking, appearing somewhat like a sulking child. Since joining the Blood Spider, every failed mission would bring her into contact with this man. Were they enemies in their past lives? Even with a mask on, every move and expression of his was unique in her heart, especially his indifferent straight male demeanor, truly one of a kind. Hey, hero. Sukyeonmo realized, wanting to call out to the vol-faced man to thank him for saving her grandfather and herself. However, the man had already driven away. License plate from Yuncheon? Thinking quickly, Sukyeonmo remembered the fleeting license plate number, making it easier to find her lifesaver in the future. The next moment, 7 or 8 cars came speeding down the road. It was the Su family's protection team rushing in. The woman in red coldly snorted, ignoring the seriously injured bald man, not bothering with the bodies, since she was not the leader of this mission. She left on her own. Kyeonmo, get in the car quickly. Just as the Su family's vehicle arrived, Su's grandfather went to call his precious granddaughter, only to find that the usually posed and confident girl was still gazing in the direction the vol-faced man had left. Oh, right. Grandpa, I'm coming. Sukyeonmo finally snapped out of her daze for a moment. Once in the car, she didn't rush to deal with the events of the night but couldn't contain her excitement and curiosity. Shaking her grandfather's arm, she asked, "Who was that amazing person just now? I've never seen such a powerful figure. He's simply mesmerizing." Su's grandfather chuckled. "Yes, perhaps my luck hasn't run out, encountering that super war god tonight. Even if our protection team arrived in time, it would have been difficult to protect us completely." Super war god. Sukyeonmo, being intelligent, immediately brightened up. "Grandpa, do you know who he is?" "Perhaps." Su's grandfather smiled. "You've probably heard of him too." "Guess. Do I know him too?" Sukyeonmo became even more curious. She had a good relationship with her grandfather because of his interest in martial arts. Although her martial arts skills were lacking, she was well-versed in information about many strong individuals and their legendary tales. "Now I know, he practiced boxing just now. He's definitely the top boxer in Jinbai. Shan Yilong." Su's grandfather shook his head. Shan Yilong's boxing skills are indeed strong. Even the boxing champions from the Dark Kingdom and the Daojo Kingdom praise him as the top boxer in the Dragon Kingdom. But in my opinion, he may not be as powerful as the person you saw earlier. And he only knows boxing. How does that compare to the versatility of the super war god you saw just now? That's true. Sukyeonmo clapped her hands lightly, her eyes even more admiring. Even Shan Yilong was not worth mentioning in front of him. Who could he be to be so strong? Ah, he must be the #1 instructor of the 10,000 people battalion in South Zhong, praised by Lin Qinglan as the devil and the top master of Southern Zhong, the instructor Wu Bingzhen. Sukyeonmo thought she must have guessed correctly this time, and added proudly, "I just noticed the license plate of the car he was driving was from Yuncheon. Maybe he and Lin Qinglan are coming to South Zhou to participate in the peak competition." Su's grandfather still squinted his eyes and shook his head. Although instructor Wu Bingzhen is formidable, he still does not measure up in comparison to the figure you met just now. Plus, haven't you heard? The Lin family has long since declined, and Lin Qinglan is missing. How could they be in Dongcheng? Hissing. When Sukyeonmo heard this, she couldn't help but gasp. Even the renowned instructor with 10,000 followers, the #1 swordsman in Southern Zhong, was not worth mentioning in front of that person. Just what level of war god was he? Grandpa, could it be the #1 martial arts genius praised by the Dragon Kingdom, who has defeated all his opponents and is the most powerful? Marongcha. Sukyeonmo asked cautiously. Could she have been lucky enough to be saved by the top expert in the Dragon Kingdom? Unexpectedly, Su's grandfather still shook his head and said, "If he is the person I suspect he is, his actual combat level during his peak period may even surpass Marongcha." "What?" Sukyeonmo exclaimed. Marong Qian was the strongest person she had ever heard of and was publicly recognized as the #1 genius by all the major families in the Dragon Kingdom. To think someone might surpass his level in actual combat skills, oh my. Sukianmo's eyes were shining like stars, and she couldn't resist shaking her grandfather, despite his recent injury, urgently pleading, "Grandpa, please tell me quickly who that amazing person really is. I'm so curious. I admire him so much." Su's grandfather suddenly sat up straight, his eyes shining with admiration and respect, solemnly said, "If I'm not mistaken, he might be the great hero of the Northern Territory, the War-Wolf King." What? Sukianmo jumped in shock, then sat back down, amazed. Isn't it rumored that the War-Wolf King in the Northern Territory fell 3 years ago, and the War-Wolf Corps disbanded? While the Northern War-Wolf and the Southern Moron shook the world back then, everyone now only recognizes the Southern Moron. Su's grandfather smirked. The Northern Territory is the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. How can us outsiders have access to military secrets? There are rumors of the War-Wolf King falling, but there are also rumors that he left the Northern Territory severely injured and didn't die. Sukianmo's mouth opened wide in surprise. Then after a moment of careful thought, she hurriedly asked, "Gramps, how do you know he's the War-Wolf King of the Northern Territory? The one who had slain many warriors from different countries and guarded the territory of our Dragon Kingdom, the great hero." Su's grandfather proudly said, "I held the position of the leader at the Southern Business Association for many years and had the privilege to go to the Northern Territory for business. Although I didn't see the War-Wolf King, I witnessed the skills of many top experts in the War-Wolf Corps. The combat style of the person you encountered just now was similar to theirs, but stronger, so I guessed he might be the dormant War-Wolf King of the past 3 years." Sukianmo gasped again, mumbling, "So our Dragon Kingdom's Northern Territory or god is still alive." Suddenly, she excitedly smacked her thigh, causing a numbing sensation, but still fervently exclaimed, "That would be fantastic. If we could bring him into the Su family, we wouldn't have to fear persecution from other big players anymore, and we could assert justice more boldly." Su's grandfather also nodded with anticipation, but deep down, he knew that such a feat might not be easy to achieve. Lingu returned to the community from the boxing ring and lingered at the entrance for a while. In the next moment, a woman emerged from the darkness. She was a woman with a conflicting temperament, naturally cold and ruthless in appearance, yet still full of charm. "Zua, thank you for your hard work. Nothing happened tonight, right?" Lingu thanked the woman. After experiencing the Cloud City kidnapping incident, Lingu was now extra cautious about protecting his wife. Since Dua had followed him to the East City for development, he entrusted her to protect Qin Mingu discreetly. "Nothing happened." Dua frowned and said, "I've said before I'm not used to you being so polite to me. Just directly command me if you need something done. I'm your loyal subordinate." Lingu smiled bitterly. He knew he was no longer the king of werewolves, but Dua and He Xiao Xiao still treated him like a big brother. "Why don't you let Snake Spirit protect your wife? His skills are even greater than mine. Don't you trust him?" Dua asked, her tone not modest. "No. I trust him." Even though Lingu had seen Snake Spirit's sister return to the Blood Spider organization tonight, he candidly said, "But Mingu is too important to me. In some choices, I naturally want to entrust her safety to the most reliable person, and you are one of the few who I can trust with no reservations." Hearing this, the usually cold Dua smiled contentedly, exuding the charm of a mature woman. It had been a long time since she had heard such words. "Then I'll leave. Tomorrow, we will have a negotiation with the underground boss in the East City, which may turn into a fierce battle." Dua was a strong woman who wouldn't show weakness to anyone. Lingu already knew that when she said this, she might need his help. "Okay. I'll make time to come tomorrow night," Lingu responded. Dua nodded, turned around, and left. When he returned home, it was already 11 p.m. The lights were still on in the house, and Qin Ruhan was sitting in the living room, wearing glasses and working on the computer, looking tired. She was wearing a light yellow thin nightgown, showing her delicate fair skin. "Ah, brother-in-law, you're finally back." When she saw Lingu, Qin Ruhan suddenly jumped over. Although she was petite, her chest was unexpectedly not small. Lingu finally noticed a very objective issue for sisters of the Qin family. His wife seemed to have the smallest chest. But, as long as it suited him, he didn't prefer big ones. "Where's your sister? Is she asleep?" Not yet, she's in her room. After Qin Ruhan finished speaking, she tiptoed and whispered to Ling Yu's ear, "Brother-in-law, you and my sister can do whatever you want at night. Even if I hear something, I will pretend I didn't hear it." She then stood back, blinking at Ling Yu. She really wanted to hear something. Ling Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really didn't know what was going on in his younger sister-in-law's mind. Young people are full of these thoughts, quite dangerous. Ling Yu ignored his younger sister-in-law, walked into his wife's room, and asked, "Mingu, it's past 11 p.m. why aren't you resting?" Mingu was still working at her desk. When she saw Ling Yu come in, she glanced at the time and realized it was already past her usual bedtime. She rubbed her eyes and tiredly said, "Tomorrow is the review and defense day for the new members of the Chamber of Commerce. I must be well prepared to perform well and let the Qin family pass." Ling Yu nodded. "I've also looked into the rules and standards. With the commercial strength and assets of the Qin family, there should be no problem." Mingu also nodded, but there was still a hint of worrying in her eyes. Now that the Xia family suddenly turned against the Qin family, and the Qin family offended the Tang family in the East City, she couldn't be blindly optimistic. "Ling Yu, you and Ruhan will accompany me tomorrow, all right?" Mingu said proactively. "Okay. Let's rest early and be full of energy tomorrow." Ling Yu advised his wife to rest early. When he subconsciously wanted to take off his shirt to take a shower, Mingu stood up and gently held his hand. Ling Yu was stunned. What was his wife doing? The next moment, Mingu not only stopped him from undressing but also pushed him outside. She whispered, "Ruhan wants to live with us for a while. Let's not share the same room." "But," Ling Yu innocently asked, "we can do it at the Qin house. Why not now? We are a legally married couple." Mingu gave him a cold look, with her icy demeanor taking over. She didn't want to explain to him. The room at the Qin family was spacious, and it was coursed by her grandfather. She shared a room with him, and the soundproofing was poor. Qin Ruhan knew her temperament well. If the two of them couldn't control themselves at night, and the little girl heard anything, it would be embarrassing for a lifetime. Seeing his brother-in-law being forced out by his sister-in-law, the clever Qin Ruhan also understood what was going on. She quickly blinked her big eyes, then jumped back to her room by herself. It seemed she had to find a place of her own. Otherwise, if his sister and brother-in-law couldn't have children in the future and they blamed her, what would she do? She didn't want to be a scapegoat. Clearly, it was because brother-in-law wasn't capable enough. HMPH. The next morning, Ling Yu and his wife, along with Qin Ruhan, dressed in formal attire and went to the East City Chamber of Commerce. This was a branch of the Southern Commerce Association, and it was rumored that the Southern Association was planning to relocate the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce here. Upon arrival, the three of them found the place grander than they had imagined. Not only was the venue spacious, but the architecture was magnificent, exuding a high-end atmosphere. "Wow, so many important people here." Qin Ruhan couldn't help but exclaim when she got out of the car. Walking behind her, Mingu also noticed many prominent figures from the south had gathered here. After all, recruiting new members for the Chamber of Commerce was a significant event that could impact the future power balance of the chamber and even disrupt some existing equilibrium. "Oh, isn't that the head of the Xia family, Uncle Xia Zhonghao?" "Hi." Qin Ruhan seemed unaware of the current relationship between the Xia family and the Qin family. She was cheerful and outgoing, waving to people she knew. Xia Zhonghao came with his wife, Suemi, to attend this Chamber of Commerce event. Although he had seen the representative of the Qin family earlier, he wanted to pretend he hadn't noticed them due to his wife. Now, Qin Ruhan's initiative made him feel a bit awkward. After all, before, he had some business dealings with Qin Mingu because of his wife. Suemi actually wanted to ignore Qin Ruhan and didn't want to openly confront the Qin family in public, as it wouldn't be beneficial for the Xia family. However, seeing the representative of the Tang family also walking in their direction, she changed her mind at the last moment and directly coldly addressed Qin Ruhan. "HMPH, don't get too close to relatives. Our Xia family is not familiar with your Qin family." Qin Ruhan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Although she didn't have much experience in big business situations, she knew about the interactions between businessmen, preferring to leave a way out for everything. It was rare for businessmen to directly confront each other. Thus, she couldn't have imagined that Suemi would say such words. At this moment, Tang Yuju's cold voice also came from the side. Hehe, isn't this the little girl from the Chin family? We meet again. Isn't this what they call running into an enemy on a narrow road? Glancing over, Tang Yu's was dressed in a white suit with a blood-red shirt, complemented by his cold smile and a still swollen face, looking quite daunting. He resembled an evil antagonist from a horror movie. Walking in front of him was a middle-aged couple, seemingly his parents. The man was tall and thin, with a waxen complexion. The woman's face appeared slack, with slightly sunken cheekbones, yet she wore heavy makeup that made her somewhat repulsive. Upon seeing the Tang family of three, the Chin family trio showed displeasure on their faces, as the other party's appearance was undeniably that of a recurring drama villain. Why? What are the Kins doing here? Aren't you a member of the Chamber of Commerce? Tang Yu's provocatively brought up the topic, lightly tapping his temple. Oh my, are you looking to join the Southern Waters Chamber of Commerce? His expression made it seem as if this was some inconceivable matter. Mingu, let's go in. Chin Mingu gently pulled Chin Ruhan, who was about to explode in anger, showing no desire to deal with the Tang family. Lingu also glanced at Tang Yu's, thinking that although this kind of dandy should be easier to handle than characters like Zhao Wuji and Li Yejian, he was still quite repulsive. Hey, I advise you not to enter. If the Chin family offends my Tang family, there's no way you'll pass the Chamber of Commerce membership application. Tang Yu stood with his back to the Chin trio who had just walked past, speaking domineeringly. And furthermore, you'd better not waste your time here. Why not go home and do something more enjoyable, like a bit of fun with one man and two women? You pervert. Chin Ruhan couldn't bear it any longer, raising her jade finger as if wanting to retort. Lingu lightly patted her shoulder, calmly advising, it's just a dog barking. Don't mind it. Chin Ruhan coldly snorted. Indeed, I'll just treat it as getting barked at on the roadside. Dogs bark. Do people really need to bite back? Damn it, who are you calling a dog? Tang Yu's instantly flared up, pointing at them mockingly. I heard that the Chin family wants to establish an energy engine factory in East City. I advise you not to daydream. For a new enterprise to set up a factory, it must receive approval from East City's municipal government, which only accepts documents authorized by the Southern Waters Chamber of Commerce. In other words, without passing through the Chamber of Commerce, you can forget about developing in East City for a lifetime. Haha. His laughter made Chin Mingu feel especially irritated. Although she didn't want to engage with Tang Yu's, she couldn't ignore his words because what he said was true. If they didn't apply through the Chamber of Commerce to East City's municipal government, Tiagan Group would never be able to operate a factory in East City. Even if they acquired Donchi Factory, it would be challenging to operate normally. Mingu, there are too many cats and dogs here. It's too noisy. Let's go inside. Lingu held his wife's hand, gesturing with his eyes, suggesting to go with the flow. Chin Mingu nodded slightly, still carrying a heavy heart as they walked in. Though she thought Tang Yu's was a shallow and arrogant dandy, dealing with such a person wouldn't be easy, as the Tang family's influence was immense, and offending such a schemer could lead to them resorting to despicable acts. On entering the venue, they found numerous forces awaiting membership application, filling the grand hall with people dressed stylishly and dignified, none seeming like simple characters. Lingu noticed that not long after their entry, the Tang family's representatives also arrived. A Mediterranean man immediately led Tang Yu's out of the venue, his demeanor appearing far from normal. Mingu, I need to step out for a moment. Lingu promptly informed his wife. Go ahead, the conference is about to begin. Chin Mingu added the latter sentence, not quite sure why, as the normal membership application defense could be handled by her alone. Yet she felt more at ease with Lingu present and thus instinctively wished for his swift return. All right. Lingu nodded before leaving. Outside, he coincidentally met Zia Shouty, who had arrived in formal attire, appearing quite solemn. Lingu, has President Chin arrived? She's inside. Thank you. I'll go in to find her. You're welcome. After responding, Lingu asked, Shouty, why do you seem so nervous? Zia Shouty turned back, sighed, and said, I've just found out that the Zia family seems to hold animosity towards the Chin family. They are still the vice presidents of the Southern Waters Chamber of Commerce. I'm worried President Chin might face deliberate difficulties today. With this revelation, Lingu couldn't help but frown, asking, why does your Zia family have animosity towards the Chin family? Zia Shouty exhaled lightly, saying, it seems to be related to you. My aunt seems to have directed her anger towards the Chin family because of something involving Xia Chia and your sister, or your relationship with Xia Zhu, but I'm not entirely sure. Upon hearing this, Lingu furrowed his brows further. While he could somewhat understand issues regarding Xia Chia and his elder sister, why would Aunt Su interfere in his normal relationship with Xia Zhu? How much did she look down on her siblings? Xia Shaodi didn't elaborate further, nodding before quickly entering the venue. Lingu then searched for Tang Yu's. Dealing with such a dandy, unlike characters such as Zhao Wuji, was straightforward because of his arrogance leading to inevitable slip-ups. Given all that Tang Yu's had said, Lingu felt certain that he would likely engage in some clandestine activities against the Chin family, maybe even some underhanded action before the meeting. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce entered through the venue's gate, followed by another Rolls-Royce and 2 escort vehicles. Though the grandeur wasn't extravagant, the venue staff immediately welcomed a group of people. Su Lao and Su Qianmo alighted from the leading Rolls-Royce. In the following Rolls-Royce sat Su Guangliang and his father, Su Shen. Their faces didn't look too pleasant, as they were Su Lao's eldest son and grandson. Yet Su Lao chose to sit with his granddaughter Su Qianmo. Observers could easily identify their relationship to the Su family. As the chairman of the Southern Waters Chamber of Commerce, Su Lao engaged with various individuals and media reporters upon disembarking, while Su Qianmo walked slowly beside him. Su Qianmo had remained silent until she inadvertently glimpsed a familiar car parked not far from the venue. Recognizing the car and its license plate, her delicate form trembled slightly, and she quickly tugged at her grandfather, whispering, "Grandfather, look at that car." Su Lao stopped interacting with others and followed her gaze, equally surprised as it was the Maserati from last night. Could the Wolf King of the Northern Territory also be present today? Even if he wasn't the Wolf King, Su Lao and Su Qianmo wanted to meet the man to express gratitude for his life-saving act from the previous night. Lingu quickly discovered that Tang Yu's and the Mediterranean man entered an office in the venue together. Glancing at the sign on the office, it turned out to be the vice president's room. Inside, Xia Zhonghao was sorting some documents, preparing to attend today's conference. When he saw Tang Yu's and the two of them rushing in, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. "Hey, Vice President Xia." "Hello, hello." The Mediterranean man immediately greeted warmly, extending his hands to shake Xia Zhonghao's hand. "Who are you?" Xia Zhonghao frowned slightly, feeling that the Mediterranean man seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. "Hey, Vice President Xia. He is the president of the Mountain Shaman Guild, Yan Yujin." Tang Yu's immediately introduced to Xia Zhonghao with a smile. Xia Zhonghao suddenly realized, no wonder it was so familiar. The Mountain Shaman Guild was not a legally recognized guild by the country, but a small guild formed by some black market merchants from several coastal towns in the southern continent, because they had engaged in some illegal activities and had been exposed by the TV station before. "President Yan, what are you doing here?" Xia Zhonghao couldn't be described as righteous and stern like Su Lao, but he still had his own principles. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the president of such an illegal guild. "Hey, Vice President Xia, our Mountain Shaman Guild also wants to join the Southern Continent Guild. Please be kind enough to approve our membership application." Yan Yujin cut to the chase. "Sorry, that won't do." Xia Zhonghao directly refused. The deadline for the new round of membership applications for the Southern Continent Guild has already passed, and late submissions will not be accepted. Yan Yujin immediately looked to Tang Yu's for help. The Tang family of Dongcheng, as a vassal family of the Yanjing Tang family, specialized in dealing with gray forces like the Mountain Shaman Guild in the Southern Continent, responsible for attracting these forces or profiting from them. This involved a very deep chain of interests. "Ha, Vice President Xia, for you, this is just a piece of cake. Don't you have that authority?" Tang Yu's immediately handed a bank card to Xia Zhonghao, grinning. "This is a little reward for Vice President Xia. If you insist on handling things like Su Lao, I'm afraid your position as Vice President won't last long." Xia Zhonghao frowned, disliking being threatened. But as the head of the Xia family, for the long-term interests of the family, he sometimes had to compromise. Caught in a moment of hesitation, after a while, he smiled bitterly. "Tang Xiao, I really can't help you with this matter. We have a quota of 20 applications for each period, and the current period is already full. Please come early next time." "Does that mean we have to wait another 2 years?" "No. We need to clean up now, Yang Yujin said fiercely. Zia Zhonghao was a bit afraid of dealing with such people. He had heard that members of this guild would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, even resorting to violence, and he wondered if refusing them would lead to retaliation. Hey, Vice President Zia, isn't this simple? Tang Yus had come prepared with a plan, and upon hearing Zia Zhonghao's response, he walked over to his desk, grabbed one of the applications, tore it up, and threw it in the trash can. Zia Zhonghao was shocked when he looked at the trash can, where the words Yun City Qin family stood out prominently. Vice President Zia, at this point, you only have two choices, Tang Yu said with a cold smile. Either you expose me for tearing up the Southern Continent Guild's new member application, but the consequences will be that assassins will target you until your death. Zia Zhonghao trembled slightly. He also knew what kind of people the Tang family of Dongchen were. They were definitely capable of such actions. Tang Yus then placed the application form of the Mountain Shaman Guild on the table, and also took the lid that Zia Zhonghao had placed there earlier. He covered the application form with it and smirked. Vice President Zia, either you accept this reality, and afterwards, my Tang family will surely offer to buy your Dongqi factory at double price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Zia Zhonghao hesitated. What if the Qin family causes trouble? What will we do then? That's simple. Tang Yu smirked. What is the Qin family in Dongchen? They have no power, aren't even members of the guild. Let's just say their initial application didn't pass. What can they do? Can they really find out? Zia Zhonghao felt that what he said made sense, but he sighed and did not agree. Zhonghao, let's do this. At this time, the door to the back room of the office opened, and Suemei walked out, whispering softly next to her husband. No one will know these tricks. Doing this will benefit the Zia family, sell a favor to the Tang family, and teach the Qin family a lesson, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Zia Zhonghao was helpless. He knew that his wife now regarded the Qin family as enemies. If he didn't go along with this, she would definitely give him a hard time when they got back. Take this card back. I won't take your money. I'll pretend I don't know anything. If something happens, you handle it yourselves. Zia Zhonghao pushed the card back. Ha ha. Vice President Zia is truly incorruptible, admirable. Farewell. Tang Yus and Yan Yujin left triumphantly, saving even more money. Lingu, lurking outside, heard the conversation inside clearly, clenching his fists in anger. He was thinking about how to deal with Tang Yus and the others, but suddenly someone walked past the corridor, so he had to temporarily leave the area. Little did he know that even though he was walking with his head down, a grandfather and granddaughter walking towards him recognized him. Hero, is it you? Is it really you? Sukianmo grabbed him excitedly, not expecting fate to work out so perfectly. She had been worried that with so many people at the venue, they wouldn't be able to find the hero. But to her surprise, they met face to face. Hero, Lingu was stunned. Only then did he realize that these 2 people were none other than Sulao and Sukianmo. However, he pretended to be clueless and said, Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Hero, and I don't know either of you, but I do know someone named Hero. Hero, don't be modest. Sukianmo looked around and saw that there was no one else, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, I recognize your figure, and I just had someone investigate. Your name is Lingu, and you came from Yun City, right? I even remember your license plate number. Lingu trembled slightly at this revelation. He had been careless and didn't expect her to remember his license plate number in an instant, and to find out the very next day. Hero, don't worry. If you don't mind, we won't expose your identity. We just want to repay your life-saving grace. Sukianmo smiled softly in a low voice. Lingu looked at their sincere smiles and felt a sense of righteousness from the grandfather and granddaughter, so he stopped denying it. Hero, I don't know why you're here, but if you don't mind, come to our office for a visit. Sukianmo ignored the imminent guild meeting and warmly invited Lingu. Lingu also knew the identities of the 2, and time was of the essence. After some thought, he simply nodded and said, All right, I also have something to discuss with you both. Hearing his agreement, the Su family grandfather and granddaughter were overjoyed. What? How could this happen? In the president's office, after Su Lao listened to Lingu's account of the situation, his face turned red with anger and he exclaimed, Qianmo, quickly have someone retrieve that application form and take a look. If this is true, I will definitely get to the bottom of it. Yes, Grandpa. Sukion Mo immediately arranged for it. She was worried about how to repay Lingu and establish a good relationship with this great hero, so she must handle this matter properly for Grandpa, and also repay Lingu's favor. In no time, the torn application form was indeed found and placed in front of Sulao. This is outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Sulao slammed the table in anger. Lingu could tell from his indignation that it was not an act. Moreover, last night, when he saved him, he overheard Sulao conversing with those assassins, seemingly because this old man was too upright in his actions and blocked others' paths to wealth, which led to the assassination attempts by other influential figures. I never expected Vice President Xia to do such a thing. I misjudged him. He has truly disappointed me. After expressing his disappointment, Sulao assured Lingu, Mr. Ling, rest assured, I will handle this matter justly and give you and Miss Jin a fair outcome. In that case, thank you, Sulao. Lingu bowed. Mr. Ling, you're too kind. This is my responsibility, and I'm doing this not just for you, but to rectify our Southern Commerce Guild. Sulao said passionately, the power of the major official trade guilds in the Dragon Empire is too great, inevitably leading to many dark issues. I may not have control over other guilds, but I will not allow anyone to corrupt the Southern Commerce Guild. Lingu nodded, feeling a sense of admiration for this old man's sense of justice. People with integrity are truly deserving of respect. Lingu soon returned to the conference venue. Why did you take so long? Qin Mingu was getting anxious and asked softly as soon as he returned. Lingu simply smiled faintly and replied, just had some matters to attend to. What matters? Qin Mingu asked instinctively. Seeing his serious expression, it seemed like a big deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up deliberately and played it cool. You'll know in a while. Lingu continued to smile, deciding to keep the suspense. Qin Mingu let out a cold snort, ignoring this cryptic fellow. At this moment, Tang Yuz and Yan Yujin also appeared at the venue. Instead of taking the seats designated for guild members, Tang Yuz deliberately sat together with Yan Yujin at the front row reserved for non-guild members, close to the Qin family. Not only that, Tang Yuz kept smiling and staring at the Qin sisters, making Qin Ruhan feel extremely uncomfortable. What are you looking at, you pervert? Still not had enough beating. Unable to bear it, Qin Ruhan finally spoke out, not afraid as her brother-in-law was present. Qin Mingu, who rarely remained silent this time, didn't stop her either, as she found Tang Yuz truly annoying. Hehe, I am a pervert indeed. I just love to see the despairing expressions of others, especially from beautiful women. Tang Yuz continued to smirk evilly. This was the first time Qin Ruhan felt disgusted when being complimented as beautiful. But she was also quick-witted and couldn't help but retort, despicable scum, what dirty tricks have you played? Qin Mingu and Xia Shaodi also glared coldly at him. As guild members, he did have more influence and power, indeed. Ha, I heard that some big companies, during job interviews, would casually throw some resumes in the trash and say, they don't hire unlucky people. Tang Yuz's smile became more irritating as he raised his eyebrows. I wonder if the Qin family has done such a thing. Our Chia gang group would never engage in such unethical practices. Qin Ruhan retorted coldly. Qin Mingu, however, already guessed what was happening. Her jade-like fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. She had done a lot for this guild application, especially working late into the night preparing for today's performance and assessment. If in the end she doesn't even get an interview opportunity and ends up as the unlucky person, as described by Tang Yuz, how could she bear such injustice? No. Tang Yuz immediately waved his hands, to their disdainful amusement. What I mean is, has the Qin family been selected as the unlucky ones? If not, well, today you might experience it. Ha. What? Qin Ruhan's face turned pale as she finally caught on to Tang Yuz's insinuations. What have you done, you bastard? Did you lose our Qin family's application form? Do I have the ability for that? Miss Qin 3. Don't make baseless accusations. Tang Yuz continued to laugh triumphantly. I just heard that the Qin family was so pathetic that after discussions among the guild's higher-ups, they decided to reject your application and pick the Mountain Shaman Guild instead. Haven't you been informed of this yet? This. Qin Ruhan immediately looked at her sister, Qin Mingu. Qin Mingu remained frosty, ignoring Tang Yuz. If this was true, she would be extremely disappointed in the Southern Commerce Guild. She had heard of the Mountain Shaman Guild, which was basically a group of road merchants. She didn't want her family to associate with such a group. Mingu, Ruhan, if things have come to this, let's accept it. I still believe in the Southern Commerce Guild. I've heard their president is a just man and won't allow such things. At this moment, Lingu saw his wife starting to lose her composure, so he finally spoke up to reassure her. Mingu also found it strange. The way this man spoke had a mysterious power that made her believe in him without question. She was starting to suspect that Lingu was hiding some kind of extraordinary ability, but he lived with her every day. How could he hide it so well? Was he a national-level secret agent? That seemed unlikely. He used to be a gynecologist. Haha. If you believe in justice in this world, let's wait and see together. I really look forward to seeing you scream in despair later. Tang Yu's and Li Yujin continued to mock. Mingu chose to ignore them. She believed not in the guild's president, but in Lingu, in her husband. As the conversation went on, the conference had already begun. Each selected member would go up for assessment and defense. Some were short, while others were long, entirely based on the strength of a family and their influence. If more than half of the guild members approved, then the applicant would pass. Of course, as the guild president and vice president, representatives from the Su and Xia families would have 3 votes respectively, as a privilege of their positions. With more and more representatives being called up, Mingu grew more and more nervous because the 20 spots were nearly filled, and the Qin family had not been called up yet. Miss Qin, you don't have to be nervous. After all, you have no chance anymore. Why are you still worried? Li Yujin, also a psychological weirdo, couldn't help but tease the beautiful female CEO of Cloud City. Indeed, he couldn't resist the twisted pleasure of seeing a beautiful woman angry, helpless, and despairing. No matter how Tang Yu's and Yang Yujin show off and ridicule, Mingu has never paid any attention to them from start to finish. 2 words, cold-hearted. Another 2 words, disdainful. Ruhan was initially unhappy, but after seeing her sister's composure, she felt that she should learn from her sister and just treat these 2 as barking dogs. Next, the final applicant for this round. Mr. Su stood at the center and announced loudly, "Haha, you guys have no chance. The final spot belongs to our Mountain Sorcerers Association." Yang Yujin didn't find it boring that Mingu ignored him. Instead, he intensified his efforts, firmly believing that Mingu was speechless because of him. Tang Yu's also commented, "The Qin family is still a prestigious family in Yun City, but once they leave Yun City, they will become pitiful losers. The taste in their hearts must be bitter, right?" Ruhan was already tightly clenching her fists, her delicate body trembling. If the final spot didn't belong to the Qin family, she didn't know what she would do. Next, let's welcome the representative from the Qin family in Yun City to present their membership application statement. Oh. As soon as Mr. Su on the stage spoke, Yang Yujin exclaimed loudly. His expression was so surprised and bewildered. Tang Yu's, who had been showing off, almost bit his tongue and couldn't close his eyes. What on earth is going on? Yang Yujin's face turned green instantly. He had been making a scene in front of everyone, but in the end, he was the unfortunate one who missed the opportunity. How could he withstand this? He immediately roared at Tang Yu's in anger. "You took advantage of us, and now things turned out like this." Since he was already a shady character, he didn't care about his reputation. Unable to join the association now, he might as well confront them openly to let out his frustration. This. Tang Yu's was also puzzled about how things had turned out like this. He didn't expect Yang Yujin to act this way, and once this matter was brought up, it would be difficult to handle. He looked toward Xia Zhonghao. Xia Zhonghao didn't dare to meet his eyes and was feeling very anxious. If this matter was exposed and confirmed, his reputation would be ruined, and he might even lose his position as vice chairman. He didn't know how Mr. Su had retrieved the Qin family's application form. Since the form was in his hands, surely he was aware of the situation, right? Mr. Su glanced at Xia Zhonghao, chose not to expose the matter at the moment. Firstly, he didn't want to disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. Secondly, he and Xia Zhonghao had a good relationship, and he knew that Xia Zhonghao was not one to abuse his power. Why did he make such a mistake this time? Personally and professionally, he wanted to give Xia Zhonghao a chance. Luckily, Tang Yu's was seated on the side of non-members of the association, so their argument didn't attract the attention of the association members. Their focus was on a representative of the Qin family in Yun City. This representative was really impressive. Qin Mingu was well prepared, and her temperament, intelligence, and the power of the Qin family were recognized by most association members. With Mr. Su expressing his support, others also expressed their support for the Qin family to join the Southern Continent Association. With this, whether the Xia family and the Tang family supported it or not, it couldn't change the fact anymore. Yay! That's great. After the meeting, Qin Ruhan excitedly jumped up and hugged her sister's arm tightly. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Just a moment ago, I thought someone would trip us up, she said, looking towards Tang Yu's. Tang Yu's quickly lowered his head and left. Qin Mingu also felt strange. Judging from Tang Yu's and Yan Yujin's performances just now, they must have done something behind the scenes, but how did things turn out so smoothly? Could those two be crazy? Thinking back to Lingu's comforting words, she felt even more suspicious. So when they left the venue, Qin Mingu couldn't help but ask, "Did you do something secretly before the meeting started?" Yes. Lingu knew his wife was smart and would ask that question, so he had already prepared a response. Mr. Tang took advantage of his position to switch the Qin family's application with the Mountain Sorcerer's Assocation's application, and I quietly switched it back. I'm not exactly lying, just omitting the part where I met the president of the Southern Continent. I'm afraid that she figure out my true identity. I feel like I can't hide my identity anymore, but I am loyal to the North and must follow orders to conceal my true self as much as possible. Is it really like that? Qin Mingu was still half believing. That's right. Lingu nodded, feeling guilty, and didn't dare to add, I never lied to you. Qin Mingu chose to believe for now. However, the next moment, she noticed a gaze seemingly fixed on their direction. Following the gaze, she saw President Su's granddaughter, Su Qianmo. Su Qianmo had initially wanted to look at Lingu subconsciously, considering he had saved her life, but upon seeing his wife, she felt a strange and complicated emotion upon realizing he had a wife. She wished Lingu and Qin Mingu a happy marriage, but also felt a bit jealous of Qin Mingu. Why was she so lucky to marry such a hero? When Qin Mingu suddenly glanced over, Su Qianmo confidently met her gaze instead of avoiding it, nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Mingu found it strange. She didn't think she knew this woman, so why was she being friendly towards her? Could it be because of the foolish person beside her? A woman's intuition can be frighteningly accurate sometimes. However, no matter how accurate she was, she couldn't use it as evidence. After nodding to Su Qianmo, Qin Mingu left with a few people beside her. As for Lingu, he hadn't looked at Su Qianmo throughout to prevent his wife from noticing any clues that might lead to unnecessary speculations. Unexpectedly, as the three left the venue and reached the parking area, several men in suits respectfully approached them. Miss Qin, Mr. Ling, President Su would like to invite you both to dinner. Would you honor him with your presence? Qin Mingu was slightly stunned. Why was President Su, such an esteemed figure of the Southern Continent Association, showing such respect to their Qin family? After all, the Qin family had just passed the membership application and was not even officially a member of the association. Lingu, will you go? Qin Mingu looked at Lingu, feeling that this invitation wasn't directed at her. Since the invitation is for the Qin family, it should be decided by you as the head of the family. Lingu replied with a faint smile. Qin Mingu nodded slightly. It was rare for President Su to extend an invitation, and regardless of who it was meant for, she felt it necessary to meet and see why he wanted to see them. Qin Mingu let Xia Shaodi and Qin Ruhan go back first, while she and Lingu proceeded to meet Su Lao as agreed. Xia Shaodi felt that something was odd today, especially when Tang Yu's went on stage during the Qin meeting. Subconsciously looking at Uncle Tang Zhonghao, she knew that this matter must be related to the Xia family. Xia Shaodi rarely paid attention to family matters, but since today's issue involved the Chang'an group, she could not ignore it. So, she went to Uncle's house alone. After waiting at the door for a while, she saw Xia Zhonghao and his wife getting out of a car. Uncle, Aunt, Shaodi, long time no see. Xia Zhonghao saw Xia Shaodi and greeted her warmly, just like how an uncle would greet his niece. Su Mei, on the other hand, was much colder than before. Xia Shaodi had left the family business to work for the Qin family in Yunshan, which made Su Mei quite unhappy. But since Xia Shaodi was not her daughter, there was not much she could do. Now, she harbored hatred towards the Ling siblings and transferred it to the Qin family, so naturally, she had a bad attitude towards Xia Shaodi. Uncle, Did you do something at the Chamber of Commerce? Why are you targeting the Qin family? Is there some reason behind it? Xia Shaodi was gentler than Xia Zhu. Even when questioning Xia Zhanhao, her tone remained polite. Just then, Xia Tia emerged from the house and saw the three of them talking at the door. Curious, he hid to eavesdrop. It had been a long time since his cousin visited, and she came with a purpose, so it must be important. Shaodi, uncle has no choice. Xia Zhanhao sighed. He did not expect Tang Yus to tear up the Qin family's application form on stage. Can you explain it to me? If uncle is pressured, I will definitely explain it to General Qin. Our Xia and Qin families can be allies in the future. Uncle, don't intentionally create enemies for yourself. Xia Shaodi was not only thinking about Xia Zhanhao, but also about herself and the Xia family. Although the Qin family was not part of the Chamber of Commerce, they held great potential. If the Xia family made the wrong choice, they would regret it. Humph! Create enemies on purpose? It's just the Qin family digging their own grave. Without waiting for her husband to explain, Suemei suddenly became furious. Aunt, what do you mean by that? The Qin family never offended our Xia family, right? Xia Shaodi was puzzled. Xia Qiao was also curious about why his mother had so much animosity towards the Qin family. Humph, you say they didn't offend us. The Qin family is nothing but a garbage dump. Their garbage affects our Xia family. Suemei fumed. Qin Mingu lets her husband run wild. A married man even had the audacity to seduce our Xia family's daughter. Disgusting, isn't it? And as for Lingu's sister, she's even more shameless. I don't know by what means she managed to captivate my son. I wish I could get rid of them. Xia Shaodi finally understood. It was all about a woman's grudge. Aunt, there seems to be a misunderstanding in all this. Xia Shaodi was not there to argue or accuse. She was there to reconcile the feud between the two families. I know both Lingu and Raku very well. They are both upright individuals and would never do what you're accusing them of. Bah. Suemei, like many women, tended to believe she was right when praised. She was full of self-righteousness. Xia Tia, unable to bear it any longer, came out of the villa and confronted his mother. Mom, what did you see? Did you see Raku seducing me? Why didn't I see it then? You're just talking nonsense. He had unintentionally discovered Raku's unique charm, and the way his mother spoke was simply ridiculous. Shut up, you idiot son. Suemei was beside herself with anger. Now furious, she couldn't listen to reason. The more Xia Tia argued, the more she believed that Raku had cast a spell on him. What kind of spell has that Ling woman cast on you? No, Mom will definitely take you to get rid of the spell. I will hire the best Taoist priest in Dongcheng right now. Suemei dragged him away. You're insane. Unbelievable. Xia Tia felt ashamed to have such a mother and left in his car. Son, Shaoshan. Suemei couldn't stop him and stomped her feet in frustration. She then turned her anger towards Xia Shaodi. HMPH. It's all those people from the Qin family who have caused our Xia family to be like this. I won't let the Qin family off the hook. After saying this, she glared at Xia Shaodi before storming back into the villa. Xia Zhanhao sighed and walked inside in a state of confusion. Xia Shaodi felt helpless. She had come to reconcile the dispute between the two families, but ended up further fueling Sumei's anger towards the Qin family. However, she at least identified the root of the problem and had gained some insight from the encounter. On the other side, Lingu and Qin Mingu were already seated in a luxurious private room in a restaurant. The spacious area was adorned with crystal chandeliers, and the two couples faced the two elders from the Su family. Qin Mingu felt somewhat puzzled by this gathering at the Su family, but as a guest, she refrained from asking too many questions. Haha, I'm so delighted to meet the Qin family at the Southern Commerce Chamber today. Come, let me toast to both of you. Su Lao, as the host, stood up and raised his glass to the Ling couple. Su Lao, you are too kind. Mingu is pleasantly surprised. Qin Mingu quickly raised her glass with a smile. After they clinked glasses, Su Lao downed his wine, displaying genuine happiness. Grandpa, you shouldn't drink too much with your condition, you know. Su Qianmo advised from the side. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Today, after meeting an old friend, I couldn't contain my joy. Su Lao replied. Oh, an old friend? Qin Mingu was curious and continued the conversation. Yes, that's right. Hasn't your grandfather mentioned it to you? We were best of friends many years ago. Su Lao replied. Chen Mingu smiled and shook her head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then your grandfather is mistaken. Su Lao's straightforward nature was somewhat similar to Qin Qianggong, but more direct. When the Southern Commerce Chamber was just formed, I invited him to co-manage it with me to maintain a fair business environment for the Southern businessmen. But alas, he refused, and not only that, the Qin family has been unwilling to join the chamber for so many years. Chen Mingu nodded slightly. If Su Lao hadn't mentioned it himself, she wouldn't have known about her grandpa's experience. Su Lao then changed the subject suddenly. So when I saw the Qin family submit their application this time, I was very pleased. And it seems that there's also a son-in-law in the Qin family. The Qin family joining the Southern Commerce Chamber is undoubtedly a blessing for the Southern business community. Son-in-law. Chen Mingu was surprised and pointed to the big idiot beside her. Su Lao, are you talking about him? Lingu couldn't help but touch his nose and felt a bit embarrassed. Su Qianmo then chimed in, unable to contain her excitement when Lingu was mentioned. Last night, fortunately, Mr. Ling saved us. And today he exposed the Tang family's tricks. Otherwise, how could we be here, enjoying delicious food and chatting? Ah, I see. Chen Mingu couldn't help but glare at Lingu discreetly, as if saying, you did something like this and didn't even tell me. Lingu could only smile bitterly. He was already afraid of his identity being exposed, so how could he actively tell his wife? Unexpectedly, this old man and grandson from the Su family were so ungrateful, selling him out like this. Fortunately, both the old man and grandson were wise and understanding, and they didn't further expose Lingu's identity. They let Chen Mingu believe that he had saved them in the name of Lingu. With limited information, Chen Mingu could only think that way and also felt that if Lingu hadn't connected with Chairman Su from the Su family, her Qin family might not have been able to pass the membership review of the association today. Miss Qin, your Qin family has this dragon son-in-law. I'm sure he will shine in the peak competition of non-province. It is said that the Qin family has signed a 50 billion order contract with Taiwan Arms Factory. If the project is completed successfully, the Qin family will definitely rise to become the leading family in non-province, and becoming a formal member of the association is a sure thing. When the time comes to reorganize the non-province association, the responsibility may fall on the Qin family. Chen Mingu was a bit surprised when she heard Chairman Su's excited words. After a moment, she reluctantly smiled and said, Chairman Su is jesting. The Qin family has only just been approved to join the non-province association now, and they are not even considered official members. How can we shoulder the responsibility of reorganizing the non-province association? Before she could finish her sentence, Chairman Su immediately waved his hand. Miss Qin, you don't need to be modest. I don't know the goals of the Qin family in joining the association at this time, but I have high hopes for the Qin family. How so, Chairman Su? Chen Mingu became more and more curious. She had thought that Chairman Su didn't care about the Qin family at all. After all, in the eyes of the Tang family in Dongchen, the Qin family was nothing, while the Su family was a powerful force. Not only her, Lingu was also curious, but he remained silent, listening quietly without speaking. You ask a good question, and that is the main point I wanted to discuss with both of you. Chairman Su suddenly stood up and said with emphasis, the Longguo Association may be entering its darkest period now. Chen Mingu was slightly surprised. While she knew that the association was full of internal struggles and power plays, hearing it directly from Chairman Su made her very interested. Believe Miss Qin has also heard of the story of Chairman Tang at present, right? Chairman Su directly mentioned and the chairman of the association, making Chen Mingu a bit unsure. Because this kind of thing is a taboo in the business world, and she is a cautious person. Today is her first contact with Chairman Su, and she doesn't know if she can discuss these matters with him. Miss Qin, don't worry. Chairman Su saw Chen Mingu's concern and immediately smiled. This restaurant is owned by my Su family. The conversation between the four of us will not be known to a fifth person. You may not trust us, but do you trust your husband? He is our lifesaver. How could we harm you both? Lingu also nodded in agreement with Chen Mingu. With his anti-investigation abilities, he didn't notice anything suspicious in this private room. Chen Mingu finally nodded and responded, I heard that Chairman Tang used some unsavory methods to hold his current position. HMPH. It's more than just unsavory. Chairman Su was visibly agitated, slamming the table in anger. This position wasn't originally his. The former chairman may not have been the most upright person, but at least he wasn't as ambitious as him. He sent people to assassinate his own brother and then used his means to secure this position. Each step he took was bathed in blood. Since he took office, I can't count how much harm his cronies have done, how many businessmen and business families he has ruined, and how many have met a tragic end. Tang Ning's principle is those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish. Because my non-province association didn't obey his orders, he tried to send assassins after me and even planned to have someone else take my place. Qin Mingu also understood Chairman Su's emotional response, nodding slightly. I see, Chairman Su. Please calm down. Sorry. I apologize for losing my composure. So Chairman took a deep breath, apologized, and sat back down. Miss Qin, you should know that Dongcheng's Tang family is also one of Tang Ning's lackeys. They are using all means to bring other forces into the non-province association, gradually eroding the association. Then they will unite to impeach me and take control of the non-province association. But as long as I'm alive, I absolutely cannot let them succeed. Please help me, Miss Qin. Me? Qin Mingu pointed at herself in confusion, wondering if Chairman Su was overestimating her. That's right. But Chairman Su firmly believed in his judgment. A woman admired by the hero of the Northland would definitely not lack a sense of justice. Although the forces of darkness have infiltrated the non-province association, it is still under my control. I need the help of the Qin family and Mr. Ling to eradicate the dark forces of the non-province association, regulate the association's rules, and bring clarity to the non-province business community. Although he spoke persuasively, Qin Mingyu's emotions were not deep enough to fully understand. With no deep-seated grudges, she was not deeply involved, so she didn't know how to respond. Silent the whole time, Lingu then agreed on behalf of Qin Mingu. All right, we are already considered part of the non-province association now, enjoying the benefits of the association. Naturally, we should contribute to the rules and fairness of the association. How could he refuse? Their goals were almost the same, wanting to bring down Tang Ning. By supporting each other, they could use each other's strengths. Although Su Chairman was not entirely satisfied with Ling Yu's response, he was already quite happy. Ha ha. Then, I propose another toast to the Qin family. The four of them raised their glasses again. But Qin Mingyu's gaze had been on Ling Yu the whole time, feeling that her husband was becoming less and less like an ordinary person. He must be hiding something from her. After chatting with Su's grandfather and grandson, the two spouses went straight home. When they got off the car, Qin Mingu couldn't help but ask, why did you save Su's grandfather and grandson from such a big trouble, and didn't say a word to me last night? Oh. Well, Ling Yu hesitated slightly, then smiled bitterly and said, I came back late last night, didn't want to disturb your rest. Qin Mingu was not satisfied with his explanation, but she didn't continue this topic, and suddenly with a cold face said, Ling Yu, are you hiding something from me? Me? Ling Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm not hiding anything from you, and haven't you said that married couples can also have some small secrets? That was something they had said 3 months before they got married. Qin Mingu didn't expect that now it had become a weapon in Ling Yu's hands. Well, you'd better not let me find out, or I'm afraid I'll be very angry, Qin Mingu said somewhat wearily, then walked ahead alone. She understood this fool Ling Yu. He wouldn't even lie in front of her. So the fact that he said that just now already meant that he did have something to hide from her, right? Qin Mingu now just wanted to never know those things, and hoped that the things he was hiding were something she could accept. But with her intelligence, she felt that the latter was not very likely. If Ling Yu thought she could accept it, why would he lie and deceive her? Both had their own thoughts, and this was how they returned to the house, one walking ahead and the other following. Even though Qin Ruhan hadn't returned yet, Qin Mingu locked herself in her room alone. She had just wanted to sit down, when she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Strange. Did she eat something bad? Qin Mingu thought back. She had eaten bread and milk in the morning, and had lunch with the Su family in the afternoon. At that upscale restaurant, there shouldn't be a problem with the food, right? Or was it her stomach acting up again? Should she ask that fool to take a look at her? Qin Mingu thought about opening the door, but she hesitated and decided not to. The feeling of nausea wasn't as strong anymore, and the atmosphere was not quite right after talking with that fool just now. She also wanted to give both sides some time to cool off. Just as she sat down, she saw a butter croissant on the table, and the feeling of nausea surged up again. Mingu suddenly thought of something very surprising. It seemed that her menstrual cycle was delayed by 2 weeks and hadn't come yet. Could it be that she was pregnant? But it hadn't been a full month since the incident with John Shui. Could she have a reaction so quickly? She felt like she should tell Lingu about this. He was a gynecologist. He would definitely know. But when she opened the door and walked out, she found that the man had actually left home. Damn, where did that fool go at this time? Mingu was a little flustered and confused for a moment. At this time, Lingu didn't know about his wife's situation and was on his way to a private club. The private club was called Dark Night Elf, not well known among the ordinary people in East City. But DUA knew about it, as it was a very hidden major stronghold, housing a small underground city full of wealth. As for why DUA knew about it, Lingu didn't ask in detail. Anyway, she said she was going to negotiate with a big shot from East City tonight, and asked him to stop by if he had time. Lingu arrived at the door and found that although the private club's location was remote, its facade was not low-key. It looked like a paradise for men's enjoyment. Sir, please show your membership card. The 2 sturdy security guards at the door stopped Lingu and asked for qualification proof to enter. I don't have a membership. Can I enter now? Lingu didn't want to force his way in and asked politely, because they came today mainly to see the other party's small underground city, to see if they could directly purchase it and turn it into a factory, so he didn't want to start a conflict. Of course, turning it into a factory was a later matter. Anyway, he wouldn't let anyone know his true motives. The 2 security guards were still looking him up and down. At this moment, a sexy woman in a green miniskirt came out from inside. Hey, it's you. Lingu raised his eyes at the sound. He still remembered who this woman was. Wasn't she the one who tried to force herself on Xia Tia that night? It seemed her name was Ching. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be a special service worker here at the club. Ching looked Lingu up and down. Although respectable, he didn't seem to have a wealthy aura, so she scornfully said, "Are you here for fun? Sister advises you to save yourself the trouble. You're just not up to par." Ching, who is he? Yes, do you know him? Good figure. 2 more women came out behind Ching, dressed similarly and very provocative. One of them even had long ear accessories. Obviously, they were Dark Night Elves favored by wealthy bosses. They also didn't think Lingu looked like a rich kid or a big boss, but his physique and looks were quite impressive, and if possible, they would also like to do business with him. I don't know him, just a loser. Why would sister know him? Dream on. Ching mocked Lingu with all her might, and wanted him to leave, as she wanted to get back at him for ruining her good time last time. Lingu was no longer the naive youth he was back then. Having experienced 2 nightclub incidents, he knew how these women operated. In their eyes, a man's charm was directly related to money. But just as he considered whether to show some charm, there was suddenly a shout from inside. Hey, isn't this brother Lingu? Lingu also found the voice familiar, and looking inside the gate, it turned out to be Brother Shang. This was even more unexpected. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, when did this underground boss from Cloud City come to develop in East City? Brother Sean had a big smile on his face, followed by a few of his entourage. Hello, Brother Sean. The 2 women behind Ching immediately bowed respectfully to Brother Sean. Their skimpy clothes, the fruits hanging from their chests, seemed like they were about to fall off. The 2 security guards were even more deferential towards Brother Sean. Lingu also sighed. It seemed that Brother Sean had a high status in this scene. Could he be the boss here? Brother Sean. Ching trembled as she greeted Brother Sean, as she had heard Brother Sean call Lingu brother. If Lingu complained to Brother Sean about her, she would be in trouble. Brother Sean, it's you. How did you come here to develop? Lingu responded with a faint smile to Brother Sean. Their relationship was not very close, but they had some rapport. It could be said that they had some acquaintance. Lingu didn't know that Brother Sean highly admired him, always treated him like a brother, and wanted to see if he could recruit him over. If successful, their strength would greatly increase. Haha. It's a long story. Come in. I just happened to have something to discuss with you. Brother Sean warmly wrapped his arm around Lingu's shoulder, inviting him in, but ... Lingu deliberately hesitated, glanced at Ching and said, "She said this place is for losers. Shall we go somewhere else to talk?" Brother Sean immediately glared at Ching, full of anger. Damn it, dare you look down on my brother Lingu? Ching Ching was so scared that her face turned pale, waving her hands repeatedly. I didn't know he was here to see you, otherwise how could I dare? Get lost. Brother Sean slapped the back of her head. If not for her still needing to entertain guests, he would have swollen her face from the slap. Forget it. Brother Sean. It's not advisable to hit women. Let's go inside and talk. Lingu just wanted to teach Ching Ching a lesson, but as there was no deep enmity, he just wanted her to behave a bit better. Haha. All right. Brother Lingu, you came at the perfect time tonight. Let's make a big fortune together tonight. Brother Jean's expression was slightly excited. Obviously meeting a strong person like Lingu in such a situation made him very surprised. What? You want me to help you deal with DUA? After entering the Dark Elf Guild, Lingu listened to Shan Yi's explanation and finally understood the situation. It turned out that Shan Yi's forces had a conflict with the Cloud City and Warwolf Society. Unable to contend with the Warwolf Society, he reluctantly led his brothers to leave Cloud City and seek refuge in the East City with the Dark Knight Guild. Shan Yi was a man of the Jianghu, truly treating Lingu as a brother. He also explained the origins of the Dark Knight Guild to him, mentioning the support of a financial consortium and even foreign forces. With deep resources and strength, joining the Dark Knight Guild now would be a great opportunity to thrive in the East City. Yes, Brother Lingu, the leader of the Dark Knight Guild not only values loyalty, but also holds me in high regard. He appointed me as a head of a hall. Tonight, he is gathering his men to kill the leader of the Warwolf Society. Even though DUA had told Shan Yi during the interrogation of the Tia Gang Group shareholders that Lingu was his big brother, he still didn't believe it was true brotherhood. He thought Lingu had given DUA some benefits at that time, so the Warwolf Society helped him. After all, he used to operate in the underground world of Cloud City, where DUA controlled everything. When did he have a big brother? Furthermore, Shan Yi had done similar things before. When a business owner paid him a large sum to handle things, he would also call the other person big brother and assist in creating a presence. At this moment, in order to win over Lingu, Shan Yi employed both soft and hard tactics, saying, the leader of the Dark Knight Guild said that whoever kills DUA will be appointed as the head of the Cloud City branch, taking over the influence of the Warwolf Society in Cloud City. Brother Lingu, with your skills, helping me accomplish this tonight will secure our dominance in Cloud City in the future. Seeing Lingu's lack of response, he couldn't help but frown and said, Brother Lingu, could it be that you have a close relationship with DUA? Are you planning to help DUA confront the Dark Knight Guild tonight? If so, you are both on your way to death. Since I still call you brother, I don't want to watch you die. Lingu could only smile bitterly. He and DUA had planned to negotiate with the leader of the Dark Knight Guild tonight, preferably achieving a win-win situation. But they hadn't expected that the other party would be thinking of eliminating DUA. If he hadn't received advance notice from Shan Yi, DUA might have been in big trouble tonight. Although Shan Yi and DUA had disputes, he was still quite righteous. So, Lingu didn't want to consider him an enemy and thought of using him to infiltrate first before deciding. So, Brother Lingu, if I become the head of Cloud City in the future, I will make you my second in command. This is a great opportunity for us to prosper and rise to power. If you make the wrong choice, you will regret it for life. Excited, Shan Yi opened his arms and expressed his belief in their friendship and the immense prospects for profit. Lingu was sure to realize the situation and abandon DUA. Where is DUA now? Lingu neither accepted nor refused but simply wanted to quickly reunite with DUA. Thinking that Lingu had agreed, Shan Yi became more excited, saying, that woman is on the second floor of this guild. Let's go now. When the leader of the Dark Knight Guild gives the order, we will strike first. Lingu acquiesced and silently followed Shan Yi upstairs. On the way up, he discreetly messaged Yi and Zhu, just in case. Upstairs, in the guild, inside a large room, when Lingu followed Shan Yi up, the place was already packed with people. On one side were members of the Dark Knight Guild, numbering in the dozens, all appearing formidable. On the other side were DU's men, along with DUA herself, a mere 8 people. The two leaders sat on opposite sides of a glass table on red sofas and seemed not to have started formal negotiations yet. DU's expression was cold and cautious, but upon seeing Lingu silently standing behind the crowd of the Dark Knight Guild after entering with Shan Yi, she let out a sigh of relief. Yet she pondered internally, What is the leader up to? Is he trying to lure the tiger out of the mountain again? She had witnessed such tactics in the past during missions in the Northern Territory and had become somewhat accustomed to them. Military strategy states, surprise your enemy to attack when they are unprepared. Lord D. What is the meaning of this? Dua, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. We agreed to negotiate. Why do you need so many people here to intimidate me, a mere woman? Te was the leader of the Dark Knight Guild and the owner of this establishment, appearing to be around 40 years old with a hint of middle-aged prosperity. Most of the people behind him stood, except for a man in a white leisure suit who sat beside De, holding a beautiful woman, seemingly paying no attention to others. At first glance, Lingu was taken aback when he recognized the woman as the queen of the previous heavenly nightclub. Liu Yi. What was going on? Even though Cloud City and East City were neighboring cities, it was unusual to encounter so many familiar faces in one night. Standing next to Lingu, Shangyi noticed his expression and whispered, "Ha ha, surprised, right? I was also caught off guard. I used to pursue Miss Liu in Cloud City, but later found out she was quite influential. Now I've given up." What kind of influence? Lingu curiously asked. He could tell that the man embracing Liu Yi didn't look like a Dragon Country native, his attire suggesting he might be from the Great Cold Abyss country. Moreover, he seemed to be a formidable master. She might have some connection with the international organization Inferno Association, but I don't know the specifics. Shangyi whispered. Lingu nodded, realizing the depth of the Dark Knight Guild's connections. It was normal for major forces to have intricate relationships with others. In the world of power struggles, either you're friends or enemies. In today's globalized society, the whole world can be seen as one big village. Lingu couldn't help but take a closer look at Liu Yi. She didn't seem to resist the man from the Abyss country, but nor did she try to please him. His hand didn't wander on her graceful figure. Ha ha ha. In the southern underground world, who doesn't know the prowess of elder sister Dua? A woman like you, 100 men probably couldn't match your strength. As a weak merchant, I have to be cautious. De responded to Du's words with a big laugh. Don't flatter me, Lord D. Since your men are all here, can we start discussing matters now? Du's expression remained stern. Despite knowing the other party's ill intentions in assembling so many people to pressure her, she didn't show any change in demeanor. However, behind her, the snake spirit wearing a mask didn't reveal any emotions, but Du Qing and others were not as calm. If negotiations went sour and violence erupted, the snake spirit and elder sister could manage, but others would likely become cannon fodder. Dua, did you hear that? De shrugged, his tone becoming less friendly as he coldly chuckled. In the underground world, there are rules to follow, each has its own territories. If your werewolf society acts like this, it's clear you're trying to extend your reach, right? Lord D, please don't misunderstand. Dua had come here tonight to establish a secret factory in the underground city with Lingu's help, so she didn't want war. She patiently explained. The era of territorial disputes is long gone. We in the Werewolf Society aim to operate legitimately. I am interested in acquiring your guild, and we can negotiate a price that satisfies both parties for a win-win outcome, shall we? Damn it, this woman wants to buy our Dark Knight Club headquarters. Isn't that just a sneaky way to encroach on our territory? She really doesn't regard us highly. Tonight, she must leave with nothing. Heh, I think she's pretty hot. Why not keep her around to serve the men? I have a brother who would love to have her serve him. A group of people cursed loudly. Master D smirked. Dua, did you hear that? My brother's opinion is my attitude. These people are too arrogant. A loyal henchman behind Dua exclaimed. Du Qing also gripped the handle of his knife, transitioning from panic to anger. These guys wanted his big sister to stay and serve men. Were they asking for trouble? Dua waved her hand hastily, feeling that the other party had no intention of negotiating with her. To continue would simply be a waste of time. However, the opposition was clearly well prepared tonight. It wouldn't be wise to resort to violence in this situation. So, she quickly stood up, her face expressionless as she said, "In that case, I will take my leave." With that, she intended to leave with her people. Wait. Master D called out as she passed by him, lowering his head to stop her. Dua had no intention of listening to him until someone blocked the doorway in front of her. She turned back slowly. Master D, what do you mean? Just one thing. Master D said coldly. Our Dark Knight Club is the underground leader of the East City. Our Dark Knight Elf Club is not something others can covet. It's also not a place where you can and go as you please. Do you want to start a fight then? A furious henchman of DU's exclaimed. Since this wasn't their territory today, it didn't matter if things got rough and smashed. DUA, ready to take on the world. DUA still stopped him, and afraid of a fight herself, but not wanting her brothers to get hurt, or worse, get into trouble. As the leader, she composed herself and asked calmly, So Master D, what do you intend to do now? Master D continued to smirk and didn't speak, but instead clapped his hands, giving a signal. In the next moment, a familiar face emerged from the crowd, smiling triumphantly at DUA. DUA, do you remember me, the daring Tae-young who intruded into your Werewolf Club headquarters not long ago? Tae-young raised his right arm, hanging limp due to injuries, gritting his teeth fiercely. Thanks to you, my arm got crippled. I've been troubled on how to seek revenge, and I never thought that if there's a will to revenge, there's a way. Today, I'll make sure your limbs are disabled, and you'll be humiliated by dozens of men one by one, to finally satiate my hatred. He was agitated as he kicked a chair to pieces beside him. The atmosphere escalated once again, with tension high as if a battle was imminent. Lord Sean hurriedly whispered to Lingu, Brother Lingu, if Master D gives the order to fight, you must strike down DUA first to claim the credit. Lingu remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on DUA. Lord Sean assumed he was prepared and didn't continue to speak. Like everyone else present, he was ready at any given moment to seize an opportunity and take revenge. Humph, a defeated underling boasting of bravery. DUA had also noticed that Tae-young's skills had significantly improved during their time apart. However, as the two sides faced off, she still chose to belittle her opponent strategically. Provoking him, she said confidently, So today, you all want to gang up on the few of us, isn't that right? Come at us then. Ha ha. Master D began to laugh loudly. Indeed, the Dark Knight Club did want to take down DUA and proceed to Yen City to conquer the Werewolf Club's territory. But those in this line of work also cared greatly about their reputation, especially as leaders. Even if Master D wasn't the most honorable figure, he had to maintain a facade of righteousness, showing a sense of brotherhood and abiding by the rules of the underworld. We at the Dark Knight Club don't use numbers to bully the few, especially not women. Master D chuckled smugly. But Tae-young is not a member of our Dark Knight Club. He and Mr. Che are just my friends. If they seek revenge, doesn't that mean we don't necessarily need to adhere to one-on-one fights? The brothers of the Werewolf Club started to get agitated again, but DUA raised her hand to silence them. She then glanced at a man sitting quietly, holding Liu Yi. Proud and composed, he seemed like a significant figure. Perhaps he was the ace in the Dark Knight Club's hand tonight. Tae-young laughed again. Hey, this is one of the top 10 fighters of the Dark Flame Club from the Netherworld region, Chi Hao. He's just below the four Heavenly Kings and is my master. Would the Werewolf Club be afraid of outnumbering us? Let's all fight together now. If my master single-handedly defeats all of you, you'll be ashamed of yourselves, right? With that statement, Chi Hao raised his thumb in a provocative gesture towards DUA and then abruptly pointed downward, a taunting motion that incensed the brothers of the Werewolf Club. Quan especially roared, How dare the Netherworld people show off in front of us Dragon Kingdom folks? Let me show you what's what. With that, Quan started throwing punches at Chi Hao with all his might. Many members of the Dark Knight Club sighed inwardly, impressed by the martial skill displayed by the Werewolf Club's expert. They realized that if they were in the same situation, even one punch would be hard to bear. However, Chi Hao easily blocked with just one hand, completely suppressing Quan's speed. Quan looked incredulous, questioning how the Netherworld could produce such a talented fighter. Chi Hao deflected a punch from him and swiftly retaliated with a powerful taekwondo-like kick, sending Quan flying. Brother Quan. Other members of the Werewolf Club rushed to assist Quan, only to find him coughing up blood, staining his chest red, in a dire state. Ha ha. Trash. I'm in a hurry. Come at me all at once. Chi Hao taunted the entire Werewolf Club after defeating Quan swiftly. This is unforgivable. The brothers of the Werewolf Club, who valued loyalty, saw Quan wounded severely and prepared to attack together. Lingu couldn't bear to watch and was ready to intervene. But at that moment, DUA stopped the others in the Werewolf Club, staring coldly at Chi Hao and saying, The Werewolf Club has never relied on outnumbering opponents. Let me avenge Huan Quan. In her eyes shone not only anger, but also determination. Huan Quan and Huan Lihan were her blood brothers, both having been by her side through thick and thin for many years, loyal confidants of hers. With Huan Quan now injured so severely, as the elder sister, she had to vent her anger on his behalf. Lingu felt that Due entering the fray seemed forced, but in such a confined structure, Snake Spirit's abilities were limited, and since Due was determined, he opted not to interfere for the time being. Ultimately, the outcome of a battle was not solely determined by martial prowess. Like before, he chose to trust Due once more. Tear it up. Due is wearing a pair of black cropped slim pants today, paired with lace-up boots. On top, she is wearing a black tight-fitting shirt, but with a white lace collar and sleeves. Since she is about to fight, she directly tears off the lace from the collar and sleeves, revealing her white jade-like arms and full, milky cleavage. If judged by the standard of a normal man, her only flaw is a shocking scar on her chest. But by warrior standards, this scar, combined with her fierce gaze, adds a touch of killing intent and momentum that sends shivers down the spine. The members of the Dark Knight Club are all amazed by this woman's aura. It seems that as a woman, she can lead thousands of men in the Werewolves Club, truly proving her worth. Even Liu Yi admires Due. She really appreciates this kind of super cool and fierce woman. Heh, I didn't expect that there would be a woman like you in Dragon Country. Not bad. Unfortunately, men from my dark main country don't show mercy to women. Xie Ji Hao sneered at Due. That's fine. I'm afraid you'll come up with all kinds of excuses after losing. Prepare to die. Due is burning with anger at this moment, immediately drawing her whip from her waist. A black lightning bolt instantly strikes towards Xie Ji Hao's proud face, determined to smash it. However, Xie Ji Hao sidesteps effortlessly, easily avoiding it. Lingu is secretly surprised. This is a technique from the ancient martial arts of Dragon Country, not the martial arts moves of the Ming country's Taekwondo. Due then strikes with her whip multiple times. Her whip carries a terrifying hiss, like a black storm roaring and sweeping everything in its path. Crack! It hit. A stream of blood instantly seeps from Xie Ji Hao's palm. But before the members of the Werewolves Club could get excited, their expressions froze instantly. Xie Ji Hao only took the hit to grab Due's whip, then the next moment, he loudly shouted and directly pulled it with force. Due gritted her teeth. She knows she has lost her long whip, and in close combat, she cannot beat her opponent, but she tightly holds on to the whip. However, there is a clear difference in strength between them, and she is pulled towards him alive. Go to hell, woman. Xie Ji Hao delivers a spinning kick with full force, trying to kick Due to death. Du Qing and others are stunned to see this kick. If Due is hit, she undoubtedly die. Surprisingly, Due has no intention to dodge, but instead, with a determined heart, she loosens her grip on the whip, clenches her 5 fingers, and makes a stabbing motion directly towards his heart. Knowing that even if she dodges his kick, she has no chance in close combat, she would rather trade her life for her brothers, avenge them, and uphold the dignity of the Werewolves Club. Dig sister. Du Qing and others cry out in shock, but due to extreme astonishment, their voices get stuck in their throats. The whole room stares wide-eyed, prepared to witness a gruesome scene. Yi inwardly exclaims, it looks like his chance to kill Due tonight is gone. However, at a critical moment, a figure suddenly flashes past him towards the two. Brother Lingu. Yi is greatly surprised, only to realize that Lingu's kung fu has increased dramatically compared to before. If he had used this kind of skill that night, they might not have survived. Brother Lingu is indeed powerful. Yi is secretly pleased, as he brought Lingu in, thinking that Lingu would turn against Due and help kill her, gaining credit for himself. As for the man from the Ming country, Yi doesn't know the cooperative relationship between the Dark Knight Club and the Fire Club. Still, since they are all from Dragon Country, who would side with this man from the Ming country? But to his surprise, Lingu suddenly moves forward not to confront Due but to quickly pull her away, saving her life. Damn. What's going on? Yi, who was expecting to kill Due tonight, is left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, wasn't it agreed to kill Due together and divide the Werewolves Club? Did you just sell me out midway? The people are also momentarily stunned, as no one expected a figure like Cheng Yoji to suddenly appear and ruin their entertainment. Big brother, Dua softly calls out, looking at Lingu with a complicated expression. Zua, are you being reckless? Is it necessary to fight this desperate battle tonight? Lingu rebukes her coldly. Dua partly accepts and partly insists, turning her head stubbornly without speaking. Big sister, are you okay? Several brothers from the Werewolves Club quickly approach, still a bit shaken. Liu Yi's gaze towards Lingu is also quite surprised. The first time she saw Lingu at the Heavenly Nightclub, she thought he looked ordinary, but was actually skilled in both civil and martial arts, a hidden dragon. She never thought this man could evolve into what he's doing tonight. Who is this man really? A strong curiosity fills Liu Yi's heart, making her slightly fascinated as she looks at Lingu. Humph, you people from the Werewolves Club only know how to outnumber your opponents. What a bunch of trash. Xie Jihao suddenly sneers. Having seen through Du's determination to fight to the death, he had taken precautions, so the final outcome would surely be Dua dead, and he wounded. However, the bald-headed Lingu ends up saving Dua, naturally leaving him dissatisfied. The members of the Werewolves Club surely couldn't stand this insult and immediately began to retort against this arrogant foreigner. But Lingu raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Then, he smiled faintly at Xie Jihao. Didn't you say it didn't matter how many people from the Werewolves Club take on one person? Now that you're saying this, aren't you just slapping your face? Xie Jihao trembles slightly, then coldly laughs. Hey, I did say that, but I didn't expect someone from your Werewolves Club to hide behind Dark Knight Club members and launch sneak attacks. How despicable. Damn it, Lingu didn't launch a sneak attack on you. Exactly. Who are you to talk? If Lingu wanted to sneak attack you, you'd be a corpse by now. The members of the Werewolves Club couldn't resist retorting against this shameless man from the Ming country, but Xie Jihao just sneered and ignored them, his demeanor making the Dragon Country members of the Dark Knight Club also want to beat him up. After all, the internal affairs of the clubs are one thing, but national stance is another thing. If your name is Xie, then I'll duel with you alone. If you lose, the Dark Knight Club has to agree to a condition I propose. Lingu says promptly. The members of the Dark Knight Club immediately become restless. What do they care about a contest of skill between the skilled members of the Fire Club and the Werewolves Club? Nonsense. Heh. What if you lose? Xie Jihao sneers, trying to gain enough leverage. Then everything belonging to the Cloud City Werewolves Club will be yours. Lingu states firmly. They all thought that when he said this, Dua and the members of the Werewolves Club would protest loudly, but no one objected. Dua, is what he says binding? Yi also couldn't help but ask. He is my big brother. Whatever he says represents my opinion. Du's declaration shocks Yi on the spot. The members of the Dark Knight Club look at each other in astonishment, discussions erupting. They never expected that the real leader of the Werewolves Club was someone else. Yi immediately covers his head, feeling like he's been played. All the earnest conversations he had with Lingu, the trust and heart-to-heart talks, and it turns out he's really the big brother of the Werewolves Club. The last time Dua called him big brother, it wasn't because she paid him to run errands. This kid really knows how to play the game. Liu Yi also opens her mouth in surprise, looking at Xie Jihao and then Lingu, suddenly smiling, feeling that tonight's showcase is getting more and more exciting. Hehe, alright. Then I, Xie Jihao, will accept the challenge from Leahu Association with a smile. Xie Jihao immediately responded with a smirk. Lingu threw out this chip right into his hands. The Leahu Association sent people to various places in Longguo, not just to establish a foothold in Longguo, but also to gradually strengthen their influence. Previously, they had sent Pei Yong to cause trouble with the Yunchang and Werewolf Association, trying to incite conflict. However, the Leahu Association's foundation in Longguo was too shallow. They couldn't move the local powers in Longguo for the time being. Even a small second-tier city turned out to be a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. By defeating Lingu now, Werewolf Association's territory and assets would be within reach, so it made sense for Xie Jihao to agree. Since he agreed, there was no room for Yi to refuse. After all, the Dark Knight Club and Leahu Association had joined forces through another power, preparing to team up to eliminate other forces around the eastern city and divide the territory. Although they had not made a move yet, the Werewolf Association had come to them. Now they and the Leahu Association were on the same ship of interests, and they had to take a chance. Besides, the strength that Cheng Hao had just displayed gave De great confidence. To be honest, De had experienced many major events, and even watched the pinnacle competition in non-continent, but rarely saw a master reach the level of Cheng Hao. This kid from the Werewolf Association was relatively unknown, and it was the first time he had seen him tonight. How skilled could he be? Cheng Hao needed to win another round to reap the rewards, while they of the Dark Knight Club were simply waiting for the rewards. Just thinking about it made them quite happy. Come on then. Lingu beckoned Cheng Hao with a finger. Since Due publicly declared him as her big brother, he would be the one to avenge the grievances of the Werewolf Association brothers. Hehe. Cheng Hao sneered and suddenly launched an attack against Lingu. This time, he didn't use the Muay Thai that the warriors from the Yin Kingdom excelled in, but rather a set of fist technique similar to the elusive fist. His punches were fast, creating various dazzling illusions, and his footwork was also peculiar. Not only was his speed fast, but his movements were unpredictable as well. I didn't expect that this warrior from the Yin Kingdom would also know our martial arts. It seems that the top 10 masters of the Leahu Association do have real skills. Impressive. There was a flurry of discussions at the scene. Even the brothers of the Werewolf Association, and even Due, were worried for Lingu. Others didn't know Lingu's true strength, but Due knew that Lingu primarily practiced internal martial arts, and she was concerned about how well her big brother's meridians had recovered. If he had reached his peak, Cheng Hao wouldn't pose a threat to him, and even being defeated by a single move wouldn't be surprising. But facing such a skilled opponent now, it wouldn't be easy for her big brother either, right? Dang, dang, dang. The continuous explosion sounds brought Due back from her worries. Cheng Hao was aggressive, his fists like giant hammers, shattering everything in his path, instantly turning the things in the room into a mess. Lingu couldn't avoid taking a punch and retreating continuously, stabilizing himself using the Erzi horse stance. Haha. Do you only know how to dodge? You people from the Yin Kingdom are truly useless. Your ancestors' martial arts have all been lost. In the future, the martial arts of the Yin Kingdom will be our patent from the Yin Kingdom. Cheng Hao boasted while provoking Lingu to fight back, intending to defeat his opponent. However, his words provoked the strong displeasure of the majority of the Yin Kingdom people present, leading to a surge of resentment, reaching a critical threshold. Is this the martial art of the Yin Kingdom? Lingu suddenly spoke up. He had been dodging all along to understand this guy's upper strength limit and find his flaws. The commander of the Northern Territory had previously pointed out that almost every warrior had his own martial features, also known as habits of attacking and defending. As long as you see through the opponent's martial features, it is easy to find his weaknesses. While the warrior from the Yin Kingdom indeed had excellent martial skills, and Lingu didn't know how he learned the ancient martial arts of the Yin Kingdom, his martial features were actually more in line with Taekwondo from the Yin Kingdom, with a somewhat flashy style. Although it had great destructive power, the traces before the move were obvious. Now that he had grasped the opponent's features, Lingu didn't hold back anymore. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, "Let this warrior from the Yin Kingdom see the true martial arts of the Yin Kingdom." Roar. As Lingu made his move, it was as if the audience heard a dragon roar, experiencing a sensation of pores opening and tingling scalp. Northern Territory's broken dragon palm. Third palm. Pop. After dodging 10 moves from his opponent, Lingu suddenly took the initiative. The fists and palms of the two clashed, creating a deafening sound. Crack. Just when everyone thought it would be evenly matched, they heard an alarming crack from Cheng Hao's arm. Cheng Hao screamed in agony continuously, retreating constantly, while supporting his right hand with his left hand. However, his right arm had completely twisted and deformed, a sight that made people cringe. Lingu's hand also felt a bit numb, marveling at the fact that the strength of the top 10 fighters of the Leahu Association was indeed formidable. He hadn't expected the warrior from the Yin Kingdom to have improved his martial skills to this level. However, in the eyes of others, the victory was undoubtedly in Lingu's hands. Ha ha. Warrior from the Yin Kingdom, have you seen the power of the martial arts of the Yin Kingdom? Still want to claim the patent of our ancient martial arts of the Yin Kingdom? Go back and cry. Many people in the audience insulted Cheng Hao, not only the members of the Werewolf Association, but also some patriotic members of the Dark Knight Club. Lord John's scalp was completely numb at this moment. He had never believed that Lingu was the real big brother of the Werewolf Association, and now he was in big trouble. If Lingu and Due sought revenge later, he would be doomed. Just then, an alarm sounded outside the dark nightclub, plunging the crowd from intense discussions into a state of panic. What's going on? Who called the police? It seemed that the show of taking down Due and the Werewolf Association tonight had completely failed. Te, you are the leader of the dark nightclub. In front of so many brothers, you will keep your promise, right? Lingu remained calm, in stark contrast to the panicked crowd of the dark nightclub. Te also understood that he had encountered a real tough opponent tonight. Unless something unexpected happened, were the police outside also arranged by him? They had always thought they were plotting against Due and the Werewolf Association, but in the end, they were the ones being played. This man called Lingu was powerful, shrewd, and capable of pretending to be weak and then striking hard. Becoming enemies with such a person would likely lead to Dee having a short life. Of course, Dee, always keep my word. Having reached his current position, Dee also had the wisdom to adapt to the situation. With their defeat tonight, if they were to go back on their word, who would still follow him? The Dark Knight Club, which had always been a mix of dragons and snakes, faced the risk of falling apart. All right, we came tonight to acquire your Dark Knight Elf Club, not to cause trouble. Lingu smirked, hinting, we act in the public interest, and even if the police come to inquire, we have nothing to fear, right? Te could sense the threatening undertone in this statement. Outside the Dark Elf Club, Ziazu led her team in uniform to barge in. The security guards of the Dark Elf Club dared not stop them. These were armed police from Dongchen District. Captain Zia, what's going on here? Yes, our Dark Elf Club has always been law-abiding, absolutely no green transactions. We are all decent girls. However, Ching Ching and the other women were not afraid to confront Ziazu. Ziazu sneered disdainfully, with the way you women are dressed, the less clothes, the more suggestive you are. You're practically naked and still have the audacity to call yourselves decent girls. Do you really think this officer doesn't know a place that's truly decent? What decent man would go there? Huh. The other women were stunned. The policewoman understood what was being said. Officer, without proof, don't make baseless accusations. Ching Ching still had the courage to confront Ziazu. If she hadn't been brave, she wouldn't have dared to dominate over men that night. Of course, she didn't know that the policewoman in front of her was actually the younger sister of that drunken debauched billionaire from that night. Get lost. I'm not here to crack down on prostitution today. I received a tip that there was a gathering and fight here, maybe even a murder. That's why I rushed here to maintain order. Whoever argues with me, I'll arrest her for obstructing official duty. Ziazu's aura was something Ching Ching, with her boldness, couldn't withstand. The group of women obediently made way. It wasn't until Ziazu went upstairs that she found Lingu and others sitting at a table next to Yi. It didn't look like a bloody fight, but more like old friends catching up. Ha ha. Beautiful police officer, why did you suddenly bring your team to my Dark Elf Club? Yi stood up and chuckled upon seeing Ziazu. Ziazu paid no attention to him but fixed her gaze on Lingu. Wasn't it mentioned in the intelligence that there would be a large-scale fight tonight? Where was the fight? Where were the people? She wanted to make some achievements. What was this it? What game were they playing now? Nevertheless, she repeated what she had just said. Before Yi could respond, Lingu immediately pretended to be surprised. How could this be? We are here to discuss acquiring the club with Yi. Is that so? Ziazu played along with Lingu, deliberately questioning Yi. Yi's men had not dispersed yet, and a pile of hidden weapons were still in the club. If it was found out that there had just been a fight here, the boss would be in deep trouble. In certain situations, the same actions, but with different influences in the background could yield different results. Yi had been in this business for so many years and was well aware of the police department's workings. Of course, he recognized Ziazu. This was none other than the second young miss of the Zia family who had recently returned, right? Not to mention her inspector rank, just her position and power as the vice president of the South Seas Business Association would suffice. If he were to defy her, she could practically ruin him half to death over tonight's events. Even if he couldn't land him in jail, using this incident as a pretext, she could inspect his club every now and then. Would he still be able to continue his business? Ha ha. Exactly. With the situation as it was, Yi could only be led by the nose by Lingu. Alright, Let's see if you actually succeed in purchasing tonight. If you try to deceive me, I'll make sure you pay for it. Ziazu waved her hand and stationed her people outside. Some of the members of the Dark Elf Club were dumbfounded. There's a beautiful policewoman like her. Only De Yi and Liu Yi were astute. They understood that Ziazu was clearly here to assist Lingu. At this point, the Dark Elf Club probably had no choice but to sell even if they didn't want to. De Yi, why don't you take me for a tour first? If I'm satisfied, you surely won't lose out on the price. Lingu employed both hard and soft tactics. Establishing a secret factory for military energy production was urgent for him. If the venue was suitable, he wouldn't sacrifice the bigger picture for a small saving. After going around with De Yi accompanied only by Lingu and Due, they were truly amazed by the Dark Elf Club. This underground mini-city was indeed as legendary as rumored, a fully integrated underground architectural space. This was where the Dark Elf Club conducted green transactions. Tonight, they were closed for business due to certain events. Although the layout didn't exactly match a factory, the space was large enough and could easily be renovated at great cost. Most importantly, breaching this place from the outside would be extremely difficult. With additional military defense systems, even powerful external forces like the Holy Fire Organization would find it nearly impossible to forcefully raid this place if they discovered the Heart of the Sun placed here again. To Yi, how much did it cost to build this place? Lingu inquired directly. After hesitating for a while, De Yi, seeing Lingu and Duyu's sharp eyes, finally gritted his teeth and said, 3 billion. Well, your Dark Elf Club seems quite well off. With 3 billion, you could start a 5-star hotel. It's amazing that you came up with the idea to build an underground palace and play Emperor underground, isn't it? Due chimed in. The Fire Dragon should have provided you with financial support, right? De Yi didn't want to answer. Lingu wanted to clear up some things. Suddenly emanating a dangerous aura, he stared sternly at De Yi. De Yi, this is our first meeting. No grudges between us. And I don't want to kill you. Perhaps we can be business associates. But it all depends on you. Seeing Lingu in such a commanding position, Due was happier than anyone. The War Wolf King, who once made enemies tremble on the battlefield, had returned. She had been worried recently, at the past 3 years had worn away the sharpness and majesty of the boss. De Yi couldn't withstand Lingu's aggressiveness and knew that he would be easily dealt with if it came to it. A wise man doesn't seek trouble where there is none. De Yi reluctantly said, the Fire Dragon indeed invested money in us. Not only that, as far as I know, they've also invested in the power of many second and third-tier cities in the Dragon Country. The previous organization controlled by Pei Yun was one of them. Lingu continued to follow up. Why would they do that? Since De Yi had chosen to be friendly with Lingu, he decided not to keep hiding the truth. I guess the Fire Dragon wants to establish influence in the Dragon Country and intends to infiltrate through this method. Lingu, continuing to dig deeper, asked, do you know why the organizations from the Dark Country are spending so much manpower and resources on this? He was curious. Were the Dark Country people truly that ambitious? Such a small land, harboring aspirations of world domination? De Yi answered, because the leader of the Fire Dragon is said to be a person from the Dragon Country, named Qiawu. Qiawu. Hearing this name, Lingu was secretly surprised. This name was mentioned by Zhao Wenjin before. No wonder one was called Holy Fire, and the other was Inferno. They're branches of the same tree. It seemed that what Zhao Wenjin had mentioned before regarding encountering those 3 individuals was indeed getting closer and closer. He had disabled Chai Ji's hen back then, so it was certain that the Fire Dragon would come looking for trouble with the War Wolf Club later. Approximately an hour later, Lingu finished touring the underground city, and followed De Yi out of the first-floor lobby. Boss, hello. Ching Ching, like the other employees, bent 90 degrees and bowed, with a charming career line towards De Yi. At the same time, she was very surprised. Because of her low level, she had no idea what was going to happen tonight. How did this loser first know Shangyi, and now follow the boss out? Does he also have a relationship with the boss? What should she do? When he had just entered, she had led the way in knocking him. Even more unexpectedly, De Yi solemnly said the next moment, don't call me boss anymore. The Elven Pavilion has been sold to this boss. What? A group of people stare in amazement. Ching Ching was even more astonished. How did that loser become her boss in the blink of an eye? This is terrible. He would definitely fire her. Losing her job wasn't a big blow to Ching, but leaving the Elven Pavilion meant losing the chance to interact with the high-end mighty Yin Dongcheng, and her dream of seducing wealthy men and marrying into a rich family was shattered. Ziyue, I'll leave it to you here. Lingu directly ordered Diyue without being as polite as before. Okay. Diyue was very satisfied with his attitude. She had sworn years ago to follow this man to the death, no matter what he did. Lingu nodded and walked out alone. When he passed by Ching, this woman was so nervous she couldn't even breathe, afraid that Lingu would remember her and dismiss her on a whim. Lingu did notice how tense she was, but he didn't have time to deal with such a woman. These women were to be quickly let go of, and this place would no longer be used for flesh trade. But Ching didn't know that. It wasn't until Lingu walked out of the building that she breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She realized how insignificant she was in that man's eyes. He didn't even bother giving her a glance. Damn it, if I ever get the chance, I will definitely seduce you and make you kneel at my feet. Ching swore to herself. Lingu didn't care about these women. As he walked out of the building, he noticed that Ziazu was still standing at the door. Is it settled? Ziazu asked as soon as they met. Lingu was slightly stunned. How did she know what he was here to discuss? Or was this a universal question? Would it prompt him to honestly answer? Yes. Regardless of whether she knew or not, Lingu just nodded. No matter what she was asking. How do you plan to repay me? Ziazu was direct. Favors needed to be returned, and she had certainly helped this man a lot tonight. How do you want me to repay you? Lingu raised his eyebrows. He didn't feel like thinking about it, and in the future, he might need Ziazu's official help for the confidential renovation of his venue, so it would be good to have a detailed discussion with her later. For the next few days, set aside half a day to teach me martial arts, not the kind in bed. Ziazu knew her words carried implications, so she made it clear this time. As soon as Lingu nodded in surprise, she coolly led her group away. This scene was witnessed by Liu Yi, who was standing on the side of the road. Lingu was about to drive back when he noticed the silver beauty still standing at the gate. Last time in Yuncheng, Lingu had initiated a conversation with this prostitute to meet Shangyi, not expecting that half a year later, when they met again, their positions had completely reversed. It was now Liu Yi who took the initiative to approach him. Mr. Ling, Miss Liu, is there something you need? Lingu actually didn't have any ill feelings towards this woman. After all, she had helped him once before, and this woman exuded a mysterious aura that attracted men wanting to know more about her. Liu Yi with an enchanting smile said, I've been dumped, can you give me a ride? She then added with a bitter smile, at this hour, in this place, it's hard to get a ride. Lingu scrutinized her face for a while. He had always found her a bit different from the other beauties, and tonight, a thought came to mind. Could this woman possibly be from the underworld? Her flawlessly beautiful face gave off a different vibe compared to his wife at home. Undeniably, perhaps her features were more perfect, textbook-like charm, but Qin Mingyu's beauty was more natural. What? Can't do it? Then I'll walk there myself.